In 2051, a virtual reality game called Realm of Gods appeared, causing an explosion. Initially, everyone thought it was just a game, until a player appeared. The game's attributes could be used in reality. The game Realm of Gods, or Stairway to Godhood, where the path to godhood is the path to becoming a god. All players could try to become a god or a demon, lose and become a demon. The highest level of the Stairway to Godhood, a player of the Realm of Gods, a battered man named Jiang Chen. He spoke a truth. In the battle for godhood, if I lose, then no one can win. The horned demon roared, "This mortal fool. This is not just a game." He calmly replied, "You're right, this is not merely a game. But I have my own reasons, at least for now. I have no regrets." A bright object appeared on his forehead. It gradually intensified, then exploded into black smoke. A young man was lying unconscious on the table. Suddenly, he woke up. Jiang Chen turned around, scratching his head. A voice from the computer announced, "The virtual reality game, Realm of Gods, is about to open its server. Are there any little brothers waiting for the server to open like me?" He pondered those meaningless words. Realm of Gods opening its server. How is that possible? He looked at his hand and silently wondered, am I alive again? Suddenly, a noise from behind startled him, and he raised his hand in defense. It was Jiang Tran's neighbor, the seductive Sha Ni. With her alluring figure, carrying a box, she walked in and called out to Jiang Tran, "What are you doing? I knocked for ages but you didn't answer. Do you still need this?" Jiang Tran's eyes lit up. "Of course I need it. Thank you, Ni." He thought to himself, whatever secrets the Realm of Gods is hiding, I have to go back. Ni set the box on the table and scolded him, "I'm standing right in front of you, but all you can see is that game." On the screen, a girl appeared. She said, "While waiting for the Realm of Gods to go live, let me perform a little dance for you all. Don't forget to give me gifts." Ni clicked her tongue. "Why are you ignoring me? So you're into this kind of thing, huh?" He laughed awkwardly. "Look what you're saying, Ni. Don't you like it when your big sister wears black stockings?" She moved closer to him. "Don't you like your big sister Guang like this?" He thought to himself, with those black stockings, who could resist? Her legs rubbed against each other. Jiang Tran stopped Ni. "That's not a good idea. You might hurt yourself." Ni pinched his cheeks. All right, go play your game." He picked up the gaming headset, his face serious as he told Ni, "The Realm of Gods is not just a game." The girl in the game announced for the Realm of Gods, "The server will open in 3 seconds. Quickly, count down with the kitten. 3, 2. Jiang Tran put on the headset at the same time. The game began updating. Entering the game world, Jiang Tran stood before a large gate. He remembered that every player entering the Realm of Gods would randomly receive a talent. "In my previous life, I received a rare talent. I wonder if it has changed this time." The system announced, "Welcome to the Realm of Gods." Awakening the player's talent. Talent ranks. Common is gray, good is green, rare is blue, excellent is purple, perfect is yellow. Checking in progress. Absorbing energy source into the system. Special energy detected. Analyzing. The system displayed, "You have received the unique talent, yin-yang inversion." He wondered, why is the talent colored black and white? What's going on? The unique yin-yang inversion talent. Rank unknown. Effect when activated. The yin-yang inversion talent inverts existing skills effects. Skill effects become their opposite. The strength of the inverted effect increases with the player's level. He pondered deeply. Opposite effect. Does that mean if I use a damaging skill, it will become a healing skill? How am I supposed to play like that? He broke into a devilish grin. Well, if that's the case. From the list of initial classes the system provided, he decisively said, "I choose priest." A loud explosion occurred. Class selection successful. Each player must choose a name. He chose the name Pham Tran, meaning even a mortal can slay gods. In a town in the game, the system announced, "Welcome, respected player Pham Tran. Welcome to newbie village number 10,001. May your name be renowned across the world." So realistic. Everyone was excited. The tactile and visual effects are amazing. "Hey, want to join our circus troupe?" Another said, "Never played a game before." Finding the newbie quest NPC is the standard first step. Hearing the commotion, Pham Tran thought he should test his talent first. Just like his previous life, all 40 basic stats for each player started at 10 points. But depending on each class's attack percentage and skill effects, the playstyle would differ. Each class has its own starting skill. For priests, it's the healing spell. Though it doesn't deal damage, the healing amount is on par with the damage of offensive classes of the same level. The system reminded, you can apply your yin-yang inversion talent to invert skill effects. Currently, the inverted effect is increased by 50%. After reaching level 10, the effect will increase by 100%. He looked at the staff in his hand and said, moreover, as an intellect class, I regenerate 1% mana per second. If I only use healing spells, I won't need to worry about mana consumption at all. And if I use the yin-yang inversion talent, you're a special talent, after all. Don't let me down. Basic healing spell. Using yin-yang inversion reduces healing by 30 points. Target's armor increases by 150%. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Costs 5 mana. He gulped. Dealing damage like this is allowed. Not only does it make healing a damaging spell, but it also increases the value by 50%, and the increase could be even higher depending on the level. This is more perverse than before. My rare talent from my previous life has become even more potent. It seems we'll meet the celestial Dao Fong again in this life. Now, let's go hunt some gazelles. On the green prairie at the eastern edge, some level 1 gazelles are grazing. 2 hours after the server opened, a special NPC will appear in the abandoned temple south of the newbie village. It only exists for an hour. Players can trade gazelle horns for beneficial crops with him. This is the biggest benefit in the newbie village, so we must hurry. In my previous life, he resolved, I didn't get many gazelle horns. I could only exchange for basic beneficial crops. This time, I must get the first top-tier crop on the server. He attacked the gazelles. They angrily counterattacked. He nimbly dodged. Using his staff, he struck back. The gazelle stopped, crying. Finally, only a horn remained on the ground. It seems that without excessive aggression, 4 healing spells could defeat a gazelle. 2 hours later, gazelle horn, the horn of the gazelle species. According to legend, the ancient Mayan Empire used it to worship deities. Non-tradable. 2 hours later, the 800th gazelle dropped, yielding 705 gazelle horns. In his previous life, he only got around 200. This should be enough. Time to turn in the quest. A group was heading towards the abandoned temple, having hunted gazelles. He said to the two in front, this is the last place to hunt gazelles. The other replied, our luck isn't bad. To encounter this limited quest on day 1, we're sure to get buffos. A bald guy turned back and said, not necessarily. Though low-level gazelles have high respawn rates, even in a party, it took us quite some time. The leading guy then mocked the priest. Look at that soft, fleshy priest. He must be planning to leech. But he was advised to return to the ruined temple. Someone shouted for a party to hunt gazelles, recruiting one more. The party needed one more. A muscular guy pointed at him and said, I specialize in leveling up ladies. Beautiful ladies, inbox me. A girl also joined the party recruitment. Weak assassin looking for party. Another girl approached the priest, calling him, you're here for the limited quest too. Join our party. He coldly walked away, not interested in partying. Finally met a handsome guy, and he's so stubborn. The girl sighed. Another beautiful girl approached. Handsome priest. Brother priest, join our party for the limited quest. I'm really strong against monsters. He closed his eyes, ignoring her, thinking to himself, when will these female players stop? I've said I'm not partying. To end the invitations, he said something shocking. I don't need you, I only like men. The girl stared at him, bewildered. A mysterious old man approached the priest. Adventurer from another world. This is your first time here. The gods should have guided you first. I don't know why you got lost in this temple. The divine light is dim. Only gazelle horns can connect with the deities. The more you have, the easier the gods' rewards will come. The priest replied, Elder, I came here for this reason. You really have many gazelle horns, the elder said, surprised. He smiled and said, it seems fate has decided. You are favored by the gods. The priest cleared his throat. What about the reward? He asked. The elder began chanting the adventurer's prayer. Always keep a reverent heart. The gods will bless you. He looked up at the deity statue, pondering, what buff could I get this life? The gods appeared, speaking to him, child from another world. May you always believe in love. The system announced, congratulations, you received the buff, blessing of the god of love. He joyfully felt the new power. Finally, it's here. Let me see the effect of this buff. Blessing of the god of love. When partying with the opposite gender, skill cooldown time reduced by 2 seconds. Mana consumption reduced by 50%. Item drop rates increased by 1 tier. Each time you max out intimacy with someone of the opposite gender, 1 party requirement for the buff can be removed. With 3 people of the opposite gender, the advantages will apply without any party requirements. He cried out in confusion. Shouldn't the god of love be more professional? I just said I didn't want to party with ladies, and this is the buff I get. He clasped his hands reverently and bowed. Oh passionate god of love, I love the god of love so much. Since you love me, could we discuss or change it a bit? The god of love threw his scepter at his head, shouting at the adventurer, follow the god's guidance. Find your own path. He ran off, replying, I just wanted to discuss further with the god of love. Was that really necessary? Geez, I shouldn't have rejected those girls earlier. I wonder if I can still find someone now. Isn't that the female knight from before? Hey, we have enough people now. Let's go. Everyone in the party greeted her cheerfully. There's a beautiful lady in our party. How lucky to have a beauty here. We must work hard to defeat monsters. Her face froze. Oops, I accidentally clicked the accept party button. This is awkward now. Her system notified her, player mortal invited you to join the party. You are already in a party and cannot accept the invitation. She was surprised to see this notification. Isn't that the handsome guy from earlier? What perfect timing. In the end, she bowed her head. Sorry, my friend is here. Please invite someone else. You have left Mortal's party. He sighed when he saw the failed invitation. She already had a party. They seemed good, but just complained about me being a nuisance. It'll be hard to form a party now. I'll just head to the village entrance. Over there are many people, so it'll just waste more time. The girl from earlier, named Tan An, hurriedly chased after him, touching his shoulder and calling, hey, handsome guy. Wait for me. She quickly sent him a party invitation. He asked in surprise, didn't you already have a party earlier? She waved her hand, I just accidentally clicked it. I was racking my brain on how to back out gracefully. His system displayed, player Tan An has joined the party. The blessing of the god of love has been activated. He became much more excited. Let's go hunt some monsters. She cheerfully jumped up and down. The guys from her previous party were furious, gritting their teeth in anger. How could she just ditch us like that? That B*TCH went to find that old priest guy. The remaining one's face darkened with indignation. I thought she wasn't the type to chase after guys. Turns out she's just a shameless slut. If I see her again, she'll get what's coming. At the Green Plains, he was on his way to the next destination. Tan An asked, aren't we going to hunt for unicorn horns? He gently replied, it's too late to hunt for them now. No need to waste time on that. Don't call me brother anymore. She cheerfully said, okay, mortal. But it seems there are no monsters here. As night falls and the moonlight shines, they'll appear soon. A ferocious level 5 wolf monster appeared, growling loudly. Tan An took a defensive stance. It really appeared. But it's a level 5 monster. How can the two of us, a level 3 artist and a newbie, defeat it? Mortal replied, you don't need to fight. Just stand still and admire the scenery while I deal with it. Tan An couldn't believe it. But you're attacking it. The wolf monster's HP dropped by 120 points. It retaliated, swiping its claws at him. He swiftly dodged and struck again with another skill. The wolf had no choice but to succumb to him. Tan An stood by, mouth agape, staring at him in awe. She silently praised, brother priest, you're actually a great master. Tan An was astonished. A level 5 mage's fireball would only deal 30 to 40 damage. But now, the priest's damage skills are over 100. You're not using hacks, are you? She shook her head. Tisk tisk tisk. What was I thinking? Realm of the Gods is a game, co-published by the creator company and countries worldwide. How could anyone hack it? Besides high damage, his movement skills are insanely good too. None of the great masters on the global servers were as skilled as this handsome guy before. Every action is extremely precise and accurate. He defeats monsters without taking any damage. She licked her lips slyly and said, I must seduce this handsome guy. Imagining myself in a sexy two-piece dress, calling out to Mortal. Her fantasy was interrupted by Mortal's voice. Tan An, watch out. At that moment, the wolf monster lunged at her, growling. Behind you, Tan An. She quickly blocked its attack, barely in time. It attacked you, but luckily you blocked it quickly. That was a close call. He reminded her, don't get distracted. The wolf monster moves so fast, yet you dodged it so effortlessly earlier. Tan An's arm was injured. He told her to stand back and not get distracted. Mortal, are you planning to lure both monsters? I can't let you die here. He leapt up high. In his heart, he knew why he acted that way. If she dies, what about my buff? If she dies and leaves the team, I'll have to run from the respawn point, wasting too much time. Tan An apologized fearfully. Sorry. He replied, apologizing won't help. Stop daydreaming and listen to me. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Such top-notch skills. Could these really be human actions? 15 minutes later, Mortal leveled up to 6. A bronze-tier rotten wooden staff dropped. He held the staff, reminiscing. Small monsters like these usually drop only white gear. But thanks to the love god's blessing, a new attribute allows bronze gear to drop. This bronze staff will do for now. Tan An exclaimed happily, "Mortal, I leveled up to 4. He replied, "Well done, keep it up." Noticing their intimacy level in the system, he wondered, "This is my intimacy level with Tan An. Currently 57 out of 10,057. That must be from the small monsters I just killed. It seems by teaming up, each monster killed adds 1 intimacy point. 10,000 points is a substantial number." Suddenly, there was a noise behind them. They turned around. It was a bronze tier level 5 mutant wolf boss. Each bite reduces skill points by 10%, and it can charge at its target in an instant. Its full power bite deals 500% damage. He was surprised. How did a boss appear? A level 5 small monster. Very few can defeat it at this stage. A level 5 Robert appeared. If we can defeat it, it's likely. He smiled confidently. This will be my first achievement. Mortal stroked his chin, analyzing. Its bite is an instant charge skill. With my current movement speed, I can't evade it by moving. I need another way. He called out, Tan An. Wait, I'll lure the boss. Stand still, don't move. When I tell you, raise your shield immediately. Can you do it? She nodded firmly, determined to complete the task. She was serious. Finally, I can help my brother. He warned, absolutely don't lose your composure. You must follow my commands. The two joined forces to battle the mutant wolf. It fought back ferociously. The battle was intense. 10,000 skill points. After healing spells, they would decrease by 10%. When the mutant wolf roared, that was the time to raise the shield. Tan used her shield to block the mutant wolf's power. The wolf tried to bite with its sharp fangs, but she blocked it. She was delighted and surprised she could block it. This is my brother's excellent judgment. Her reaction ability is decent. Seems I can attack without worry now. He kept casting healing spells on the wolf. Its points kept decreasing. Its health dropped to 80%. The two cooperated well. He called for her shield, and Tan An immediately assisted. He charged to attack it, then retreated, calling for Tan An's shield. When the wolf swiped its claws at him, he called for her shield. Its health was only 0.1% now. He raised his staff for the final blow. Congratulations on defeating the field boss, the bronze tier mutant wolf. Your first achievement, level 7 reached. 4 basic attributes plus 1. Receive 4 free attribute points. Intimacy with Tan An, currently 67 out of 10,000. He was overjoyed. Tan An said, "Brother Mortal, I'm level 5 now." He praised her, "Well done." Wondering what the boss would drop. This time, a silver cloud cloak, a silver windblade, and a sealed skill book dropped. He smiled contentedly. Awesome drop qualities. I can wear the cloud cloak. As for the blade, I'll sell it for maximum profit. Intelligence 55 plus 10. Spell power 130 plus 20. Skill points 340 plus 180. Mana 550 plus 100, by the old rules. He put all attribute points into intelligence now. The healing spell's damage was quite decent. Suddenly, an arrow flew swiftly towards him. Luckily he dodged it in time. Tan An beside him gasped in relief. "Thank goodness you're okay. Who is so unethical? Show yourself." It was none other than the trio Tan An had joined before. The archer who shot said, "Damn it, even a dog could dodge that. You got lucky, you mutt." She angrily asked, "Who are you people? Why attack Brother Mortal?" The rude one continued provoking, "You think our team is a public toilet or something? Come and go as you please. That won't end well for you." The big one added, "Look at you noobs taking so long. Let me send you on your way." The last one loudly ranted at them. A priest and a knight are just waiting to die. The mage cast fireball to attack him. Tan An used her shield. "You're going too far." She turned to him, "Brother Mortal, where shall we go next? I must return to Newbie Village for now. You can go ahead." Tan An happily replied, "Luckily, I have a quest to complete. I'll go with you. Slay 50 monsters of any kind. Once done, I can leisurely follow in your footsteps." 10 minutes later, outside Newbie Village, the two continued their journey into the forest. Over there, the trio was fighting a chicken monster. Spotting them, one mocked, "Isn't this the little knight who left our team before?" The mage replied, "Indeed, it's her. And that priest is with her too." The big knight yelled, "Damn it. Just seeing this guy pisses me off. It's not just a pretty face, huh?" The archer aimed his bow at him. "Let me add some blood to that face. He'll learn real strength is everything." The mortal scoffed at their sneak attack. Tan An cried, "Brother Mortal, be careful." He cracked a sly smile. "It's been a while since players were so enthusiastic in gifting equipment. You guys are too kind. Allow me to send you home first." He cast a healing spell on the archer, causing the nearby knight to scream in horror. "What the hell? Seeing damage deducted, he asked in disbelief, "Are you hacking?" The mortal scoffed dismissively, covering his ears. "Whatever you say, just remember to report it when you're dead." The mage also trembled. "What demented damage is this? How can a priest have such high damage skills?" The knight saw the mage also took 225 damage, worried as his own HP was only 190. "If I get hit by that, I'll owe him 35 HP. The other said, "How would you like to die, bro?" Only then did he plead sincerely, "No, no. Good sir, spare me and leave me a way out. We can still meet again in the future." He raised his staff to cast. "Rest assured, I'll cherish the gear you gifted." Then the mortal took him down. He protested, "I don't want to die. All my stats will go negative." After a player dies, they are punished with negative stats across the board. The aggressor is forced to receive the best quality equipment. The mortal said, "Indeed, in this world, there are still kind people who know I'm short on money, so they unlock skill books for me. Yet they block my path, gifting me 3 white gears, all looted items. How touching." Tan blushed, cupping her cheeks. "So cool, so awesome. Farewell, brother mortal. I'll go complete the quest first." "See you later," he replied. The mortal bid farewell. Checking the love god's blessing info, then contemplated, "I must quickly raise the intimacy. Otherwise, the large distance will auto-disband and the blessing will disappear." At the fixed-price trade house, white iron hammer, 3 gold. White willow staff, 2 gold 90 silver. Exquisite white dagger, 3 gold 20 silver. Auctioning white sword gauntlets, 2 gold 20 silver. White metal helm, 1 gold 58 silver. White aqua staff, 2 gold 90 silver. For fixed-price trades, after a successful transaction, the system charges a 1% processing fee. For auction trades, after a successful transaction, the system charges a 2% processing fee. He calculated for a while. Currently, only white gears are listed, ranging from 2 gold 90 silver to 3 gold 40 silver. 1 gold equals 100 silver. The 3 white gears from those guys are more suitable for the first type. The silver dagger can be auctioned. The exchange rate of gold to flower coins is 1 to 100. It fluctuates based on server uptime. Gold becomes more valuable over time. Your listing for the exquisite white longsword has been bought. You received 2 gold 97 silver. Your peach wood staff listing has been bought. You received 2 gold 97 silver. In total, you now have 8 gold 91 silver. Enough to unlock the skill book. He rejoiced, thinking, the silver gear can be auctioned gradually. Now I must go to the village chief's residence to find a guide. It was nighttime at the village chief's residence, with guards keeping strict watch. The mortal passed by someone who seemed very authoritative. He turned his head to look. When he reached the novice priest's guidance room, angel wings were guarding it, symbolizing the priest's final job change skill. Resurrection. He opened the door and entered, thinking, resurrection, huh? A tall, burly man said, "Adventurer, welcome to my little soul therapy room. I am your guide. How may I assist you?" He facepalmed in disappointment. "Greetings. I want to unlock a skill book." Thinking to himself, damn, so this is how wild the priest guides are. The man cheerfully grabbed a book, exclaiming, "Ah, but it's a 2-star skill book," emitting a wonderful fragrance, making one crave it immensely. Then he quickly changed expression, saying, "Adventurer, you must know unlocking skill books drains my energy, so I need a 5 gold nutritional fee to replenish my strength." The mortal handed him a bag of money. The guide immediately channeled his energy to unlock the skill book. Finally, when he was done, he gave the mortal the healing light tome. "There you go." The mortal was stunned, realizing it was the priest's basic skill. Area healing. 2-star healing light. Fires a healing beam at targets within a 20 meters radius, restoring 100% mana and health. Up to 3 targets for 5 seconds. 20-second cooldown, 100 mana cost. After the yin-yang transformation, this is the perfect area of effect offensive skill. Just what I need to cover my current weakness. The guide said to him, "May the healing god protect you. I wish you can heal more lives." He then had a thought, isn't it about healing more lives? After leaving the guidance room, he walked down the street, then pondered, it's time I found my party members to continue grinding. Suddenly, there were loud noises from a girl up ahead. "Stop right there, you little devil. Who allowed you to hunt monsters here? As long as I'm around, you'll never level up in this village." The mortal wondered to himself, why is the future world's top summoner being bullied like this? Well, I still need 2 more girls, so I might as well help the little one. The woman kept scolding without pause. Don't think that by keeping your head down and staying quiet, you can play the pitiful act. A good-for-nothing like you, besides me, no one else cares about you. The mortal stepped forward, saying, "Who says that? Little demon, join my team." He looked at the little demon girl before him, inviting her to join his party. The little demon girl had a worried look, hesitantly asking, You really want me in your team? He smiled, of course, let's go hunt monsters together. The little demon worriedly glanced at the sister Yenhua, then replied to him, but I can't leave the newbie village. I don't want to affect others. Hearing this, Yenhua crossed her arms, frowning. You'd better listen, little girl, if you know what's good for you. Turning to the protagonist, the mortal, she waved her hand dismissively and shouted, See, don't invite trouble upon yourself, scram. But it seemed, he paid no heed to her words. Facing the little demon girl, he extended his hand, inviting her, It's okay. I'm an expert at dealing with troubles. Then he tried to persuade the little girl again, Come on. Yenhua now showed an annoyed attitude, challengingly telling him, What a load of nonsense. As long as I'm here, the little demon can't go with you. Don't waste my time hunting. But before Yenhua could finish her sentence, the little demon had agreed to his request. The mortal smiled, extending his hand, Let's go. The game system then announced, Player Little Demon has joined the party. Seeing this, Yenhua shouted loudly, raising her hand to stop the little demon, You stay put, you're not allowed to go. The mortal looked serious, his cold gaze fixed straight ahead. He raised his worn wooden staff. I can't hear what you're saying. Then he used his healing spell to attack a white rabbit behind Yenhua, the spell passing right by her face, making her tremble in fear. She stammered, How is your damage so high? He paid her no mind, simply taking the little demon girl's hand and walking towards the gate, then said, Let's go. We'll meet another party member at the village entrance first. The little girl replied, Okay. At this moment, the game system notified them of their party's information, consisting of Mortal Level 7, Priest Tan An Level 5, Knight Little Demon Level 2 Summoner. Tan An now closed her eyes, pondering, It was just me before. How did a level 2 girl show up now? Then she raised her hands, shrugging, Well, it's just extra experience for me. No need to overthink it. Tan An then clung to the mortal's arm, cheerfully asking him, Where to next? He looked at her impassively and replied, The Black Fog Ravine. Then the three of them set off, heading towards the Black Fog Ravine. This area housed monsters from level 6 to 10. As soon as they arrived, countless terrifying eyes were fixed on them. The mortal stepped ahead of the two girls in the party. His voice stern, he said, I'll take on the monsters. You two find somewhere else to wait, don't cause trouble. With that, he gripped his worn wooden staff and charged towards the monsters. They rushed at him without pause. A level 7 chained zombie attacked him, but he swiftly struck it down. The mortal deftly decimated the horde of zombies, not a single wasted motion. He smiled victoriously, thinking to himself, As expected of my skill, at this rate, I'll level up again soon. The little demon girl nearby, her sparkling eyes wide in admiration, exclaimed in awe, Incredible. Turning to Tan An, the little girl asked curiously, Are you and the great mortal lovers? How is he so good? Hearing this, Tan An's face flushed red with embarrassment, covering her face. She said, For now, he and I have only just met. Thinking to herself, This little girl has such a sweet mouth, too cute. The little demon girl then pointed at the mortal, and asked further, Then, do you know why the great mortal brought us along? It doesn't seem like we can help him at all. Tan An was also puzzled. She replied, I really don't know about this. I didn't expect this little demon girl to think so randomly too. Her cheeks flushed, she covered her face and said loudly, Could it be he has some dark thoughts about us? Hearing those words, Tan An was also flustered, turning back to clarify that it couldn't be. But unexpectedly, she thought, If he wants to sleep with me, it's not like I can't. But he doesn't like women. Wait, no way. Don't tell me he's hiding his true sexual orientation. That's why he deliberately teamed up with two girls. Thinking of this, Tan An broke out in a sweat, her mouth agape. This is too exciting, causing the little demon girl behind them to wonder, what's exciting? She quickly turned around and explained, But suddenly, the game system announced, Congratulations. Money is Omnipotent is the first player to reach level 10. The level ranking board will now be opened. Players, please check it out. She shouted and waved to the male lead, the mortal, Hey. You're on the level ranking board, mortal. The mortal asked in confusion, Ranking board. As he turned around, a monster seized the opportunity and attacked him from behind, but he swiftly struck it down. Responding to Tan An's notification, the mortal opened the notification board and said, let me see. The mortal checked the ranking. He was among the top 10 highest level players, linking the event flow with his past life memories. When Money is Omnipotent also leveled up around this time and opened the ranking board. The mortal didn't seem too surprised. With his rapid superiority in the level ranking, the mortal thought, I know the first rank uses money to level up, spending money on hiring people to hunt monsters. No need to compare for now. Tan An and the little demon girl, seeing how powerful the mortal had become, yet he accepted ordinary teammates like them, said in unison, we're just a burden to the mortal, with dejected expressions. The mortal sighed. He gently reassured them, it's not because of you two. Not being ranked first now doesn't mean it'll stay that way. To progress further now, I'm just waiting for one more boss to appear. As he finished speaking, the little demon girl exclaimed, look, pointing towards the distant mountain peak, drawing the team's gaze to a blue-robed spirit. Her entire body radiated a mystical glow. She was the illusory dream spirit, a rare pet that could be tamed. This spirit was even rarer than bosses, and could grant buffs, a rare boon for the mortal. He exclaimed joyfully. The two girls were also delighted to witness the great master tame a pet and expand their knowledge. At that moment, the mortal's intuition sensed that someone had trespassed into their territory, so he immediately stopped the taming process. That group had 4 people. An assassin, a berserker, a priest, and a warrior. The berserker and the warrior berserker. One of them, the priest berserker, was the one who caused trouble with the little demon girl when the mortal first met her group. Recognizing the little demon as his opponent now, he scowled and shouted loudly, unless the little demon stays in the safe zone forever, every time she comes out, I'll kill her. He arrogantly challenged, even if someone helps her, it won't matter. You think killing a small monster in the beginner's zone makes you a big shot. The little demon girl, facing her old foe, turned pale with terror. Trembling, she said they came here because of her, apologizing to the group for that. However, the little demon girl was still worried about the bigger picture. She told the mortal that she wanted to leave, not wanting to cause trouble for her teammates. In contrast to the little demon's anxious attitude, the mortal remained calm. He was ready to accept any challenge with a fighting spirit. Replying to the little demon girl, what trouble? I see that group as just enthusiastic players coming to gift us equipment. Then he raised his staff heroically. On the other side, the berserker was furious at being looked down upon, gritting her teeth. One of her underlings knew of the mortal's reputation and informed her of his ranking. Seeing the mortal's name on the leaderboard, some scoffed, thinking the mortal was just an ordinary priest, nothing to worry about. Others were cautious, discreetly noting his level 8 priest status. If their team had someone at level 8, then they were facing a formidable opponent. While the enemy was still hesitating in conflict, the mortal had been waiting for the troublemakers to strike for a long time. So he provocatively asked them if they wanted to fight. If yes, hurry up, if not, leave. The berserker didn't hesitate anymore, immediately accepting the challenge. Her body exuded a sinister aura. She ordered her underlings to double the previous bounty. Attack quickly, and don't underestimate him. What could the mortal and the little demon girl do to her? With the berserker leading, the warrior berserker shouted, Sister, don't worry, we'll protect you. The berserker cast a fireball spell, her staff igniting with fierce red-yellow flames. This spell aimed straight at the mortal and his team. He quickly defended with his staff's shield. The ultimate weapon easily dispelled the evil technique, directly draining the enemy's combat power. The enemy's disadvantage was the golden opportunity for the mortal's group. At this moment, everything seemed to go according to his plan. Finally, the attack. He unleashed his deadly technique with his staff. A healing light descended, waves of luminous green-white crosses piercing straight into their bones, causing them to scream in pain. The berserker group was wide-eyed in terror, disbelieving their own eyes that he possessed such terrifying power, even sending them back to the resurrection point. On the mortal's side, his staff cheered joyfully, that was awesome. But the little demon girl was still in disbelief at the mortal's spectacular victory. At the newbie village resurrection point, the berserker was furiously angry. She cursed her useless teammates. One underling, hearing this, angrily talked back. It was obvious he's a top-ranked player. Why did you recklessly provoke him like that? Another was skeptical, thinking the terrifying one must be the staff, and the rest saw the incident as an unfortunate occurrence. After the battle, the mortal returned to taming pets. His staff asked where they should start. There were 2 ways to successfully tame one. One is to use special tools to catch them. 2 is to rely on strategy and skills. Before proceeding with taming, the mortal instructed his teammates, if monsters appear near me or other players come, leave the team and attack them back. he said, his tone becoming serious. The mortal held his staff, beginning the taming. The pet collection journey started. The mortal activated the illusory challenge scene. Once the illusory challenge was opened, he couldn't voluntarily withdraw, unless the challenger was injured, then he would be automatically kicked out. He looked around, thinking, to catch a dream fairy, I must find the real dream fairy in this surrounding illusory challenge. The mortal saw a large number of beautiful fairies. At first glance, they seemed to be playing. After examining the environment, he understood the issue. Before his HP ran out, he had to find the real one. These illusions looked like they were flying everywhere, but in fact, they only flew within a fixed range. Only the real one could fly everywhere, appearing in this open space. Thinking this through, the mortal turned toward where he thought the real one was. Without hesitation, he mustered all his strength and threw a sharp blade toward the tiny fairy. In the blink of an eye, the system announced his success. Congratulations, male lead. Congratulations on taming the pet elementary dream fairy. The mortal's face was expressionless as he exited the illusory challenge scene. His thin lips curved up slightly, satisfied with the battle's outcome. His staff and the little demon girl had been anxiously waiting when they saw the mortal awaken. They couldn't hide their excitement. His staff called out, "You're awake." The little demon girl curiously asked the almighty mortal, "You've finally woken up. What happened just now?" The mortal gently explained, "When taming pets, you enter an illusion. I was in the illusory challenge scene." His staff, unable to hide his amazement, pointed at the pretty fairy on the mortal's left shoulder. "You actually tamed a dream fairy." The mortal excitedly asked, "Does this mean I've successfully tamed it?" The mortal replied, "I just tamed an elementary fairy." The mortal wanted to try out the skill right away while it was fresh. After a moment of silence, he spoke up, "Let me see the details." The system displayed the information again, along with the details he needed to know. Blink instantly moved to any location within a 5 meters range. 5-minute cooldown, no cost. Can be used by the player after binding the pet. In an instant, the mortal's appearance changed into that of a breathtakingly handsome man. With this appearance, his two traveling companions, upon a mere glance, couldn't help but be captivated. His staff couldn't resist exclaiming, "So handsome." The little demon girl was no different, beginning to compare the man before her to celestial beings. The mortal himself, however, was unaware of his new appearance and how it affected his two traveling companions. He only focused on the new skill, thinking to himself, after binding it, the cooldown time will also reduce the chance of being hit by Cupid's arrow. After the dream fairy matures, the blink skill level will further increase. This time it's a bit overpowered. After some thought, the mortal decided to take this new skill out for monster hunting. When he turned around next, he was met with the sight of two tomato-red faces staring intently at him. "Why are you two looking at me like that? Staring at my face won't give you experience." Those two, still dazed by his new appearance, couldn't think straight even after being scolded, only able to open their mouths and mumble incoherently. In this situation, the mortal was also at a loss. Why do these two girls seem so dazed? Whatever, I'll just go hunt monsters by myself. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of undead slowly approached him. Out of habit, the mortal cast his healing spell, defeating the monsters and causing them to gradually fall one by one. Behind him, his staff stared at the mortal's back, helplessly uttering a sentence, "So handsome, what a pity he's gay," causing the little demon girl to question the meaning of life. 10 minutes later, the zombie horde was finally annihilated. The loot dropped was a bow enveloped in a rainbow aura. The mortal silently calculated, "Finally, an item I can't use, but if I sell it, I can probably get around 45 to 10 gold." But the piece didn't last long. Suddenly, his intuition warned him that something was amiss, causing the mortal to quickly glance behind him. The system displayed, Decaying Soul Reaper, Silver Rank Boss, Level 9. Before them stood a gigantic, rotting zombie with a massively bloated belly. The little demon girl calmly examined their opponent. The Decaying Soul Reaper boss has two skills, Corrosive Sticky Ooze and Soul Reaping Scythe. The former is a sustained damage attack, while the latter is a burst damage and control skill. Quite tricky. The system continued. Corrosive Sticky Ooze secretes a large amount of corrosive ooze that spreads at 4 meters per second, covering an area with continuous damage over time. The ooze deals 30 damage over time and slows movement speed by 30%. Lasts for 30 seconds. Soul Reaping Scythe. Whenever the boss loses 10% of its health or the targeted enemy is over 5 meters away, it will quickly throw out its scythe, pulling the target in front of it and dealing 200% damage, stunning for 3 seconds. If the target dies, the Soul Reaping Scythe will refresh. Intrigued by the little demon girl's knowledge about the monster, the mortal curiously asked her, have you encountered this boss before? The little demon girl immediately replied, never, but I've seen it in the publisher's monster codex. Then her face suddenly darkened. This boss is quite difficult. I've simulated fighting it a few times before, but we need additional party members to coordinate. Overhearing their conversation, the staff seemed to understand and offered to help with his shield, but the little demon girl ultimately refused, explaining that even for a higher level player, the shield couldn't negate crowd control effects, which the boss's skills inflicted, so they would still need additional party members. But joining the fight would also be very risky, the mortal thought. Indeed, she was the strongest summoner in her previous life. This language comprehension ability is something others can't match. You're not wrong, he replied. The mortal, after hearing all the provided information, agreed with the little demon girl, but chose to fight because he trusted in his own abilities. His choice caused the two to panic. The staff pleaded for help. Need help? I can shield you. But in the end, the mortal refused them both. No need. You two find a safe spot and wait. Don't aggro it. I'll handle this myself. The mortal leapt onto a nearby boulder to keep his distance from the monster. The little demon girl exclaimed in shock, you can really fight it? The mortal replied, yes. He drew his rotten wooden staff and cast a healing spell, raining blow after blow upon the hideous beast, forcing it to attack while he gracefully evaded its strikes, causing even the strongest summoner from her previous life to open her eyes wide in admiration. The little demon girl, trusting the mortal's skills and judgment, thought to herself that his movement was top tier. He could easily evade regular attacks, but she was truly worried about how he would dodge the soul-reaping scythe. On the second skill cast, the rotten soul reaper was summoned, significantly reducing its damage output, causing the boss, who had just appeared, to lose 10% of its health. The little demon girl shouted from outside, warning the combatant that the soul-reaping scythe was coming. Accompanying her was the worried tone of the staff. Be careful, mortal. Then, as the little demon girl had warned, the rotten soul reaper cast its deadly skill. As if anticipating this move, the mortal didn't hesitate, using a deflecting skill to knock back the monster's attack, momentarily stunning it in confusion at the unexpected counterattack. The mortal seized this chance while the elite boss was distracted and swiftly advanced, aiming to quickly defeat it. Seeing the mortal's unexpected move, his teammates turned to each other, excitedly sharing their discovery. That's the deflect skill, a talent of the dream elf race. On the mortal's side, the battle raged on. Feeling he had closed in enough, he circled behind the monster to avoid detection and slow its movement. He thought to himself, unfortunate that Blink has a 2.5-minute cooldown. Need to manage health well. Keep whittling it down slowly. After 25 minutes of intense combat, the elite Soul Reaper boss finally fell. Unable to contain his joy, the staff cried out loudly, "You're on fire, mortal." And of course, the little demon girl beside him was no less excited. Though her legs seemed shorter than the others, limiting her jump height, her voice was no weaker, in fact louder than the staff's. "So handsome, system." Following the two beauties, the system also chimed in, congratulating you on defeating the boss, the elite Rotten Soul Reaper in the wild, completing the first level 9 rank achievement. All 4 base attributes increased by 1. Received 4 free attribute points. It also informed you that your current intimacy with the staff is 293 out of 10,000, and intimacy with the little demon girl is 225 out of 10,000. This made you secretly pleased. These two little sisters are so well behaved. Looks like maxing out their intimacy won't take long. Before you could finish celebrating, the mechanical voice continued listing the loot obtained after the battle. A golden bone staff, the main reward. Additionally, golden illusory greaves, a golden blood-tied greatsword, and finally, a rare item, blueprint for the Crescent Moon mini-dress. After learning it, you can craft the rare Crescent Moon mini-dress outfit. Tailors only. Having taken stock of the spoils, the two beauties appraised you, the mortal, thinking the staff and greaves were useful for himself. The blood-tied greatsword could be put up on the auction house. Spare equipment could also be thrown on the trading boards. Quite a lot to handle this time. As for the outfit blueprint, he could keep it for now. Wait for crafters to join the game, then sell it. The more profit the better. After some calculations, he turned to ask the two girls, "It's been over 2 hours, let's call it a night. Will you two be online tomorrow?" The staff replied, surprised at how late it was. Didn't expect it to get this late already. I'm usually in-game on weekends, said the little demon girl, who cheerfully added she was on summer break. I'll be around for 3 days. Receiving their replies, the mortal smiled and bid them farewell. See you two tomorrow, time to log off. He returned to the real world as an ordinary person. Back in reality, he couldn't help but lament, time flies so fast. Putting everything aside for now, he flopped onto his soft bed, determined to level up faster tomorrow. Time was passing by so quickly. Early morning, Jiang Chen was woken up by the loud call of Sha. A bit reluctantly, he opened the door for this beautiful neighbor, not forgetting to grumble, Sister it's so early, not letting him finish his sentence. Her eyes lit up seeing his physique, then without hesitation, she deliberately touched his perfect six-pack abs. She also explained, went for a morning jog, bought you breakfast. Seeing her too familiar action, he didn't mind, just jokingly said, thanks, Sister but I'm a decent man. I pay with money, not my body. Hearing that, Sha patted his shoulder and played along. Only you would joke like that. Then, as if remembering something, she asked him, forgot to ask yesterday, which village in Zhu Shen are you from? Jiang Chen quickly answered, 10,001. Hearing that, she sat down on the sofa like it was her own home, then said regretfully, such a pity, I was planning to ask the Almighty God to help me get started. You know, I heard you can make good money playing this game if you're good. He immediately responded, right now, 1 gold can be exchanged for $15, and later on, even over 100. Sister I remember you're a fashion design student, right? He thought to himself, selling outfit designs would be a waste. Better to give them to family members. Seeing her hesitate, Jiang Chen continued advising, I think tailoring suits you well. You can learn it after level 10. You can craft many outfits to sell. It might be the most profitable profession in Zhu Shen. Hearing that, Sha excitedly said, that sounds great, but I'm only level 3 now. He seemed to have anticipated this, so he calmly replied, beautiful lady, when I have time, I'll write you a leveling guide. I've made plans to level up by killing monsters. You should level up too, sis. Can't really do much at low levels. She blew him a kiss and replied playfully, okay, little bro, I'll have the dipping sauce ready for you. After Sha left, he thought he indeed leveled up too quickly. He almost forgot that most regular players are still around level 2 now. But he didn't care about being level 3. With burning determination, he quickly geared up. He entered the virtual world with today's mission, reach level 10. The ordinary mortal Pham Tran had just logged into Zhu Shen. He was walking down a crowded small street. Suddenly, he received a message from Dao Xiaoyao. Great God, I'm online now. Call me when you're up. He smiled and replied, meet at the village gate in 5 minutes. Pham Tran couldn't help but be surprised, with a proud look, thinking, she's earlier than me, huh? Kids really are easy to teach. However, he didn't plan to meet her right away, instead heading towards the sunlight shining on him, thinking, but I still need to go to the trading post to check on the previous trades, and finish auctioning off the golden equipment from yesterday. After clearing the level 10 dungeon, the golden equipment won't be worth much after that. Thinking so, he immediately went to the trading post to sell his items. The game system notified, the items you consigned at the trading post have been sold. After deducting the processing fee, the remaining amount has been transferred to your account. 1,125 gold coins. Receiving the information, he pondered, yesterday, the gold rate was over 100, so these gold coins should be worth around 100,000 cash. Pham Tran admitted to himself, Zhu Shen is indeed the most profitable game worldwide. Just not sure how much the golden equipment can sell for. As he thought, he clicked to select auction. Suddenly, the little girl Dao Xiaoyao notified him again, great God, Sister Tanan is here too. We're waiting for you at the village gate. Okay, he replied, seeing their figures from afar. Xiaoyao smiled brightly, calling out loudly, great God, over here. Tanan, standing behind, yawned and said, hello, brother Pham Tran. Seeing her like that, Pham Tran could only smile and ask, oh my, what's up? Did you just get back from being up all night? Still in a sleepy state? Tanan complained, it's all because the forum was too engaging. Last night, I browsed until 3 a.m. Oh, your beauty. Hearing this, Dao Xiaoyao excitedly agreed. Yes, the Zhu Shen encyclopedia on the forum has been updated. There are many monsters I don't know about. I even saw some big players who reached level 10 but got stuck at the ancient ruins. They couldn't reach the capital. Tanan widened her eyes and scratched her chin, innocently asking, how come I didn't know? Xiaoyao asked her in puzzlement. This topic was pinned right at the top of the forum last night, sis. Tanan, confused, asked back, isn't the forum for watching dramas? Dao Xiaoyao and Pham Tran were also at a loss, unable to say anything more. Tanan changed the subject seriously. Never mind that. What's this ancient ruins about? Isn't it supposed to lead to the capital after reaching level 10? Seeing this, Xiaoyao smiled and explained. The ancient ruins is the sub-instance that opens the gate to the level 10 capital. A player must first clear the ancient ruins to open the gate to the capital. Pham Tran glanced at the two of them, silently recalling. From his previous life, the first time someone cleared the gate-opening sub-instance was around midnight tonight. If not, he wouldn't dare sleep peacefully either. But this time, he must open the gate first. Thinking it through, he reverted to a cheerful state and said, "Let's go hunt monsters. Today, you two can lure them, right?" As if waiting for those words, Xiaoyao and Tanan were extremely excited, shouting in unison, "We can do it at Black Fog Ravine." It was unclear whether due to nightfall or if this place was naturally gloomy. People often say seeing crows is an ill omen. Here, crows filled the sky. Indeed not a normal sight. Pham Tran pointed to a rocky outcrop and instructed carefully, "Later, you two go lure the monsters. When they get close, stand on this rocky outcrop." When Xiaoyao can't hold out any longer, Tanan opened her shield as they both responded clearly. Pham Tran decisively gave the signal to start. After a period of waiting, Tanan and Dao Xiaoyao tensely returned. A horde of ferocious zombie-like monsters chased after them. Indeed, they could lure the monsters. Xiaoyao shouted while running, "Great sage! I've lured the monsters here." She added, blushing, "I lured monsters worthy of the great sage's prowess. I calculated, you should be able to kill them all." Hearing this, Tanan said loudly while running to Xiaoyao, "Still, you should have considered me too." Pham Tran stood from afar, weapon in hand. He marveled, truly the top summoner from the previous life. He smiled brightly, giving them a thumbs up for their excellence. Then he took action to exterminate the monsters. With his healing abilities, streams of greenish light in the shape of crosses were released. The monsters all cried out in agonizing pain. After exterminating all the monsters, the game system announced he leveled up to 14. With basic attributes additionally, he received 4 free attribute points. He thought contentedly. After leveling up, the system continued displaying notifications. Healing spell reduces target's damage taken by 40%. Spell power 200%. Healing beam reduces damage taken by 200% per second. Spell power increases target's damage taken. Positive translocation effect upgraded. Current skill power increased by 100% until level 20, then skill power increased by 200%. Pham Tran's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but exclaim joyfully, "Heavens and earth, gods and demons." He thought, "This talent is heaven-defying. I love it." He turned to the tattered Tanan and Dao Xiaoyao, asking, "How much more experience do you two need to reach level 10? Tanan replied, "Level 9, 50%. Xiaoyao also answered, "I just reached level 9. I estimate 3 more hours." He said seriously, "Then keep luring monsters. After we all reach level 10, we'll go to the ancient ruins." 3 hours later, they arrived at the ancient ruins. The entrance was the mouth of an enormous stone head. A flickering red light emanated from within. A large crowd had gathered before the entrance. Each person had their own calculations, their own ambitions. Someone said, "Newcomer village, we don't have any high-level guild members. We definitely can't get through for now. Let's wait for news from other newcomer villages." Another person chimed in, "It's not certain either. I heard the Imperial Guild's elite squad was wiped out." Right. Pham Tran's group entered the crowded area, prompting Tanan to exclaim, "So many people, they must all be here to spectate. The difficulty of the divine realm is too high. Aside from the top experts currently, everyone is stuck at level 6. They can't even defeat minor monsters." Xiaoyao gave Tanan a thumbs up, then continued, "Just like the great sage, we can carry too." That's right. Tanan found someone with the same aspirations. Her face showed a dangerous look as she replied, "Stick to the principle of clinging to the big thighs. Seize the opportunity to straighten it out." Pham Tran turned back, puzzled, looking at the two whispering behind him, as if plotting something, and urged them, "What are you saying? Let's go into the dungeon," they replied. Then the mischievous little Xiaoyao ran ahead, shouting as she charged forward, seemingly ignoring Tanan's words behind her. Xiaoyao pushed through the crowd. As for Pham Tran, faced with their mischievousness, he raised his hand, his face showing helplessness, unable to say anything more. A cold voice came from behind, "Isn't this the priest's team from before?" The young man with a sword on his back spoke disdainfully, "That weak little girl before wasn't even level 5, and now she can enter the ancient ruins dungeon." The spiky-haired guy added, "This handsome guy's ability is impressive too. Not only did he get with the female knight, he even made her bring her little sister along. Not necessarily. That priest was a top-ranked player, said the one beside him. The spiky-haired guy replied, so what if he was top-ranked before? But a priest doesn't have any damage skills. He must have gotten on the rankings because of some other exceptional ability. Suddenly, someone passing by asked the three acquaintances. The guy with the flat hair said the new server opened just 2 days ago. Basically, only major guilds can form teams to enter the ancient ruins dungeon. What's their background? How can they be on par with entire guilds? One of the three guys laughed and said, you saw the female knight and the priest, right? They have that kind of relationship. The priest can only enter the dungeon thanks to the pretty knight. Maybe he did this and that for her. The other two guys' eyes gleamed as they pondered, drooling, muttering indistinctly. Soon after, footsteps entered the dungeon. The ancient ruins dungeon announced it was at the bronze level. Pham Tran, Tan In, and Xiao Yao went inside. They saw a burning furnace inside, along with some gravestones. Tan In wondered why there were no monsters in this dungeon. Pham Tran prepared to step onto a stone platform. As he stepped forward, he said, I see 4 stone platforms on the ground. Stand on them. Tan In nodded and muttered as he stepped onto one. Xiao Yao had already stood on a platform and asked, what about the remaining stone platform? Pham Tran then asked, don't you have a summon pet? Call it out and have it stand on that platform. Right after that, a golden-furred dog named Dai Huang appeared. Luckily, the ancient ruins dungeon has no party size limit. We can have a summoned pet assist us. Otherwise, we'd have to spend more time finding another person. Xiao Yao said loudly, Dai Huang, go. The dog jumped onto the stone platform, barking. Suddenly, from the burning furnace, monstrous creatures emerged. They were introduced one by one. Skeletal Warrior, level 10. Skeletal Knight, level 10. Skeletal Assassin, level 10. Skeletal Mage, Skeletal Archer, Skeletal Dog, all level 10. Tan In asked in alarm, these skeletal monsters, do they correspond to the 7 player classes? Little Xiao Yao pouted, why doesn't it match the summoner class? It's just a skeletal dog, though. How unfair. Pham Tran gripped his sword tightly and said seriously, that's right. Moreover, these small monsters also have the basic skills of their respective classes. Their basic attributes are also similar to level 10 players of those classes. Tan In shouted, similar attributes to players. That means they're really strong, right? Xiao Yao beamed, no way. That means Dai Huang can wipe them out in no time. Pham Tran raised his staff, causing it to emit a dazzling emerald glow. He then launched attacks on the approaching skeletal monsters, dealing 460 damage. Tan In's eyes widened in surprise. That damage is abnormal. Xiao Yao, standing beside him, couldn't hide her admiration as she said, I read on the forum that these skeletal monsters are really strong. They have a passive aura that reduces damage taken by 50%. Only Dai Huang can deal damage so easily. Pham Tran thought smugly, looks like I can showcase my skill enhancement. He confidently thought, it seems I can accelerate the pace of using my skills. It's all real damage. Except for invincible defenses, of course. Everything else is negligible. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. I guess this is a server-wide announcement. Right after, a series of announcements appeared on the server. Money is omnipotent. The blood-tied greatsword on the trading post belongs to a friend. Ladies, inbox me. I'll buy it at a high price. Guaranteed to satisfy your comrades. And another announcement said, dominating aura. Buying the blood-tied greatsword on the trading post. Don't care whose friend it belongs to. As long as you're willing to sell. You're a friend of the Celestial Kings Guild. Slashing demons with the greatsword. The Celestial Kings Guild offers a high price to buy it. Any requests, just say it. Pham Tran's eyes lit up. Why is the blood-tied greatsword so hot right now? Then he thought, no, that's not right. The blood-tied greatsword auction ends in over an hour. Why the rush to buy it now? Could it be because they want to clear the first ancient ruins dungeon? He then realized, so I can't sell it before that. Let them fight tooth and nail for it. While the skeletal monsters were still there, he thought, I just need to slow down. Wait for the auction to end, then go through the gate with the blood-tied greatsword. He calculated the money he would get, thinking he would make a considerable profit this time. Pham Tran used a healing skill to finish off the skeletal monsters, causing them to disappear and drop equipment instead. He looked at it silently and said, the dropped equipment, plus the loot from the 3 small monster waves, totals 18 pieces of copper equipment. Anyway, when the Ancient Ruins dungeon launches, white equipment will be worthless, but it won't affect copper equipment much. Hearing this, Xiao Yao turned to Tanan and said, "A piece of copper equipment is worth around 50 gold. By my calculation, Dai Huang's earnings this time should be over 100,000. Tanan was equally surprised upon hearing this, asking in disbelief if the Celestial had really earned that much. Seeing her excessive reaction, Xiao Yao didn't find it strange at all. She replied, "To be precise, only the Celestial can earn that much money. Ordinary people can't solo the dungeon. After splitting the loot, the profit wouldn't even cover the losses." The little sister patiently explained, and Tanan felt enlightened. "Sister, if we don't keep striving, Pham Tran will leave us behind." Her words filled Xiao Yao with determination. "Tonight, we must grind levels." Meanwhile, Pham Tran stood outside, waiting impatiently, ending the two beauties' train of thought with a complaint. "What are you two so engrossed in? I have no idea. I'm not the main character of that conversation. I told you to stand back, or you might be affected." Xiao Yao was still dazed, not having a chance to ask why he said that, as the mechanical system sound rang out. Ancient Ruins Guard, level 10 copper rank elite stealth unit, lethal when attacking, enters invincible stealth mode, 20% increased movement speed, breaks stealth after attacking. They received the system notification. Xiao Yao hurriedly reminded the Celestial to be careful. These elite monsters are very strong. 2/3 of players on the forum died here. Pham Tran's cold, sharp eyes acknowledged that they were indeed formidable. Then he refocused on the battle. Pham Tran used a series of familiar healing skills, slowing down and dealing significant damage to the enemy. He knew this battle would be difficult to win, but at this stage, kiting was still feasible. The healing light, after that thought, rained down on the monsters ahead. He also realized that the biggest problem was after the elite monster's health dropped by 10%, simply evading would only make the elite monster go into stealth. It would be a waste of time and effort, achieving nothing. He had to make them attack to break their stealth. As he calculated, attacking in melee range couldn't be evaded by moving. But he had the blink skill, so the monsters kept attacking, unable to evade in melee range. With the monsters continuously attacking, he could keep blinking. Pham Tran thought he had grasped the right timing and could likely defeat all 4 monsters in one go. Right after that, his eyes lit up, silently thinking, this is the moment. The monsters' stealth was broken as they charged to attack the person in front of them. Seeing the impending danger, Tanan worriedly shouted, "To break their stealth, you have to make them attack." These monsters' damage output far exceeds the Celestial's health pool. Xiao Yao beside her was equally anxious, saying loudly, "This is already pushing the limits of skill." The one being worried about didn't overthink it. Seeing that what he had been waiting for had arrived, he unleashed Blink, causing a massive explosion. Pham Tran landed a perfect strike and declared, "It's over," as dust filled the air. Not a single monster's silhouette could be seen. The battle had concluded, accompanied by the cold system sound announcing the loot. "Congratulations, you have received the Ivory Bone Shield. Ivory Bone Shield, plus 30% defense, plus 1 vitality, plus 10% damage reduction." It was a resounding victory, suitable for knights and requiring level 10. He found it quite high tier and not bad at all. Seeing the seemingly impossible battle conclude so smoothly left Xiao Yao and Tanan, watching from outside, in awe, exclaiming in admiration, "The Celestial is truly formidable." This ability to grasp opportunities is not something ordinary people can learn. Pham Tran's performance was simply brilliant. However, their joy was short-lived. The ground suddenly shook violently, putting Pham Tran on alert. After the intense tremors, a giant hand emerged from the ground, signaling the boss's arrival. The system once again outlined the new threat, Ancient Bone Lich, level 10 boss. Burning Mana Beam fires a beam that tracks the farthest target, reducing their mana by 10% per second. Lasts 10 seconds. Soul Chaos triggers a devastating attack every 10% health lost. It was a formidable foe. Targets the highest damage dealer with Soul Chaos, dealing 100% true damage. Also inflicts a confusion state, causing the target to attack allies for 10 seconds. As the explanation ended, the newly appeared boss roared furiously, "I am the Ancient Lich, head mage of the Imperial Court. How dare you insects defile my tomb? I sentence you all to death." It charged towards the trio. Pham Tran pondered, slightly troubled, as the boss had 2 skills. The first targeted the party's intelligence-based ranged DPS, draining their mana. The second targeted the main damage dealer. Both aimed at him. But this is a good thing. Pham Tran stroked his chin, calculating, Only the first clear rewards top-tier loot, so I must secure it. He turned to the others. Tanin, Xiao Yao, this boss is simple. I'll taunt and hold its aggro. You two attack. Hearing this plan, Xiao Yao and Tanin were taken aback. After I pull aggro, you both attack freely. Got it. They nodded, still stunned by Pham Tran's bold strategy. Both Xiao Yao and Tanin were dumbfounded, thinking, simple, he says. This is the boss that wiped out the entire guild. Stealing their resolve. Tanin and Xiao Yao readied themselves. Understood, Celestial. Yes, my lord. Pham Tran thought silently. Tanin and Xiao Yao will handle the burning mana beam, while I deal with soul chaos. With my illusory boot skill, it won't be an issue. Pham Tran used taunt, enraging the monster. It roared furiously. How dare you lowly humans trespass here? I'll make you all wander as soulless husks, left with no resting place for your corpses. Tanin whispered to Xiao Yao, it's terrifying. Xiao Yao replied, I can feel the immense pressure from this boss. The atmosphere is so intense. Pham Tran closed his eyes, frowning in annoyance. It's just a pile of old bones, yet so loud and obnoxious. The skeletal boss couldn't hold back its threats. After eons, you'll join me as dust. Enough of your clamor, you dried up husk. The boss raged uncontrollably. You will pay dearly for this intrusion. The boss used burning mana beam on Pham Tran. He swiftly cast taunt, stripping 500 HP. Seeing his chance, he called out to Tanin and Xiao Yao. Now, support me. Tanin and Xiao Yao quickly moved in, unleashing their attacks. Got it, Pham Tran affirmed. Prepare to attack, but stay back. Don't get too close to me. Xiao Yao summoned her great emperor pet, charging in. They steadily whittled down the boss's immense health pool, but their damage output was still too low, barely making a dent. It was hardly effective. Realizing this, Pham Tran's eyes sharpened. That's enough. Fall back behind me. Leave the rest to me. Tanin and Xiao Yao swiftly retreated behind him as ordered. Pham Tran stood firm like an impregnable bulwark, shielding them both. His strategy was clear. The boss would mark them as the farthest targets, focusing on him. I just need to watch out for its soul chaos ability. The boss continued using its signature move, burning mana beam. It charged a purple orb, releasing damaging beams of light that undulated menacingly before Pham Tran. He calmly withstood the onslaught, thinking, once its health drops to 90%, it will trigger soul chaos. The boss's health steadily depleted, and it indeed activated soul chaos. Pham Tran swiftly used his illusory boot skill, creating a decoy. The foolish boss focused on attacking the illusion. One soul chaos strike dealt 1,500 damage to it. The illusion collapsed on the spot. Seeing this, Tanin cried out, Pham Tran has been killed. Xiao Yao interjected, no, that's just a gray silhouette. It's not the Celestial. Indeed, it wasn't him. Pham Tran rematerialized, unharmed. The golden illusory boots grant plus 25% defense and a 10% speed boost when attacked. They also automatically create an invulnerable decoy to draw attacks. A fixed 3-minute cooldown, suitable for all job classes, requires level 9. At that moment, a system message rang out. Golden Bloodtide Greatsword Equipment. Current price, 20,000 gold. Auction time remaining, 20 minutes, 32 seconds. The Golden Bloodtide Greatsword's current price is 30,000 gold. The Bloodtide Greatsword auction ends in 20 minutes. Next, we can take it slow and steady. With this rate of increase, who knows what surprise the major guilds might have in store by the end. The Golden Bloodtide Greatsword Equipment, its current value has risen to 35,000 gold. Only 2 minutes, 32 seconds remain in the auction. At that very moment, at the temporary camp of the Celestial Sovereigns Guild, a man raged furiously, his voice grating, damn it. Team 8 got wiped out by the boss too. Looks like we can't afford to miss this Bloodtide Greatsword. The enraged man was the Celestial Sovereigns Guild leader. He exuded an overwhelming aura, the overbearing demeanor of one clad in silver armor. His sharp brows seemed like flames etched onto his countenance. Beside him stood a beautiful white-haired girl, his assistant guild leader. She too seemed affected by his intensity, folding her arms worriedly. She furrowed her brow and spoke up, but the Bloodtide Greatsword is still up for auction. The owner hasn't contacted any guild yet. Now the price has reached 40,000 gold. At this, the guild leader transitioned from anger to a cold smile. He continued, seeming resolved. This one is determined to make us compete for it on the auction board. Keep raising the price. I must obtain this Bloodtide Greatsword, no matter what. His assistant acknowledged the order. Though 40,000 gold equaled some 4 million in real currency, She could only reply, "Yes, sir." At the Celestial Court Guild's temporary camp, their guild leader, clad in golden arm and purple body armor, was also highly agitated. Gritting his teeth, he raised a hand to his head and asked his assistant, "How much for the blood-tied greatsword now?" His black armored assistant replied, "It was 40,000 just now." "No, it's increased to 50,000. Now it's 55,000. The assistant continued, "Guild leader, the blood-tied greatsword is only a level 10 golden weapon. If we keep bidding, we might lose money." The guild leader disagreed sharply, his aura intense. "As long as I obtain it, I'm certain I can clear the ancient desolate domain. Monitor the trading floor closely. No matter the cost, we must seize this equipment." The assistant acknowledged, and the auction continued unabated. The current price was 56,000 gold. Time remaining, 1 minute, 32 seconds. It increased to 57,000 gold. 30 seconds left. Climbing to 60,000 gold, 1 second remaining. The assistant immediately exclaimed, "We got it." Only then did the Celestial Court Guild leader smile. His imposing aura flared intensely. "Enter the ancient desolate domain," he declared. "With the blood-tied greatsword in hand, I will definitely be able to pass the first gate." Before he could finish speaking, another notification appeared. "Congratulations to player Xiao Yao Feeble Mortal for clearing the ancient desolate domain, completing the first ancient desolate mission." The guild leader's face immediately turned ashen. He could only let out a grunt of frustration. His assistant panicked, thinking they were doomed. The guild leader was truly enraged, his imposing aura flaring as he smashed a wooden table and roared, "Investigate this immediately for me. No matter which guild those three belong to, for daring to take the first gate position, I will make them pay dearly." In the dark, gloomy ancient desolate domain, shattered human bones littered the ground. The system voice rang out, "Congratulations on defeating the copper rank sub-boss, Ancient Desolate Dry Bones. Completing the first gate mission, you have received the Pathfinder title. Leveling up to level 2, +1 to all 4 basic attributes. Awarded 4 free attribute points. Pathfinder, +50% gem drop rate." Feeble Mortal chuckled, thinking, "Adding all free attribute points to intelligence will increase my magic damage." Xiao Yao and Tan An weren't so calm. The two jumped excitedly, saying, "We leveled up and even got a title." Feeble Mortal thought, "Moreover, it's a drop rate increasing title. Combined with the perfect quality buff, great. Let's see what the boss drops this time." Hopefully an ancient desolate silver magic crystal, which can be upgraded with a double spell effect. 20% chance to trigger double active skill damage. Effect is doubled, requiring over 300 maturity points. It can absorb any equipment to gain maturity points. When full, it will upgrade to suit a mage's needs. Or a silver summoner's necklace, requiring level 10 to equip. The only reward for the first mission, non-repeatable. A silver life force necklace, +100 mana points. Regenerating 2% mana per second. Effect halved during combat. Suitable for all classes, requiring level 10 to equip. A silver rage ring, +2 attack, +5% critical strike chance, +5% critical damage. Suitable for warriors, assassins, archers. An unopened 3-star sealed skill book, effect unknown. Feeble Mortal then said, "2 of the 3 items are useful for me, increasing my magic power and mana pool. Moreover, the magic crystal is an upgradable equipment, with a double spell effect. Once triggered, even high-level enemies can be instantly killed." He thought, the skill book is also good. Although ancient desolate bosses have a high chance to drop skill books, they're usually only 1 star. 2 stars are already rare. I didn't expect to be this lucky. But to get these items, I can't ignore the perfect quality buff's contribution. Moreover, those 2 helped in defeating the boss this time. Feeble Mortal glanced at the 2 girls, and after some thought, said, "I'll give each of you 2 pieces of equipment. Though they're only copper grade, they should suffice for you both for now." Tan An said, "Thank you, great deity." Xiao Yao also said, "Thank you, brother Feeble Mortal." The 2 girls, without prior agreement, happily shared the same thought. "We didn't really help at all, yet we're still getting equipment." Then they embraced each other and exclaimed in unison, "Brother Feeble Mortal, you're too kind, great deity." Feeble Mortal smiled back, "No need to be so polite." Then he thought, there's a daily limit on listing items on the trading board. As for the remaining copper equipment, I'll use them to upgrade the magic crystal. He then said to the other 2, "Let's go. Prepare to depart for the main city." The two girls responded in unison, okay. Outside the cave entrance, countless people were gathered, all focused on what was inside. Upon seeing the three emerge, they exclaimed, they're out. Kneel before the Great Ones. Just the three of them completed the first mission. So many large guilds got stuck here, yet the Great Ones. Tan An was even able to lead a priest and a summoner through the gate as well. Get out of the way, you're too powerful for me to capture together with the Great One. Make room for me. Look at me, the #1 female knight on this server. The scene was utter chaos. In the distance, a knight sighed, I just casually made a statement, and now it's gone viral. Someone replied, well, you were right about it, anyway. If this knight really is a supreme deity, then at this moment, the subject, Tan An, is surrounded by countless fans. Her face is perplexed as she looks at Feeble Mortal and Xiao Yao. Those two, however, are walking ahead very casually. Feeble Mortal even turned back and said, Xiao Yao and I will wait for you at the teleport gate in Newbie Village. Xiao Yao also said, Sister Tan An, we'll see you at the teleport gate. In the village chief's residence in Newbie Village, the three stood in the large hall on the first floor. Feeble Mortal asked the two, anything else to do in Newbie Village? If not, we'll depart now. Tan An and Xiao Yao responded in unison, nothing else. Feeble Mortal continued, and the system prompted him, asking, can you teleport to Mighty Prosperity City? Feeble Mortal said, yes. Teleport gate to Mighty Prosperity City. Upon arriving, Tan An excitedly exclaimed, wow, it's so magnificent. Xiao Yao added excitedly, I heard Mighty Prosperity City is only a level 2 main city, but I didn't expect it to be so realistically stunning inside the city. The forums say there are 32 level 2 main cities. If they're all this realistic, the developers at Divine Company are truly amazing. Feeble Mortal said as they walked, you can teleport between the main cities. Once you reach higher levels later on, you can go see the other main cities yourself. He thought to himself, the game has only just officially begun. Feeble Mortal ordered, let's go. We'll accept quests at the main city first. Tan An and Xiao Yao eagerly said, let's go then. They arrived at the village chief's residence in Mighty Prosperity City. Feeble Mortal split from the group. You two can explore everywhere. Just accept any monster slaying quests. To see if we can find any hidden quests. I'll go take care of something. See you later. Tan An cheerfully responded, okay. In the finance department's office, finance officer Kim Dak was standing with his arms crossed, waiting for someone to arrive. At this moment, Feeble Mortal knocked and entered. Kim Dak spoke up, asking, adventurer, I'm Kim Dak, the finance officer. How can I help you? Feeble Mortal replied, I'm here to rent shop stalls. Hearing this, Kim Dak hastily asked, may I ask if you want to rent stalls in the village chief's residence or on the street? Feeble Mortal briefly answered, the village chief's residence. Kim Dak placed a paper on the table. This is a layout of the available shop stalls for rent in the village chief's residence, with the prices listed. Let me know which one you want. Feeble Mortal pondered in silence. The trading boards have a daily limit on the number of items listed for sale. With a shop stall, I can put unused equipment and items up for sale. Moreover, once Sister Erneong learns the tailoring profession and can craft clothing, we'll need a shop to sell them. Feeble Mortal told Kim Dak, I need 6 shop stalls. What would the price be if I rent for a year? Then Feeble Mortal thought again. The gold from selling the Blood-Tide Greatsword would come in handy to rent shop stalls. In the future, Mighty Prosperity City will have millions of players. With many shops, whether renting or selling goods, it won't be a loss. Hearing Feeble Mortal wanted to rent 6 stalls, Kim Dak's eyes lit up, thinking, the god of wealth has arrived. Then he quickly replied, renting annually. Each stall is 50,000 gold. How about it? Feeble Mortal said, I'll rent them. Hearing this, Kim Dak excitedly waved his hand. Truly the god of wealth brings joy. While Feeble Mortal remained silent and helpless, Feeble Mortal headed upstairs, thinking, next, I need to find the profession guide, the priest in the main city, to unlock the skill book 3. He soon arrived at a room and knocked. A voice from inside called out, come in. The beautiful profession guide priest Waifu Lan sat cross-legged on a chair, greeting the adventurer. I am Waifu Lan, the intermediate priest guide. How can I assist you? Feeble Mortal was surprised, thinking to himself, indeed, the guide from my younger sister is quite different. The milk supply is certainly ample. He felt embarrassed and dared not look directly, handing over the book as he replied, I'm here to unlock the skill book. Waifu Lan was surprised. The skill book 3, huh? Then she approached seductively and said, adventurer, you're really making me broaden my horizons. Although I admire you, unlocking it still requires 50 gold coins. Feeble mortal was dazed but replied, "No problem." Waifu Lan unlocked the book. The system displayed an information panel. Minor holy light heaven revealing formation 3 stars releases a star formation within a 20 meters radius. All party members inside the formation recover 100% of damage taken every second. Area of effect healing lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Consumes 100 mana. Feeble mortal was amazed at this area of effect skill. He thought, if used together with the yin-yang reversal skill, wouldn't that mean? The information panel continued. Minor holy light heaven revealing formation reversal releases a 6-winged star formation within a 20 meters radius, causing enemies inside the formation to take 200% increased magic and healing damage every second. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Consumes 50 mana. Priest skill. Feeble mortal exclaimed in awe. A high damage area of effect skill covering a 20 meters radius. He closed his eyes and began to cast his magic, thinking, this means I just need to set up the formation, and this will be my domain. He opened his eyes, smiling victoriously as he thought, within my domain, I'm invincible. Everything is settled now. I should find Tan An and Dao Tiu to grind and level up further. I wonder what quest they've received. A message was sent to him. It was from Tan An to Feeble Mortal. I got the Infinite Challenge quest. Do you want to take it? Reading the message, he sighed in admiration. What great luck to encounter this random quest. The system notified players about the Infinite Challenge. It is a random quest, divided into 3 types. 1 is experience. Successful challenges will grant a large amount of experience. 2 is equipment. Successful challenges will drop equipment. Finally, the composite type. Successful challenges will grant both experience and equipment drops. She messaged him further. The NPC issuing the quest said the quest difficulty is very high. Players who fail the challenge will lose equipment and have their experience deducted. He replied to her, it seems to be the Infinite Composite Challenge. Feeble Mortal smiled and glanced, saying with certainty, I'll take it. In the capital city of Minwei Prefecture, one sword beheading Diemla was walking out when his guild assistant ran up to report, Guild leader, we've tracked down the 3 who took the first boss kill. A female knight, a male priest, and a female summoner. They're currently in the capital city of Cu Lock, but, he glanced at the assistant and replied, but what? The assistant began to speak fearfully. I heard that female knight is the server's top knight, and the priest has been on the ranking boards before. The summoner is also said to be extremely skilled. Although they don't belong to any guild, they are all skilled experts. Provoking them carelessly would not be wise. He laughed cunningly and replied, if they dared to steal the first boss kill from me, they will have to pay the price. The guild leader glared at the assistant and ordered, summon 300 guild members to the city of Cu Lock. I want to kill them and level back to 1. The assistant trembled in fear, saying, isn't that too much, guild leader? Most of our members are in the city of Minwei. To go to Cu Lock, each person needs to pay 5 gold for teleportation. He replied coldly and arrogantly, if she's the server's top knight, then we must give her a grand welcome. Let everyone know that the interests of our celestial guild cannot be infringed upon. His expression darkened as he continued. After all, the game of gods is not just a game. In the capital city of Cu Lock Prefecture, the system notified you. Your team has accepted the Infinite Challenge quest. Challenge Level 10 Demonic Rift Stage A. Challenge Level 10 Demonic Rift Stage A. In the Nightmare Forest west of Kulak City, a demonic rift has appeared. Enter the rift and challenge the demons inside. Reminder: endless challenge quests cannot be abandoned midway. If you fail the challenge, all rewards will be forfeited. Furthermore, you will be forced to drop a random equipped item and lose all experience points for your current level. He looked at the system's notification and smiled faintly. It seemed a bit daunting to challenge the endless stage A of level 10, but not too bad. 2 girls standing in front of him said, Pham Tran, I've accepted the endless challenge, but I don't see the reward for completing the quest. He turned his back and replied to them, the reward for the endless challenge is equipment dropped by the demons and experience. The equipment drop rate is 1%. The experience gained will be doubled. Get ready. We will complete this endless challenge. The other 2 excitedly replied, yes. In the Nightmare Forest where the Demon Realm rift opened, 3 people stood before the rift, preparing to enter. The system notified the players. You have entered the Demon Realm Rift Level 10 Stage A. The Infinite Challenge quest has begun. Persevere for 10 minutes to complete the challenge. The first wave was a level 10 demon soldier. The system notified, this is a demon blood monster. It has demon blood flowing, granting it powerful regenerative abilities, healing 5% HP per second. You began commanding your team. Ton, you're in charge of tanking. Remember to kite the monster away. She seriously replied, boom. You continued, you don't need to deal damage. Just focus on dodging. The monster's attack will ramp up quickly. You must maintain your health, she loudly affirmed. The remaining girl, holding a staff, looked at you and said, my lord, am I really useless? I can't tank nor deal damage. You looked at her and patiently replied, indeed, summoners are weak early on, but your role will become crucial later. Wait until you reach level 20 and advance your job. You'll gradually become stronger. For now, just take good care of yourself. Don't cause any trouble. The girl blushed happily and replied, yes, my lord. Ton echoed, my lord. Look, there are many more demons appearing. The other girl worriedly looked at Ton and said to you, it seems Ton can't hold on any longer, my lord. The monsters keep relentlessly attacking her. You took out your staff and reassured them, don't panic, it'll be fine. Magic circles appeared beneath your feet. The wind rose, accentuating the magic circles. All the monsters lost a significant amount of health. The mage girl widened her eyes and praised, my lord is amazing. Truly incredible. At the teleportation plaza in CU Lock City, a guild appeared, surprising everyone. Some turned to watch their appearance. Others said, a team of hundreds is coming to attack CU Lock City. Everyone panicked, realizing a battle was about to unfold in the Super Server City. At the Long Deng skyscraper, in the Hungdu Club, there was a tall man. He was observing the robots inside the glass cage, while talking on the phone. Captain Fong, go watch the video on the official forum. The captain of the Hungdu Club, Hungdu Lan Fong, heard this. He replied with a serious expression, didn't I tell you not to bother me while I'm fighting monsters? What's going on? Despite his stern demeanor, he didn't hesitate to open his phone and read the latest news. Hundreds teleported to CU Lock City. Is this what it's about? As soon as he finished reading, Hongdu Lan Fong exclaimed, the Diem La Guild, Thien Din Guild, aren't they in Minwei City? They spent hundreds of thousands of gold to teleport to CU Lock City. Why? Hearing his question, a member of the Hungdu Club, Vong, quickly replied, I heard it's to deal with the first team to pass through the gate, the Bosco U team from before, to get the first position through the gate. While mentioning that the Diem La Guild has raised their prices significantly. They bought the Blood-Tide Greatsword, but their opponents from the Diem La Guild snatched it away, so they're furiously seeking revenge. Hearing his response, Hongdu Lan Fong raised his eyebrows and then slowly said, you're oversimplifying it. The Diem La Guild wants to establish their authority as the first team to pass through the gate, to build the reputation of the Thien Din Guild. After saying that, he put on his helmet and continued in a calm tone, the Diem La Guild's intention is clever, but we can't let them enjoy all the benefits in the game. Let's go to CU Lock City. As soon as Hongdu Lan Fong finished speaking, Vong, unable to contain his excitement, enthusiastically shouted, so we're going to challenge them. However, Hongdu Lan Fong bluntly replied without hesitation, no, we're not going to provoke the first team through the gate. Shortly after, in the Nightmare Forest's Demon Realm Rift, numerous gigantic monsters were being attacked one by one. Meanwhile, on Pham Tran's side, a new notification from the system suddenly appeared. The bag has been pushed. Players should clean up quickly. He glanced at the sword in his hand and silently wondered, it's been pushed already. Then Pham Tran immediately shifted his gaze to the mystical orb beside him and continued calculating. Some bronze equipment would be nice. I can feed it to the magic crystal ball. Thinking this, Pham Tran put the sword in his hand into the magic orb, allowing it to absorb it. Shortly after, the orb emitted a wondrous glow. A system notification popped up. Merged Sharp Sword Aura. Ancient Magic Crystal Ball plus 10 maturity points. Although the experience points increased, Pham Tran didn't stop there. He continued feeding other items into the magic orb to raise its level. Immediately after, more notifications appeared. Merged Sturdy Armor. Merged Elemental Resistance. Ancient Magic Crystal Ball plus 10 maturity points. Merged Agile Greaves. Ancient Magic Crystal Ball plus 10 maturity points. Merged Crescent Moon Greatsword. Ancient Magic Crystal Ball plus 10 maturity points. After a while, the crystal ball emitted a brilliant radiance. The system quickly reported the status. Ancient Magic Crystal Ball maturity points 300 max reached. Ancient Magic Crystal Ball upgraded to gold rank. Now, the crystal ball no longer had its ordinary appearance, but a completely new form. From deep within, countless magic rays of various colors shone brilliantly, like a galaxy at the center of the universe. Instantly, a summary notification appeared before Pham Tran's eyes. Gold Ancient Magic Crystal Ball. Plus 40 intelligence with double spell effect. 40% chance to trigger active skills. Maturity points cap increased to 3000. This is an accurate translation of the provided paragraph. I have maintained the numeric values and timestamps. Please let me know if you need any clarification or have additional instructions. Can merge any equipment to gain maturity points. Enough points will upgrade the quality. Upon reading those lines, Pham Tran couldn't help but excitedly shout, "Whoa, 40% chance of double spell. I'm invincible." But before he could finish his sentence, a piercing voice suddenly rang out, "Pham Tran, if you don't act, I'm done for." It turned out the thunderous shout was from Tan An. She was being chased by a horde of giant monsters, causing her to panic to the extreme. Seeing his teammate in such danger, Pham Tran didn't hesitate to shout back at her, "Hold on." He then activated his magic spell, unleashing the Petite Saint's heavenly formation. Immediately, those monsters lost blood and died on the spot. Only then could Tan An escape this peril. She turned to look at the monsters' corpses, and wearily said in a drained voice, "That was a close call." At this point, the monsters had dissipated into smoke. Only their crude weapons remained scattered on the ground, marking Pham Tran's overwhelming victory. A while later, Tan An spoke up. "Defeating these monsters must be the end, right?" Pham Tran didn't hesitate to reply, "Probably in 3 minutes." Suddenly, Pham Tran's body was enveloped in a mystical green glow. Then, the system notification appeared again. Level up, level 12, plus 1 to 4 base attributes. Gained 4 free attribute points. Seeing Pham Tran level up, Tan An excitedly remarked, "Pham Tran leveled up. I think I'm close too." The young female mage cheerfully added, "I'm almost there too." It seems the endless challenge reward express is quite substantial. Suddenly, Tan An looked around cautiously, then said slowly, "It seems no more monsters are appearing. So it's over." How coincidental. The system sent a notification at this very moment. Endless challenge mission complete. Players can freely leave this demon realm fissure. Level 10 Stage A. Upon seeing that notification, Tan An couldn't help but excitedly shout, "We can go out now." However, Pham Tran quickly yelled, "Wait." Seeing his objection, Tan An and the female mage turned to look at him in unison, asking with puzzled expressions, "Huh?" They thought the team could leave after completing the mission. But a voice rang out, "Not over yet." Shattering their relief, tension returned. It was a level 10 demonic essence of violence. Ferocious and bloodthirsty, it charged towards its target with a deadly ambush ability. Using ambush attack once deals 300% damage, inflicting a bleeding status on the target, causing the target to lose 1% HP per second for 5 seconds. Pham Tran contemplated carefully, determining this was the last enemy. He devised a plan to defeat the foe with a 100% chance of dropping a silver-ranked demonic essence, which would surely yield a golden equipment. Without further ado, he resolutely acted. A green aura gathered at the spearhead atop his scepter. It was the Petite Saint's heavenly formation spell. The deadly skill immediately suppressed the demonic essence's power, continuously depleting its health. The monster howled in pain. Witnessing the battle formation with waves of cross-shaped golden light, Pham Tran's healing and treatment spells relentlessly attacked, step by step subduing it. Suddenly, the demonic essence's eyes flashed a ferocious red. A bloodthirsty ambush attack aimed straight at Pham Tran. With its last breath, the monster swung its hammer at Pham Tran, attempting to instantly kill him, but failed. With his exquisite combat skills, Pham Tran nullified all the monster's schemes. He completed the mission without a scratch. 30 seconds later, the demonic essence was defeated. Pham Tran's solo performance left his teammates in awe. Too fast. That must be a deity's speed. 1 minute to finish an essence. The reward for completing this mission was a golden bloodsteel armor, increasing defense by 50 and vitality by 15. When attacked, it has a 20% chance to trigger a healing effect, restoring 10% HP per second for 10 seconds. Pham Tran received the weapon, studying it silently. This armor's healing is equivalent to 2 extra lives. Absolutely godly for a tank. But he was even more surprised by an unexpected drop, a superior grade blueprint for radiant silk robes. After completing the mission, Pham Tran and his team returned to town. Half an hour later, at the town gate, Hung Du Vong's men, who had been waiting for Pham Tran's team for a long time, began to doubt their own actions. Could it be that we were mistaken? And in fact, the team didn't pass through this gate. Another man lazily replied with a yawn, The Celestial Union has searched the entire town, but they couldn't find Pham Tran anywhere. He must be outside the town. All the nearby hunting grounds require passing through the town gate. It seemed he caught a whiff of something. His expression turned serious, eyes fixed ahead. His brow furrowed as the one they were waiting for arrived, Pham Tran. Pham Tran's team, upon reaching the town gate, saw two men blocking their way. Pham Tran recognized they were both from the Hung Du Club. Were they there to cause trouble? He tried to walk past them, but then heard their warning. The Celestial Union is looking for Pham Tran's guild. This statement certainly caught Pham Tran's attention. He pondered their intentions. Tan An and Dao Tiu Yu were also surprised by the news. The two ladies didn't understand why the Celestial Union's people were looking for them. Pham Tran seemed to understand the root of the problem. It was probably for revenge, since they had stolen the blood-tied greatsword from the Celestial Union. The owner was likely the Union's leader, who swung the sword as a symbol of command. Pham Tran contemplated and assigned tasks to his teammates after returning to town. The two ladies would gather intelligence, while he would work at the first-floor manor. They could contact each other anytime. He went to the unnamed rental stall number 03 in Celestial Valley and named it Treasure Trove. This would store Pham Tran's rewards from completed missions. After making the arrangements, Pham Tran contacted Tan An and received news spreading throughout the town. The Celestial Union's leader, who struck down Diamla, was leading 300 people to kill the first team to return from the gate. Moreover, Celestial Emperors, Immortal Legends, and many other major unions had also sent people to get a piece of the action. Pham Tran received the bad news without flinching. He found the situation increasingly exciting. His bright eyes shone with intelligent determination for battle. His courageous heart did not waver before the impending Great War, because it was indeed the perfect time to initiate the mission early. Borrowing the player's life. At the Jade Alley in the south of Celestial Valley, a burly man lay slumped in a tavern, when suddenly the whole tavern was awakened by a piercing shout shattering the silence, calling Pham Tran's town chief. The man jolted awake in surprise. He could hardly believe that the caller knew his true identity. But that wasn't all. In fact, the person even knew exactly where he was located. Pham Tran calmly explained that he knew this through divine guidance. The truth was, the previous life's instructions had mentioned it. The town chief of Celestial Valley was not in the manor. Finding the town chief would allow triggering the town chief limited mission. The town chief grasped the situation. He finally responded briefly to Pham Tran. He agreed to guide and assist the otherworld adventurer who first came to the town chief. He would announce the town chief mission, and only the adventurer who completed the mission would receive the reward. At the same time, the limited mission completion notice for Celestial Valley also reached Pham Tran, and a new mission was added. Go to the Ashen Land in the north of Celestial Valley, retrieve the lava rock beast's heart and give it to the town chief. The reward for completing this will be the town chief's light. The town chief continued, giving one piece of advice to the first adventurer who found him. Do not provoke the Lava King deep in the Ashen Land. Pham Tran thanked the town chief for the advice, and continued on his journey. But he had his own plans. His chess game was already set up. There was no turning back now. At that very moment, the Celestial Union's leader, who struck down Diamla, and the leader of the Celestial Monarch Union also received a similar limited mission as Pham Tran's. The two union leaders were surprised by the mission before them, but both proudly resolved to complete this limited mission. North of Celestial Valley, the Ashen Land, Lava Rock Beast LV-10, said the Celestial Union leader, while there are few players online, let's hunt monsters and complete the limited mission with the highest score. The Celestial Union deputy leader asked him, do we still need to wipe out the Vanguard squad? He said, spare them for now. Once the limited mission is over, that's when they'll die. The Celestial Monarch Union leader chimed in, isn't this the Celestial Union leader? Instead of dealing with the Vanguard squad, why are you running out of town? The Celestial Union leader said, stop babbling about the Vanguard squad. The limited mission is more important. On the contrary, are you waiting for them to defeat each other first before you can profit from it? You underestimate your strength. The Celestial Monarch Union leader laughed ha ha. The Celestial Union leader continued, don't let yourself end up being the fish on the chopping board, carved up by others as they please. The Celestial Monarch Union leader said, this is none of your concern, Diamla. Anyway, I don't have a blood-tied greatsword worth hundreds of millions. A friendly reminder, don't start a war recklessly, or you'll lose your best gear when you die. The Celestial Union leader glared at him, gritting his teeth. The man in the scarf spoke up, the gunpowder smell is too strong here. The red-haired man interjected, "They're all long-standing unions from other games. There were conflicts from the start, and now they're clashing over the limited mission's interests. Taunting each other a bit is normal. Let's go." The other 10 long-standing unions are also heading this way one by one. We should take the lead and kill as many small monsters as possible first, to get more rewards. For the Deep Ashen Land mission, the girl in the hat said, "Lord Deity, you've avoided all players and small monsters along the way, heading straight to the deepest area. Aren't we doing the limited mission?" Famtran said, "The limited mission is just a decoy. This is our true objective. The level 15 silver rank Lava Rock King boss. It will slam its hammer when HP drops by 10%, causing lava rock to erupt within 30 meters, forming a large amount of sharp rocks dealing damage at 300% power against the Lava Rock King target. The next level 15 silver rank boss is Magma Rain, triggered when HP drops by 20%. A large amount of molten magma will pour down, dealing 500 fire damage points. It also applies a burning effect, dealing 100 burning damage points per second for 10 seconds. Finally, the Life Forge. Each time it kills a target, it absorbs that target's life force, empowering itself. The silver rank boss said, "I am the king of the mountain. I am the Lava Rock King. You lowly mortals dare disturb my slumber. I will turn you into molten lava, reduced to ashes." Tan said, "This virtual reality effect is too realistic." The girl in the hat interjected, "Lord Deity, can we help in any way?" The Lord Deity replied, "You too, lure the boss away. You and Tan wait until it moves far from the pit. There's a lava rock core in the center of the pit. Wait for my signal, then shatter it, understood? You big lump, your opponent is me." The silver rank boss charged to attack. Famtran shouted, "Go now." Tan and the remaining girl responded. The lava rock core, the Lava Rock King's core crystal. After shattering the core crystal, the king will enter a weakened state, lasting half an hour. The girl in the hat called out, "Lord Deity, we've found the boss's core." Famtran, luring the boss, said, "Good, get ready." At the Celestial Union's location, a stinking fart, he said, "This area belongs to the Celestial Union now, hurry." He was suddenly slapped in the face. "Tell that other Celestial Union stinking fart. Quickly report to the guild leader about the boss we've encountered." The archer called out, "Squad leader. It seems that priest from earlier has fled." The Celestial Union stinking fart said, "Forget him, Robert is more urgent. Hold on until the guild leader arrives." Famtran, looking down from the tree, muttered, "So it's people from the Celestial Union Guild. Truly fated adversaries. Hang in there, brothers. The silver rank Lava Rock King can break through to gold rank using the Life Forge, right? All thanks to you guys." Famtran yawned. "Before that, I'll give you guys a little treat first. I thought you'd have some hope, so you'd be willing to sacrifice and help me hunt monsters. Which is why I let you destroy the Lava Rock core." The Celestial Union stinking fart shouted, "The boss has entered its weakened phase." Stinking fart number 2 said, "Just hold it off. Wait for the guild leader to take the first strike." As the Celestial Union guild leader killed the monster in front of him, a guild member reported, "Guild leader, we've encountered the level 15 silver rank boss in its weakened state. Excellent. Please provide reinforcements." Hearing this, he was surprised and thought, the boss in its weakened state. The Celestial Union guild leader decided, "We can't miss this fat prey," and ordered his guild members, "Everyone, stop what you're doing and attack the boss. The first strike, this boss must belong to our Celestial Union guild." The guild leader of the Sovereign Guild saw their opposing team leave, and wondered, the Celestial Union people have all gone. Something's up, let's follow and see. The vice guild leader of Immortal Myth saw everyone had left, and felt it was strange. Both the Celestial Union and Sovereign Guild members have left their positions. It's odd, let's go check it out. All the teams were puzzled and wondered, why have the major guilds advanced deep into the Ashen Lands? Someone responded, "We don't know, let's go check it out too." So everyone began following them into the Ashen Lands, deeper into the Ashen Lands. He began to worry, fearing his teammates wouldn't hold out much longer, and exclaimed, "When will the guild leader arrive? I can't hold it off any longer." A shield bearer, his face slightly changing, looked at the boss and said uncertainly, "But more people keep coming." The boss's HP bar was continuously dropping. In the heat of the intense battle, the green-haired man's face brightened with joy when he saw his people arrive, exclaiming happily, "They're here." But then he panicked, saying, "Oh no, that's too many people. It seems there are too many of them now. The Celestial Union Guild leader frowned and ordered, "Enough nonsense, I'll take over from here. Team 5, cooperate with the other guilds and drive away those free players." Hearing this, he hesitantly replied clearly. A guild member also reported to the guild leader, "The major guilds have all sent people to monitor us. Whatever we do, they'll know and come after us here. Even the free players want to come and take advantage of the situation." He looked at his team members and said, "I'll have people cooperate with the other guilds. Prepare to drive them away. You, use your skill to land the final blow whenever possible." The team member nodded in understanding before the guild leader. However, the sovereign guild leader and all the members of that guild disagreed. He then mocked and offered his opinion. "Just arrived, and I hear the Celestial Union wants to drive people away. Seems I came at the wrong time." He walked slowly and calmly said, "I think, since this is an open-world boss, everyone who sees it should get a share. Let's all charge in together." Everyone agreed with this opinion, so they opposed the Celestial Union Guild leader's intended action. "That's right, we want to join too. The Celestial Union can't monopolize it. Everyone, charge in." He gritted his teeth in annoyance and cursed silently, "Damn these troublemaking thugs. Sooner or later, I'll deal with them." A guild member then asked him, "What should we do now?" He resolutely ordered, "There's no other choice. Attack, let's go." So everyone charged into the boss's lair, unleashing powerful strikes. In the distance, there were two young ladies, one with brown-pink hair and one with golden-brown hair, watching the battle and exclaiming, "Whoa, so many people." The brown-pink-haired girl replied, "Oh, it's the Archsage." "Archsage, are you planning to take advantage of the boss to deal with the Celestial Union?" A young man in a white armor with jet black hair flew down in front of the two girls and answered, "If they want to cause trouble for me, then this is what they deserve. But that's not the main purpose." He then continued, "Have you noticed the boss's skill?" The brown pink-haired girl looked at him and replied, "It's the Lifeforge skill. The game system has given a notification about the Lifeforge cluster. Whenever it kills a target, it absorbs the target's life force, empowering itself." He frowned and smiled, further explaining, "Correct, this skill can continuously empower the boss. Which means, the more players surrounding the boss, the higher its limit becomes." The girl quickly responded to him immediately, "So, Archsage, you asked us to destroy the lava crystal to borrow the boss during its weakened state, luring players to help empower the boss for you." He closed his eyes, snapped his fingers, and said cheerfully, "Bingo." Then he smiled, looking towards the boss, and waited for the opportunity, saying, "The weakened state is about to end." He counted down from 4, 3, the boss's HP displayed 30%, 2, 1, the boss's weakened state ended, and it began attacking the players again. "I am the master of this mountain, you trespassers must die." The boss's claws reached out, players attacked with all their might. The Celestial Union Guild leader turned pale and warned everyone, "Scatter. The boss is using its skill, get away quickly." Sharp earth pillars erupted, obstructing the fleeing players. Other players couldn't avoid the boss's attack in time, some were flung into the air. Others were crushed between two sharp earth pillars. Luckily, he evaded the boss's attack and shouted loudly, "Retreat. Wait for the boss's skill to end." Before he could finish speaking, he noticed the boss's HP bar and cursed, "Damn it, it's the healing skill." The boss's HP went from 30% to 38% after that attack. Vanguard said to Sword Demise, "The boss escaped its weakened state." He frowned angrily, "Damn it, but this is also good. The disobedient players are nearly all dead. It's time for our outside forces to enter." 7 assassins decloaked. Crouching behind, he told Sword Demise, "You make sense." Hearing 7 assassins' voice, he turned around, thinking to himself, "Ah, I'm scared to death." 7 assassins continued seriously, "If the guilds unite, even against the boss in its normal state, we still have a chance to win." Sword Demise laid out the condition. The Celestial Union has 300 members, accounting for 2/3 of the players. If the guilds act together, that's fine too, but I need command authority. Hearing this, Lone Heretic calmly replied, "Take it if you want." The guild chat channel appeared, "Situation is not right. Any issues, evacuate immediately." Berserk Swordsman spoke up, "Regardless, unity depends on individual strength. If you want to command, just do it." Sword Demise gave the order, "All knights, step forward and raise shields. Warriors, attack swiftly. Everyone, attack swiftly." The boss roared as it was attacked, HP remaining 33%. Vanguard rejoiced, "Our damage is enough. We can keep attacking." Sword Demise commanded, Mages and archers maintain distance. Healers keep knights and warriors topped up. The boss's HP was 29%. It unleashed an attack. The commander warned, careful. The boss used a close-range skill. Watch your positioning. Don't let anyone die. The warriors acknowledged the orders clearly. Sword Demise rejoiced inwardly. The boss's HP isn't fluctuating much. We can definitely defeat this boss. Celestial and Mortal observed the battle. Celestial spoke to Mortal. It seems they might claim the first victory. Mortal dismissed. Useless. They can't kill the boss. Drunken Sword Fairy continued. It's because of their high damage skills and wide-ranging meteor swarm. Mortal replied, that's only part of it, right? Guess the rest. Drunken Sword Fairy pondered. It seems the boss's attack speed is faster. Its movements were slower before. Normal attacks barely hurt players, but now even a slight misstep and they can't avoid normal attacks. Warriors are being flung everywhere. Mortal seemed surprised. You noticed too. He thought to himself, indeed, the top summoner from the previous life, so perceptive. He explained, remember, bosses grow stronger over time. The boss's life-forging skill has an effect. Besides healing, its main effect is to empower itself. A quantitative change leads to a qualitative change. As long as it absorbs enough energy, the quantitative change in life force leads to a qualitative change. It will evolve from silver to gold rank. The boss evolved. Celestial and Drunken Sword Fairy were astonished at the gold rank. Celestial realized, so everything you did until now was to allow the boss to evolve to gold rank. She thought, this level of control and confidence is monstrous. Drunken Sword Fairy trembled slightly. Suddenly, I feel a bit sorry for them. They have no idea what they're truly facing. The boss's HP was now at 9%. It roared. Sword Demise raised his sword joyfully, shouting, its HP is below 10%. Prepare, we must defeat the boss this time. The sword-wielding warriors raised their shields valiantly. The 7 assassins leapt up. The final blow had to be theirs. He counted, 9%, 7%, 3%. The boss's HP bar showed 2%. A blinding yellow light emanated from around the boss. Those nearby exclaimed, what the hell is that? The boss's ultimate move before dying. Is something wrong with my eyes? I think I saw the boss's HP go back up. Damn, it's true. That bastard evolved again. The system displayed, Lava King LV-15 gold rank boss. The boss roared, my furious flames will burn you all. The boss spewed lava. The warriors cried out in fear. We're doomed. Getting hit by lava is certain death. I'm going ahead, brothers. Mortal's team with Celestial and Drunken Sword Fairy stepped forward. Mortal took the lead, ordering, now it's our turn to appear. The young lady said to the tall youth, these major powers haven't been wiped out yet. Isn't it overkill for us to show up now? However, he calmly replied, why fear? If they still dare scheme, I'll continue teaching them a lesson. This outcome is what they deserve. The others were being chased and burned by flames, causing them to flee in fear and disarray. The leader of the Celestial Summit sect seemed unable to endure any longer. His face appeared strained. His severely injured subordinate beside him urged him, leader, we can't defeat this blood-soaked boss anymore. If we retreat now, we can still complete the limited mission. But he felt reluctant. Clearly, the boss's HP was almost depleted. I can't accept this. But ultimately, he decided to retreat. However, as he spoke, suddenly a massive energy surged towards him. His subordinate shouted, leader, be careful. A loud explosion rang out. The gods must be playing tricks before I die, for I'm seeing illusions. How dare that team of 3 approach the gold boss? He thought faintly. Though nearly dead, he could vaguely make out 3 figures before him. A man, a woman, and a child approaching him. Your endurance is weaker than I thought. That young man looked at him and said calmly. His companion laughed awkwardly and told him, Fam Tran, you're talking like you're itching for a beating. The girl replied, unfortunately, the blade didn't hear you when it was swinging. Otherwise, you'd probably be coughing up blood. Our great deity, we must lure the monster back. Fam Tran replied, not yet. Wait for the boss to return, then we'll fight. Clear the battlefield first. As he spoke, he revealed a cold gaze. If you dare come any closer, I won't hesitate to send you back to the respawn point. It seemed he had noticed someone was following him. The other 2 were very surprised by his words. They were secretly recording his first battle achievement but hadn't left yet. Duang Jiang said, we were both in stealth mode, yet he still detected us. MNHU added, it seems they are the first battle achievement team that the Celestial Alliance wants to find. Their strength is indeed formidable. Then Duang Jiang turned to ask MNHU, should we pursue them? I feel this first battle achievement team there must be some hot news. But she watched their backs as they left, then declined Yongzheng's suggestion. Let's not chase that priest for now, he doesn't seem easy to provoke. I don't want to return to the city for free. But we can wait, maybe there'll be bigger news. Deep in the Ashen Lands, there was a level 15 Lava King, a gold rank boss. Its skill was Lava Eruption. Whenever its HP dropped by 30%, the flames on its body would engulf the surrounding ground, turning it into searing molten lava. Within a 25 meters radius, targets in the lava take 1000 damage per second, reducing movement speed by 20% for 30 seconds. Seeing how powerful it was, Drunken Sword Fairy told Mortal. The boss leveled up and gained a new skill, making it even harder. But he didn't seem worried. I'll lure it, you two stay back. Be careful not to get hit by the skill. The two were surprised to hear him say that. This boss isn't difficult. Was that a human's voice? If those sect members heard such words, Mortal began the battle, raising his weapon. He unleashed the Celestial Saint's Radiance formation. A blue circle appeared, surrounding him. With just that move, the boss lost a significant amount of HP. It angrily roared, "Foolish worm, the lava will devour you." Then it attacked him, but with his agility, the protagonist evaded it. He thought the Celestial Saint's Radiance was sustained damage. Each second, the boss would lose 560 HP, combined with healing rays and treatment spells with a chance to trigger dual casting. At most, 20 minutes and he could defeat the boss. Thinking so, he swung his sword to attack. His strike dealt shockingly high damage. That whole group's combined attacks didn't match one of his. "It seems the boss is about to use that skill," said Drunken Sword Fairy. Just as she guessed, the boss gathered all its power to unleash its skill. Here it comes. The boss's powerful wide-ranging skill. Its skill was powerful and had a vast area of effect, but Mortal easily evaded it. Tan was surprised, saying, "That group earlier struggled just to avoid the lava strikes, but Mortal did it so effortlessly, without a single wound." Drunken Sword Fairy explained to Tan, thanks to his prediction, small cracks appeared where the lava would erupt from the ground. While players can predict a lot, only the Lord can pinpoint the lava strike locations in a second, and perfectly evade them with his movements. The reason those major sects failed is because the Lord is superior, and not all their members are elites. Mortal used healing rays, rapidly draining the boss's HP. The maximum damage was a staggering 1320. If anyone slipped up, the boss could use its skill to constantly heal itself. So the more people, the harder this boss became. Of course, most importantly, they lacked the Lord's monstrous damage output. Now the boss was down to 83% HP. Its health bar only 80% remaining. Too fast, the next skill will be Lava Rain. The boss indeed used the Lava Rain skill. Mortal continuously moved to evade it. Tan could only exclaim in awe, "Whoa, so fast." Drunken Sword Fairy explained, Lava Rain is a fan-shaped area of effect skill. The Lord chose to circle behind, sustaining his attack while avoiding damage. With the Lord's offensive power, the boss will soon unleash its ultimate move. He used the treatment spell. The major sects were wiped out before thanks to the Lava King's Molten Ground skill. It can only be evaded, not resisted. The boss was now down to 70% HP, but its skills were still formidable. Mortal had to keep evading. The Lava King, a gold-ranked boss, is tougher than silver ranks, but its healing from players is useless, rendering half its strength moot. He continued using treatment spells, just keep attacking. The boss kept roaring, using sonic skills. They were making such a huge commotion, truly challenging the boss with just 3 people. This group of 2 wanted to get the hot scoop, so they cautiously snuck closer. "We're too far away, only hearing the basics, unclear what's happening inside. They're in the midst of battle. The boss probably doesn't care about its surroundings. Let's carefully drink invisibility potions and go in." The girl said, "I don't want to wait any longer." Silence. They must have died. The boss has been defeated. Mortal congratulated them on killing the boss. The first gold rank Lava King conquest. Tan jumped for joy as the boss fell, leveling up. Level 15. With 3 points added to each base attribute, 12 free stat points. Free attributes. Mortal thought, gaining 3 levels was great. Lava Heart Core. The Lava King's Heart. After evolving, its inner energy is equivalent to 1000 lava cores. Ghostly Silver Cloak material. Plus 1000 mana. With a skill, 10% damage is converted to mana drain on hit. When HP drops below 50%, it automatically activates Mana Shield. Mana Shield negates all damage taken equal to its mana value. Suitable for mages, priests, and summoners. Requires level 15. First conquest reward. Silver Lava Lightning Staff. Damage type. Plus 140 spell power. With a skill, plus 4 intellect on hit, 50% chance to slow target's attack and movement speed for 1 second. Suitable for mages, priests, and summoners. Requires level 15. 3-star skill gem, used to upgrade 3-star skills. Combining 2 same-level skill gems creates a higher level skill gem. After receiving the items, Mortal was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. Holy crap, I hit the jackpot. Mortal exclaimed. The ghostly cloaks. Mana shield is like a second HP bar. Mana becomes HP. Combined with mana drain, I'm even tankier than a warrior now. He marveled at his newfound power. Plus the stun effect from the silver lava lightning staff, though it only lasts 1 second. Combined with the damage over time skill, it can proc continuously. Mortal was pleased. With gear like this at this stage, I'm unstoppable. The player panel appeared with the player named Mortal, with the yin-yang reversal talent. Job is priest at level 15, 2700 spell power and 460 attack power. Physical stats, strength and agility both 24, vitality 270. Mortal continued, I still have a 3-star skill gem, that's good stuff. Let me explain skill gems a bit. At level 20, players can buy 1-star skill gems from the relic shop, 500 gold each, to upgrade skill ranks. 2 1-star skill gems can combine into a 2-star, and so on, up to 4 ranks. At this stage, almost no one buys them for personal use due to the high cost. With 2 1-star gems, you can make a 2-star. Sequential upgrades. Each skill can only be upgraded 4 times maximum. Almost no one buys them for solo use at this stage due to the high cost. Mortal thought to himself. The skill information appeared again. 4-star skill. Holy Light Heavenly Array casts a 6-winged array with 25 meters range, dealing 250% spell damage to all enemies within every second, based on the caster's spell power. Lasts 10 seconds. 20-second cooldown. Costs 30 mana. Priest skill. Mortal laughed heartily. Nice. The range is increased by 5 meters, and the damage is boosted by 50%. Then Mortal coldly said, let's head back to town. Everyone admired him excitedly. Mortal then had another thought. I wonder if anyone kind will help me test my new gear and skills. Those 2 sneaky assassins are still lurking, huh? Well, they're not a hindrance anyway. Then Mortal and 2 others walked ahead, while Shaw and Dance Under the Moon followed behind discreetly. Dance Under the Moon sighed in relief. Finally, they're leaving. Shaw responded. That old priest glanced at us again just now. I sensed your stealth in front of me earlier. Let's just act like we didn't notice. Shaw flew off and added, come on, let's go. We need to hurry to the Stone Forest Center. We must obtain this hot lead. Dance Under the Moon followed her. At the residence of Formidable Luck in Formidable Luck City, Mortal said, I'll go meet the Lord and turn in the quest. You 2 wander around the residence and see if you can pick up any new quests. The 2 girls responded with an ahem. Mortal knocked on the door. Lord, I've come to turn in the quest. The nonchalant Lord looked up from his book and said, Ah, it's you, the adventurer from another world. Welcome back. Let me see how many fire gemstones you've collected. Mortal held out a brightly glowing red gemstone. The Lord was extremely surprised. This is a flame spirit's heart. The Lord couldn't believe his eyes, trembling in admiration. You truly live up to being an otherworldly adventurer. You're even stronger than I imagined. The regular reward is hardly befitting of a flame spirit's heart. Mortal smiled and said to the Lord, No need for a reward, my lord. I don't need an extravagant reward either. Just give each of us a copy of the mysterious job change book. The Lord was taken aback. The mysterious job change book. And one for each of you. He thought, you think this is a wholesale market? Then he refused outright. Absolutely not, no way. Formidable Luck City can't even find 3 copies. Mortal insisted, replying, then 2 copies should be possible, right? My lord, you know the effort and price we paid to defeat the Fire Gemstone King and obtain the Flame Spirit's heart. The furious lord cut him off curtly, at most, 1 copy. Additionally, each of you gets a maturation potion and a corn of light. The lord's light shone. Mortal's eyes lit up brightly in Formidable Luck City. Upon hearing those words, excellent. The Lord is truly kind, he praised incessantly. The Lord shooed him away. Take your reward and be gone swiftly. What a miserable adventurer, he thought to himself. Scram, scram, scram. Mortal smiled and pondered. The mysterious job change book is a rare find, plus the Lord's light. The Lord is truly benevolent, worth befriending. A tooltip appeared, providing information about the mysterious job change book, maturation potion, and Lord's light. Mysterious job change book, after completing special limited quests, can change to a hidden class related to the original class. Maturation potion, 100% bonus to experience gained. This item's effects cannot be stacked. Lord's Light, untradeable, plus 10 to all attributes. In Formidable Luck City, can bypass judgment once per day. He pondered further, the Lord's Light is even more interesting. Mortal informed Xiao Yao and Tan An. Xiao Yao, Tan An, help me investigate the celestial sect. With a mysterious look, he said, such a great loss, we can't just let Diemla's sword wound go unaddressed. Tan An reported, I just saw a video on the game's website. Our taking the first boss's achievement has been posted. I heard the celestial sect's leader is furious. Xiao Yao continued, he declared on the forum that he wants to teach us a lesson in the city. What should we do, mortal? Tan An excitedly shouted, mortal, the celestial sect is bullying us too much. Should we deal with them? She asked. Mortal replied, you couldn't withstand even one of their moves. Tan An laughed awkwardly. Mortal continued, you two obediently wait at the manor and find more quests. I'll go meet them at the teleportation formation in Formidable Luck City. A person hurriedly ran towards the sect leader, running and saying, Sect leader, the priest of our main force has left the square alone. The celestial sect leader coldly said, not even one person dares to leave the gate. It seems they truly don't respect our celestial sect. That team keeps ruining my plans. This is a good opportunity to vent my anger on this priest. Then, have you lead 50 of our men to kill him. I'll bear all the losses. His subordinate eagerly responded, Sect leader, rest assured. I'll make sure he knows the might of our celestial sect. Currently in a small alley within the city, members of the celestial sect were beginning to search for Mortal, asking other members, are you sure the intel isn't wrong? Is that priest really in this alley? Another confirmed, the intel is correct. I saw him with my own eyes. Moreover, this is my alley. Then he grinned wickedly, well then, good. Let's go find him. Mortal heard the noise, smiled faintly, and looked at them asking, I hear you're looking for me. You're that bastard. You're the priest from the Desolate Lands. You're from that main force team. No wonder you couldn't defeat the boss. You deliberately lured the boss to play with us. Mortal replied, it's because you're too weak to beat the boss. It has nothing to do with me. Enraged, he cursed at Mortal, don't make excuses. How dare you mess with the celestial sect? You'll pay for this. As he finished speaking, he used violent flame and continued, today, I'll send you back to Newbie Village. Simultaneously, the other members drew their weapons. At the same time, the other members also drew all their weapons. They rushed forward to battle Mortal. Mortal remained unhurried, laughing, what's the rush? Eager to die. Let me test you all then. Mortal drew a new weapon, the Petite Saint Radiance Heaven Formation. All the members of the celestial sect were enveloped, spinning around Mortal's force. With just one strike, he could drain their blood one by one. They were all panic-stricken by Mortal's abilities. What is this? He shouldn't be able to do this. Mortal looked at them with a cold expression. Indeed, players can't take a hit like monsters. Seems I should still hunt monsters to test my new equipment and skills. But one fish is still in the net. The remaining person had been observing all this time. No matter what tricks you use, you'll face retribution. This is the main city, a safe zone. The guards won't let you off. Mortal chuckled lightly, is that so? Whether I live or die is uncertain, but you will surely die. He too was struck down by Mortal, like his other brethren. No guards have arrived yet. You won't have a good ending. As he finished speaking, the guards had arrived. Fighting is prohibited in the main city. Violators will be executed. The system prompted Mortal. The city's protection is in effect. Pardon this judgment. Mortal didn't hesitate. Pardon. The guards recognized him. You're the renowned Mortal. You've trespassed. Please accept the punishment. If you bear the glory of Colossus City, we won't judge you. But don't repeat the offense. Farewell. Mortal waved his hand, telling the guards to be careful. The battle ended. Mortal regretted pardoning the judgment. Pity I can only pardon one judgment per day. Still need to prepare more tricks, he muttered as he walked. He went to the sorrow-dispelling grocery. Before unlocking the arcane job change book, he needed to buy some mana potions. To ensure the tradition, he also prepared 2 more items. Half an hour later, at the Lord's mansion in the main city, Mortal was at the treasure vault. Unused equipment was listed for sale. The Blood Demon armor remained equipped. He set a high price to attract viewers. Next, the system prompted him again. Initiate the arcane job change quest. Mortal answered, yes. The system displayed the quest info. You've initiated the arcane job change quest. Scourge of the Burning Plague. Quest description, Flaming City. The ancient Burning Plague region is being influenced by an evil deity and is brewing a grand scheme. Complete the steps of this quest to eliminate the current threat to the Burning Plague region. Defeat the elite enemies to unlock the next quest stage. Mortal read the quest details in surprise. So it's this quest. In the previous era, The locals of the Burning Plague region suddenly went into a frenzy. Flaming City was annihilated as a result. Countless players died. It was a massive inferno, lethal to approach. It was the first time everyone knew a main city could be completely destroyed. The frenzy spread to other main cities. Eventually, the system had to declare a global quest, protecting the main servers. Only then was this calamity resolved. But Flaming City was permanently turned into a ruined city. This quest must be the system's countermeasure. But in the previous era, Flaming City was still destroyed. Someone must have accepted the quest but couldn't complete it. A server-wide notification appeared. Players cheered below. The moon has unsealed the Burning Plague Mountain. A server-wide quest has been initiated. Prevent the demonic invasion. Mortal realized there was no such quest in the previous era. The opening scene at the Burning Plague region 10 minutes ago showed a cracked demon ceiling crystal pillar, used to suppress the sealed demonic beings from the abyss here. The ceiling pillar had eroded over time and would shatter with the slightest external force. A gorgeous girl in a mesh outfit, hugging a pair of Dao blades behind her hips, known as the Moonlight Assassin, gazed coldly at the ceiling pillar. She touched the pillar's surface, and immediately a warning appeared. Once the demon ceiling crystal pillar shatters, the sealed demonic beings here will break free, simultaneously triggering a server-wide quest, prevent the demonic invasion. Soon after, the ceiling pillar showed signs of rapid cracking. A series of reminders were issued by the system. Reminder 1. After initiating the quest, any player who completes the quest, the initiator will receive an additional 50 free attribute points as a reward. Reminder 2. If the quest group fails, the initiator will be penalized with a 50% attribute reduction for all attributes. Reminder 3. After initiating the quest, a demonic abyss containing a large number of demonic beings will appear here. Usually a few elite demonic beings and very rarely high-level bosses. Usually gold-ranked. The assassin's face showed a surprised expression. She didn't expect it to be a server-wide quest. The risk of losing control was too high. The assassin considered the situation. Currently, the highest level players were only level 15. Dealing with silver bosses already took all their strength. If a gold boss appeared, they would likely all die and abandon the quest. After considering, she weighed the potential rewards. According to the warning, if the quest failed, she would face a 50% attribute penalty. I can't initiate it, the assassin reluctantly muttered. Should I just give up like this? Let me check the forums. After logging into the forum homepage, a series of hot posts appeared. From the official forum moderators, shocking news. Secrets of the main team's encounter with the gold-ranked boss, the Lava Rock King. Then guides on job advancement quests. Among the moderators, guides on server maintenance times, and even silly posts like need a sister to do quests with. After skimming through, the assassin exclaimed in surprise. This is the trio that killed the gold boss. Her gaze and demeanor unconsciously changed. She drew one of her Dao blades, and charged towards the crystal pillar, determined to shatter it and initiate the slaughter. If someone has reached this level of power, then with the shattering of the pillar, a notification appeared. The crystal pillar has been destroyed, unlocking the seal and initiating the server-wide quest. The scenery was tinted with chaos, black and ominous crimson hues, foreshadowing calamity. A server-wide notification. The players below danced. You have made contact with the Lava Rock Demon Ceiling Mountain. Initiating server-wide quest. Prevent demonic invasion. The scene shifted to Metropolis. Server-wide quest. Prevent demonic invasion. The Lava Rock Demon Ceiling Crystal Pillar has shattered. The sealed gate will gradually unlock after 12 hours, and fully unlock after 24 hours. During this time, a large number of demons will appear. The demons will erode the 9 demon ceiling peaks. This is a server-wide quest. The golden-haired, voluptuous beauty spread joy. Quest requirements. Exterminate all demons before the 9 demon ceiling peaks are fully eroded. The more demons exterminated, the higher the rewards. The higher the rank, the greater the rewards. Quest failure. All participating players will have 20% of all attributes deducted. The little fairy Dao pondered the unclear rewards and the punishments for failure. Then she messaged Mortal Transcendent. Will you, Great Immortal, accept the server-wide quest? The Great Immortal replied firmly, of course. Although I didn't initiate this quest in my past life, for me, it only brings benefits, not harm. I can also conveniently complete the job advancement quest. I'm determined to do it, said the Great Immortal. The quest seems daunting to undertake, but in reality, it's as easy as pie for me. Let's meet at 7 a.m. tomorrow at the Metropolis teleportation array. Then he casually logged off, telling his staff to restock the shelves before going to bed, setting off tomorrow morning. Even for an immortal, continuous gaming is unbearable. He sighed and disconnected from the game. Seems I still need to buy some gaming snacks. Leveling up on an empty stomach is unpleasant. He patted his belly. The youthful and charming Neon, with one hand drying her damp hair, knocked on Jiang Chan's room to remind him, "Hurry up and eat after finishing your game." Neon reminded Jiang Chan, "How did you know I logged off, sister? Your room had a radiant glow." Her beautiful, glowing response left him in awe. "I saw your room lit up while hanging the laundry." "I'm not nagging you, but even if gaming is your income, you must have moderation. Aren't you afraid of starving with just one meal a day? Neon will kindly prepare something for you downstairs." The beauty turned and left, leaving a radiant jade-like figure. Jiang Chan's gaze followed, amused by Ernang's words. "You mean, downstairs, in a proper way?" Neon paused for a moment, then slyly replied with a suggestive tone, "If you prefer improper, I can satisfy you, darling." "Darling." His face lit up, heart aflutter at her playful remark. "Hurry down for breakfast. I don't want you starving in my house." Neon laughed while correcting herself. Jiang Chan obediently followed. The next day, at the Metropolis teleportation array, from who knows where, a noisy crowd eagerly tried to recruit Tan An to their side. "Tan An, great immortal, consider joining the Celestial Dominion Guild. The treatment there is top-notch, sister. Come to our unparalleled Celestial Dominion, Tan An. You could become a core member immediately. The annual salary is at least 6 figures." "Tan An, Tan An," they called out incessantly. "If I had known earlier, I would have researched the situation before logging in." Tan An said awkwardly, "That's true. I really don't know where this crowd heard the news. The Great Immortal is here." As he finished speaking, the Great Immortal appeared, inquiring about the situation. "What's going on?" Tan An immediately explained the recruitment attempts. "They say I'm a member of the top 10 guilds, but I've never even seen them. Why are they looking for me? They should be looking for you, mortal transcendent." The Great Immortal firmly dismissed them. "Let's go to Harmony City." To Harmony City. The architecture in Harmony City was vastly different from Metropolis, as if the entire city was made of white jade. The background designers of the Divine Court truly outdid themselves. Tan An couldn't help but be amazed by the magnificence. The mortal transcendent remarked admiringly, "The background designer is skilled, but not as impressive as the Divine Court's overwhelming support. Let's go to the ancient Flame Desert. We'll take a look around here first, then head back." "Still going to the teleportation array after?" Tan An asked softly. "I don't want to go to the ancient Flame Desert. We have to pass through the Deadly Desert." The mortal transcendent approached the Deadly Desert. "Is this the Deadly Desert? I've heard it's not easy to cross this desert." "Indeed, the white bones buried under the sand are the marks left by those who came before. That's why this place is called the Deadly Desert. Level 15 sandworms will hide beneath the sand. They attack swiftly and unexpectedly, leaving players no time to react." The mortal transcendent cautioned in a low voice. "The most common monsters here are the deadly sandworms. Their difficulty isn't high, but they're good at hiding. Watch your step." Tan An's group felt a chill down their spines. It sounded terrifying. Just this deadly desert alone could eliminate the majority of players. It seems this server-wide quest is not as simple as it seems. Heading to the ancient Flame Desert, many players couldn't bear it and cursed out loud. "What hellish place is this hot? Endure it, it's a server-wide quest. This is the largest scale player operation to date. We must obtain the latest information." Others advised in a low voice. "A few top players have already entered. Why hasn't the main force arrived yet?" They're being awfully calm about it. The crowd grew doubtful. Then the system announced, "You have arrived at the ancient Flame Desert." The mortal transcendent thought to himself, "This is the ancient Flame Desert before it fell into enemy hands." Tan An hurriedly asked the mortal transcendent, "This place doesn't look like a city, but more like an abandoned place. Someone is watching us." The mortal transcendent thought irritably, "Come out already. Even in stealth mode, you still noticed me. As expected of the main force. Moondancer, why are you following us? The one who triggered the server-wide quest." She only briefly replied, "Cooperation. You all must know, I'm the one who activated the entire server. In my possession, I have intelligence not mentioned in the quest. I can share it with you, but..." Pham Tran bluntly asked, "But what?" "My condition is, 1. Let me join your team. 2. During the quest, you all must follow my instructions." Pham Tran refused. "Impossible." While Tan An thought she was really shameless, Dao Tiu secretly agreed. "I don't mean anything else, I just want to complete the quest smoothly. Following my command gives the highest chance of success." Fan Tran arrogantly replied, "You seem to have misunderstood. I can complete the quest even without your intelligence. Goodbye." Manhwa Doi Trang was astonished. "This person before me is truly arrogant," she exclaimed. "Wait." Gritting her teeth, she begged, "Let me join your team. If you let me join, I'll tell you the intelligence, for this is my last hope." Fan Tran replied, "Fine, but you must follow my command." Tan An and Dao Xiaoyao said in unison, "We have no objections. We'll follow the mortal transcendence led." Moon Dancer successfully joined the team and accepted the mortal transcendent as the commander. The mortal transcendent smirked. "What intelligence do you have?" Moon Dancer began to speak. "First, about the sealed gates. On the Flame Mountain, there are a total of 13 sealed gates scattered across the mountain. 9 of them are copper rank, 3 are silver rank, and 1 is gold rank. Every hour, 1 gate will unseal in order of strength, from weakest to strongest. The first gate will open in half an hour. We must head there immediately." Tan An sat cross-armed in a corner, suddenly pouring cold water on her. "Sister, remember, you're not the commander of this team." Moon Dancer calmly responded, "I'm just worried we'll fail the quest if we're late. Anyway, the next piece of intelligence. I want to talk about the demonic chi." "The demonic chi. I'll continue after the sealed gate opens," she said. "Not only will demonic beasts escape, but also demonic chi. Those infected with demonic chi cannot recover blood, and it carries a death penalty. If infected with copper-rank demonic chi, after death, 10% of all attributes will be deducted. Silver-rank demonic chi deducts 20% of all attributes upon death. Once infected with gold-rank demonic chi, 40% of all attributes will be deducted after death. So stay as far away from the sealed gates as possible. It's best to find a good hunting spot first." The mortal transcendent coldly asked, "Anything else?" Moon Dancer continued, "There's also an important item, the spirit-quelling shard, that can temporarily reseal the sealed gates. These shards are scattered across the Flame Mountain, and will take time to search for." The mortal transcendent replied, "I understand. Do you know the exact locations of the 13 sealed gates?" Moon Dancer smiled and held up a scroll. "I have a map that can guide us through them." The mortal transcendent suddenly changed direction. "I have other matters at a nearby village first." Moon Dancer was stunned. She silently cursed in her heart. "I explained so much, yet he ignores me. Is he not going with us?" Then she reminded herself, "It's for the quest, for the quest." At the ancient Flame Mountain village Oman, the mortal transcendent stopped to ask an elderly white-haired man, "Old man, do you know someone named Yi Dane?" The wrinkled old man said something that caught the mortal transcendent's attention. "Yi Dane. Yesterday, he was taken to the holy capital for interrogation. He's probably locked in the dungeon now." The mortal transcendent exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Then he thought to himself, the quest mentioned Yi Dane was in the ancient Flame Mountain area. How could he have left? That doesn't make sense. The mortal transcendent seemed to realize something and asked the old man, "Sir, do you know where Yi Dane normally lives?" The old man pointed in a direction, behind that low hill at the end of the village. "She built a wooden house there." The mortal transcendent thanked him and told the others, "Wait for me outside." Moon Dancer was utterly confused, displeased. She said, "Stop dallying. Do you still intend to complete the server-wide quest? Are you just going to let him waste time like that?" Schwenner glanced at the displeased Moon Dancer and retorted, "You voluntarily joined our team. We didn't beg you to come. Understand your place, can't you?" Dao Xiaoyao also turned and added, "Sister Moon, if you're unhappy, you can leave the team." Moon Dancer, realizing their point, suppressed her anger. "I understand," she said, grasping her position. Then she thought to herself, "The top fighter, yet I'm listening to that cleric." On the mortal transcendent's side, he opened a door, pondering. The quest mentioned Yi Dane was in the ancient Flame Mountain area. He may not have been captured at all, or he may have escaped. He could be hiding here. Then, he approached an old cabinet and suddenly said, "Come out, I know you're in there. I know you're inside." The cabinet indeed opened from the inside, and a young man appeared. It was the rebel soldier, Yi Dane. Yi Dane asked nervously, "Are you an adventurer from the outside world?" The mortal transcendent smiled, his eyes crinkling. He spread his hands and said, "I'm here to help you." At this, Yi Dane handed the mortal transcendent a white envelope, then said, "I trust you, adventurer from the outside world. Please deliver this letter to Leitong. Tell her I'm innocent. I did not rape or violate that woman." At this moment, the system notified, "You have received a quest item. Yi Ding's letter has unlocked the next quest. Current quest. Go to the Holy Palace in the Holy Capital Flame City. Find the Holy Lord's maid, Leitong. Deliver Yi Ding's letter to her." The mortal transcendent took the letter, "I understand." Then he went outside, telling the other three as he walked, "Get ready to go." we're heading to the holy capital Flame City. While the two, Schwenner and Dao Xiaoyao, started walking, Moon Dancer remained rooted to the spot, her expression grave, as if deep in thought. Moon Dancer asked sternly, "What exactly are you planning to do?" Moon Dancer pinched a red dagger between her two fingers. She twirled the dagger in her hand, utterly serious. "The server-wide quest is about to begin. Where are you going?" she asked. The mortal transcendent turned half his face, coldly saying, "The first seal gate is only copper ranked. Whether I go or not won't make much difference." Then, without turning back, he continued walking, leaving only the words, "I have a more important quest to do." But at that very moment, Moon Dancer rushed to block the mortal transcendent's path. Her left hand gripped the dagger tightly as she said, "You can't go. I've already shared all the server quest intel. You must prove to me that my intel wasn't wasted." Her face grew darker as she spoke, as if truly determined that the mortal transcendent must continue the quest today. The mortal transcendent, staring at the dagger blocking his path, asked, "Prove it how?" Then, without warning, he grabbed Moon Dancer's throat tightly. He grabbed Moon Dancer's dagger-wielding hand, pinning that arm behind her back. He said impassively, "Is this proof enough?" Moon Dancer gasped in surprise. She felt the mortal transcendent's hand accidentally touch her backside, utterly embarrassed. Moon Dancer's face flushed red, but with her left arm restrained, she couldn't turn away. She could only turn her head and shout, "Let go." Seeming to realize something amiss, he withdrew his hand, saying, "You can't blame me for this," while inwardly adding, "The sensation wasn't bad." Moon Dancer was utterly flustered. Rubbing her dagger-wielding wrist, her face still flushed, she said, "You're being unreasonable. Do you agree or not? I said to prove it by having a real fight." The mortal transcendent seemed utterly unconcerned as he said, "I don't have time for this. If you don't trust me, you can leave the team. Wait until I reach Flame City, then rejoin to do the quest. Consider it payment for your intel." Then he turned to the other two, saying, "Schwenner, Xiaoyao, let's go." But suddenly, the mortal transcendent noticed something strange. He called out loudly, "Hey, you two friends hiding over there, you've seen enough." Indeed, a girl and a boy appeared. The girl waved, saying hi. The boy, embarrassed, didn't dare look directly at the mortal transcendent, saying, "Hello, senior." Inwardly, the two thought, this preacher's perception is keen. How did he notice us so easily? The girl spoke up first, "You may not believe us, great immortals, but we're just game employees. We happened to pass by and saw your mighty stances, so we couldn't help but observe a little." The boy next to her turned black with embarrassment, utterly losing faith in life as he thought, just now, Sister Nhu clearly said, "The main character from our video arrived. We're supposed to follow him. Beautiful women are all deceivers." The mortal transcendent seemed to suddenly realize, saying, "Oh, I remember now. Before, sneaking around the wasteland area, it was you two, right?" The girl smiled and nodded. "That was us. Correct. We just wanted to record some footage. No ill intent." The mortal transcendent laughed easily. "I understand. Since we're acquainted, why don't you two advertise with your accounts? That shouldn't be a problem, right? The title is, Treasure Trove Stall on the first floor of Deji City's Imperial Palace, sells golden equipment. Did you see that?" Nhu asked dazedly. Just like that. A minute later, the two self-proclaimed game employees were exhausted. Tan lamented, "Why do I feel like I'm being played?" The boy next to her also said, 1+1. Back to the mortal transcendent. He turned and asked Moon Dancer, "Now I want to go to the holy city of flame. Have you decided what you want to do?" Thinking to himself, this girl is an unstable factor. Though I could gain her goodwill, it's not absolutely necessary. Moon Dancer didn't answer directly, but said, "You still remember the server-wide quest? To exterminate all demons, before the 9 demon-suppressing peaks are completely eroded. I just received a notification. One of the peaks is under demon attack, being eroded by demonic energy." The mortal transcendent continued, "According to my estimation, the number of people participating in this quest should exceed 100,000. Yet even the demons at a small gate can't be stopped. Are these players really so useless?" Then he asked, "Where is the demon-suppressing peak located?" Moon Dancer replied, "The eroded demon-suppressing peak is east of the mountain, 10 minutes away from the nearest sealed gate." The mortal transcendent seemed deep in thought. Stroking his chin, he asked, 10 minutes away, yet over 100,000 players can't stop the demons. Did the other players not receive this quest notification? Moon Dancer shook her head and said, "Only those who activated the quest received it." The mortal transcendent said, "I see, the players are all fighting demons on Flame Mountain. so they don't know minor demons reached the demon-suppressing peak. It seems you really must go there. The system notified at this moment, your friend has sent a request for you to leave the team. Moon Dancer turned around, preparing to go a different direction, saying, I'll wait for you all at Flame Mountain. Contact me on the friend chat channel. Then she suddenly blushed and asked, Mortal Transcendent, you won't let me down, right? The Mortal Transcendent's eyes widened, his heart no longer calm. He exhaled deeply, thinking, this woman is quite seductive when serious. Witnessing this scene, Tan drew his sword and shouted, Ah, little demon, don't be rude to my sister. I must kill you for seducing my brother. The Mortal Transcendent desperately held Little Demon back, gripping her sleeve tightly. He had no choice but to persuade, Sister Tan, calm down. We still need to go to the Holy City. 10 minutes later, at the Holy City of Flame, before the massive city gates, stood two extremely ferocious-looking guards, standing still, guarding the entrance. Their stance suggested they would guard this city to the end. Tan asked in great surprise, I never expected this place to be so grand, yet it still has such a magnificent architecture. In contrast, the Mortal Transcendent stroked his chin, his brows furrowed as he began to ponder. It seems this place won't be easy to enter. Just as predicted, as the three of them approached the city gates, the two guards opened their eyes wide, staring intently at them. They spoke loudly, commoners are forbidden from entering the Holy Lord's residence. The Mortal Transcendent remained unmoved, extremely calm as he said to them, I'm here to see Lady Latang. I have a letter to deliver to her. The guards questioned, You're here to deliver a letter to Lady Latang. Wait, we'll go inform her. As for the Mortal Transcendent, seeing the guards leave, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, it seems I guessed correctly. Lady Latang's position in the Holy City is not low. Hopefully, I can meet this NPC without issue. A few minutes later, the guard informed, Lady Latang is waiting for you in the garden. The Mortal Transcendent entered, following the guard's directions. Little Demon and Tan were about to follow, but the guard's voice rang out, only the letter-bearer may enter, the rest must stay. The two of them will wait for me outside. The Mortal Transcendent went inside. He saw numerous guards patrolling in rows. He thought to himself, this holy city is indeed heavily guarded. With guards constantly patrolling, it won't be easy to sneak in. Before him appeared a blonde girl, in a light white dress, already seated at a tea table, waiting for him. She was the maid of the Holy Lord, Latang. She asked, Are you the one delivering the letter? Where's the letter? She said, extending her hand to receive it. The Mortal Transcendent handed over the letter and asked, It seems you know who the sender is. Latang took the letter, gritting her teeth as she said, Who else but Yiding could it be? He's quite skilled to have escaped the pursuit of the guards. Seeing this, a doubt arose in the Mortal Transcendent's mind. It seems Latang has no feelings for Yiding. Latang immediately glared at the Mortal Transcendent and asked, Are you a good friend of Yiding's? The Mortal Transcendent immediately raised both hands in denial. Sweating profusely, he hurriedly said, Not exactly. I'm just an adventurer delivering the letter on his behalf. At the same time, he screamed inwardly, Does this woman have murderous intent? Suddenly, Latang smiled brightly like a flower, no longer with the previous murderous look. If you're an adventurer, then that's good, she said. I happen to have a quest. Then her eyes narrowed. It's dangerous, but I need you to kill Yiding. The system also suddenly confirmed the unexpected quest. Latang's commission, kill the rebel Yiding. Will you accept? A reminder. This quest conflicts with the mysterious job change quest. If Yiding dies, the job change quest will fail. The Mortal Transcendent felt a heavy weight in his heart, his expression turning solemn. Indeed, beautiful women are dangerous, he thought, then rubbed his head. Smiling radiantly, as if emitting a halo of love, he said immediately, It's an honor to serve you, my lady. Latang silently added in her heart, Only the wise are truly handsome. After all, accepting a quest doesn't mean he has to complete it. The system announced, Latang's commission quest accepted. Quest objective, kill Yiding. Quest reward, 1,000 gold coins. Latang immediately smiled brightly like a flower. Gently, she said, Then I'll trouble you, brave adventurer. At this moment, the system announced the completion of the quest, Yiding's letter. Next quest, find a way to leave the Holy Palace. Convey Latang's words to Yiding. The Mortal Transcendent turned away with a slight sigh. The weight in his heart lifted, as if his soul had returned. If I had refused Latang earlier, I would have been done for. The ancients were right. Women are like tigers, not to be trifled with. I must hurry and complete the quest. I have a feeling this quest is related to the server-wide quest. The Mortal Transcendent quickly stepped out, wanting to leave the garden. Suddenly, he noticed something suspicious. Looking around the garden, The sunflowers were withered for no apparent reason, amidst the lush, vibrant yellow flowers. The mortal transcendent glanced at it and thought, is this a quest item? With years of experience, roaming in his own game, this usually indicated a chain quest. Digging won't hurt, anyway. The mortal transcendent took out a trowel, one of the strange tools in his backpack, and began digging to unearth the flower. He would then move on to the next quest location, leaving deep footprints in the garden soil. The mortal transcendent continued to Oman village, knocking lightly on the familiar door. Yiding hurriedly opened it, worriedly saying, "Adventurer, sir." Then, highly agitated, he grabbed the mortal transcendent's hands and loudly asked, "Did you deliver the letter to Latang?" The mortal transcendent looked at him, feeling a bit reluctant to speak. "I delivered it, but she asked me to kill you." Yiding immediately denied it vehemently. "Impossible. Latang saved me from the mud pit. We pledged our lives to each other. How could she want me dead?" Up to this point, the mortal transcendent raised his eyebrows, starting to have doubts. "The Latang in your words, and the one I met, seem a bit different." "That's right." Yiding held his head, trembling as he pondered and said, "A month ago, I confessed my feelings to Latang. She arranged for me to enter the holy palace. But yesterday, a woman suddenly appeared on my bed. Right after, the guards rushed into the room, accusing me of assaulting that woman, a lewd crime. They wanted to take me for judgment. I asked you to deliver the letter to explain the truth to Latang, but you said she wants me dead. How is that possible?" The mortal transcendent looked at his panicked face, and spoke slowly. "Have you considered that perhaps Latang herself set the trap for you?" Then he began piecing his thoughts together. "I recall the reason for the realm Inferno uprising. The Holy Lord here was bewitched by an evil spirit, and Latang is the Holy Lord's handmaiden. It's quite a coincidence her personality change." Then the mortal transcendent asked Yiding, "Did you do or see anything unusual during your time in the Holy Palace?" The mortal transcendent asked. Yiding pondered, then said, "Now I remember seeing something. I recall, when I was patrolling the Holy Palace, I saw withered sunflowers, and in a casual conversation, I mentioned it to Latang." Hearing this, the mortal transcendent took out the withered flower he had dug up earlier, in a transparent box, and asked, "Is this what you mean? I dug it up as I passed by." The two examined the flower closely. After a brief silence, Yiding held the flower and said, "This soil once grew sunflowers. It has the scorching aura of sunflowers, but also another strange aura. I need you to use your frost powers to suppress the sunflower's fiery aura, so we can identify that strange aura." Yiding then looked deeply at the mortal transcendent and pleaded, "Honorable adventurer, I beg you once more to escort me to the realm of frost blossoms in the Inferno Mountains." The mortal transcendent closed his eyes and smiled. "Of course, I'm glad to help," the mortal transcendent said. Then, the mortal transcendent and Yiding, along with little demon Dao and Qing'an, arrived at the foot of the Inferno Mountains. Before them stood a towering mountain, with thin mists swirling around its peak. The mortal transcendent voiced his doubt, "Is this the realm of frost blossoms? I don't see any snow." "Wait a moment," Yiding said, then drew a complex azure formation. The surrounding winds were drawn into the center of the formation, and the scenery transformed. Trees appeared, and snow began to fall. Snow-covered trees also materialized. The system then announced, "Illusory realm of frost blossoms opened." Yiding spread his hand, catching a falling snowflake, seemingly reminiscing. He smiled lightly and said, "In truth, the ancient Inferno realm had no snow, nor any illusory concealment. 15 years ago, the young Holy Lord, Cheng Lihuafeng, came here to train. He fell in love with a maiden from this realm. Alas, their love was short-lived. The old Holy Lord fell gravely ill. Lihuafeng had to leave the ancient Inferno realm." Qing'an, standing beside him, widened her sparkling eyes as she gazed at the beautiful snowflake before her, exclaiming, "How beautiful." Yiding continued the story. The maiden was born in the ancient Inferno realm, having never seen snow before. This frost blossom was Lihuafeng's parting gift. He forcibly cultivated ice magic and left this spell for her before departing. Little demon Dao was also deeply moved, saying, "What a romantic story." The mortal transcendent was somewhat surprised. In his previous life, he only knew the Holy Lord Lihuafeng as a great demon, a dual cultivator of ice and fire. He never expected such a past from him. Then he asked, "And what happened after?" Yiding held the snowflake, a tinge of sadness in his voice. "The maiden endured many trials, becoming the Holy Lord of the Inferno Sanctuary. She concealed this place with an illusion. The two of them, Little Demon Dao and Qing'an, also held snowflakes." Little Demon Dao and Qing'an echoed in unison, their voices tinged with regret. What a pity. The mortal transcendent suddenly came to a realization, at a loss for words. He recalled the chaos that had engulfed the ancient Inferno realm in his previous life. The destruction of Chengli, the city of blazing flames, was brought about by the Holy Lord of this very place. Her actions were likely driven by the lingering love of her youth. Then the mortal transcendent remembered the present matter. He turned to Yiding and said, "The story is over. Now is the time to refine the soil, is it not?" Yiding also took out a frost blossom from his robe, agreeing, "Indeed, we cannot delay any further." He then gathered energy around the snowflake, preparing to refine the soil for planting, saying, "The refinement will take 4 hours. Please wait here, everyone." Little Demon Dao looked puzzled, then whispered to the mortal transcendent, "We don't have time to wait, Your Excellency. Some players have inadvertently destroyed the remaining seals. A server-wide crisis has occurred. The speed of the seal gates opening has increased." She continued, as the dance under the moonlight says, "A seal gate will now open every half hour. The 4th seal gate is about to open." Then she turned completely serious and said, "According to player data on the forums, once the silver and gold gates open, the demon-quelling peak will likely fall." The mortal transcendent understood the gravity of the situation. There was no time to waste. He turned and gestured to Yiding, saying, "Wait here for the soil to be refined. I'll return once I've handled this matter." Yiding cheerfully replied, "Of course, Your Excellency the Adventurer." The mortal transcendent said to the other two, "Let's go. We're heading to the Inferno Mountain." The three, Qing'an, Little Demon Dao, and the mortal transcendent, set off together. Meanwhile, at the Holy Palace, a guard came running to report to Latang. That adventurer from earlier seemed to have lingered in the garden before leaving, Lady Latang. Latang's cheerful demeanor was now gone. "I am aware," she replied coldly. "You may leave." The aura around her shifted. Her expression turned grave as she thought, that cunning adventurer. It seems I must go and meet him myself. On the Inferno Mountain, while everyone was battling the wolves, the scene was utter chaos. Suddenly, someone looked in another direction and shouted, "Hey, look over here. The Vanguard team has arrived." Everyone eagerly echoed, "The Vanguard team is here." The Vanguard team has reached the Inferno Mountain. A sword-wielding player battling a wolf couldn't help but say, "They've finally arrived. I thought the Vanguard team was going to abandon the server-wide quest." Another player, holding a shield and clearly tense, said, "I heard that the elites from all the major guilds are on the mountain. Especially the Celestial Guild. They've sent all their members to redeem their previous humiliation. Last time, their boss was slaughtered by that golden boss, wiping out their entire team. Yet the Vanguard team swiftly passed through the gate, with just 3 people. The major guilds have completely lost face." Another player, watching for entertainment, chimed in, "This is going to be a good show." On the mortal transcendent's side, the system announced, "You have entered the Inferno Mountain." Initiating the server-wide quest. The quest integration panel opened. Killing demons earns corresponding integration points. The higher the integration, the greater the reward. Party of 5 for each demon killed. The killer receives 80% of the integration points. The party gets 20% of the points to distribute freely. Current integration points, 0. No shared points yet. Qing'an spoke up, asking the mortal transcendent, "Where to now?" The mortal transcendent said, "First, I'll notify Dancing Under the Moon that we've reached the Inferno Mountain." "Where is she?" Then he continued, "We'll find Dancing Under the Moon, then head to the sealed gate." Dancing Under the Moon immediately responded, "At the 9 demon-quelling peaks, east of Inferno Mountain, dealing with the boss and elites at the 4th sealed gate. I'm also battling wolves here." She couldn't help but exclaim, "You finally arrived." The mortal transcendent replied, "We're coming right over." Dancing Under the Moon had dealt with some elite demons, countless wolf corpses littering the ground around her. Suddenly, she heard someone calling out, "Sister Under the Moon." Dancing Under the Moon turned to see the mortal transcendent, along with Dao Xiaoyao and Qing'an, had arrived. Dancing Under the Moon smiled lightly, "You made it here quickly. I thought you'd arrive only after the final sealed gate opened. Since you're here, hurry and kill the demons." The 3 of them, along with others, quickly joined the demon-slaying fray. Someone remarked, "The sealed gates are opening too fast. Players can't keep up. We're barely hanging on." The system announced the 5th sealed gate was about to open, most of the remaining seals being destroyed. The 6th sealed gate was opening soon. The mortal transcendent's expression turned grave with concern. 2 sealed gates opening consecutively. People were indeed starting to struggle. Someone cried out, "It's too fast. I'm running out of mana." Another yelled for help, "My shield is on cooldown." On Dancing Under the Moon's side, As she slayed demons, she suddenly turned and asked, "Priest, you have low health. Do you need to fall back?" she asked. The mortal transcendent calmly replied, "No need." But he wondered if he was being looked down upon. Then the mortal transcendent raised his staff, casting a healing surgical skill. Suddenly, a wolf charged at him. It had 80% health left after taking 1000 damage. The mortal transcendent thought, 5000 health. Then he turned to Qing'an, saying, "This group is too spread out. Qing'an, lure the small fries over." Qing'an firmly gripped her weapon. "Got it." Dancing under the moon couldn't help but scold, "You're being reckless." Dao Xiaoyao pulled her by the wrist, saying, "Sister under the moon, don't be hasty. Look." Then Qing'an used her shield skill, holding up her shield to lure the demons over. The mortal transcendent immediately cast a skill, miniature holy light formation. What happened next stunned everyone. Countless 2400 health demons dropped dead. Witnessing this scene, Dancing under the moon's jaw dropped in astonishment. Her mouth agape, thinking, "That's a priest. Oh my god." But the person in question remained perfectly calm. The mortal transcendent said to Qing'an, "Wait for cooldown. You and I will lure the demons. We'll wipe out the rest in one go." Qing'an smiled, "Roger that." Her aura was extremely powerful and bloodthirsty, as if she could single-handedly deal with them all. A few seconds later, when the two of them, Qing'an and the mortal transcendent, were surrounded by countless wolves, they both took up combat stances. The mortal transcendent cast a skill while saying, "Get ready." Qing'an also began using her shield skill. A ball of radiant light named Miniature Holy Light Formation appeared, instantly annihilating countless nearby demons. Dancing under the moon began to feel unsteady on her feet. She couldn't help but ask, "Are they even human?" Her gaze towards the two of them turned serious. Dao Xiaoyao beside her exclaimed loudly, "The strongest experts." Then she affirmed to herself, "I'm going to level up soon. I must strive to catch up to these experts." The mortal transcendent paid no heed. He began gathering energy for another radiant sphere. Perfectly calm, he said, "Killing these demons is too slow. Let's go block the sealed gate." Dancing under the moon slew a wolf as she spoke. At each sealed gate, there will be a wave of regular demons and an elite wave. This is likely the first regular wave of the 5th gate. On Thursdays, regular demons give around 10 experience points each, but they don't drop equipment. Only bosses drop loot. Hearing this, the mortal transcendent thought, "I see." He raised his healing staff, saying, The experience is quite comfortable." Leveled up to 16. 4 base attributes plus 4 free attribute points gained. Dao Xiaoyao said, "Great sage, Sister Qing'an and I leveled up too." The mortal transcendent replied, "Well done." He thought, with Dao Xiaoyao and Qing'an leveling up, our demon slaying and leveling speed will increase. Dancing under the moon immediately said, "Don't celebrate too soon. The 5th sealed gate is coming up." The area around the sealed gate was enveloped in demonic energy. Getting too close would cause demonic energy contamination. Black smoke filled the scene. She continued, "If contaminated by demonic energy, you'll suffer a negative status effect. All health recovery effects will be nullified. After death, all attributes will be reduced by 20%. The mortal transcendent pointed and said, "Is that all? Blood curse and death penalty are still temporary. You've been contaminated by basic demonic energy." Dancing under the moon thought, just those 2 effects would drive most players to despair. "Don't say it so nonchalantly, please." She gestured to him, "I think we should attack from a distance." The mortal transcendent said in return, "I think going in is not a bad idea." She opened her mouth in surprise, "But waiting outside is slower. If you die, you'll face the worst debuff." He turned and walked away, saying, "These demons aren't enough to kill me." In the forest of love and snow, the long-haired man stood waiting for the red vial to transform, thinking, "Once the earth is refined, I'll sense the remaining strange aura. Where did it come from, after all?" Behind him, Latang appeared with a gloomy expression. He glanced over, thinking the formation seemed to be fluctuating. The adventurer turned back. Surprised to see her, he called out, "Latang." Latang used a spell to bind him with chains. Struggling, he asked her, "What's going on? Didn't I tell you we'd resolve this together?" Before he could finish, she gagged him with chains. She took the red earth vial and left with it. At the same time, within the sealed gate, Dancing under the moon said, "The 5th gate's boss, the demon wolf devouring the moon, has appeared." The mortal transcendent ordered, "Qing'an, open the gate." Surprise mission. The glass vial Latang stole was filled with something. Retrieve it from her. Otherwise, the mystical vocation quest will fail. Due to mystical power, a large amount of seal-breaking power poured into the Golden Gate. It will open in 15 minutes. The mortal transcendent was surprised. What's this? Dancing Under the Moon spoke up. You received a quest too, didn't you? It seems to be a server-wide quest reminder. Due to the mystical power, the seal-breaking power of the other gates has been lost. The gates will soon close and reopen in an hour. The mortal transcendent decided, let's head out. We must reach the golden sealed gate immediately. As he walked, he thought, 2 quests activated simultaneously, they must be related. At least we need to ensure the server-wide quest is done. She spoke up, let me lead the way. Everyone advanced together. Before the golden sealed gate, the guild leader said, this golden sealed gate is about to open. The myriad Dharma sect member said, guild leader of Celestial Court, prepare to move out. A fierce battle is coming next. The myriad Dharma sect member pondered. The other sealed gates have closed. Players from all over the mountain will converge here. The vanguard team should arrive soon. Guild leader, will you take action amidst the chaos? Raise your blade against that bizarre priest. Let's observe the situation first. Players from across the map gathered. This server-wide quest is quite interesting. The silver rank has already caused heavy losses for many players. The gold rank won't be easy. Dancing Under the Moon looked at the mortal transcendent with concern and said, Mortal transcendent, I know you're very strong, but don't underestimate the gold rank monsters. The mortal transcendent smirked, rest assured. I won't act recklessly unless. Before he could finish his sentence, the crowd around them started shouting in chaos. The sealed gate is open. With a loud bang, the gate slowly opened. The mortal transcendent squinted in surprise, thinking, isn't that Latang? Dancing Under the Moon hurriedly asked, interrupting his thoughts, what did you mean by, unless? Unless a special situation arises. Like now, for instance. Saying that, he quickly entered the sealed gate, leaving her feeling helpless. Dancing Under the Moon and Qing'an followed him. Earlier, the full moon had 3 dots. She thought, as if I had a choice. When you're gambling, it seems the vanguard team has entered. Has the first battle achievement team gone crazy? The outside guilds were astonished. But after all, the members of the first battle achievement team couldn't be so blind. Perhaps he was forced to advance. If they're seeking death, don't blame me for being cruel. The shattered Chanma fragment we found before is about to be used. This time, we'll block all exits for the first battle achievement team. NHAC Dao Kem Diamla agreed. Tram Mu Tin, okay. The system announced, the shattered Chanma fragment can temporarily seal the gate, lasting 5 minutes. A player used the shattered Chanma fragment. The golden sealed gate temporarily closed for 5 minutes. Interesting, we'll add some fuel to the fire. Use up all the shattered Chanma fragments you found. It seems everyone wants to teach the first battle achievement team a lesson. You should also give them a gift. The guilds are competing to suppress and eliminate the first battle achievement team. Such excitement, guild leader. Sao Gio guild leader replied. The major guilds are determined. He wanted to confront the vanguard team. We won't help them, but we don't need to throw stones in the well either. Then he thought silently. It's a pity for that mortal transcendent priest. Trapped inside the golden sealed gate. He will surely die. Outside, people were eagerly waiting to see the mortal transcendent's fate. But inside the golden sealed gate, the system warning rang out. You have been infected with the golden demonic aura. For 1 hour, all healing effects will be reduced by 99%. After death, you will lose 40% of all attributes. The mortal transcendent frowned. The consequences of being corroded by the golden demonic aura are even more severe. This quest won't be easy. Mortal transcendent, we're a team. Why did you enter the sealed gate without waiting for us? Qing'an thought helplessly. Dancing Under the Moon reproached him, thinking, I didn't have a choice, I was forced. The mortal transcendent suddenly felt a bit of joy. He thought, fighting side by side, this feeling doesn't seem too bad. Then everyone, stay close to me. Suddenly, a voice rang out around them. The mortal transcendent was startled. It was Latang's voice. What was she whispering? Latang flew up into the air. With her hands controlling the spell, she chanted, Demonic beasts, rage. The demonic beasts inside the gate became more agitated. Mortal transcendent, get close. The raging demonic beasts cannot heal. The system continuously displayed a series of notifications. Due to the player using the demon quelling fragment, the golden sealed gate will temporarily close for 5 minutes. The mortal transcendent was stunned. This space will be sealed for 45 minutes, completely blocking my way out. It seems someone wants me dead. Then I'll have to kill my way out. He shouted loudly to Qing'an, Xiaoyao, and Dancing Under the Moon. Listen to my commands. The dragon behind the brown-haired girl suddenly roared, shaking the surrounding atmosphere. The air couldn't help but fluctuate. Immediately, a horde of monsters charged straight towards the mortal transcendent squad. Seeing this, he frowned and shouted loudly, Xiaoyao, stay behind us to summon your beast and lure the elites away. Sacrifice your summoned beast when necessary. Hearing this, Xiaoyao didn't hesitate and retreated to the back. She summoned a ferocious wolf, and didn't forget to loudly command it, Great Emperor. Next, the mortal transcendent continued to order Qing'an, pay attention. Protect yourself, and coordinate with me to lure the elites. Seeing this, Qing'an immediately tightened her grip on her weapon and responded with a determined tone, assuring the completion of the mission. After assigning tasks to the two of them, the mortal transcendent quickly signaled to Dancing Under the Moon to stealthily move and position herself, responsible for dealing with elites that broke through Qing'an's line. Can you do it? Dancing Under the Moon didn't hesitate to respond upon hearing this. I'll do my best. After speaking, she observed the surroundings and thought to herself with a serious expression, I have a feeling we've boarded a pirate ship, but oh well. There's no other choice now. After that, Dancing Under the Moon immediately rushed to assist Qing'an. She quickly took down a monster, then turned and said, I'll handle the demons on both sides, you focus on luring the elites. Hearing this, Qing'an swiftly responded, understood, I can lure the elites without worry. As soon as she finished speaking, she unleashed her sacred wisdom strike technique and slashed straight down at the monster in front of her, severely wounding it and causing it to collapse to the ground. Seeing this monster taken down so cleanly in a single strike, Dancing Under the Moon couldn't help but open her eyes wide in surprise. She turned to look at Qing'an with an incredulous expression, then silently thought, she's not just a clingy girl who follows the mortal transcendent around all day. Seeing her reaction, Qing'an seemed to understand her deeper thoughts and let out a chuckle. Then Qing'an silently mused, I have to be strong to pursue him, after all. The two stared at each other like this, unaware that the mortal transcendent was silently observing every move of the two of them, and thought to himself, this little girl has two different sides, huh? I thought I was seeing things when she fought the monster. However, he hesitated for quite a while before calling out, Qing'an, lure them over here. After speaking, the mortal transcendent continued activating his magic, creating numerous violent windstorms. Hearing this, Qing'an quickly responded clearly, then hurriedly unleashed her night charge technique. Immediately, she charged straight into the horde of monsters to draw their attention, then ran back towards the mortal transcendent at lightning speed. As she ran, Qing'an kept calling out his name without pause. Seeing this, the mortal transcendent unleashed his technique, Little Sacred Light Heaven formation, to create a wondrous magic stream. In an instant, those monsters were killed by the mortal transcendent's healing spell. After dealing with the horde of monsters, the mortal transcendent gently praised Qing'an, well done. Hearing his praise, Qing'an didn't hesitate to respond, of course. Then, without looking at her sister, she started to speak, but before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly remembered, oh no, I got too excited. I forgot my weak little sister act. Thinking this, Qing'an swiftly changed personas, like turning a page, becoming a gentle good girl in the blink of an eye. She put on what she thought was her cutest expression and cheerfully responded, I'll go lure them, bye-bye. As for the mortal transcendent, he paid no mind to Qing'an's gestures, simply stating in an aloof tone, Little Sacred Light formation. Common monsters' blood magic can't withstand this dual spell. Deal with the elite ones first. Suddenly, Little Demon Dao shouted, Great Immortal. My summoned beast can't hold on much longer. On the other side, the monsters kept charging in, biting and tearing at Little Demon's summoned beast. Ganged up on like that, the summoned beast naturally couldn't hold out for long, and was quickly wounded. Seeing her beast getting torn apart like this, Little Demon Dao became even more flustered and kept calling out, Great Immortal. Hearing this, the mortal transcendent controlled the magic orb in his hand and calmly reassured her, stay calm. After speaking, he glanced at the 30-second countdown on the notification board and thought to himself, 30 seconds left. Suddenly, a monster charged at him trying to attack the mortal transcendent from behind. Seeing this, Moondance quickly sprang into action, swiftly killing the monster in the blink of an eye, then asked, "Elite monsters have 50% more blood, right? You got that, didn't you?" Hearing this, the mortal transcendent readily replied, "Why don't you try it yourself next time you get the chance?" As the mortal transcendent finished speaking, Moondance slightly frowned, then said teasingly, "You're asking for it, aren't you?" The mortal transcendent was no pushover either, quickly retorting, "You too, thanks." A while later, Moondance suddenly asked with a serious expression, "Why did the mortal transcendent suddenly put his arm around her waist?" causing Moondance to uncontrollably blush. Her face flustered as she exclaimed, with a confused look, "You're doing this to me at a time like this." But the mortal transcendent paid no mind to Moondance's attitude, continuing to tightly hold her waist. After a while, he slowly responded, "I mainly wanted you to take a look." Then he did this, and as he spoke, the mortal transcendent's mind flickered. Immediately, the two of them appeared next to little demon Dao, in an instant, just like the legendary instant teleportation technique. This action of the mortal transcendence caused Moondance to open her eyes wide in surprise, her mouth agape in an O shape. The mortal transcendent wasted no time, asking her about the effectiveness of this move. Moondance thanked the mortal transcendent, then thought, "The mortal transcendent's skills are even stronger than mine. I thought I was right." Hearing this, the mortal transcendent coldly replied, "You drink a recovery potion, I'll handle the rest." As he finished speaking, a wolf with fierce red eyes charged at him. The protagonist immediately used his power with his glowing staff, the healing technique. His move caused the wolf to howl in pain. It was gradually losing blood. Tan An looked at the mortal transcendent and said coolly, "Now you're surrounded by a whole pack of wolves." He told Tan An, "Don't just stand and watch." Heeding the protagonist's words, she advanced with her shield. The two of them coordinated seamlessly, using the Petty Saint Radiance Heavenly Array formation. Immediately, it concentrated into a massive force that attacked the remaining wolves. The current integration notification system showed 9,288 total integration points. 2,322 points appeared, and the mortal transcendent thought, "The generous reward is worth the effort." Thinking this, he said, "Next, keep the same pace as before. Just be careful not to die." Little Demon Dao and Moondance replied, "Understood, understood." Outside the golden sealed gate, many people were gathering, including the guild leader and core members of the guild. Tian Ding was conversing with them. Theoretically, at this point, the main force should have all perished. The more outstanding, the more envied. The main force was too inexperienced. The other members chimed in, "This is the consequence of being too arrogant. Insects should know their place." The guild leader said, "You're right." Someone asked Prince Huang Chao, the guild leader, "In your opinion, could the main force last until the gate opens?" He replied, "Getting exposed to the demon chi will definitely kill them." What a pity. Inside, the mortal transcendent was still dealing with the wolfpack. 15 minutes later, the system notification showed, current integration points, 45,288. Total integration points, 11,322. The protagonist raised his weapon and said, "Finally dealt with those minor monsters. Now, only." The level 19 gold boss, Demon Dragon of the Abyss, with 1 million HP appeared. It let out a terrifying roar. Its face was covered in large spikes. When it opened its mouth, rows of sharp teeth were revealed. The system displayed the Demon Dragon's breath ability. When HP drops below 90%, it will breathe corrosive breath forward with a 20 meters range, dealing 200% damage and reducing the target's equipment durability by 10% for 5 seconds. Demonic Gale Frenzy. When HP drops below 80%, it will flap its wings, creating multiple 50 meters per second tornadoes in range, dealing 300 damage. Attack and movement speed reduced by 50% for 20 seconds while in the gale. Dragon Blood. Its body contains a trace of the fragile dragon race's bloodline, regenerating 1000 HP per second. This made the mortal transcendent a bit wary. Latang's soul form had disappeared, but the quest item remained. "Seems we can't avoid fighting this boss," he said. "Everyone, prepare to attack. The boss's skills won't be easy to dodge." Then he told them, "Get ready to strike. The boss's abilities are hard to evade. Everyone, stand back and don't pull its aggro next," he said, then charged at the demon dragon to engage it. It attacked him with its massive claws, but with his skills, he could retaliate effectively. His surgical healing light technique caused the demon dragon excruciating pain. Its HP was gradually decreasing, yet it remained determined to fight back. Demon Dragon's breath. A swirling breath erupted from its mouth, appearing extremely powerful. The others witnessed the skill and said, "This will be hard to evade with just careful footwork. It's about to catch up." The mortal transcendent was hit by the corrosive breath. "Fortunately, I can convert mana into blood." Seeing him dance under the moonlight like that, they couldn't help but wonder, what kind of monster is he, really? The mortal transcendent continued fighting. A magic circle appeared under his feet. Petty Saint's celestial formation. The more he attacked, the more the demon dragon's blood drained. The protagonist observed the situation and thought to himself, "Next, I just need to slowly drain its blood. Those dirty beasts outside the gate will definitely have to wait for me to kill these two bosses first." The enraged demon dragon immediately roared. It let out a furious roar, then used demonic gale frenzy, attacking the mortal transcendent, causing him considerable damage. Phew, not bad. The damage from this ultimate skill is truly formidable. Fortunately, I still have mana potions and mana absorption effects, allowing me to withstand the boss's damage, but I can't afford to take too much more punishment. He then cast spells, healing light at the boss. This difficult battle had dragged on for 20 minutes. The mortal transcendent sensed the time limit of the spirit-quelling fragment was about to expire. The golden seal gate was about to open. Just as he had thought, the seal gate was indeed about to open. He immediately unleashed his final healing light, a precise strike, to defeat the monster. No one dared approach. After a shout, the mortal transcendent's kill was accompanied by a thunderous, earth-shaking explosion. The system announced, "You have killed the boss." Demonic Blaze Dragon. Gold rank first strike accomplished. Current integration, 85, 288 40,000. Total integration, 21,322. 10,000 EXP, level up to 19. 4 base attributes plus 2 points. Received 8 free attribute points. He showed no emotion as he thought, a gold rank boss, 50 quest integration points and a huge amount of express. Leveled up twice. Seeing his stats on the system panel, player mortal transcendent, level 19, spell damage 520, physique 38, strength 38, agility 38, intelligence 200. His face remained expressionless as he mused, still allocating everything to intelligence. With equipment attributes added, I can now hunt ordinary players. His side remained eerily quiet, in contrast to the three beauties side, where one excitedly told the mortal transcendent, "Mortal transcendent, I'm level 18 now." Fairy Dao also happily exclaimed, "Me too, Sister Underworld Moon. But sister, why aren't you dancing excitedly like us?" Underworld Moon didn't feel as excited as the other two beauties, but rather felt that she was unqualified to be in their party. Compared to Stain and Leeching experience, I'm better suited for solo play. As she thought this, the system announced, player Underworld Moon has left the party. Fairy Dao regretfully wanted to call Underworld Moon back, but was met with her farewell message. The mortal transcendent, walking ahead, didn't want to meddle. He just felt this girl had quite a stubborn personality. Let her be. Once we get the loot, I'll head out. Then came the loot introduction. Demonic Dragon's Tainted White Gold Staff. Needs purification to utilize. Effects unknown. First strike execution reward. Tainted White Gold Skull Dragon Plate Helm. Needs purification to utilize. Stats and effects unknown. Sealed 3-star skillbook, not unlocked. Effect unknown. Cannot be learned. White Gold Fusion Gem. Confuse equipment of the same white gold quality once. Among the fused equipment, one effect can be chosen to be fused onto the main equipment. Other stats remain unchanged. Finally, a sound announced the quest completion. Retrieve the full crystal flask. Next quest unlocked. Return the full crystal flask to a certain someone. The system announcement ended. The mortal transcendent's gaze turned cold. The quest is complete. Time to settle the score. Outside the sealed gate, seeing the gate open, a crowd immediately grew noisy. They discussed among themselves, "Is this a bug? Yeah, the gate is open, you monsters." The Celestial Court Guild leader was puzzled too, but told those beside him, "Wait 2 more minutes. If no monster appears, send someone in." Before he finished, movement came from the gate. He grew alert. Something's happening. Then he saw Underworld Moon emerge. As she stepped out, someone exclaimed, "It's her." Others around also chimed in. This can't be the one who activated the server-wide quest. How is she still alive after everyone rushed in earlier? Surely there couldn't be no monsters inside the gate. What's going on here? Ignoring the gossip, she was about to proceed when she heard someone calling out, "You, stop." She paused and turned around. There, he rudely questioned her. "How could you come out of the sealed gate? What about the first battle achievement team who entered before you?" Seeing his lack of manners, she didn't hold back and responded with the same attitude. "Why should I tell you?" The Thien Din guild leader, disregarding her expression, arrogantly said, "Since you're tainted with demonic energy, I assume you don't want to die." A core member standing behind him then interjected with a placating tone, "Sister, we mean no harm." Seeing this, he tried to mediate, wearing a conciliatory expression. "We have no ill intentions." She just wanted to know the situation of the main raid team, but she didn't bother looking at them, and scoffed in response, "A bunch of misfits trying to cause trouble for the main raid team. If you're so capable, go in and see for yourselves." The one who had seemed amiable before turned cold and asked in return, "You really don't want to say anything?" Sensing the hostility from the one who spoke, Underworld Moon not only remained unconcerned, but also used stealth to tell them, "I have nothing to say to you people." The Celestial Court Guild leader shouted, using stealth in front of so many, "You must really want to die." A core member of the Celestial Court Guild, Myriad Laws, returned, enraged by her contempt, unleashed an ice magic barrage at her escaping figure. But it didn't hit, instead being countered by her swift twin blade strike, injuring him. Those beside him didn't seem concerned about his injury. They turned towards her, voicing threats and annoyance. "You're stubbornly defying the Celestial Court Guild. We'll give you one last chance to speak, or else." The beauty challenged him in return, "Go ahead, try it." Before she could finish, someone from the sealed gate interrupted. The mortal transcendent, surrounded by intense demonic aura, stepped out and mocked, well, so many people, bullying a single girl. How impressive." Everyone exclaimed, "The mortal transcendent. The Vanguard's priest. He was the first to enter the sealed gate, yet survived. How did so many guilds with so many artifacts fail to trap the Vanguard to death?" The girl behind him said, "Looks like there's drama to watch." The mortal transcendent thought, "Indeed, my survival seems to surprise them." He told Underworld Moon, "You should have told them I was in the sealed gate. Why did you come out?" She replied, "I told them you were inside, but it's not important whether you live or die. My survival doesn't matter, but failing the server-wide mission would be a grave loss." He frowned, "I'll settle this with you once we're outside." She was angered by their large numbers. He communicated with his eyes, "Quickly use stealth and go back into the sealed gate. It'll be too dangerous for you out here soon." She asked, "Can you handle them alone?" He reassured, "Don't worry." She glanced aside, "Don't die, or I'll have to avenge you." She turned to the white-haired one, "Consider yourself lucky." Looking back at the mortal transcendent, "I'll wait inside for your good news." The Celestial Court Guild leader frowned at the mortal transcendent. "Didn't expect you to survive and come out. Where are your remaining teammates?" He replied, "They're inside, if you want to see." The guild leader said, "No need. Call out your knights and summoners. We can spare your life. After all, you're just a priest. No need for you to die." He refuted, "But they're my teammates. I won't abandon them. Asking them to come out and die is unwise. Unless," he asked. The mortal transcendent slammed his staff, "Unless you kneel down and call me Father." Enraged, he pointed his sword. "You're mocking me, mortal transcendent. Looking for death?" He calmly replied, "Planning to attack with so many demonic shards. Surely not just the Celestial Court Guild wants us dead. Come at me if you want to fight. I'll take you all on." The black-haired one spoke, "Killing you is enough for 2 guilds. You're too arrogant." The Celestial Court Guild. Everyone raised their weapons. They all responded affirmatively. They shouted in unison, "Immortal Mythic Brothers." The two of them yelled as they charged. The mortal transcendent gripped his staff, thinking of fire spells, ice spells. They all clashed in battle. The white-haired one yelled, "Are you dead yet?" The other replied, "No death notification received." The mortal transcendent appeared with 50% HP, saying, "Pity, I'm not dead yet." Then he used the petty holy light spell. The celestial array formation. "My turn now." The two from the Celestial Court Guild were caught off guard. Such a powerful skill. Damage reduction -1300. The white-haired one yelled, "Evade quickly." Everyone kept taking continuous -1300 damage reduction. The Celestial Court Guild leader gritted his teeth in anger. "Aren't you just a mere priest? How can you use healing spells?" The mortal transcendent attacked while saying, "Guess why his sword fell." He stomped on it. Next is the Golden Twilight Guild. The Golden Twilight Guild leader, the Golden Twilight Prince's face darkened. He stared at the mortal transcendent protagonist, asking sternly, Mortal Transcendent, the Golden Twilight Guild bears no grudge against you. What do you intend? The Mortal Transcendent frowned and thought. In the previous nation's war to eliminate domestic competition, this one colluded with foreign server guilds, selling intel, directly destroying a domestic capital city. Such a person doesn't deserve pity and death. He glanced at the prince's head and asked, is there something wrong up there? You used demonic shards to seal the confinement gate. Now you claim you bear no grudge against us. Seeing the accusation, the Golden Twilight Prince defended himself. I think you misunderstood. The Golden Twilight used demonic shards for a server-wide mission, not targeting your main force. He raised his voice in questioning. At this point, you don't want to confront not just a guild, but the entire server, do you? Let's step back, act as if nothing happened. What do you say? He calmly gestured, no problem. In fact, you've stalled long enough. The prince angrily yelled, Mortal Transcendent, you're too arrogant. The Golden Twilight is not a place you can offend as you please. His soldiers took defensive positions with shields raised, swords ready, awaiting the order to attack. He ordered the 3 squads to advance first, forcing him to use military skills and cast spells aimed directly at the Mortal Transcendent. He calmly considered, this prince is well prepared. He hasn't made a move from start to finish. Seems I can't get his equipment. Right after, hundreds of fire and ice spell arrows came from all directions, with ice spells attacking from below, but these attacks couldn't trouble him at all. He moved rhythmically and evaded them all successfully. The soldiers were utterly shocked. Gaping, they exclaimed, what kind of slithery movement is this? Can this game really be played like that? Isn't this the difference between a deity and a mortal? We're just mortals. The Mortal Transcendent smirked and asked provocatively, is this the extent of the Golden Twilight's ability? The infuriated prince ordered angrily, send the melee troops to cut him down. He's just a low blood priest, he can't last. The cavalry squad attacked furiously, striking powerfully in preparation for the next wave of attacks. He chuckled, who wants to engage in melee with you all? Then he immediately used his skill, called Flash Step, rushing towards the Golden Twilight Prince. The prince panicked and ordered a retreat, but it was too late. He coldly said, too late. Petite Saint Radiance, the heaven-rending formation attacked directly, leaving the prince no chance to react. The soldiers suffered the same fate. Some people there couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, the silver battle god in the water is actually a support priest. Another added, he's too powerful. Is he the top player? After achieving this feat, the Mortal Transcendent smugly said, truly one of the top 10 guilds. Maybe I can upgrade my crystalline magic staff to platinum grade. A brother from Guild 9X started negotiating, hey, can we reconcile? The Mortal Transcendent flatly replied, 30 pieces of equipment in total, plus an apology from your guild for using demonic shards, then we'll call it even. That brother laughed bitterly. Alright, deal. Aside from those 3 guilds, there's also Celestial Sovereigns, Wisdom Aristocracy, and Dragon Imperial Guild. Additionally, there was a 10-star player last night, Guild Unknown. The Mortal Transcendent sighed and said, seems like many guilds want me dead. He suddenly glanced at the Wisdom Aristocracy's guild leader. He smiled, why the hurry? The guild leader replied, Great Deity Transcendent, your guidance. He began inquiring, I don't know what offense I've committed against the martial leader, but you wanted to trap my small team in the sealed gate. Flustered, he explained, Great Deity Transcendent, you jest. Why would I want to trap you all? You're all young friends in the guild. This misunderstanding caused unnecessary trouble. Without beating around the bush, he got straight to the point. Forget whether this happened or not, 200 equipment pieces, and we'll call it even. Glancing at him, he continued, the martial leader is generous. Then he has no choice but to accept the deal. 200 equipment pieces. He agreed verbally but was inwardly resentful. The Mortal Transcendent said, you have quite an appetite. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. He said with a sinister smile, 200 is a bit much. How about 100? I'll pay right now. He secretly used the Soul Strike skill to attack unexpectedly. The martial leader focused all his power on the Soul Strike. A lightning bolt shot towards the Mortal Transcendent's back. He saw the Mortal Transcendent get hit, losing 1,000 health points. The martial leader thought, he's dead, right? What's going on? The unscrupulous Wisdom Aristocracy attacked from behind. The Great Deity Transcendent is dead. Died so easily. What a pity. The surrounding players saw this and commented, but when they saw the Mortal Transcendent's body gradually disappearing, the martial leader was dumbfounded, his face full of doubt, thinking, when players die, they should disappear and return to the resurrection point. Why did he turn into fragments? At that moment, the Mortal Transcendent suddenly appeared, teleporting beside the martial leader. Greeting, surprise, brother. Hello there. The reason the mortal transcendent took no damage was due to the illusory boots effect, granting immunity to single target damage for 3 minutes. The martial leader was both surprised and furious. He shouted, "Why aren't you dead?" The mortal transcendent cheerfully explained his doubts. "Theoretically, your power-focusing skill should have dealt damage. I should have died for sure, but alas, I'm an irregular person." As he finished, the sword in his hand glowed. The mortal transcendent unleashed the petty Saint Array, Heaven's revelation formation. His eyes sharpened as he said, "So, bye-bye." The martial leader only managed to curse, "Damn it," before returning to the resurrection point. His dropped equipment, Silver Blood Scattering Ring, restores 100 mana, plus 4% magic damage. The mortal transcendent picked it up. It has the highest magic power stat, suitable for mages, requires level 10 for summoner priests. Note, this equipment is incomplete, can be repaired at the blacksmith shop in the main city. As the mortal transcendent put on the ring, he thought, the martial leader is a good person. He even voluntarily gave me such good equipment. I'll wear it for now. After the server-wide quest, I'll get it repaired. The quality can at least be increased by 1 or even 2. The equipment pieces from the major guild's drops are enough to level up my crystal magic staff. Quite a haul this time. As he thought, he turned towards the equipment lying on the ground. His expression became serious as he considered the major guilds. Unfortunately, the major guilds aren't foolish. This time, thanks to misinformation and high damage, I had the upper hand. It won't be so easy next time. Suddenly, a game notification appeared. Due to the recovered seal-breaking power, the seal gate of year 6789 is about to open. All players exclaimed in surprise. 5 seal gates opening at once, let's go. Finally, we can continue monster hunting. All 5 seal gates open simultaneously. Why am I thinking this? The mortal transcendent pondered. Let's temporarily leave the Royal Dragon Guild alone. Consider them lucky. He turned towards the gate and said, "We can go now." Mortal transcendent, you just massacred a bunch of tough guys. It was awesome. Tan cheerfully praised him. Dancing under the moonlight, Tan and little elf Dao joined the mortal transcendent. He walked over to them. Little elf Dao proudly said, "When I level up, I want a one-hit kill skill like the great immortal." The mortal transcendent. The mortal transcendent cheerfully replied, "I look forward to that day. I eagerly await it." After speaking, he turned to the dancing moonlight fairy. "Leaving the party? If not, lead the way," she solemnly replied. At the Lahua City respawn location, Prince Tien had just respawned and looked around, checking if anyone else had respawned. Then a mocking voice rang out. "Oh, isn't this the prince? You got killed and came back here too." Prince Tien immediately retorted, "Better than some people who lost their equipment. At least I didn't suffer any losses. The Royal Court Guild lost so many people, and you call that no losses? That's quite an eye-opener." He sighed in complaint, but Prince Tien immediately cut him off. "Instead of concerning yourself with me, think about whether you have enough liquid funds to bid for replacement equipment." Prince Tien smirked and continued, "I heard the Julok City auction has gold-tier defensive gear for sale. You should check your bags again. Wouldn't want to find them empty and lose face." His face flushed with anger. He glared at the departing prince and shouted, "No need to worry about me." After shouting, he turned with a sullen expression and said to the soldiers behind him, "Head to Julok City." He thought to himself, can't let the gold-tier defensive gear get snatched away again. In Julok City, this person was Shaw Area, Zhang Zan's hot-tempered neighbor. The shop branch in Julok City that Zhang Zan mentioned must be here. A game notification appeared. "Welcome to the shop." Shaw Area read the shop's name aloud, Treasure Trove. Ah, finally found the place he mentioned. The game displayed information about Treasure Trove shop. Shop name, Treasure Trove, managed by Air. Items for sale, gold mystic armor. Price, negotiable. Gold staff weapon. Price, negotiable. In storage, Moonlight Dress Blueprint, Kipao Blueprint. She looked at the listed items for sale, satisfied. This kid Zhang Zan knows his stuff. He prepared everything I need, she said happily. Let me notify Zhang Zan that I've arrived. Let me notify him that I've arrived. The system window appeared again with the content. Player Air has sent you a friend request. Deep in the gate, the 7th seal, Venom Unicorn Boss, Copper level 15. The boss's first skill is Reckless Charge. When HP drops by 10%, it will charge towards the nearest target, dealing 300% damage and knocking the target back. Second skill, when HP drops by 25%, it will ignore threat, attacking any target within 20 meters, while increasing attack power by 50%. Fanran used Healing Beam. After a short time, the boss lost 10% of its HP. It then used Reckless Charge. Reckless Charge can be avoided by moving. To deal with this type of boss, Healing Beam and treatment spells are best. When the boss used Reckless Charge and charged, Fanran used Blink to teleport away, dodging the attack. Watching the Grandmaster fight is so impressive. After graduating, sister, you'll also be able to live such an exciting life, instead of just lying around waiting to die. A few minutes later, the boss was defeated. Congratulations, you received the Silver Moonstream Robe. Congratulations, you received the Silver Frozen Steel Greatsword. Proceed to the next point. Fanran saw the notification. Oh, Error's friend request. Hey little brother Error. Finally accepted my friend request. Huh. Treasure trove in Julok City. I'm at the shop branch in Julok City. There are two chubby fellows, looking quite silly and wealthy, wanting to buy the 2 gold gears you're selling. How should I handle these 2 gold gears? Wait, let me check the pricing. There are a lot of wealthy players these days. Tell them to bid against each other, but not below 10,000 gold. Start at 10,000. Highest bidder gets them. The Blood Mystic Armor and Scepter, total 20,000. Right. Brother, have you gone mad with poverty? There are only 5 gold gears on the entire server currently. With 20,000, you want to snatch up 2 of them. I'll bid 25,000. Yidao wasn't willing to lose either, 26,000. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Increasing by just 1,000 gold each time doesn't befit the dignity of Grandmaster Yidao. Lord Jijun, what brings you here? Of course, to buy the gears. I can't let the Celestial Guild monopolize all the gold gears on the entire server. 28,000, 30,000. So this is how lucrative game design can be. Should I quit my job and become a game designer? You can really make this much money from designing. Haha, there are indeed many wealthy people in this world. Can you give me a slot? Jiang Chen, 30,000 for the 2 gears. In the future, sister, I'll let you earn with me in Air. I'll treat you to a meal before bedtime. I'll give you 1% share, since Air is there with you, Fanran thought. You can give her full authority over the shop. If I get any gold gears I don't need in the future, I can just toss them into storage. Moving on to the 9th seal gate. It seems opening 5 seal gates simultaneously is putting quite a strain on the players. Although we've passed through the first 2 gates, in theory, players should also rush to the 9th gate and defeat the monsters, right? But looking at the current situation, perhaps the demons from this gate have all fled to the 9 demon ceiling peaks. So should we wait for the seal gate to open, or head to the 9 demon ceiling peaks? The power to unseal is restoring the 10th, 11th, and 12th gates soon. Players, pay attention, the 9 demon ceiling peaks are being eroded by demonic energy. It seems we can't wait any longer. The 9 demon ceiling peaks can't hold out much longer. Fanran, something's happening at the 9 demon ceiling peaks. The server-wide quest will fail. What should we do now? We can't let the 3 silver rank bosses reach the 9 demon ceiling peaks. The 3 of you, go reinforce the 9 demon ceiling peaks first. I'll deal with the boss, Daozu Xiaoyao. Brother, can you assign me to another battlefield? Fanran thought of summoning the chief summoner from his past life. Her command abilities won't let me down. Indeed, Daozu Xiaoyao responded. I'll ensure I don't disappoint your excellency. The chaotic battle raged at the 9 demon ceiling peaks between demons and players. It was a shocking sight. Too many demons. Hurry, call for more people to defend the demon ceiling peaks. We can't hold out much longer at this rate. The situation is critical. Combined with the tense, do-or-die atmosphere, this place, already chaotic, has descended into pandemonium. Damn, my health is almost depleted. Why are there more and more demons? This server-wide quest is incredibly difficult. Everywhere you look, players are surrounded by demons. Strength is drained, forces are imbalanced, we're in a dire strait. We can't hold out much longer. I want to retreat. It's just not worth dying from demonic energy contamination. An exhausted player called for retreat. My mana is depleted, someone please help. Another desperately cried out, just as the demons were about to land the killing blow. Thankfully, reinforcements arrived to save them. Thank you. It was the Vanguard Squad. The Vanguard Squad is here. Tan An, Daozu Xiaoyao, and the Moonlit Dancer appeared. Amidst the cheers of everyone, another cry for help reached the life-saving sister. His Excellency trusts me so much. I cannot let him down. Xiaoyao resolutely gave orders. Everyone, listen to me. Players on the right, quickly fall back to defend the base of the ceiling peaks. Prioritize dealing with nearby demons. Don't let the ceiling peaks be contaminated. The vanguard squad leader was commanding. The guild leader of Dragon Reigning in Heaven reluctantly nodded, agreeing with Xiaoyao's tactics. The vanguard squad is quite talented in command. For now, let her lead our defensive maneuvers. Xiaoyao noticed everyone was following her orders, so she continued deploying troops. Warriors on the left formed 2 lines, level 15 and above in the front row, below level 15 in the second row. The 2 lines will defend and rotate with the front at any moment. Priests, watch the frontline warriors closely. Ensure their health stays above 80%. Avoid unnecessary damage. There are fewer demons on the left flank. Ranged units gather near me. Warriors, tighten the defensive line. Priests, come to my side. Keep an eye on the frontline's health. Don't let it drop below 50%. Frontline players, don't panic. Ranged units, slowly fall back. Melee fighters, don't be reckless. Fall back if your health is low. Everyone obediently followed Xiaoyao's arrangements. Their defense and offense were visibly effective. Morale gradually rose. Backline priests, don't just focus on your teammates. Pay close attention to the frontline warriors too. She's commanding such a large battlefield, yet can control the entire situation, staying calm all the while. This summoner Xiaoyao is a rare tactical genius, gifted in command. If we could recruit her to our guild, we'd have the edge in team battles. Dragon Reigning in Heaven secretly acknowledged her abilities, praising Xiaoyao's innate talents. But don't underestimate the tiger. Observing Xiaoyao's entire battle, she's powerful, but with insufficient players, I fear they can't hold out for long. He was worried, could this server-wide mission ultimately fail at the last moment? Sharing Dragon Reigning in Heaven's concerns, a horde of ferocious demons charged the front line. At the second sealed gate, the level 15 Hellfire Tiger boss appeared, a formidable silver rank boss, with dark brown fur and fierce green eyes. Each tail attack by the Hellfire Tiger condenses 3 green fireballs shooting at the target. Each green fireball deals 150% magic damage with 20% magic lifesteal. Hellfire spread. Every 20% HP lost, a massive hellfire sphere is shot at the target dealing 300% magic damage, creating a fire zone, dealing 100% magic damage per second, lasting 10 seconds. Unexpectedly, the second boss is a ranged attacker. Its power far exceeds an ordinary boss. If it appeared on the main battlefield, the players at the 9 Peaks Demon Subduing would be annihilated. The mortals silently assessed the situation, then quickly made a decision. Swift battle, swift victory. They must hold it here. With those words, he cast a healing spell. The healing ray healed the 3 Hellfire Tigers, while he exerted full power to retaliate, countering the Hellfire Tigers' attacks. The Hellfire could be avoided by moving, but it would delay their timing. Confronting it head-on with full force was fastest. The ultimate counterattack the mortal unleashed was the Celestial Light Formation. With the magic circle manifesting, it dealt fatal damage directly to the Hellfire Tiger. 10 minutes later, the battle was decided. Victory belonged to the mortals. You have slain the level 15 Hellfire Tiger boss, completing the first battle achievement. You received the Golden Crescent Cloak. You received the Golden Unyielding Longbow. After claiming the rewards, he continued onwards to the next challenge. There's still one final gate, the mortal thought to himself. But little did he know, due to his domineering aura, the 4 players following him ended up in a hilarious predicament. An unlucky mission indeed. Delayed by the previous task, they missed the gate openings. Now others had claimed the bosses. The broken strings, who would hear Xiao Xuan's revival. Xiaoan, motionless as a mountain, his sword aura sweeping. The boss at gate 10 was already dead. Don't be upset anymore, said one. The players have gone to defend the 9 peaks. The last 2 bosses must be ours. What debt passed by so quickly? Forget him, the boss is more important. Hurry, gate 11 is right ahead. Xiao Xuan was right to urge them on. Let's go fight the boss. At the 9 Peaks Demon Subduing, the trio of vanguards was in dire straits. Dancing under the moon, said the little demon. The right flank has been breached again. Many players' reinforcements are depleted. Kid, think of something, we're out of options. This is already the best solution. It has to be. Now there's only one way left to resolve this issue. Dao Xiaoyao observed the situation before him, speaking with a worried expression. Stall until the Divine One arrives. The number of demons is 5 times that of players. Unless someone here has area of effect damage skills, we can only wait. Upon hearing this, a bald man with a thick black beard suddenly asked, I admit the mortal is powerful, but no matter how strong he is, he's still just one person. Can you guarantee that after we stall long enough, he can definitely deal with all these demons? I don't see how. Dao Xiaoyao didn't hesitate to reply directly. I can say this much, the little demon thought to herself, trusting, for he is the divine one. As soon as Dao Xiaoyao finished speaking, the bald man quickly called out, then I'll trust you again this time. Listen up, men of the Dragon Subjugation Society. Take out your strongest artifacts. Try to hold off these damned demons. Hearing this, the group from the Dragon Subjugation Society didn't hesitate to follow the old man's risky order. I've already invested too much to quit now. Quitting now would be a huge loss. However, after a while, the overwhelming number of enemies made them lose heart and cry out loudly. Getting riled up is useless now. I can't hold on any longer, the 9 peaks are lost. Everyone, let's give up. Seeing the group gradually giving up, Dao Xiaoyao couldn't contain her worry, thinking, Divine One, where are you? Hurry, we can't hold on any longer. Suddenly, those furry demons leapt into the air and raced towards the ancient chest. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but panic and exclaim, it's over. But at that moment, the mortal suddenly appeared, a sly smile on his face. He calmly said, it's not over yet. Without hesitation, he then unleashed his unique demonic arts. The mortal's Shaosheng Guangtian formation, standing atop the dragon statue, controlling the powerful demonic arts, causing the surrounding atmosphere to tremble. At this moment, he was like a majestic deity, holding the fates of all here in his grasp. Those demons seemed to have been struck by the mortal's magic, dropping dead one by one. Seeing this, the team members could not contain their joy, excitedly shouting, the mortal has arrived in time. A young man could not hold back his tears, crying as he spoke, Mortal sir, I willingly call you the god of virtual reality games. For you to pull off this dragon-riding demon-chasing feat, I am in awe. I'm convinced. While everyone was overjoyed, the bald man kept gritting his teeth, angrily shouting, damn it, you let him show off successfully. Though speaking crudely and bluntly on the surface, like an animal, the man was secretly thinking, but the server-wide mission is safe now. The society's efforts weren't in vain. On the other side, Chenggen and Dao Xiaoyao could not control their excited emotions, crying as Chenggen hugged Xiaoyao tightly, happily saying, Xiaoyao, he made it in time. He really made it in time. For the first time, I know games can be this exciting. Dao Xiaoyao quickly responded, me too. As for the mortal, he was still riding the demon dragon with a very calm demeanor. After a while, the mortal suddenly spoke, thank you all for your efforts. Rest assured now, leave the rest to me. Though I'm just a priest who can't give blood transfusions, I can slay demons. As soon as the mortal finished speaking, the warriors regained their fiery spirit and morale like before. Everyone fully trusted his words, quickly responding, okay, those demons, your daddy's back. Half an hour later, the monsters lay dead like fallen leaves, the stench of death permeating everywhere, evoking the image of a brutal battlefield. Dao Xiaoyao leaned against her summoned beast, speaking in a tired tone, it's finally over. After this tense battle, everyone felt drained. Even Chenggen and Moonblade were exhausted. Chenggen leaned against a large rock, gently saying, this server-wide mission is over. I want to rest for half a day. Seeing this, Moonblade quickly responded, me too, Lord, these virtual reality games are more physically taxing. Without enough rest, it's hard to continue playing. Suddenly, the mortal stepped towards them and slowly spoke, don't relax so soon, it's not over yet. Hearing this, Moonblade couldn't help but ask in doubt, it's not over yet. The mortal didn't hide anything, speaking straightforwardly at a steady pace, the final Seal Gates boss hasn't been defeated yet. On my way there, I received Xiaoyao's message, so I temporarily came here. Luckily the boss hasn't arrived yet, otherwise, the server-wide mission could have truly failed. After he finished, Moonblade continued, the server-wide mission's mechanism is that all monsters will rush to the 9 demon-suppressing peaks. Logically, the boss should appear too. Hearing this, the mortal called out, let's go check it out then, not hesitating as he turned to leave. Immediately, the system sent a boss notification. 12th Seal Gate, Masen Nike, Silver Rank Boss, Level 150 Ancient. Its skill information quickly appeared. Toxic Mist. When HP drops below 10%, spews a large amount of toxic bones spreading everywhere, obscuring all vision. Deals 200 damage per second. Lasts 25 seconds, 20 meters radius. Demonic Self-Heal. Within 10 seconds of not taking damage, activates a self-healing effect, regaining 1% HP per second for 10 seconds. Upon reading these notifications, the warriors couldn't help but grow tense, exclaiming in unison, A man in green armor didn't hesitate to voice his opinion. Toxic mist and demonic self-heal. This skill combo is tough to deal with. We need someone to damage the boss during the mist duration, otherwise it'll heal. Hearing this, the team's archer quickly added, without vision, my skills are useless. A spiky-haired man worriedly chimed in, this is troublesome. The bosses from the previous gates were taken down by others faster. I thought the server-wide mission boss would be weaker, but who knew it would be even stronger? As he said this, sweat poured down his head like water. Seeing her teammates so pessimistic, a brown-haired female warrior spoke up, but we're here already, might as well give it a try. The man in green armor from before responded, you're right, if it doesn't work, use potions and quickly find more people to help. Not long after, the archer raised his weapon, activating his magic power and shouting, then I'll initiate combat. Meanwhile, on the other side, the mortal, Xiaoyao, Chenggen and Moonblade were slowly approaching the cliff. After observing the area for a while, he made a remark, it seems others have been here before us. Indeed, the mortals group wasn't the only one to have set foot at the 12th seal gate. At the seal site, a group was battling a ferocious beast, a gigantic blue-eyed serpent with its massive jaws open, revealing sharp, fanged teeth, as if wanting to devour all trespassers in its domain. It was dominating. Among them, a member of Vanguard was very close, desperately fighting the serpent spirit, but his strength was not enough to inflict any damage on the beast. He was flailing about in panic. He gritted his teeth, the mist's damage is too high, it blocks all vision. I can't pinpoint the boss's location at all, let alone stop it from healing. On the contrary, once someone enters the serpent's area, there's no way for him to heal, and Xiaoxuan's shield can't withstand it either. Throughout the process, seeing the dire situation before him, with no prospects, Vanguard ordered his team to retreat first. Prolonging would only waste their consumables. Vanguard's team immediately fled the battle. The ferocious beast continued to chase after them, its massive serpentine body hissing loudly, echoing through the forest. The Mortals group was also in this forest area. Chenggen noticed Vanguard's team had stopped fighting and informed the Mortal of this. The Mortal had his own assessment. He commanded his team to head towards the serpent spirit to assess the situation. While fleeing, Vanguard and his teammates also noticed the Mortals group's presence. One of his subordinates asked, there's a team of 4 over there. They might be going for the boss too. Should we let them have it? Vanguard, focused on his team's strategy, only turned to look after hearing his subordinate. The Mortals team had a cleric, a summoner knight and an assassin. Vanguard thought to himself, their team composition was similar to his own, so he figured the Mortals' fate would be the same as theirs. They would have to leave empty-handed. But in the end, he decided to approach the Mortals team to ask if they were heading towards the beast. Then he heard someone calling him. He recognized it as Vanguard's voice. The strings have snapped, can anyone hear? Xiaoyan and Xiaoxuan were also surprised by their team formation. In their previous life, they were top-ranking players, class-ranked at the early period, yet now they were teamed up together. The mortal frowned, asking Vanguard what was going on. The other's expression was full of friendly warmth. Vanguard waved at the mortal's team, asking if they were also there for the boss. The mortal, surprised by his overly enthusiastic attitude, wondered if this future warrior ranking expert could really be so warm-hearted. At this point, Vanguard stated his plan directly. He meant no harm, and simply wanted to ask the Mortals group if they wanted to team up against the beast. The loot could be split evenly between them, because that formidable serpent spirit would not make it easy for them to pass this trial. But the Mortal didn't think it was necessary. He politely declined the offer. If Vanguard's group isn't fighting the beast, please stand aside and don't interfere with us. These words reached Xiaoxuan's ears. She felt the Mortal was arrogant and underestimating himself. Her leader had extended an olive branch, yet the Mortal's indifferent, dismissive attitude showed he didn't respect anyone. Moreover, she didn't believe the mortal could defeat the beast alone. Chenggen immediately stepped forward, wanting to argue. Are you crazy? You can't beat the boss yourself, so you want help. What do you mean by having good intentions or not? Listen carefully, we don't need you, he firmly asserted. Xiaoxuan scoffed disdainfully at the mortal's team's confidence. You don't need us. Before saying that, Chenggen, you should check the boss's information first. Don't let the boss wipe your whole team and make you lose face. Now, the mortal had lost his patience with Vanguard's team, coldly expressing his attitude. If you all still want to go, I won't hesitate to send you back to the respawn point. Vanguard maintained his calm leadership demeanor, but still seriously proposed negotiating to team up. Moreover, he believed this boss was not one the Mortals team could defeat alone, and the mortal shouldn't be so overconfident. We might still have a chance to cooperate. The mortal, confident in his battle strategy, remained steadfast, firmly declaring he would engage the boss, instructing his teammates to stand guard, absolutely not letting Vanguard's group steal their boss. Xiaoyu and Chenggen danced under the moonlight, in unison assuring they would complete the mission. Only by witnessing the mortal's prowess against the beast could one understand why Vanguard's team gave up. This boss had the skills of toxic fog fusion and undead healing. Without extremely high damage to suppress it, the boss wouldn't even lose any health. The mortal's actions left Vanguard's team utterly bewildered. They didn't understand why the lone priest rushed ahead towards the boss. Was he planning to solo the boss? Vanguard replied, "Let's just watch." The mortal began the battle with a powerful damaging healing spell aimed directly at the formidable beast. However, this attack was not enough to fell the serpent spirit. Taking this hit, the beast became even more ferocious. It tried to sink its sharp fangs into its opponent, but its massive body prevented it from keeping up with the mortal's graceful, agile movements. On the mortal's side, after evading the beast's counterattack, he immediately unleashed his ultimate healing light ray, causing the beast unbearable agony and making it howl in anguish. This scene left Vanguard's group aghast. They never expected a priest like the mortal could deal higher damage than even a knight. Another member chimed in, not understanding that skill. Clearly a special effect of a healing spell, but how could it deal such abnormally high damage? The damage value is also unusually high. Only Vanguard knew what had just occurred was the effect of a talent, similar to Xiao Xuan's ability to convert healing spells into a protective shield thanks to her talent. The mortal's healing spells could be converted into damage. Everyone marveled, realizing the mortal had good reason to refuse their invitation earlier. Except for Xiao Xuan, she still didn't believe in the mortal's strength. So what if his damage is high? The boss is about to use its skill. Under the toxic fog state, you won't be able to pinpoint the boss's location. If you can't sustain damage, the boss will heal. High damage will be useless. Indeed, the serpent spirit had unleashed its deadly skill, toxic fog. Moreover, priests are a fragile class. The mortal could easily be overwhelmed. Xiao Xuan remained adamant she was right, asserting that the mortal was merely putting on a show. But one of Vanguard's members seemed to have witnessed something astonishing. He pointed at the mortal. "Look at that. Divine Radiance Revelation." The mortal boldly unleashed another skill to slay the boss. This distance is perfect for casting. Taking the mortal's skill head-on, the beast writhed in agony. On the other side, Xiao Xuan blurted, "He's hacking, isn't he? Since when do priests have such wide-range skills?" Cheng Zhonggang spoke up, annoyed, "If you can't do it yourself, you accuse others of hacking. There's always an idiot every day. But today, there are quite a few unusual things. I'm just telling the truth." Xiao Xuan was about to argue, but Vanguard stopped her. "Xiao Xuan, we're being too narrow-minded. He does have the ability to solo the boss. He must have obtained a skill book, allowing him to deal such wide area damage. Moreover, the skill book's level is not low. Otherwise, he couldn't deal damage exceeding the limit. It even bypassed the boss's skill mechanics." Vanguard concluded, "We can't compare to him." "I'm sorry, I made you lose face," Vanguard apologized. Xiao Xuan seemed to have realized her mistake, so she remained silent, embarrassed. Cheng Zhonggang snorted disdainfully. At that moment, the system also displayed a report. "Congratulations on killing the silver-rank serpent spirit boss. First achievement completed," followed by a series of reward items for the mortal's feat. "You have received the golden arcane staff. You have received the golden dagger of midnight," announced server-wide. "All blazing serpents have been eliminated." Server quest. Repel the blazing serpents completed. Players, please share contribution points. Limited exchange shop will open in 10 minutes. Farm smiled contentedly. Not counting quest contribution points, plus the 5 golden equipment drops earlier, this server quest was quite profitable. Time to share contribution points. Current points, 134,088. Total team points, 33,522. The team's total contribution points. If we split evenly, we'll get the server quest rewards. Everyone worked hard this time. The team consisting of Cheng Zhonggang, Xiao Yao, and the assassin who dances under the moonlight gathered, happily accepting their achievement rewards after so many arduous quests. Cheng Zhonggang beamed, "No need to be polite." Xiao Yao and the assassin who dances under the moonlight spoke up, "Thank you, great sage." Vanguard approached to chat with the brother. "What's up, priest?" The mortal replied nonchalantly, "You didn't manage to snatch the boss, so you're preparing to rob me." Unexpectedly, Vanguard just wanted to trade items. "Don't misunderstand, brother. I just want to ask, what class were those silver equipment you got earlier? If you have warrior or archer equipment, can you sell them to us? We can buy them. The mortal chuckled inwardly, friends coming to offer money. You should have said so earlier. I do have some. But what price did you have in mind? Let me take a look. We can buy them at 10% above market price. Let me quote you. The great sage replied. He then displayed the list of items he could sell. Silver adamantine greatsword, silver meteoric greatsword, silver moonlight longbow, silver plate armor, silver agility ring. Vanguard was stunned, praising, you have a whole inventory. Selling in bulk, huh? The mortal chuckled, testing the waters, weapons for 650 gold each. Accessories for 600 gold each. No bargaining, take it or leave it. I'll take them all. Vanguard decided immediately, thinking to himself, consider it spending money to make amends with the great sage, while also getting good equipment. This deal is worth it. After the trade completed, you received 3,200 gold. The mortal smiled cheerfully, eyes crinkling, and replied warmly to Vanguard, come again, generous patron. Indeed, someone worthy of the rankings. Money makes the world go round. Seeing his greed, Cheng Zhenggang mocked. Your attitude changed quickly too, didn't it? It's not like we're sworn enemies. He's willing to spend money. I'm happy to make money too. The mortal replied cheerfully, having made a big profit. That's true. Where to next, mortal? Cheng Zhenggang asked. I need to go to the forest of romance and land of snow. You ladies can head back to the main city. The mortal had his route planned, so he bid farewell to Cheng Zhenggang and the current teammates. It seems the job change quest doesn't involve monster slaying. Temporarily, no need for the love goddess's blessings. I'll log off and rest then, Xiaoyao replied. I'll rest too. See you tonight, Cheng Zhenggang said. Only the assassin who dances under the moonlight had a serious expression. Her killing intent emanated, I have matters, so I'll leave the team temporarily. But before I go, I want to ask you something. Hearing this, the mortal was utterly confused, eyes wide, unsure how to react. She approached him closely, her slender figure now exuding even more allure. Blushing, she asked, do you have a girlfriend? After the assassin who dances under the moonlight asked, the mortal asked back, a girlfriend. Then, he inadvertently imagined a beautiful girl with fair, rosy skin, thinking to himself, how strange, why am I suddenly thinking of Sister 22? Feeling guilty, he quickly shook his head, dispelling the thought that had appeared in his mind. The assassin who dances under the moonlight was still waiting for the mortal's answer. You haven't answered me yet, she said, blushing shyly. The mortal immediately answered her question, no, I don't. Why do you ask? After hearing his answer, she smiled and bid farewell, just asking. I'll be going now. Next time, I won't hold you back. With that, she left immediately. The mortal stood there, perplexed by her question, then remembered Cheng Zhenggang and Xiaoyao, who were easier to understand. In the serene forest, Yiding would surely call him great adventurer mortal. The crystal vase has been stolen, Yiding reported sadly. Immediately after, the mortal took the crystal vase to Yiding's side, and said, I know. I took it back. A smile appeared on Yiding's face, then he thanked the mortal. He continued, with the crystal vase, we can quickly unravel the mystery of the fertile lands. The mortal smiled and said, good. Then he thought, now I can take advantage of this time to check the quest contribution shop of Realm of Divine Beings. They're quite generous with the rewards. The rewards are all good items. Attribute potions can permanently increase 4 basic attributes. The first one only costs 10 contribution points. These attribute potions are sold at sky-high prices later on. Moreover, they're rare and hard to find in the real world, so many wealthy people chase after them like ducks, but even if they go bankrupt, they can't buy a single one. I must buy all the attribute potions, and all the divine gems, 4-star skill books too. Buy a gold equipment set with 3 teleportation gems. Exchange the remaining contribution for gold. The mortal calculated carefully. He would surely tell Yiding, great adventurer, the burning aura of the Yang spirit flower in the fertile lands has been refined. The mortal then asked, what should we do next? I will try using a magic array to trace any remaining aura in the soil. Yiding replied. After using the spell with the crystal vase, it created a massive vortex. Yiding then said loudly, this is the aura of the demon god. The mortal pondered, the demon god. That must be it. The ancient calamity, the earthly tribulation from the previous life, was related to the demon god. The mortal was certain. At the same time, Yiding shouted, great adventurer. The magic array can project the image from that time. We will soon know what happened back then. After saying that, an image of a frail girl appeared, speaking each word in a trembling voice. Why did you come for me? Suddenly, she shed tears onto the flower below. Immediately, a sinister figure appeared behind her. You lowly girl, How dare you defy my control? If your soul wasn't still useful, I would have killed you, you wench, he angrily said. The mortal immediately thought that it seemed Letang was possessed by someone else. Even her soul was controlled by that person. Yiding said angrily, controlling souls, possessing bodies, these are all tactics of the demon god. The holy palace has been infiltrated by the demon god. After saying that, he turned and respectfully said to the mortal, Honorable great adventurer, you must take this crystal vase to the city of blazing fire and meet the city lord, Yan Chanfeng. Tell him about the demon god. A notification popped up, current quest completed. Next quest unlocked, take the filled crystal vase to the city of blazing fire. Tell Yan Chanfeng about this. The mortal agreed, I'll go right away. But that wicked woman sealed the space, thinking, you want to leave. No one's going anywhere today. Now that you know the demon god's secret, you must all die. Yiding was extremely alarmed. He turned and shouted at Letang. Letang, she is no longer Letang, the mortal calmly said. With one hand raised to shield those behind him, he stood firmly in front of the one who was no longer Letang at this moment. The system displayed, Letang is being controlled. Level 15 Silver Essence, it continued, Soul Tremor. After a 2-second cast, deals 100 true damage to any target within 20 meters, also controlling that target for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Skill 2, Demon God's Blessing. Followers receive the Demon God's Blessing, allowing temporary spatial lockdown. Letang's beautiful face gradually darkened. Her eyes flashed as she gazed at the mortal in astonishment. Adventurer, you once answered me that you would kill Yiding. Why haven't you made a move yet? The mortal sternly replied. I answered Letang, not you, follower of the demon god. Though his tone was firm, deep down, he felt uneasy. The mortal felt somewhat uneasy about the being before him. His face grew pensive as his mind raced with calculations. The space was locked down. It seemed he had to fight Letang to complete the quest. Her skills were quite strange, moreover, dealing true damage. He couldn't confront her head-on with mana. Damn, what a hassle. At this moment, Letang spoke, interrupting the mortal's thoughts. Her arrogant tone made one's blood boil. I am in Letang's body. I am her. She is me. These words successfully struck a nerve in Yiding. He cried out in anguish mixed with rage, enough. Don't defile her body with your presence. Letang is gentle and kind. A beast like you, without even a physical form, has no right to call her by name. That defiles her body. Get out, now. As Yiding finished speaking, Letang's face contorted. A flame ignited in Letang's eyes. A black aura surrounded her. In an instant, Letang levitated into the air, screaming in resentment, You've ruined my plans time and again. Today, I must kill you. Suddenly, Letang's soul manifested before the demon god Letang, arms outstretched, using herself to block the demon god, protecting Yiding. No, don't harm Yiding. Infuriated by Letang's interference, she shrieked in a maddening rage, Is it for this fool that you keep resisting me? Your defiance has nearly made me lose control. It seems only his death will make you obey me. Then I shall grant your wish to witness his demise. As she spoke, the demon god Letang gathered the black aura around her, forming a dark sphere. At this moment, the system urgently prompted the mortal. Important story character Yiding is in mortal danger. Please take action immediately. If Yiding died, the quest to become a mysterious deity would fail. The demon god Letang used the soul disturbance skill. Immediately, mystical green magic circles appeared around her, emanating an ethereal light. The mortal said he couldn't let her complete the incantation. He noticed the casting time for this skill was extremely short, and she cast it with utmost confidence, seemingly impossible to interrupt. Therefore, the mortal quickly had Letang's soul distract the demon god. You dare, adventurer! Letang cried out in alarm. You're a priest, not a sorcerer. How could you? As the disdainful demon god spoke, You're talking to this mortal. Letang swiftly flew over and with all her might, embraced the waist of the being possessing her body, pinning her down, thereby interrupting the casting of the ultimate soul disturbance technique. Seeing the bottle's tide turn, the demon god could not hide her resentment, and turned to the mortal, screaming in anguish, Deceitful adventurer, the demon god will not let you off. While Letang's soul was resisting, the struggling demon god tried to break free. Letang hurriedly urged everyone to leave quickly, implying she would stall for as much time as possible. Without hesitation, the mortal grabbed Yiding's wrist and pulled him away. After running a distance, Yiding patted his shoulder, suggesting the adventurer follow him. I'll lead you to Lihuaocheng City. The mortal had no choice but to comply. The two ran together, until they reached an area with a magic circle identical to the one Letang used for the soul disturbance technique. Standing before the imposing circle, Yiding explained, This is a teleportation array between Shiqiyuan and Lihuaocheng. 100 years ago, after the demon god Engani was sealed in Shiqiyuan, to prevent troublemakers, the teleportation array was destroyed. Saying this, Yiding picked up stones and began repairing the array. We'll use this to reach Lihuaocheng safely. He worked on restoring the teleportation array. The mortal asked curiously, "You know how to repair a teleportation array?" "Before I was a soldier in Lihuaocheng city, I did repair work on the Lord's teleportation array, so I learned a bit." After finishing the repairs, Yiding placed a green stone in the circle. As the stone touched the ground, the magic circle seemed activated. Snowflake-like specks rose from the circle. Yiding turned to face the mortal, a faint smile on his lips, and said, "Go ahead, honored adventurer. I'll see you to Lihuaocheng city." Following his suggestion, the mortal stepped in slowly. Once inside the circle, he turned and asked, "What about you?" Yiding smiled bitterly, then replied in an extremely calm tone, "I prepared that crystal for Latang. It was only meant as a betrothal gift, enough for one person. My duty is done. Go on without me. It was just a betrothal gift, only enough to teleport one person. I've fulfilled my responsibility. The rest is up to you, honored adventurer." After saying that, Yiding turned away. "Latang is still waiting for me. I must go back to her." The mortal seemed moved by Yiding's unwavering love, his eyes filled with affection for the man risking his life for the woman he loved. Unable to leave Yiding in danger, the mortal promised, "I'll return quickly." Upon reaching Lihuaocheng city, the mortal hurriedly sought out Yan Chanfeng, the city lord. "You're an adventurer from another realm," the lord asked. "What brings you here?" The mortal reported the demon god's invasion of Shiqiyuan. "It's an emergency." "What?" the lord exclaimed in shock. "So it's truly the demon god's aura." The Lihuaocheng lord was unaware of the situation. He hurried to Shiqiyuan to witness it himself. Just then, a system message appeared. "Mission complete. Deliver the message." Next mission unlocked. Follow Yan Chanfeng to Shiqiyuan. Mission: investigate the demon god incident. The mortal thought Yan Chanfeng possessed divine power. He had a teleportation map of the world. He could teleport to any place he had been before. The Lihuaocheng city lord, Yan Chanfeng, asked, "Where are the demon god's followers?" The mortal replied, "Yangning Snowland." Yan Chanfeng said, "I never thought I'd come here again." He pointed at Kaozheng. So this place was hidden by an illusion array. "That's right," the mortal confirmed. Yiding had said, "This place is called Qinglin Forest, because it was Yan Chanfeng's farewell gift to the sect master. But now the demon god has invaded it." Yan Chanfeng asked again, "Adventurer, I don't sense the demon god's aura. Are you certain its followers are here?" The mortal knelt, recalling his journey. Yiding stood by the teleportation array. Latang vomited blood in Qinglin Forest. He was certain the demon god's followers were there. "Definitely," he replied. Latang was poisoned in Qinglin Forest and coughed up blood. Yiding said he had to go back to find Latang. If the previous life followed the same script, and no one triggered the mysterious job change mission, he said there would be chaos in Shiqiyuan. The source of the chaos would be the sacred palace. Latang had been exposed, and would surely return to the sacred palace to cause chaos. Yan Chanfeng's face darkened. This cannot be delayed. The two entered the sacred palace. Inside, Yan Chanfeng said, "I sense the demon god's aura." Latang appeared and said, "You dare follow me here to die? Then I shall grant your wish." She attacked the long-haired man. Yan Chanfeng shouted, "Audacious heretic." The man was surprised to see the city lord. Yan Chanfeng angrily said, "How dare this demon trespass in the sacred palace?" The long-haired man pleaded with the city lord, "Please don't kill Latang. She's just possessed by an evil spirit, not truly wicked." Yan Chanfeng replied, "She can be exorcised." Latang screamed wickedly. Yan Chanfeng said, "I'll leave you a path to live. Can she be awakened?" "It depends if the gods care about her." The long-haired man held the unconscious Latang. The demon god within Latang appeared. "Those who dare disrupt the demon god's plan must die. Great demon god, please protect your follower." Yan Chanfeng frowned. "To offer such an ugly spirit form to the demon god, how pitiful you are. You rotten man have no taste. The great demon god's spirit form is the most beautiful existence in this world." The mortal covered his face. "I suspect the demon god has manipulated your mind. I suggest you see a doctor." Demon god follower, silver boss level 20. None made out the great demon god. Spirit form. Physical damage reduced by 50%. Soul shock. When HP drops by 10%, deal 200 true damage to all targets within 25 meters, forcing them to attack allies for 10 seconds. Soul absorption. When HP drops by 25%, deal 200 true damage to all targets within 25 meters, and restore HP by an equal amount. Lasts 10 seconds. The mortal vomited, disgusting enemy. The city lord left this to you. The city lord then said, adventurer, I'm afraid I can't help you. The city lord of Shichiyuan, Aisha, appeared and said, your opponent is me. The mortal shouted loudly, this ugly enemy is playing with me. Though not strong, it's an eyesore. The follower growled, insulting the demon god's follower. You will pay for that. I will bury your body and shred your soul. The mortal said indifferently, stop shouting. Just a demon god follower. He then raised his thunderflame staff confidently, taking a battle stance, saying, I've skewered demon gods before. The mortal used a healing spell from his staff and struck the boss. Her head bled, and she screamed, lowly human. She then attacked the mortal. He blocked the attack, surprised by her speed. Luckily it wasn't true damage. He continued his healing light beam attack, striking the demon god's follower. She continued screaming, you human anger me. I will tear you apart. After saying that, she used Soul Shock aimed at him. The mortal nimbly dodged it. Soul Shock has a 2-second slow. Luckily I got out of its range. He told his opponent, I'm out of your attack range, but you're not. He then said, try the taste of my celestial holy light barrier. He fired the spell he mentioned from his staff. Every hit stuns for 2 seconds. The two roared defiantly at each other. He looked at her reaction with disdain, thinking the demon god's form was truly ugly. He then pointed his staff directly at the monster. Better to end this quickly. If it drags on too long, mental damage could occur. Hearing this, it screamed, die, lowly human, die. Black smoke swirled around it as it said, die. He paid no attention and continued, I'm just telling the truth. Actually, your human head is quite nice to look at. Just a bit ugly, but that's fine. Maybe in the demon god's eyes, you're still quite beautiful. The demon god's follower continued her attacks. Soul absorption. She screamed, ah, I will drain your soul. He held his head and complained, bosses these days just don't listen to sincere words. Truly a cold and heartless world. 10 minutes later, the boss's health was down to 1%. The two beasts on either side were weakened. With her last breath, she screamed, die. Die. The mortal calmly reassured, I'll send you off right here. Though you made me run until my legs broke for this quest, I'm a good person. It'll be over quickly, without pain. Suddenly, a surge of power burst through the glass door, striking the boss directly. The mortal was startled, what the fuck? He angrily turned and shouted at DM Truongfang, what the hell are you doing? DM Truongfang hovered above, scratching his head in confusion. The adventurer explained, I'm really sorry. Didn't expect the spatial dimension to suddenly break. Elemental power burst out. The mortal didn't care about compensation from him. He asked, what should we do about this? He silently criticized him. Even if you're an NPC, stealing the boss kill is too much. DM Truongfang landed and said to him, don't worry, I'll compensate you. The mortal reminded him, Lord Diemtan must keep his word. He thought, like a world transfer map would be nice. Isa spoke up from behind the mortal. This young man is quite like you from back then. DM Truongfang frowned, I'm intelligent like him. She replied, number. Shamelessly thick-skinned like you, from head to toe. Hearing this, DM Truongfang's face instantly darkened. Isa, why would you say that? The mortal stood sweating in the middle, thinking of his ex-lover. You two are arguing. Could you not drag an innocent person into this? Isa disdainfully said to him. Back then, your ancestor disregarded the life and death of the Gudai Shichvium people, ignored the Lord's objections, stubbornly sealed the demon god Engani here. Isn't that shamelessly thick-skinned? You're his descendant, yet you accept it as a matter of course. Isn't that shamelessly thick-skinned? Hearing Isa's words, the mortal also silently cursed them as a shameless bunch. The heated argument between Isa and DM Truongfang. If your ancestor hadn't sealed the demon god Engani here, then whether Gudai Shichvium or Tanliwa and nearby lords, they would all lament. Isa, with her red hair, sarcastically replied, true, he was mighty and imposing, but the price was paid by the Gudai Shichvium people. The woman continued, 100 years ago, Gudai Shichvium was a place brimming with life. Just because your ancestor sealed the demon god Engani here, using this place's nutrients to fuel the sealing formation, this place only became the barren state it is now. Her expression grew increasingly resentful. She gritted her teeth, criticizing, open your eyes and look clearly. The barrenness of Gudai Shichvium is all because your ancestor gifted this land of dry rocks, devoid of any life force. Her resentment peaked with each accusation. If it were just that, it'd be fine. but you didn't want the ceiling to be revealed. Not only destroying all transfer formations of Gudai, you even imprisoned us, preventing all Gudai people from leaving here, making our generations unable to see the outside world, turning this into a land forsaken by the gods. The gloomy atmosphere, the stench of death intertwined with black and yellow streaks, made one feel this Gudai place held only despair and misery. Isa's eyes flashed red with resentment as she declared, "If the gods have forsaken us, then we'll ally with the demon gods, determined to leave this forsaken land." "What's wrong with that?" DM Truongfong turned away and replied, "I cannot comment on our ancestors' actions. As you thought, allying with demon gods is just drinking poison to quench thirst. These past years, I've also been seeking a new way out for Gudai Shichvium." DM Truongfong's words sounded like excuses for abandoning this place, making the listener 3 parts derisive, 7 parts dissatisfied. The woman scoffed. "Ah, DM Truongfong, do you remember you promised to take me to see the snow? I thought you truly would find a way to resolve the Gudai people's suffering, but the way you speak is to leave behind an ice sealing spell, then declare your departure. How ridiculous." She smiled bitterly, a sorrowful tear falling from her eye. The mortal, eavesdropping nearby, couldn't help but comment in surprise. The realistic version of a romantic love story, indeed. The scoundrel turns out to be DM Truongfong. "Back then at Batsumabie, I wronged you. But no matter what, I cannot let you release the demon god Nini." DM Truongfong apologized regretfully. His face showed bitterness, but remained determined to stop Isa from unleashing the evil demon god. Isa cast the summoning spell, the holy sword charging to challenge DM Truongfong. "Enough talk, let's settle this today. The Holy Lord is the sword sect's vocation. Her sword aura is too strong." The mortal couldn't help but praise in admiration. "Isa, I don't want to kill you, but if you insist on being stubborn, I'll have to do it." DM Truongfong parried while reasoning. Raising his arm, he summoned an ice shield, blocking Isa's holy sword's frontal stab. "After you die," he continued, "I'll resign as the Holy Lord and go to Celestial, to be with you." It sounded like the Holy Lord had resolved to join her in the afterlife. The mortal was startled upon seeing the technique DM Truongfong deployed, a double-layered ice and fire sealing spell. If this is unleashed, the entire Gudai Shichvium will be affected. The mortal protested, trying to stop him. "DM Truongfong, I must object. The DM clan has become too shameless. Your ancestors imprisoned the Holy Lord's people in Gudai, and you're even worse, resorting to a sealing spell. Are you planning to bury everyone in Gudai Shichvium?" DM Truongfong showed a hint of guilt. He lowered his head. "Isa is too powerful. I cannot let her release the demon god. This is the only way. I will atone with my life." Isa seemed still upset by the Holy Lord's hypocrisy. She charged forth, responding to the mortal adventurer, "This does not concern you. The people of Gudai Shichvium, even in death, do not wish to prolong this wretched existence." But the mortal insisted on intervening, determined to preserve life. "Wait, both of you, stop. You're both disregarding my life, huh? I can't watch this play any longer. I have a way to resolve your issues, and let Gudai Shichvium see the sun again." Isa bluntly asked, "What way?" The DM clan responded to the adventurer, "This cannot be spoken lightly." The mortal explained, "The reason Gudai Shichvium has not a single blade of grass, becoming a wasteland, is because of the demon god Nini, right? Then if we kill him, won't that solve it?" Isa scoffed at his nonsensical words. "Nini has an immortal, indestructible demon body. Only by sealing him can we ensure he never appears in this world again. We cannot kill a demon god." DM Truongfong agreed, "But I can. Give me 2 years' time. I will slay the demon god for you both." The mortal boldly declared before the 2 talents. Then a series of notifications appeared. "You have activated a special quest. Slay the demon god Nini. Quest details. Make a covenant with the gods to slay the demon god Nini within 2 years. Quest failure. Forced imprisonment of soul. The player will remain trapped in Gudai Shichvium forever, unable to leave. Quest reward. World transfer map. Note, once the covenant is made, you will receive the god's protection. It cannot be changed. Choose carefully." DM Truongfong spoke to the mortal with a hopeful attitude. "Adventurer, I know you come from another world. It is said to be the homeland of the gods. I believe you have unlimited potential. So, are you willing to stake your soul on an oath? Will you make a covenant with the gods?" The mortal smiled confidently. His cold gaze answered for him. The mortal placed his hand on his chest and said, "I, the otherworldly adventurer Jiang Chen, stake my soul. If I cannot slay the demon god Nini within 2 years, my soul will be imprisoned forever, unable to leave Gudai Shichvium." The The game system has verified that you have accepted the special quest. Slay the demon god Nini within the 2-year time limit. Looking towards Isa, he asked, "Can we stop fighting now?" Isa glanced at him sternly and said, "If that's the case, I will give you 2 years. If you cannot fulfill the covenant after 2 years, I will offer you a similar choice." DM Truongfong added, "In these 2 years, I will also try my best to find another way." Isa, "I hope we won't have to go that far." She frowned at DM Truongfong in response. "Speak after you've succeeded. Before that, I have one request. I want to repair the teleportation array of Gudai Shichvium." DM Truongfong was utterly astonished by her request. He replied, "The people of Gudai are affected by the seal. They cannot leave Gudai Shichvium. Even if the teleportation array is repaired, they cannot use it." Isa merely smiled and said with certainty, "I know. But after the teleportation array is repaired, the people of Gudai can interact with the outside world." She continued, "Although Gudai is desolate, it still has the energy crystals of the demon god. As long as we can maintain interactions with the outside world, the lives of the people of Gudai will gradually improve." DM Truongfong thought this matter couldn't be decided immediately. He said, "This is a significant issue. I need to return to the main city and discuss with the chief officials." The mortal beside him was losing patience with their conversation, clearing his throat loudly twice. He thought to himself, "Why does he want to return to the city? These two are ignoring me, but this is my quest transfer." Isa turned to the mortal. DM Truongfong said, "My friend, the mortal, I know you are impatient, but please remain calm." Then he turned to negotiate with Isa. "This matter cannot be resolved without the mortal's contribution. Can we proceed there?" Isa did not want to argue further and said, "No matter what I say, you will still bring him along, won't you?" Looking at the mortal, she said, "But if he wants to go, I have no reason to refuse." Then Isa turned and left. She said, "Follow me." At this moment, the game system announced, "The crisis of Gudai Shichvium has been resolved. The mysterious job transfer quest, Shichvium calamity completed. Go to the Shichvium Holy Palace to claim your reward." Hearing this, the mortal felt proud. He praised himself, saying, "No one could complete this quest in previous lives. It took me to finally accomplish it." Isa had successfully cast her spell over there, opening a gate through space and time. She said, "Enter. This is the last ancient holy palace of light in the world." Before the mortal was a grand, magnificent hall, splendid and radiant. He couldn't help but wonder, isn't there only the Holy Palace of Light? DM Truongfong explained, "The ancient Holy Palace of Light was designed by the Creator God himself. The current Holy Palace of Light is only made by the God of Light. According to legend, before the God of Light became a god, he was just an assistant god in the ancient Holy Palace of Light." Hearing this, the mortal was in awe. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The palace was created by the Creator God, and the God of Light was once his follower. Their level is astonishingly high." The three of them gradually approached the main hall, climbing up the stairs. Isa introduced, "These 6 sages represent the 6 major hidden professions of the shepherd. The one in the center is the mortal incarnation of the Creator God. He is the guide for the 6 major hidden professions." Isa continued to explain that the hidden professions have 2 main branches, the major ritual and the minor ritual, governing healing and judgment. Each hidden profession has its own characteristics, but the records are unclear. Looking at the crystal sphere, she said, "Placing your hand on the crystal sphere will initiate the job transfer ritual." Then she turned to the mortal and said, "After initiating the job transfer ritual, the sages will test you with challenges. Whichever sage acknowledges you, you will be able to transfer to the corresponding hidden profession." He asked her curiously, "Can't I choose?" Isa replied, "It's possible. If all 6 sages acknowledge your hidden potential, you can choose." DM Truongfong cut in, saying to the mortal, "Don't listen to her nonsense. According to historical records, only the Pope of the current Holy Palace of Light has ever been acknowledged by all 6 sages." The mortal was very surprised. He thought, that perverted champion of the gods. It was said that he could have ascended to godhood long ago, but chose to stay and spread the faith. Isa spoke up, "If you have taken on the burden of slaying the demon god, I will, of course, lend you a hand." She then took out a divine stone. This is the divine conferring stone, the only item that can be used in the job transfer ritual. The system also provided the mortal with about the information of this divine conferring stone item. After carrying this item, intelligence increases by 50%, usable in the current situation, cannot be traded or equipped. The mortal asked doubtfully, What does that mean? Isa smiled lightly in response. Once the job transfer ritual is initiated, all equipment skills become ineffective. You can only rely on your base attributes. The mortal couldn't help but exclaim, "How perverted." Isa asked further, "So, will you transfer?" The mortal placed his hand on the crystal ball, his voice full of determination. Transfer. The male lead, the mortal, initiated the job transfer ritual. Before him was the priest job transfer tower. Standing before that magnificent, imposing tower, he pondered deeply. This space is like the illusory challenge realm. Enter with your consciousness. And as he had expected, only his base level 19 attributes remained, but his talents were still there. The game system displayed a notification panel with his personal information. A system announcement appeared. Choose your path, priest, paladin, dark knight, showing his name, talents, job class, physical stats, strength, agility, intelligence, and magic damage. Along with the instructions, you enter the priest job transfer tower and accept the challenges. Gazing at the tower for a while, he remarked that the priest job transfer tower was very similar to the job assessment towers. He entered the priest job transfer tower system, and the system notified, "You have received the accelerated healing skill, a basic wooden staff equipment, and a wooden warrior teammate." Then, after that, information about the wooden warrior appeared before the mortal's eyes. A level 19 wooden warrior with 54 physical stats, 18 intelligence, 54 strength, and 18 agility. Charges towards the target within 10 meters in a flurry of attacks. First heavy strike deals 150% damage. 5-second cooldown, no cost. The system also explained the accelerated healing skill. Accelerates the healing rate of you and your teammates. Heals 50% of the target's magic damage and health. 2-second cooldown, costs 5 mana. You can use the extremely cautious talent. The mortal thought, this seems to be the main challenge for the priest job. Using this talent is likely a trap. He entered the first floor of the priest job transfer tower. The requirement for the first floor was to defeat the enemies on the field. Only then could he proceed to the next floor. The system also reminded him, if your teammate dies, the challenge will end. The mortal suddenly realized something. He snapped his fingers and exclaimed, "Bingo! I guessed it right." Immediately after, he began completing his challenge. Raising his staff, he commanded his wooden warrior teammate, "Beat it up, Woody. I'll keep you healed." The wooden warrior, sword in hand, charged forward swiftly, using the charge skill to attack another wooden figure. Meanwhile, the mortal, standing at a distance, calculated carefully. The wooden warrior's health is 540. Each use of accelerated healing restores 150 health, so I can heal him 3 times before he dies. He continued using the skill to heal his teammate repeatedly. Meanwhile, let's wait and see. The 2 wooden figures were engaged in intense combat. Their strength was evenly matched. It seemed impossible to predict, for now, which side would emerge victorious. At this opportune moment, the mortal raised his basic wooden staff, preparing to channel his accelerated healing skill to heal the wooden warrior. Yet he couldn't help but feel uneasy and worried. This challenge seems too easy. What's the catch? The impatient city lord Zich Vm said. He entered a while ago, but none of the sage statues have lit up yet. City Lord Tan Li Hua Diem Trong Fong replied, that shouldn't be the case. The mortal is a priest, yet he could slay the demon god's followers by himself. His talents must be extraordinary, I saw. Hearing this, I saw still doubted the mortal's abilities, but his talents haven't been recognized by the sages. It's hard for me to believe that in just 2 years, he would be able to kill the demon god Gai Ni. Trong Fong's expression darkened as he replied, but you and I, or rather, the people of our world, cannot completely kill the demon god Gai Ni. He looked up. He continued, only an adventurer from another world possesses such power. I believe the one who dared make a pact with the gods will not disappoint us. He tried to wait a little longer. Turning to I Saw, he said, let's wait and see. But she insisted, the mortal cannot complete the challenge. Losing patience, she said, what are we waiting for? By my calculations, he should have passed the 4th floor by now, but there's still nothing. Before she could finish her sentence, the 4 statues lit up one by one. This is, I Saw exclaimed, unable to believe what she was witnessing. Diem Trong Fong marveled aloud. All 4 statues have lit up. The 4 sages have recognized him. I Saw was utterly perplexed. Just what did he do inside the job transfer tower? Inside the tower, the scene changed. The mortal protagonist sighed deeply. Patting the wooden warrior's shoulder, he said, I told you this job transfer tower is too much. I just casually complained about the simple challenge, but why did they have to double the opponents on the 4th floor? Before him stood hundreds of humanoid opponents, weapons in hand, ready to attack at any moment. Pointing at the wooden figures, he shouted, "Damn you, unethical old wood. Show them how formidable you are." Then, hundreds of opponents, numerous as ants, simultaneously charged and attacked his wooden warrior. From behind, he cheered on his teammate, "Old wood, persevere." He tried his best to use accelerated healing to support the wooden warrior. Within 10 minutes, they had defeated all the opponents. The mortal patted the wooden warrior, praising him profusely, "Old wood, you fought well, my friend. Let's move on to the next floor." The game system also announced, "Due to your outstanding performance, the job transfer tower will initiate the final challenge ahead of schedule. Face 20 enemies alone. The longer you persevere, the higher the chance of completing the challenge." The wooden warrior and he looked dismayed. Without giving him time to rest, the system immediately initiated the final challenge. In this challenge, the arena will continuously shrink. After 10 minutes, the arena will disappear. If you haven't killed all enemies, the challenge will fail. Hearing this, he gaped in shock, exclaiming in panic. The wooden enemy figures appeared. The mortal shouted, "The job transfer tower is too generous." Then he raised his staff and analyzed, "This is a test of a priest's independent survival ability in the absence of a team." The mortal stood tall, arrogantly, "But without a team, I'm only stronger." The system displayed information. Accelerated healing effect reduced by 100% damage magic and restored target's health. Cooldown, 2 seconds. Consumes 5 mana points. Black and white smoke emanated from the staff. Yin and yang shift. The space fell into silence. The system announced, "The final challenge has officially begun." Crystal shards and flaming rock chunks quickly flew towards the standing mortal. He smiled confidently, "This challenge is too simple." Outside, a winged statue raised its hands, glowing as DM Truongfong exclaimed, "The 5th sage statue has lit up." He rejoiced. "Isa, it seems we didn't misjudge him. Perhaps he could become the second person recognized by all 6 sages." Isa frowned. "Being recognized by 5 sages is already rare." DM Truongfong said hopefully, "Perhaps a miracle will happen." Isa denied it. "Gaining the 6th sage's recognition is nearly impossible. Are you suggesting that he can be compared to the Pope?" Before Isa could finish, DM Truongfong exclaimed, "Another one lit up." Another statue, identical to the previous one, lit up. Isa was astonished. He truly gained recognition from all 6 sages. DM Truongfong said smugly, "Didn't I tell you? This mortal brother from another world can indeed be compared to the Pope." The mortal stood still before DM Truongfong. Isa reminded, "After he wakes up, he may collapse from exhaustion. Be mindful to support him." DM Truongfong reassured, "I will take good care of this brother." Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide in shock. "Isa, I think I'm seeing things." At this moment, a statue with a sword on its back lit up. Isa and DM Truongfong's expressions were the same. "No, you're not mistaken. That is the one." The two respectfully knelt. "Lord of Chenglawodium Truongfong City, Lord of YIN City, Isa, greets the Divine Creator." At this moment, the system announced, "You have completed the job change ritual. Receive your job change at the ancient sacred Temple of Light." The mortal also woke up, wondering if it was over. Then, turning back, he saw DM Truongfong and Isa kneeling, and shouted, "What are you two doing?" DM Truongfong said sternly, "Look ahead." Isa explained, "You have gained his recognition. The guiding light has lit up. Now you can choose any of the sages, including the one whose statue just stopped glowing." The mortal asked, "Does this count as a hidden job?" Isa said, "In our perception, he is not counted. But if the guiding light has lit up, this may be a destiny meant for you." Suddenly, a golden light swirled around the mortal. He closed his eyes. The light source lifted him into the air. Divinity requires light. Then the light entered his body, and the system announced, "Job change ritual complete. You have become the Angel of Light. You have received the holy body of light." The mortal opened his eyes, still floating in the air. "You have received the holy sword of light." The mortal smiled happily and turned, saying, "Lord DM Truongfong, I made it, right." DM Truongfong and Isa knelt with their heads bowed. "Lord of Chenglawodium Truongfong City, DM Truongfong greets the Angel of Light." Isa also said, "I greet the angel." The mortal thought, surprised, "The aura of this hidden Angel of Light job is so grandiose." He dismissed that thought. "Wherever I go, these NPCs will revere me like this anyway. So how can I take advantage of others? No, that's not right. How should I claim the quest reward then? I need to think of a way." The mortal approached and put his arm around DM Truongfong, saying cheerfully, "Old DM, why are you acting so distant all of a sudden? Don't tell me you're planning to skip out on your debt." DM Truongfong was flustered. The mortal grabbed DM Truongfong. If not, do you remember that finishing move I used on you before? My friend. He was probably planning to wriggle out of it too. The mortal reminded DM Truongfang, don't tell me you've forgotten that finishing move I used on you. The devil god submission hold. Seeing the mortal's undisguised resentment, DM Truongfang didn't dare lie. He forced a laugh to brush it off. Honestly, no, I haven't forgotten. After returning to the city, I'll definitely compensate the mortal. Satisfied with the answer that served his purpose, the mortal happily patted DM Truongfang's shoulder. Then I'll be waiting for your good stuff. DM Truongfang seemed to sense the weight of the promised gift, feeling uneasy about the commitment, but he could only sigh and accept it. Suddenly, the mortal's expression turned serious. He extended his hand toward DM Truongfang, a pledge. DM Truongfang quickly accepted, grasping that hand, a pledge, affirming their comradeship as sworn brothers. Isa witnessed the two men's actions, smiling as she placed her hands on her hips and said, if you can't kill the devil god within 2 years, staying in the ancient burning lands would be quite interesting for you. Such a pledge was taboo, and the mortal dared not accept that heavy burden. He quickly waved his hands to placate Isa. Don't say such ominous words, don't be so eager, Lord. Isa didn't want to see the mortal being so polite. She explained calmly, I've already decided the future of the ancient burning lands will depend on the mortal. You don't need to be so distant. From now on, just call me Isa. But the mortal still wanted to maintain basic etiquette, yet he responded to Isa's request, that wouldn't be very appropriate. Later, I'll call you Sister Isa. Isa didn't force the mortal anymore, leaving it up to him. She spoke about the devil god's followers. I share responsibility for that matter. Then, on behalf of DM Truongfang as well, she compensated the mortal with a faceless mask. The system displayed the powers of this mask. In terms of appearance, it was a mask without many patterns, with white as the main color tone, highlighted by 2 deep red streaks near the eyes. The faceless mask was a special magic item. After wearing it, it could conceal all of one's information. Additionally, the faceless effect could be actively enabled, with the maximum level reducing the boss's enmity value. The mortal's eyes lit up as he received this precious treasure. He politely responded, this is too generous, Sister Isa. Isa showed her magnanimity. This mask is a gift for the mortal, but if you acquire divine powers, you must return it to me. In any case, the mortal has no use for this. Don't keep it this time. The mortal forced a smile. So you still remember that incident? Isa delighted in the man's naivety. She turned to DM Truongfang and said, this one is hard to deal with. It seems you'll have to spend a lot this time. DM Truongfang went along with Isa's jest. No problem joking around. My personal wealth is quite abundant. However, the pressing issue before them was an extremely difficult problem to solve. DM Truongfang regained his combat aura. 7 statues lit up. It seems this world is about to descend into chaos again. Isa worriedly added, the Radiant Envoy's descent means the Radiant Cathedral has likely received the news as well. At the Radiant Cathedral, one of the Pope's close aides had also received this matter. He reported to the Pope, the Radiant Envoy hasn't appeared for many years. Now it suddenly manifests, but we don't know if it's good or bad. The Pope was mired in a difficult dilemma. Facing this, he didn't know how to react, only saying, the will of the divine, how can we carelessly speculate about it? Then he glanced at the person standing behind him. Whether the Radiant Divine will lead them to good or bad, we'll know later. Turning back to the mortal, he pondered deeply. As for the Radiant Cathedral, I don't care about them. As long as they don't bother me, it's none of my concern. Everyone will be safe and sound. The mortal has not yet seen his new profession. Now you are the Radiant Envoy's pastor. You can learn the pastor profession, comprising all skills from the priest and judge classes. After gaining enough power, the Radiant will advance you to a Radiant Saint. Moreover, after using the Radiant Body, you'll be immune to all control effects, and can use a fixed ability for 2 minutes daily, currently 9.5 minutes without cost. After unlocking the Radiant Resonance, you can convert any skill used by the target, except Forbidden Arts, into your own and counterattack. This can be used 10 times daily, currently 1 time without cost. The mortal's eyes shone like stars as he read each line of talent upgrades. He broke into a victor's smile, uncontrolled. Skill conversion is indeed invincible. However, the mortal's opponents until now were not players, but deities in the divine realm. DM Truongfang standing beside him couldn't help but feel worried. What do you mean by that satisfied smile? DM Truongfang's words snapped the mortal out of his reverie. If you keep smiling like that, I'll have to return to Lihuo City alone. The mortal didn't dare let his momentary joy obstruct his path forward. Don't make me go on without you. DM Truongfang bid them farewell and prepared to leave. Isa reminded the mortal not to forget his promise, leaving him silent and wordless. Afterwards, the three returned to the city. When they reached the gates of Lihuo City, it was already night. The mortal wondered why DM Truongfang didn't return to his manor, but instead teleported them to the city gates. DM Truongfang explained, "I want the mortal to experience something." The mortal was puzzled. Experience what? Then the guards behind them shouted in unison, "Greetings, Lord Envoy." The mortal was startled. The surrounding guards, NPCs who had never paid attention to anyone before, without even basic dialogue setups, were now respectfully greeting a pastor, a sight they would have never dared to dream of. Some others who knew more immediately realized the mortal was the pastor leading the domestic server. Previously, he had devoted efforts to turn the tide of the server-wide mission. He was a true heavyweight. Another remarked, "If I received such treatment, I would become arrogant on the spot." And this was precisely the experience DM Truongfang wanted the mortal to have. He turned with a sly look and asked, "Lord Envoy, what experience?" The mortal didn't know how to face this situation, only clutching his head in anguish. "If every city lord treats me like this, wouldn't I be publicly executed every single day?" The mortal pleaded, "Let's go back to your manor and discuss compensation." DM Truongfang, the Lihuo city lord, held up a black object and said, "You might be interested in this. The city lord's badge, a special item. Whoever possesses this badge can enjoy the treatment of a city lord." The mortal's eyes lit up. "Can try it for free, using all city lord teleportation arrays, and get 20% discount on items from all shops in the city." The mortal glanced at it, indeed a good item. He picked it up and said, "Then no more disturbances, I'll take my leave." The city lord sighed with eyes closed. This brat is really, the mortal thought, the Night Star. Apart from the three sects before, there's also the Celestial Monarch, Trident and the Dragon Lord sect, and one more player ID, the Night Star, whose sect is unknown. The mortal turned and said, "Night Star, I mean you no harm or enmity. Care to explain that demon-suppressing fragment?" The man with tied hair said, "Nothing to explain, domestic leading pastor. We'll meet again in the future." The mortal thought, have I met him before? Truly an odd one. No matter, unlocking the skill book is more important. He knocked on the intermediate pastor's guidance door, saying, "Come in, greetings, adventurer. I am the intermediate pastor's guidance, Billick." The mortal asked in surprise, "Are you related to Ladak?" Billick said, "You have a keen eye, adventurer. He is my nephew." The mortal said as Billick put a finger to his lips, "Shish." Unlocking a 3-star skill book, and a 4-star one. Billick gazed at him with heart-shaped eyes. Unlocking the 4-star book takes longer. I'll unlock the 3-star first, Saint's Punishment. 3-star skill. Fires a holy beam at a location, dealing 50% damage. Area of effect damage, 20 meters range, 10-second cooldown. Consumes 100 mana. The Inquisition skill. Billick handed over the book, continuing, "So this is the Inquisitor's skill. Have you completed the job change?" The mortal took the book and nodded, Please unlock the remaining one." He thought, old DM said the Radiant Divinity is the guide for the 6 major hidden classes, so I can access the Inquisitor skill line. Billick stuck out his tongue and said, "Unlocking a 4-star skill book is not cheap. It costs 200 gold, and for the previous unlock, you need to pay me 250 gold. Better pay up front." The mortal sighed. "I could probably skip paying this. Will this work?" The city lord said all shops offer a 20% discount. Even a tiny saving is still a saving. "I can save a bit." Billick said, "Don't even think you can get a discount on unlocking skill books." The mortal said again, "Seems this token is useless." Billick replied, "If you don't want it, give it to me. I want it but have nowhere to buy it." The mortal waved his hand, "Just unlock it quickly." Billick unlocked Angel K. A 4-star skill, projects an illusory angel, self-healing, restoring 5% of remaining HP for all nearby allies. Then increases spell damage and HP by 100% per second, 20 meters range, lasts 30 seconds. 3-phase cooldown. A skill of the High Priest class. Billick exclaimed in surprise, "How strange. Aren't you an Inquisitor? How can you learn High Priest skills too?" The mortal took back the book and said, "It's a long story, I won't go into it for now. Farewell, guide." The mortal took the book and left, thinking, "Unfortunately, I only have 1 skill slot left. Otherwise, I could have learned both books." Then he looked at the book again, saying, "Since I had to choose one, I'll choose this." The system notified him about Angel K, projecting an illusory angel, instantly restoring 5% of remaining HP for all nearby allies. Then increasing spell damage and HP by 100% per second, 20 meters range, lasts 30 seconds, 3-minute cooldown. A skill of the High Priest class. The mortal realized this was the yin-yang reversal skill. He looked at the skill description and marveled. The damage from this skill is insane. He gazed at the purple book in his hand. He frowned and pondered. Each player initially only has 4 skill slots. To increase them, you can only increase them by buying divine gems from the divine shop. But the divine shop only unlocks at level 20. The items inside are also random. It seems this skill book can only gather dust in my bag for now. Suddenly, a new status notification appeared before him. Player Cherry Imp has come online, he exclaimed, and a chat started between them. Cherry Imp began first, "Brother Mortal, Imp and I are at the Lihuo Manor in Deji City." He replied, "Exchange server-wide quest rewards first, buy all attribute potions, prioritize skill books, then buy divine skill gems, with any leftover contribution points. I have something else to do, wander the manor and wait for me after exchanging." After messaging Cherry Imp, he thought as he walked, the defective angel's ring dropped by the martial deity needs repairing. The white gold equipment, dropped by the boss, needs purifying too. Maybe I should go there. It's been a while. After thinking, he headed to the blacksmith Niu's shop. Inside, a blacksmith was trying to reforge a sword with his hammer, but accidentally broke it instead. Oops. He panicked, looked at the broken sword, and tossed it aside. He grumbled, "I ruined another customer's equipment. No earnings today." As the mortal walked by, the broken sword flew and hit him. He dodged in fright, cursing, "Sneak attack." The blacksmith, seeing the mortal, wiped his brow and said, "Welcome to Blacksmith Niu's shop, adventurer. I'm Niu." That was a customer's equipment. The mortal looked at the pile of broken weapons, thinking, the legendary best blacksmith of the realm is like this. He waved dismissively, "Never mind." Seeing this, Niu quickly said, trying to stop the customer from leaving, "I truly am the best blacksmith in all the major cities." The mortal looked at the pile of broken gear and asked, "Then what's this?" Niu answered sheepishly, "Forging failures are hard to avoid, especially here in Lihuo City." The mortal was a bit surprised. "What's special about Lihuo City?" Niu explained further. "Lihuo City has a special Earth's Heartfire. It increases the chances of enhancing forged equipment, but the success rate drops significantly. Amidst the forge's flames, the mortal thought, it seems a lot of information was lost when the previous Lihuo City was destroyed. I'll reluctantly believe it this time." The mortal took out a ring and asked the blacksmith, "In that case, can you help repair this equipment?" The system notified the blacksmith that it was a defective silver angel's ring. Niu looked at the ring uncertainly and said, "I can try, but with my current materials, I can only repair it up to the gold rank." The mortal looked at Niu quizzically, "You mean its rank can be higher?" Niu nodded and explained, "This ring was originally white gold equipment." Niu frowned and turned away, continuing, "But it's too damaged. We need Tear of the Dead Star. In the abandoned mines north of the rainforest, we could repair it recently, but there are rampaging monsters there. Tear of the Dead Star is in short supply." The system also notified the blacksmith about 2 weapons, the white gold corrupted dragon mage staff and the white gold corrupted dragon skull helmet. The mortal pointed at the system and asked further, "Can you purify these 2 equipments?" The blacksmith smiled happily and replied, "You're a rich kid to have these things." Then he examined the 2 weapons and assessed, "I can purify them, but I lack the materials, just like for repairs. I need 2 vials of pure spring water. That's also in the northern rainforest, at the White Cliff Springs, a pure spring." The system notified a quest activation. Niu's request. Quest details. Go to the northern rainforest, collect 10 drops of Tear of the Dead Star, and 10 vials of pure spring water. The blacksmith looked at the mortal and said, "Adventurer, if you're going, can you get those things for me?" The mortal looked at the blacksmith, thinking it had become a quest after all. The mortal said, "I can do it." The mortal held an old, tall red bottle with a dirty stopper from Niu. The system display showed, "You received a quest item, Niu's glass bottle 2020. Holding the bottle, the mortal thought, "I can call Chengnan and the others to come along, kill some more monsters, and try to reach level 20 at the capital square soon." The mortal looked at the quest notification and messaged Chengnan and Xiaoyao, "Wait for me at the capital square, I have a new quest." The mortal noticed a quest posted there. Capital Quest, Eliminate Wild Beasts. Quest details. Wild beasts in the northern rainforest are rampaging. Adventurers, go eliminate 20 of them. Reward, 99 silver coins. The mortal thought, "Oh, the old man posted a quest in the northern rainforest again. It seems the situation is serious. Otherwise, the blacksmith shop wouldn't be lacking materials. Then Chang'an messaged back, "Mortal, it seems we can't go out." Xiao Yao messaged further, "Sister Chang'an and I are in the ice chamber of the prince's mansion. We encountered 2 NPCs arguing and asking us to judge. I suspect it's a hidden quest." The mortal read those 2 messages and replied, "It could be the start of a quest. Stay there for now. I'll be back soon." The mortal glanced behind. "It seems I can only do the quest alone today, in the northern rainforest." The lone mortal headed to the battlefield. Many nearby players recognized him and couldn't help but be surprised to see the legendary figure in the flesh. "Isn't this him? The great pastoral lord of the War God Alliance. It's the first time I've seen the real him." But this also brought the mortal no small trouble. Some tried to get him to take photos together. Others invited him to join their team, but he politely declined them all. The mortal shrank in fear, leaning against a large tree nearby. "This is the greatest danger since I was revived. Now I understand the price of not hiding personal information." Ending that train of thought, he took out the faceless mask of Isa and gave it to Mei. "This item can conceal information. Otherwise, I can't stay peaceful." After entering the forest, the mortal prepared his combat stance. Now before him was a level 12 monster, the savage wind boar. The mortal looked at it, and suddenly, the monster charged at him with a bloodthirsty look, extremely ferocious. The mortal gripped his staff tightly, ready to counterattack. Suddenly, a warrior rushed in, warning him to be careful, and swiftly defeated the monster for him. The mortal did not expect this. He was about to explain that his strength was more than enough to defeat the monster, but the female warrior loudly said, "The savage wind boar has high damage and speed. Not something a pastoral lord like you can handle." She even asked the mortal to hide behind her so she could protect him. Then the warrior's teammates also showed up. The nonchalant Xiao Sai Ling Xiao said, "No need to thank us. The mortal and Xiao Mei can just stand far away and provide us with healing." Before the mortal could react, the pastoral lord Xiao Mei quickly pulled him along, wondering how a squishy class like the mortal could venture alone into the northern rainforest. "Don't you know the beasts here are rampaging?" The mortal was speechless, silently thinking he was thankful to these ladies, but he realized their actions were different from newbies. They seemed like passionate players. However, the mortal didn't come there to be protected. He quickly left. If he wasn't needed there, he should just head to the mining area. A few minutes later, Xiao Mei's group defeated the monsters. Xiao Mei reported, "That pastoral lord didn't say a word and just left. Didn't even thank us." Xiao Sai Ling Xiao thought he was arrogant, overestimating his abilities. "I'm sure of it. He must think he's the top pastoral lord on the domestic server," but was stopped by a female warrior. Helping him was just a small thing for them. On the other side, the mortal had arrived at the abandoned mining area. He pondered for a moment. "These are the special materials Aniu mentioned. These purple crystals are high-quality demon tears. A pure natural material, always growing near unique monsters or bosses. They can be used to repair equipment." The mortal didn't expect to obtain such a treasure so easily, said to grow near monsters or bosses. Indeed, an easy step led to a difficult situation. Initially, just to unveil the disaster behind, a massive demon fiend Langya, a copper rank boss, level 13, was eyeing to take the mortal's life right before him. It was the Howling Wolf. When HP drops below 10%, it howls, dealing 150 damage and stunning targets around for 5 seconds within 10 meters range. Its Demon Breath skill, when HP is below 50%, summons smaller wolf-type monsters nearby to the abandoned mining area to assist it. Formidable indeed. The mortal's speculation was correct. Indeed, there was a boss. It's a pity Tan An and Xiao Yao weren't there. He had no backup at all. Facing the monster, the mortal remained calm but was not careless. He quickly wielded his staff to counter the Howling Wolf's first attack. A powerful blue radiance emanated from the staff's tip towards the monster's position. This strike from the great divine mortal significantly reduced the monster's strength. The immense damage forced the beast into a distant rock. The mortal swiftly set up his formation, the Holy Light Heavenly Revelation formation, continuously draining the monster's remaining life. But it was not yet a candle about to burn out. The beast unleashed its final demon breath, leaving itself an escape route to flee from the mortal's trap. Outside, someone spotted his target. The Howling Wolf was frantically running away, utterly confused. How could such a huge monster of his run away like that? But the girl beside him gave him a slap to wake him up. "Don't space out anymore. Look behind you." The man was startled in horror. He couldn't help but curse loudly. It turned out the Howling Wolf he had summoned a pack of monsters charging to fight back against their common enemy. They encountered a monster wave in front of the abandoned mine. Nuo Chuan Umi helplessly said they were trapped. Tiao Sai Lang Xiao took a defensive stance, unsure of what to do, wondering aloud how they should proceed. Charge ahead. Lu Feng Wu Ren casually proposed cooperating to fight. We're all players forced to come here, so why don't we go together? Maybe we'll have a chance to break through. Fa Li Quan scoffed. Easy for you to say. There are at least 500 monsters here. Fight with faith. Fa Li Quan glanced at everyone else. Follow me if you want to live. You all stay back and block them. Guard us while we go ahead. He raised his staff and performed a technique. Tiao Sai Lang Xiao was surprised to see Fa Li Quan's technique, the ice binding spell. Tiao Sai Lang Xiao's lower body was frozen, immobilized, unable to move. He could only watch as Fa Li Quan shouted back, "We'll go into the forest first and scout the path for you." Then they ran into the forest, abandoning everyone. After that, they fled, leaving the others behind. Tiao Sai Lang Xiao angrily shouted, "You bald bastard. I'll remember this grudge." But Lu Feng Wu Ren interrupted him, reminding him not to hold grudges given the situation at hand. Think about how to avoid level downgrade instead. The red-haired girl raised her shield, warning everyone to be careful. There's a downside to dying here. No matter when or where you die, you'll lose express or level down. It's really hard to level up. At that moment, Nuo Chuan Umi panicked and screamed loudly, "Those monsters are surrounding us." Meanwhile, in the abandoned mine, the mortal had defeated the Yin Ling Zi Jing with the Holy Light Heavenly Revelation formation. The system announced, "Congratulations, you have killed the boss." Mutated Silver Yin Ling Zi Jing, first battle accomplished. You have received the rare quest item Crystal and Gem. You have received the Silver Mage's Cloak. You have received the Silver Blood Necklace. The mortal felt regretful for not having the butcher's quality, otherwise he could have earned a lot more. He picked up the gem, saying with this crystal and gem, it should make up for the lack of crystal and tears. The system explained, rare crystal and gem. A rare material without impurities, 10 times rarer than crystal and tears, can be used for forging or repairing equipment. The mortal thought to himself, now I should look for a pure spring. As he stepped out of the mine, he felt increasingly puzzled. What's going on? He saw the group facing a monster wave. The boss is dead, so how? Its summoning skills effect hasn't worn off yet. It even led to a small-scale monster wave like this. Since they had helped him before, he thought it was only fair to return the favor. Thinking he would help them, these people had helped him before. Though he didn't need to, he considered it a chance to build goodwill. He deployed a formation to save them, waiting for the gods to invade reality. It's rare to meet such sincere players. After all, this monster wave was caused by the boss, so he might as well lend a hand. He deployed the Holy Light Heavenly Revelation formation. Tiao Sai Lang Xiao was surprised. What skill is this? The red-haired girl trembled. The damage is too high. It can almost incinerate small monsters instantly. Nuo Chuan Umi called out, "Xiao Wei, look over there." Nuo Chuan Umi recognized the mortal as a priest. He's the one who just saved us. She was amazed, unable to believe it. After eliminating the monster wave, the mortal wanted to go to the pure spring. He should head to the pure spring as well. Tiao Sai Lang Xiao called out to him, "Senior, wait." He stopped and asked, "What is it?" The group thanked him in unison. He felt it was nothing, and found them rather naive. These kids are really quite naive. He replied to them, "It's no big deal. Don't take it to heart." Xiao Wei thought she had been too arrogant earlier, thinking she could protect the senior. At the pure spring, he finally arrived at the pure spring. The pure spring glowed in the night sky, looking absolutely magnificent. It seemed that beneath the water, something extremely noble was kept. A voluptuous, fair-skinned figure emerged from the lake, silently, with azure hair adorning her body and a dress that revealed her curvaceous figure. Seeing the mortal, she assumed he was an adventurer. She studied him for a moment, then gave a seductive smile. The mortal must have come here because of her. The mortal didn't expect the pure spring to have an NPC. His mind was now a tangled web of thoughts. The girl's identity was not so simple. His guess was indeed incorrect. She was the boss of the pure spring, and the maiden before the mortal was the white illusory fox, a silver-ranked level 15 boss. She has the ability to conceal herself. If the target is over 1.5 meters away, she'll automatically conceal. Unable to determine her position, She'll reveal herself when approached or attacked. Moreover, her illusory transformation skill allows her to take a human form to lure adventurers. In the transformed state, her damage is reduced by 50%. When her HP drops below 50%, she'll automatically transform. The mortal was studying the boss, while silently admiring the beauty's appearance. This boss is excessively beautiful. Then, a notable event came to his memory. In the world chat channel, someone had messaged the pros, "I encountered an extremely beautiful NPC in the north." Someone else confirmed it, "Don't believe me? Pros, come and see for yourselves if you dare." In fact, that alluring beauty was a notorious NPC that had caused 300 male players to die horribly. The white illusory fox sensed the mortal's hesitation, his indecision. "Or perhaps you fear my extraordinary power." She told the adventurer, "Outsiders are not allowed in the pure spring. Leave this place at once." The mortal cleared his throat. But he was determined. "It's a pity this is my quest." The mortal's healing technique struck the demonic boss directly. But to her, it seemed, this attack was merely a scratch. She moaned with a mocking laugh, as if challenging him. "Did that hurt, adventurer? You must want more." Witnessing her reactions, the mortal frowned, feeling disgusted. "This boss has strange tastes." He replied to the boss, "You must want more." The white illusory fox immediately dropped her arrogant demeanor. She took on the stance of a true beast, her fingers curling like the claws of a fox spirit. "Then I invite you to die." The mortal also sensed the white illusory fox's attitude was no longer as easygoing. He cautiously prepared for the boss's swift normal attacks, which ordinary players could hardly handle. "It's just a pity," he said, "that I have a way to nullify all those techniques. If the damage isn't high enough, I'll just keep piling it on. I'll go with a strategy of swift battle, swift victory." The mortal spoke, gripping his sturdy staff tightly. He cast Angel's Hymn, creating a swirling vortex of magic, gathering all spells to summon an angel. This scene caused an earth-shattering spectacle, as the powerful magic suppressed the fox spirit, leaving her no room to struggle. The white illusory fox never expected such an outcome. Her eyes revealed panic, her face horror. She gritted her teeth, witnessing her white fox form manifest. A ferocious, uncontrolled fox spirit emerging in the silent sky. Her true beastly nature had fully surfaced. It lunged at the mortal like a demon, trying to seize its prey. But the angel stood firm, receiving all the white illusory fox's vicious attacks. The mortal dealt more damage, maintaining the boss's complete subjugation. Now the beast had fallen into a clinically dead state, unable to react. At that moment, the mortal received a notification he had reached level 20. This notification was even broadcasted to the entire server. The player mortal was the first to reach level 20. Now the level 20 dungeon has opened. After clearing the dungeon, the gate to the royal city will open. This news left the mortal unable to hide his astonishment. He pondered for a moment. A level 20 player will activate the gate between the divine and the real. Clearing the dungeon and opening the gate is equivalent to obtaining the key. But all of this is merely the opening act. This game of the gods, it has truly begun. The mortal stood before the slain beast, lying motionless, awaiting to receive the loot. Let's see what the boss dropped first. You received 10 pure spring waters. You received a silver devotion ring. You received silver agile boots. You received a blueprint for a common elegant short sword. The mortal pondered. Anne and the little demon weren't here. They didn't contribute any attributes. Looks like I can only feed these to the crystal maiden, but it's not considered a success. For completing the quest, he also received a new outfit. Then, An's message caught the mortal's attention. "Mortal, sir. Me and the little demon received a hidden quest requiring us to immediately go to the eastern swamp of Leo City and retrieve something from the giant thunder frog. The time limit is 45 minutes. You don't need to wait for us, mortal." The mortal replied, "I still have to turn in a quest. You two go ahead. The mobs near the capital should be easy now. You can take them on freely." Anne replied concisely, "Okay." The scene shifted to the blacksmith Agnia's shop for quest turn-in. Glittering items lay on the table. 10 pure spring waters, but there were only 9 tears of the dead. By chance, he obtained a precious dead gem. "See if you can use this," he said. The blacksmith eagerly agreed. "Of course. This precious gem is worth more than 10 tears of the dead. Moreover, they're not even available for purchase. Give me the tears of the dead. I'll add an extra piece of equipment for you for free. But I don't have any other equipment that needs repairing." The mortal declined. "How about you take a look at this? If you're interested, we can trade." In his hand, the blacksmith waved a small pouch in front of the mortal. The item's information appeared. Item tracking powder, a special consumable item. After the powder makes contact with a target, you can know the target's location coordinates. Lasts 2 hours, 20 uses out of 20 remaining. The mortal's eyes lit up, and he agreed immediately. In his heart, he raised a flag. This special item can only be encountered, not sought after. Exchanging a useless dead gem for it, the blacksmith couldn't lose. He promised to repair all 3 pieces of equipment, taking half an hour. Wait a bit. Alright, I'll wait here. At the same time, a message from Dao Xiaoyao arrived. Mortal, it seems I've run into some trouble. Earlier, when killing mobs, someone kept harassing me. I couldn't hold my anger, so I lured him to where I was killing mobs. The scene shifted to the eastern swamp, where An and Dao Xiaoyao were surrounded by strangers, brandishing their weapons menacingly. Dao Xiaoyao continued pleading with the mortal for help. Now there's a group surrounding me, wanting to settle scores. If you want to bully this girl, you'll have to get through me first. Anne stood in front, raising her voice authoritatively. Xiaoyao added, Sister Anne is protecting me. The group hasn't dared to act yet, but Sister Anne has started arguing with the other side. I told Anne to stay calm. I'm coming right over. The mortal reassured her, and Xiaoyao swiftly replied, Sister Anne, I've informed the Celestial. He says to stay calm. He'll be here soon to help out. The 2 ladies weren't worried at all. Now reassured, they left it to Anne. One from the surrounding group spoke up arrogantly. Han has spoken. As long as the kid obediently apologizes and becomes his girlfriend, today's incident can be considered never happened. Otherwise, we can only send the kid back to the starting point. The man arrogantly threatened. It's clear that scumbag Han keeps harassing me. Even if he dies, he deserves it. You're right, that scoundrel deserves to die. The 2 ladies fearlessly raised their voices in rebuttal against the group who didn't know right from wrong. The leader of the group, only then, mentioned the person backing Han up, explaining that person's background made the 2 ladies become cautious. Do you know who Han is to dare speak like that? Han is the son of the entertainment tycoon, Han Xiaotong. It's your fortune that Han fancies you. Out of respect for you being the top knight on the domestic server, I'll ask you one last time, will you apologize or not? That group was bullying with their numbers, and even looked down on women. Anne could no longer tolerate it, not caring about that so-called Han status. She decided to fight. Xiaoyao, don't be afraid, I'll protect you. I've wanted to test my skills for a while now. True to her words, Anne charged forward without hesitation. Xiaoyao wholeheartedly supported her. Yes, with Sister Anne here, I'm not afraid. Listen up, I won't apologize. She defiantly shouted at that despicable group. Seeing threats didn't work, the leader ordered an attack. At that moment, the mortal appeared, swinging his staff in a mocking manner. Just a few days without taking action, and someone's already causing trouble for my teammates. Anne and Xiaoyao were delighted to see the Celestial. Looks like I don't need to hold back now. A youth interjected. Are you Pham Tran, the domestic server's top guru? Since you know who I am yet still dared to bully my teammates, it seems you don't think much of me. Anne added, making Xiaoyao terrified. This is the first time I've encountered such unreasonable people. The mortal jokingly said she was terrified. I can see your fighting spirit burning bright. I wouldn't want to dampen your eagerness to fight. Brother mortal. Anne coyly said, your words hurt me. The other side said they want to send us back to the starting point. We're really scared. The mortal suddenly turned serious. What? You mean they want to kill and demote you? I've been too polite with you. You think they're just teammates who took the items I painstakingly leveled up? He replied nonchalantly. The mortal's teammates can be changed anytime, but the one who caused trouble for them is Han Xiaotong. And Han is not easy to deal with. So what if the mortal responds coldly? This is just a game. His teammates can say whatever, using real-life status to threaten people in-game, as if you're some big shot. Looks like you're the one who refused the wine when offered. Now you want to drink the punishment wine. He immediately ordered, prolong the battle time. Focus all firepower to eliminate the mortal here. The mortal is here. Ha ha ha, got it, big brother. He provoked the mortal. No matter how strong you are, you're just a small fry. We have the advantage. You should think carefully. Out of patience, the mortal immediately unleashed his stock skills. I'm in a hurry to help them level up. I don't have time to play your prolonging game. So get lost. Just die quickly for me. They were caught in his skill combo. Their health continuously dropping, leaving them in shock. What skill is this? Big brother, save me. I don't want to demote. The leader angrily shouted. Mortal, you dare hit the dog without regard for the master who'll slap you. Han Xiaotong won't let you off. Too slow, the situation's getting chaotic. I don't care if he's this, Xiaotong, or that. To me, he's just a little punk. Lacking money too, probably. Xiaoyao and An had been observing from the sidelines. The Celestial's damage output is amazing. His skills have leveled up again. I saw that knight still owes you a few hundred health points. You're truly at the peak. Brother Mortal is a beast. That satisfied look on your face is a bit too much though. The quest you two were working on is done. Just a bit more experience until you reach level 20. Xiaoyao quickly listed the remaining quest requirements. We've collected enough, just the final step left. After exchanging the important items for that quest before, Xiaoyao and I exchanged them all over the server. The remaining pieces were refined into experience potions. We just reached level 19. The mortal instructed, so complete the quest first, then I'll take you two to hunt monsters. The final quest step requires using the frog grandpa to repair the broken drum. He urged them to be quick. Don't let that frame break. An deftly completed the task as soon as he finished speaking. Done repairing it, Xiaoyao then struck the drum. Suddenly, something strange happened. The drum's sound released a deity. He too was surprised. I didn't expect this fragmentary remnant soul of mine, which was about to dissipate, would have a chance to meet someone with such destiny. The deities didn't wish for me to be without an heir. The mortal's face showed interest. So it's the lightning spirit's inheritance. Looks like you two have decent luck. You know the lightning spirit too, Celestial. He explained, according to ancient deity records, the elemental powers now were derived from the ancient spirit races, like the wind spirit, fire spirit, and water spirit. The deity regarded the young man with respect. I didn't expect there would still be people who remember our ancient spirit races. That's enough. You awakened me before I dissipated. I shall grant you a portion of my legacy. An and Xiaoyao could feel magic swirling around them. The system announced, you have received the remnant bloodline of the ancient lightning spirit. Any attack will deal 10% lightning damage. The two gained a new ability. Xiaoyao rejoiced at the surging power, spreading through her body. The deity instructed, may you nurture this seed of power well. My final wish has been fulfilled. I should reunite with my kin now. He vanished into the sky. An and Xiaoyao bowed respectfully. After he left, Xiaoyao's eyes welled up. What a profound experience. The system's simulation of the deity's interaction was so realistic. He was clearly just an NPC, but when he dissipated, I still felt a bit sad. The mortal pondered. Have you ever thought, perhaps he wasn't just an ordinary celestial NPC? Xiaoyao looked puzzled. I was just joking, he laughed. Anyway, the quest is complete now. How much more experience do you two need to reach level 20? They regained their enthusiasm following the system's prompt. If you fully integrate the hand seals, and master their expansion and contraction, you can reach level 20 directly. But it will take some time for you too. The mortal praised them. Looks like we don't need to waste time hunting monsters anymore. Great, let's head back to the main city first. Find a safe spot to integrate the hand seals. Level up quickly, I have something else to get. In Lihuo City, the system displayed the next main quest notification, Dream Realm. Quest details. The teleportation array to the royal city cannot activate due to the Dream Lord's influence. Go to the ruins of the illusory city at the frozen city in the extreme north. Find the entrance to the Dream Realm and defeat the Dream Lord within, to reopen the path to the royal city. There are two reminders. Reminder 1. To encourage quest completion, the teleportation fee to the frozen city is temporarily waived. Reminder 2. Due to the high difficulty of the Dream Realm, only players level 20 and above can enter. Xiaoyao wondered. The Celestials have main quests as well. I thought they just opened the world. The mortal gave an ambiguous answer. Yes and no. Then he quickly urged everyone to act, hurry and level up. A thought crossed his mind. In a past life, someone must have gone to the illusory city ruins and got trapped by the Celestials, forcing the developers to step in and issue an explanation. Judging by the timing, they should be here by now. At the northern frozen city, members of the Explorer Guild were approaching from afar, led by the Explorer Guild leader, Zhuishui. He called out, this must be the ruins of the illusory city. The group slowly entered the illusory city. The entire city had become a desolate ruin. No wonder people call this place the ruins, an impatient subordinate said. Let's go in quickly. As long as we can find the entrance to the Dream Realm first, we're sure to hit the jackpot. Does everyone have their cameras on? Always on, guild leader, they replied. Immediately, he ordered them to set off. The group quickly followed the guild leader into the city. The scene that unfolded left everyone in awe. The scenery is magnificent. Could this be what they call the entrance to the illusion? One person affirmed, that must be it. The group at the forefront asked the guild leader. Guild leader, guild leader. Everyone called out to Zhui Shui. Guild leader. It seems your subordinates are calling you, the subordinate reported. After receiving no response from the guild leader, Zhui Shui's voice trembled, his face flushed as if intoxicated. His gaze was somewhat dazed as he replied, I see, but I'm so sleepy. The others also began showing similar symptoms. I think I'm feeling the same way too. One by one, they all fell asleep without realizing it. The group behind them was astonished, not understanding what was happening. What's that? The people in front have transparent glowing rings around them. What is that? Could the dream realm have been activated already? But none of us are level 20 yet. They immediately went offline to ask about the guild leader's situation. A subordinate suggested checking the office. Most of the players had collapsed onto their desks. They had lost consciousness. One player remained conscious, panicking and shouting, Guild leader, what just happened? He wondered what those glowing rings were. The dream realm's protection mechanism. Before he could finish, he was stunned by the sight of the guild leader lying unconscious on the desk. He stammered, Guild leader, what's wrong? Another person, also still conscious, spoke up to explain. I thought he couldn't hear me just now, so I went to call others first. I found out that all the trapped players had lost consciousness. He couldn't help but feel afraid. How could something in the game affect reality like this? On the other hand, in the game Gods in the City of Forsaken Fire, the game system issued a warning to all players that an unknown force had appeared in the illusory city ruins, causing some players to lose connection. All players, please do not approach the illusory city ruins. Stay calm and wait for further notice. Hearing this, someone lost their composure and said, I've been roaming the gaming world for many years. This is the first time I've seen the developers issue a warning like this. Others were still skeptical about the information. The illusory city ruins appeared, and an unknown force caused players to lose connection. How so? Someone else asked, puzzled, what does that mean? Don't tell me the developers' equipment malfunctioned, and they're blaming it on some unknown force. Meanwhile, with the main characters group, Tan An and Dao Tiu Yu, they had also heard this latest information. Tiu Yu's tone clearly showed her concern. Grabbing Tan An's hand, she said, Sister Tan An, I feel like something is about to happen. Tan An couldn't help but feel confused as well, because she had never encountered such a situation before. She replied to Tiu Yu, this is the first time I faced something like this too. But Pham Tran might know. She shared her speculations. Ever since I first met him, he seemed very eager to level up. No matter what happened, he remained extremely calm, as if he already knew something would occur. Soon after, Tan An contacted Pham Tran. She asked him, Pham Tran, did you see the silver warning in the sky? Tiu Yu and I are very worried. We feel like something big is about to happen. What she said was highly convincing, causing Pham Tran to marvel. Tan An and Tiu Yu's senses are incredibly sharp. Looking up at the sun, he raised a hand to shield his eyes and said to himself, whether I want it or not, from today, the era of the gods will begin to unfold. Step by step, gently and slowly, on the bustling and crowded street, streams of thoughts appeared in his mind, suddenly realizing that in the game, used for entertainment or escaping reality, there exists a force that can affect the real world, unclear. People will fall into crisis for a short time, but after this crisis passes, people will soon realize, this will be an entirely new beginning. Status, position, power, wealth will all be rearranged. The lowly commoners could soar like a kite in the wind and become rulers through the game. The wealthy elite, with their vast fortunes, will fall into the abyss after losing their power. In this era, anyone can become a god. Everyone can be among the gods. He replied to what Tan An had asked, don't worry. Just level up quickly. Even with variables, it will gradually mature in sequence to gain the power to protect. Tiu Yu listened and said to reassure Tan An, little girl, I don't fully understand what the great god said, but I trust he won't harm us. Tan An replied, we just need to level up quickly. That's the only thing we can do right now. Pham Tran was at the blacksmith A Nu's shop. He anxiously asked the owner, time is running out. Is the equipment repaired yet? The shop owner laughed and replied, I already told you. I'm the best blacksmith. Repairing some equipment won't ruin my reputation. Then the shop owner presented some excellent equipment, like the dragon magic staff. White gold spell damage plus 140 with intelligence plus 45. Each spell damage causes a 3-second effect. Scorching dragon's breath, dealing 10% spell damage per second. Spell damage effects cannot be stacked. Very suitable for mages. Summoner Priest, required level 19. White Gold Dragon Skull Helmet, 50% chance to convert mana to health, plus 4/8 defense, 30% reduced critical strike damage taken. Suitable for all classes, required level 19. White Gold Angel Ring, level 19, plus 500 HP, plus 8% maximum mana. Increases spell damage from maximum mana. Suitable for priests, mages, summoners. Required level 15. He turned and walked away, saying thanks and goodbye. He pondered and said, "The magic hat and ring are accessories I need now. I can list the magic staff on the auction house. The mid-ranking battle is coming. The dream realm won't be like before. I must prepare carefully. The god skill gems from before. I combine some to upgrade. The remaining angel's hymn skill gems can be used to upgrade healing aura to 2 stars. After a while, the developers will announce a global update. From 12 p.m. tonight to 10 a.m. tomorrow, players cannot log into the game. After the update, the 4 basic attributes will fully integrate into reality. It's been rushed already." Famtran. Famtran slowly read the notification messages sent by the system. Consuming skill gems. 4-star Angel's Hymn, 4-star upgrade. 1 remaining upgrade out of 4 for Angel's Hymn. 5-star Heresy. Instantly reduces 12.5% of total health lost from the current health of surrounding enemies. Then reduces 250% spell damage and HP per second. 25 meters range, lasts 30 seconds. 3-minute cooldown, consumes mana 1000. Priest skill, Grand Sacrifice. After reading through the long lines of text, Famtran silently calculated in his mind, "With my current MP, I can use Angel's Hymn once in combat. That's enough for now." The system continued sending him notifications. Consuming 2-star skill gem, Healing Aura, 1-star upgrade, 1 remaining upgrade out of 4. 2-star Healing Aura Heresy, reduces 50 HP, increases 250% spell damage of the target. 5-second cooldown, consumes 5 mana. Reading up to here, Famtran paused to think for a bit, then thought to himself, Healing Aura didn't consume mana before. The damage was relatively low. After upgrading, it increases mana consumption, but it's still within an acceptable range. Thinking so, he gently exclaimed, "That's enough, everything is prepared. Just waiting for Tan An and Dao Tiu Yao to reach level 20. Then we can depart for the ancient city of Dream Illusion." Famtran turned and left. Before leaving this place, he didn't forget to think to himself, in the previous life, so many elites failed miserably at the ancient city of Dream Illusion before finding the Dream Realm. Opening the passage, hope this time will be smooth. Then Famtran didn't hesitate long. He messaged to notify everyone, must reach level 20 before 10 a.m. tomorrow. Meet at the capital's teleportation array. A while later, Famtran finally took off his virtual reality headset. Then he plopped down on the chair with a tired look. He gazed absent-mindedly into the void, then slowly muttered, "After a day, having rested for a while." Famtran stood up. As he walked past the mirror, he meticulously calculated the plan. The influence of the deities on reality is becoming more apparent. Among them, the change in appearance will be noticed first. Suddenly, Ha-Nhinhi burst through the door, rushing in with an indecent demeanor. She was simply wrapped in a towel, covering her body, quickly running past and calling out to Jiang Chen. As soon as he saw her appear, half covered like that, Jiang Chen couldn't help but drool. However, he didn't hesitate long before responding with a lustful tone, "Sister Nhinhi, coming to my room dressed like that isn't appropriate." But Ha-Nhinhi didn't care at all about the issue of appearance, and only spoke urgently with a serious look, "Something big has happened. You can discard those lewd images in your head." Only after hearing this did Jiang Chen gradually calm down. He was staring intently at the voluptuous chest of his neighbor, while gently asking, "What's the big deal?" Seeing this, Ha-Nhinhi exclaimed embarrassedly, "The deities game is invading reality. It's already a hot search topic. Don't tell me you still don't know." As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask in surprise, "You know about it too?" Ha-Nhinhi didn't hesitate, showing him her phone, and replied directly, "After all, I'm also a deities player, you know." "Got it, see for yourself." The forums are exploding. Hot news is spreading online, attracting the attention of countless followers. Like the game invading reality, some players trapped in the ancient city of Dream Illusion, still unconscious until now. Speculation if it's an issue with the game headsets, causing players to fall into a coma. The guild leader of explorers has woken up. Unclear power affecting reality. Exclusive hot news. Then Ha-Nhinhi also showed Jiang Chen the clarification video from the explorers guild leader. In the video, he sat calmly on a chair, slowly speaking with a serious expression. Hello everyone. I'm the player who was affected by the game, falling into a coma. Currently, players in the guild have woken up. Here are the system notifications automatically recorded after I fell into a coma. After saying that, the Explorers Guild leader revealed the system notifications. Affected by the power of dreams, you have entered a dream realm created by the Dream Lord. Time in the dream realm lasts 20 minutes. Find the hidden exit or wait for time to expire, and you can leave the dream realm. Time in the dream realm is related to your level. The higher the level, the shorter the time. After revealing those notifications, the video continued, and the Explorers Guild leader resumed speaking. With a worried expression, I was trapped in there, unable to find the so-called hidden exit. I could only wait for the time to expire. Suddenly, someone asked him a question. May I ask, why are you revealing these valuable images? Hearing this, the Explorers Guild leader immediately responded. I'm sharing these images in hopes that some players can decipher the dream realm and find the true dream hidden exit. I have a feeling, once someone surpasses the dream hidden exit, a passage will open. We'll welcome a new world. At this point, his expression turned fierce as he continued shouting. I know some of you must think I'm crazy, but I can clearly tell you all, I'm not crazy. To ensure safety, after leaving the hidden exit, I went for a professional checkup. The results showed, our bodies not only had no injuries, but were even healthier than before. Before entering the Gods game, the Explorers Guild leader kept shouting loudly, with a crazed expression on his face. However, NHI didn't continue watching. Instead, she directly turned off her phone. Then she turned to Jiang Chen and inquired, how much of the information in the video did you know? You've always told me to play the game. Was it because you had already discovered the truth, that our world will change because of this? At this point, NHI suddenly looked sorrowful. Even her gaze gradually became more distant. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel pained, and gently spoke up. Sister NHI, don't worry. Without hesitation, he hugged NHI's shoulders. Pointing to the forum page, he said in a calm tone, I know you're anxious, but first, don't panic. Look at the top post on the forum. It's an official announcement with the following content. Maintenance notification, dear players. God's game will undergo a global synchronization maintenance and update from 12 midnight tonight until 10 a.m. tomorrow. The male lead asked his neighbor, NHI, if God's game really has issues, do you think they'll just let it continue afterward? I think they probably want to control it but have no way to intervene. Or perhaps the top leaders in God's game had already signed some kind of agreement. We'll likely only uncover the secrets when we truly reach the pinnacle. NHI then asked, so what should I do? He smiled and replied, don't worry, just do your thing. Even if the world goes into chaos, we'll still need tailors. Everyone has to wear clothes. NHI laughed, stood up abruptly, snapped her fingers and said, you're right. But she walked over and kissed Jiang Chan's cheek, whispering, that's a reward. Making the male lead blush shyly. On both reddened cheeks, he said, well done, Sister NHI. You've already crossed the line, still want to harass me more. She turned and bid him farewell. Don't forget to work hard, defeat monsters and find more blueprints for me. I've finished learning all the previous blueprints. If you have time, come to the shop. I'll design something for you. She said and left. Jiang Chen sat thinking. After level 20, the experience needed to level up increases 100-fold. Even for regular players who grind the game all day, it's very difficult to level up. Even for professional players, each level up takes half a month to a month. Players' economy and experience are usually insufficient. In the end, they can only regretfully quit God's game. Without enough talent, even with money, it's very difficult to progress. But ultimately, one still needs actual ability to achieve their goals. The next day, a large crowd gathered at the Lahua teleportation city. Pham Tran was also present. He complained irritably, it's been so long. I even forgot this server reopening date. Hundreds of millions of players rushed into God's game. He couldn't help but shout out, I don't know if the servers will explode or not, but I'm definitely going to get in first. Let's see who dares to snatch resources from me. I only know that I'm about to explode, causing those around him to be startled. Tan An didn't forget to remind him, Brother Pham Tran, remember to prepare warm clothes. Dao Tiu, hidden in the crowd, also shouted loudly, Your Excellency, save me. Suddenly, the guard announced the teleportation array to Blizzard City has opened. Adventurers who need to go there, please enter quickly. Hearing that, the three of them stepped in together. After a while, they emerged outside the teleportation array of Blizzard City. Pham Tran breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Phew, finally made it out." Tan An interjected, "I've never seen so many people in my life." Seeing this, Dao Tiu explained, "Isn't it because of last night's update video and announcement? It caused a lot of new players to rush into the game." Turning to Pham Tran, the girl asked in a serious tone, "Your Excellency, is the existence of a superpower in the game, as mentioned in the official announcement, real?" He smiled without rushing to give his opinion, but asked her back, "With your intelligent brain, you must have sensed the changes in your body too, right?" Pham Tran replied to Tiu, "Your face in the real world is increasingly tending to resemble your current character." Tan An, standing beside, also felt a bit worried after hearing this. She asked Pham Tran, "This is really hard to imagine. If God's game can affect reality, then is it still just a game?" Pham Tran calmly reassured her, "Don't overthink it. At least until now, the changes it has brought are good things." He gradually became serious. He told Tan An and Dao Tiu, "The path ahead will be very arduous. I hope you two will think it through carefully. Once you decide to proceed, you must face it seriously. From now on, after all, every failure will come at a price. Right now, quitting is still." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a voice. The little girl Tiu firmly affirmed, "I won't quit. In the real world, they all bully me. If this is real, I want to have power." Tan An continued, "I feel the same way." Hearing this, Pham Tran felt much more relieved and replied, "I understand you too." But 2 seconds later, he had a nonchalant expression. Turning to Tan An, he said, "But you should stop saying, 'I feel the same way, too.' It's easy to make me think you mean the same thing." Tan An shouted Pham Tran's name loudly, echoing throughout the snow-covered pine forest. After that, the three of them stopped by the Blizzard Tavern. Pham Tran called the innkeeper, 30 bottles of Chuk Tam wine. This made Tan An feel very confused. She asked, "Aren't we going to the ancient ruins, brother Pham Tran? Why are you buying wine?" He smiled and explained that it's a specialty of Blizzard City. Those who come here and don't buy it will have bad luck. The system displayed an explanation for Chuk Tam wine. After drinking it, one can resist the cold for 30 minutes. Tan An now understood. She smiled and said, "The wine can resist the cold. Interesting. Then I'll drink it." Tan An and Dao Tiu said, each holding a large bottle of wine, gulping it down. Seeing this, Pham Tran panicked and exclaimed, "Slowly, slowly. You don't need to drink it all." But it was too late. Tan An and Dao Tiu had already finished it. Pham Tran helplessly remarked, "Well, they're drunk now." Now completely intoxicated, Tan An looked at Pham Tran. He, handsome boy, do you have a girlfriend?" Pham Tran was startled. "Oh no, I'm going to lose my virginity tonight." Tan An approached Pham Tran, her face as red as a tomato. Her hands were all over him as she said, "You look just like my brother Pham Tran. Too bad he's into men. Can you take his place so I can kiss you?" Pham Tran thought to himself, "I'm into men. I didn't know that." Tiu was now cheering Tan An on as well. "Kiss him, kiss him." Pham Tran thought to himself, "Tan An gets really wild when drunk. Why didn't I stop those two from drinking the wine earlier?" In the Silver Pine Forest, this was the path they had to take to reach the ancient ruins. Theoretically, Pham Tran should have arrived earlier in the illusion. One person, after waiting too long in the bone-chilling cold, started making wild guesses. Maybe he knew there was an ambush for him, so he deliberately didn't come. The Night Star said, "Pham Tran has an arrogant personality. He's very confident in his own abilities. Knowing there's an ambush, he won't avoid it but engage in battle. Something might be holding him back. Don't be hasty. Wait another 2 hours. As soon as Pham Tran appears, the archers will immediately act to draw his attention. I'll ambush him from the shadows and strike a fatal blow. If I can't kill him, retreat immediately." Meanwhile, Pham Tran's group was heading into the Silver Pine Forest. Tan An had sobered up, and remembered, feeling very embarrassed. "Oh my, why did I act so shamelessly? I even blurted out my thoughts. Brother Pham Tran definitely won't like me anymore." Tiu then said truthfully, "Maybe we can see it as clearing up a misunderstanding. At least we know the great immortal likes women." Tan An's face turned red with embarrassment and she shouted loudly, "I'd rather he liked men." Pham Tran turned back and said, "Don't shout anymore. It was just drunken behavior. No need to make a big deal out of it. Hurry up, don't lag behind." After passing through the Silver Pine Forest, they would reach the ancient ruins illusion. The hidden archers signaled to each other, "They're here, get ready." This path was the only way to reach the ancient ruins. Along it was a supply point, a small wooden house. Most first-time players visiting the frozen city would buy fortifying wine here first. The frozen city was quite a unique main city. Staying there over 30 minutes would cause blood loss from the cold. So without anti-bleed measures, the body would feel uncomfortable, affecting movement. It seemed Pham Tran had noticed something. The stalker immediately shot an arrow at him. Pham Tran was hit. Tan An and Tiu Yu shouted, "Great Immortal Brother." Pham Tran said, "Don't worry. You two girls, focus on protecting me while I take action." That team then shot arrows and unleashed skills towards Pham Tran. Tan An immediately activated her shield to protect Tiu Yu. "You lead him away, I'll block these illusory fragments." Great Immortal, you almost forgot you have this life-saving skill, right? Tiu Yu and I will protect ourselves, you go settle the score. Seeing the situation was untenable, that team ordered a retreat. Pham Tran looked at them coldly, "You want to run?" Suddenly, another person appeared behind Pham Tran's back. "The one who should run is you." The assassin, seeing Pham Tran chasing him, swung his sword up using the slaughter skill. As the assassin closed in, Pham Tran realized he was a level 20 assassin. With the slaughter skill, the assassin's sword slashed towards Pham Tran's neck, who rolled backwards to evade. As soon as he regained his footing on the ground, the assassin seized the chance to flee. He even shouted at Pham Tran, "Consider yourself lucky this time." But Pham Tran had no intention of letting him go. "You dare come here, then leave your life behind." He then used a healing spell on the assassin, causing him to lose 2,275 blood points. Then he turned towards the remaining fleeing assassins. "As for you all," he raised his staff, using the beam of healing skill. The Night Star who opened the teleportation gate said, "You are indeed powerful." But as he turned to leave, he said, "We will meet again." Pham Tran had just arrived when the teleportation gate closed. That guy even used a teleportation stone to escape first. I couldn't stop him. Pham Tran was serious. Who is this guy? How could he even collude with a ranked player to try to kill me? Tan An and Dao Tiu Yu came to ask Pham Tran, "Are you okay? Did you catch the Great Immortal?" Pham Tran replied, "Just a rat showing its tail. One day it will expose its flaws. Forget it, let's go to the Ancient Ruins Illusion." At the Ancient Ruins Illusion, a team of girls was going out of the city to do a quest, but they were blocked by a group of men. Pham Tran's two teams arrived and witnessed this scene. Tan An was enraged, "What's going on here? A bunch of men blocking these beautiful girls." Pham Tran said, "It must be a guild conflict, we don't need to get involved. Let's enter the ancient ruins." The leader of the group of men blocking the way was the guild leader of the Black Panther Guild, who shouted at the Snow Monkey Guild leader, "Don't be rude, I've already spoken. Unless you girls agree to an alliance, don't even think about entering the ancient ruins illusion." The Snow Monkey Guild leader, Nung Bang Tuyat, replied, "Don't go too far, I've already said, the Snow Monkey Guild won't ally. We just want to peacefully do quests in the snowy city. Please move aside." The Black Panther leader threatened, "If you don't ally, don't blame us for plucking these flowers." Then he ordered his men, "Attack these women, teach them a lesson. You should listen." A barrage of ice and fire crystal shards came from behind the Black Panther leader, heading towards the girls. Nung Tuyat raised her weapon to retaliate. "Ruffians, you think these girls are easy to bully." She used a mist skill to obscure the vision of the Black Panthers group. They cried out, "This mist is blocking our sight. My skills can't aim properly." One of them suggested, "Screw it, I'll just throw randomly." Suddenly, a skill hit Tiu Yu Tan. Anne was worried for Tiu Yu. Pham Tran angrily shouted at the guild battle, "And you resort to indiscriminate attacks." The Black Panther Guild leader retorted, "Are you brainless? Why didn't you guys get out of the way? Don't disturb my fun." Pham Tran's blood boiled, cursing, "I'll crush your whole family." At the same time, he raised his staff and cast the Petite Saint Radiance formation at that group. "Whoa, what's going on?" Guild leader. Guild leader. After all, which senior was fighting alongside the Black Panther Guild? It's quieter now. "Let's go," Pham Tran said softly. "Senior Pham Tran, thank you for your help." "Senior Pham Tran, thank you for your assistance. My sisters and I are grateful. If not for you." When my bone chill wore off, our guild would have been sent back to the respawn point by the Black Panther Guild. Then we'd miss the time window for the quest. Nung Bang Tuyat hurriedly thanked him. Pham Tran raised his brow. "No need to thank me, I didn't help you. They injured my teammate and didn't apologize, I was just venting my anger for her. We still have a quest to complete." Nung Bang Tuyat sighed, "The #1 priest on the server, your reputation precedes you. Now your transcendent power manifests in reality. This game is no longer just a game. If we could befriend you, it would benefit our guild. Sister Tuyid, you like him? A guildmate teased, circling around nonsense. Let's do the quest. Bang Tuyid Nung blushed, covering her face. System notification. You have entered the ancient illusory city ruins. Dangerous area, proceed with caution. Pham Tran pondered. According to the first top player who entered these past life ruins, there is a special NPC in the ancient city. If encountered, you won't die but will be injured. Not only will your in-game character lose spirit, but in real life, you'll also exhibit minor injury symptoms. He warned everyone, this place isn't safe, stay close to me. As the three prepared to move, a childlike voice rang out. Not safe. Big brother, here isn't safe, but you can protect YIN, right? Tan An was surprised. There's an NPC in these ruins. Pham Tran was alarmed. He didn't expect it to appear so quickly. He yelled, be careful, and closed his eyes. YIN spoke again in an eerie, gloomy tone. I'm very obedient, big brother. Can you protect me? I need you to help me get my eye back. Without an eye, YIN is in pain. YIN screamed in agony. It hurts so much, it hurts. Pham Tran quickly reminded his teammates. Close your eyes and cover your ears, don't let its screams affect you. He recalled from the previous lives forum that the special NPC would injure players in reality, but no solution was mentioned. The system issued another warning. Cannot attack this target. YIN is protected by the illusory will. Cannot attack this target. Pham Tran thought, can't attack it. Then he said to YIN, I can help you, but can you stop screaming? Pham Tran smiled and extended his hand. She stopped screaming after hearing him. She smiled, thank you, big brother. System notification. Special quest activated. Bring light to YIN. YIN extended her hand, saying, brother, this is my eye. My real eye. A mysterious item, no introduction needed. Anyone can use it. She held up the eye. You'll help me, right? Pham Tran pondered. Special past life challenge quest. In a previous life, some players couldn't resist the temptation of the real eye. They were killed, and their accounts were deleted. Pham Tran extended his hand. Close your eyes. His hand touched her eyes. After attaching her eyes, she said, thank you, brother, for completing the current quest. You've initially gained YIN's trust. He thought the illusory city had been destroyed hundreds of years ago. YIN was the only resident surviving in this desolate ancient city. Then he said, YIN, I can lead you out of here. YIN turned, he is still here. I cannot leave. Brother, I have another favor to ask. System notification. Next quest activated. Challenge the illusory city's guardian. Upon completion, you'll receive the guardian's medal. Do you accept? Pham Tran smiled, of course. He thought, the real quest of the illusory city. YIN walked, saying, brother, follow me with your two sisters. Affected by the power of the dream realm, they entered the dream scene created by the Dream Lord, lasting 5 minutes. Find the dream scene's loophole, or wait for it to end to leave. Dao Xiao Yao said from behind. The dream scene is activated. Tan An added, I studied videos for hours before but couldn't find the loophole. Don't tell me we'll be trapped here. Pham Tran replied, with her, we won't be trapped. He thought the illusory city's dream scene would only prevent players from receiving the quest with YIN as the guide. YIN in front used her illusory breaking eyes, revealing a different scene. Dao Xiao Yao saw YIN's eyes bleeding, so she asked, YIN, what's wrong with your eyes? YIN wiped them and said, don't worry, sister. I'm used to it, it doesn't hurt. The real eye's power is too great. I can't fully control it, so I pay a price each time I use it. Chains appeared from the tree trunk. YIN went ahead, saying, brother, sisters, please wait a moment. She sat down, and used a spell. The iron chains around her tightly bound her. She gritted her teeth and endured. Seeing this, Dao Xiao Yao said, oh my god, she's sacrificing herself. Tan An also said, can we help her? Pham Tran replied, she's doing it willingly, we can't help her. Cracks appeared on YIN's face and neck. She said in pain, 218 years ago, the illusory city was destroyed by an evil deity. My parents sacrificed themselves to seal it. I risked my life to gain the real eye's recognition, awakening the power within me. Before dying, they cried, telling me only my power could maintain the seal. I was young then. I was afraid I couldn't bear the suffering, so I begged them. After a bright circle appeared, she panted, they locked me here. Dao Xiao Yao supported her. She continued, this is the sacrifice formation used to supply power to the sealing formation. But my power is still too weak, unable to prevent the evil deity's breath from leaking out. causing the dead to be restless. After saying that, they went outside and discovered countless zombies wandering around. YIN said, "I need your help, brothers and sisters, to destroy all those affected by the evil deity's breath, so they can return to dust." The system notified the three about the quest. The challenge has opened. Quest details behind. The illusory tree buries the dead citizens of the illusory city. Their corpses were affected by the evil deity's breath, turning them into undead monsters. Destroy the demonized dead. Let them return to dust. 0/50th quest reward. Protector's Medal. The three turned around, all prepared for battle. He began assigning tasks to the two girls, following old rules. Tan An would tank damage. Xiao Yao would summon pets to lure monsters. Tan An replied, "No problem." A green monster. A seemingly decayed green monster rushed in to attack with its fierce red eyes. Demonized dead level 19. The system provided a note for the player. Decaying power. The target hit will have 20% reduced attack and spell damage for 5 seconds. Cannot stack. Tan An knelt down, using her shield to block the attack from that monster. Xiao Yao summoned another black bear and a golden dog to attack the monster. He thought to himself, seeing her move, "Summoner, below level 20 can only have one pet to assist. From level 20 onwards, there's no limit, as long as you have enough spell damage. A summoner is equivalent to an army of pets." He felt curious about her new pet, so he asked, "New pet?" She smiled at him confidently. "Yesterday, I secretly went online before you, Lord. I've caught up with you." He squinted his eyes, laughing. "Less talk, lure the monster quickly." The two pets, summoned by Xiao Yao, lured the monster away. He raised his staff and began casting a spell. A magic circle appeared under his feet, and a purple orb enveloped in a green halo was in front of him, accompanied by countless green runes around as he unleashed it. Petite Saint Lumiere Celestial Formation. The system announced, "Destroy demonized dead 50/50 completed." The brown-haired girl closed her eyes, saying to the three, "The final citizens of the illusory city can finally rest in peace. Brothers and sisters, on behalf of the deceased, I thank you all." The system announced, "Illusory City Protector's Medal, a special item that increases max HP when equipped. Current level 10, plus 20 HP. 20% of actual damage dealt is reflected back to the target that damaged you, ignoring their defense. This untradeable item is bound to you." The brown-haired girl manifested 3 Protector's Medals and said, "This is your reward." Tan An looked at the medal, remarking, "If this stat was on the market, it would be insanely expensive. It would start at tens of thousands at least." Xiao Yao added, "If all players could get this reward from doing the quest, then its value wouldn't be that high." He looked at the medal, thinking, only the first group to complete the quest receives the medal with special stats. For those after us, the medal's stats will be halved, if not worse. This is something only we can obtain. He told the other two. The system continued displaying a message, "Current special equipment slot, 1/3. He turned to the brown-haired girl, asking, "Before meeting us, did you encounter anyone else?" The girl, hands behind her back, replied, "Number. The deity only guided me to find true adventurers capable of saving this ruined city." She turned solemnly to him, "Brother, there is one final matter. Please help me kill someone." He looked at her seriously. "Kill who?" She turned pale, looking behind him, staring in a direction, saying, "My brother, the Lord of Dreams." The system announced, "Final quest activated. YIN's request." Quest details. The Lord of Dreams possesses the illusory eye, unable to accept the destruction of the illusory city. Eternally entranced by the demon god's power, trapped in the dream realm he wove himself. Only by killing the Lord of Dreams can this land finally rest. She looked at them fearfully, saying, "The demon god is using you as vessels to break free from the seal. If you kill my brother, I can grant you the true eye." A chaotic black and gold vortex appeared before the three. It was the entrance to the dream realm. Xiao Yao frowned slightly, saying, "Great deity, if this world truly exists, YIN, with the pain of losing her parents, trapped in the formation for over 200 years, her suffering must be unimaginable." Tan An frowned, continuing, "Even if it's just a scripted scenario, it pains me." He looked off in the distance, then, "I cannot reveal too many secrets about the deities," he said, unable to explain clearly. Even in the future, no one knows for certain whether the deities are projections of the real world or not, but many believe that all NPCs here are real people. He and the other two stepped through the gate. "The only thing I can tell you both is to live in the present. Do what's in front of you well. For instance, focus on clearing the instance. Complete the quests." Tan An nodded firmly, clenching his fist. Yeah. Xiao Yao chimed in, the great deity is right. No matter what, getting stronger is most important right now. The system notified the three, you have entered the dream realm, a dangerous area. Please proceed with caution. The mortal party had set foot in the dream realm. It was a perilous zone. The air here wasn't as biting cold as the previous snow-filled sky. Tan An couldn't help but be surprised. This is. Dao Shu Yao grasped what Tan An wanted to say. She observed the surrounding space with doubt. Could this realm be the illusory city before it was destroyed? But Pham Tran understood this realm the best. Dreams. The Lord of Dreams could not accept the destruction of the illusory city, so he used the illusory eye to create this false city. The surrounding scenery was bustling with people coming and going, a very lively street. Seeing the mortal party enter the city, everyone turned their eyes toward them, for an unknown reason. Dao Shu Yao and Tan An were utterly bewildered, instinctively on guard as they said to Pham Tran, Great deity, their stares are terrifying. The sight of people on the street suddenly stopping and then all staring at us is truly chilling. In contrast to his flustered teammates, Pham Tran calmly considered the situation. His white robe fluttered in the wind, accentuating his imposing presence. Undaunted by the challenge, Pham Tran spoke up, even if I could control this illusion, it wouldn't count as much. That would be completely irrational. But look at what you've done. Pham Tran scorned the Lord of Dreams' weakness. You coward, he taunted. As he finished speaking, an angry voice rang out in the air. The Lord of Dreams still had complete control over this city. Thus, Pham Tran's every word naturally reached his ears. Silence. The Lord of Dreams never accepted the truth that this place was no longer as before. He roared, denying the illusory city had ever fallen. Instead, he blamed those who came to the city like Pham Tran, saying they disturbed its peace. To the Lord of Dreams, those people deserved to die, to perish in the place they had defiled. Then he released 3 level 20 nightmare phantoms. These ghosts were completely dark, their pale faces revealing malicious intent. They viciously attacked Pham Tran's party. Tan An fended off their fierce blows with his weapon. Her shield clashed with the spells, emitting a brilliant glow. But these elite monsters were too powerful. Her shield might not withstand them for long. On Pham Tran's side, he observed Tan An's solo battle against the demons, pondering for a moment. Tan An's health was over 1,000, able to withstand 10 attacks, but the monster's defenses were too high. The minor holy light formation might not be effective. The situation unfolded rapidly. Pham Tran couldn't ponder too long. He ordered Shu Yao to lure the monsters to him. Dao Shu Yao received Pham Tran's order. She immediately released 2 demons, Dai Huang and Shu Wei. A fierce hound and a ferocious black bear entered the fray. Pham Tran seized the opportunity, quickly deciding to unleash his signature move, the renowned angel healing chant. A blue radiance surrounded him. The scepter atop his head summoned a spirit. A blue-haired angel appeared. She lifted the demons into the air, powerfully restraining them from struggling, then struck them with fatal blows. Dao Tiu Yao had witnessed countless times Pham Tran's absolute subjugation spell, yet still couldn't help but marvel at the strike's astonishing power. The damage was incredibly high. Tiu Yao realized Pham Tran's strength had grown even further. The great deity Pham Tran had acquired a new skill. Pham Tran deduced, the angel chant's effect must be suppressing dark creatures. Suddenly, the scene before them turned black. The crowded residents from before vanished without a trace. A voice rang through the space. Those who disturb the illusory city must die. It was the Lord of Dreams. Just now, Pham Tran let him witness a chaotic scene. Inevitably, it forced him to appear in person. Winds from all directions converged on the citadel before Pham Tran's party. Dao Shu Yao saw the scene shift. No longer the appearance of where they had been, she wondered what it was. Is this the illusory city from the past? Why is it all black? The Lord of Dreams has been bewitched by an evil spirit, Pham Tran replied. His power has long since fallen into depravity, so the illusory realm he created could not escape that fate. Then he led the group into the citadel. Let's go, to meet the one who was once the lord of this illusory city. At the central position of the building stood a large golden throne. Seated on it was a man with smoke blue hair. He looked down haughtily at Pham Tran's party with disdain. You commoners, you destroyed my illusory city. Dao Shu Yao saw the noble figure on the golden throne and without hesitation, praised his appearance. You're so handsome, Tan An chimed in from the right. I bet you're Vio Ina's brother. Pham Tran heard the entire conversation between the 2 girls and frowned sternly. No matter how handsome, he's just a coward, locking himself up here and blaming others. The Lord of Dreams, Vio Ina, angrily retorted. Ina is my noble sister. How dare a commoner like you speak her name so casually? At this moment, the system displayed the Lord of Dreams identity. He is Guy Dewey 2, a level 20 silver rank boss. The Lord of Dreams has notable skills like Illusory Blade. Each time Guy Dewey 2 attacks, he ignores distance and strikes the target instantly, dealing 100% damage. His Illusory Shield prevents enemies from moving right in front of him. Any contact attacks on the shield will immediately disappear. The Illusory Mirror skill activates whenever Guy Dewey 2's HP drops by 10%, summoning a mirror behind the target that reflects Guy Dewey 2's attacks for 100% damage, lasting 1 minute. And Infinite Illusion. When his HP drops to 10%, he borrows mysterious power, creating an illusion every second. The Lord of Dreams spoke up. Those who disturb the illusory city's peace must be eliminated. He raised his hand, ready to unleash his power. The battle was about to begin. You disturbers of the illusory city's tranquility must ultimately face the divine punishment. After receiving this information, Pham Tran judged this boss's difficulty to be extremely high. At the same level 20, but compared to the ones they faced before, this was on a different level entirely. Pham Tran did not deny it. He did not dare to act rashly and told the team to prepare carefully, for even he found this opponent quite formidable. Here it was, the strongest boss of the Dream Realm had arrived. Guy Dewey 2 swiftly leapt into the air, quickly throwing an illusory blade. Pham Tran lost 243 HP. He quickly raised his sword to block and resist with difficulty, hastily deducing the opponent's moves and tactics. Just like before, this strike ignored evasion and body techniques, hitting with 100% accuracy. After pondering for a moment, Pham Tran saw there was no way to retreat. He decided not to back down. Pham Tran directly used a healing technique, aiming it at the enemy before him. Guy Dewey 2 was not caught off guard. In an instant, he raised his illusory shield, blocking any potential consequences. But it seemed Pham Tran's attack was not completely nullified. Faced with this, Guy Dewey 2's arrogance could not accept it. He angrily cursed the foolish adventurer. Then he landed on the ground and struck with his palm, Celestial Light Formation. After losing 4,450 HP and another 4,450 HP, Guy Dewey 2 roared loudly, "How dare an insignificant outsider wound me?" A dark ocean blue magic circle, full of mystique, appeared under Guy Dewey 2's feet where he landed. From within the magic circle, furious lightning bolts emerged. Facing this powerful attack, Tan An did not hesitate. She leapt forward, using her shield to protect Pham Tran, offering to take the blow for him. "Let me take this attack for you," she said to Pham Tran. Guy Dewey 2, full of arrogance, scoffed at the sight. "A bunch of lowly dogs daring to defy me." As he finished speaking, a massive, authoritative lightning bolt headed straight for Tan An. The frail girl, unable to withstand the blow, she lost her balance and fell down. As if anticipating this scenario, Pham Tran deftly caught her with one hand and reminded her, "You and the little demon should protect yourselves well." After recovering, she turned and raised her shield. Tan An only responded lightly. After speaking, he turned and cast another healing spell on Guy Dewey 2. It seemed Pham Tran's anger had made his attack more powerful. With just one strike, Guy Dewey 2's health dropped to 89%. Guy Dewey 2, in pain, opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. Turning his rage into words, he cursed Pham Tran as a lowly outsider, saying he would pay for his actions. A white smoke emanated an ominous energy, causing Pham Tran to be startled and wary upon seeing it. With just a glance, he recognized the most formidable mirror had arrived. The illusory mirror skill from his previous life, controlled by the branch leader, was the most difficult to deal with. Each mirror could last for 1 minute. The attack power of Team 5 was too high, causing the front mirror to disappear while the back mirror appeared. The damage from both mirrors was unleashed simultaneously. Even a level 20 Tan An couldn't withstand it. Lost deep in her own thoughts, when she regained awareness, Pham Tran realized he was trapped between Guy Dewey 2's two attacks with no way to retreat or evade them, and certainly couldn't withstand them, as Guy Dewey 2 had planned, but fate had other plans. Dao Tiu Yu swiftly summoned two magic beasts, a black bear and a brown dog, to intercept the two attacks. The two unfortunate creatures let out agonizing cries before collapsing. Dao Tiu Yu, standing at a distance, smiled contentedly. Seeing that almost all of his attacks failed to reach Pham Tran, Guy Dewey 2 grew annoyed and angry. His raised hand crackled with purple lightning, his face contorted in a scowl. His bullet-shaped eyes glared intently at Pham Tran. His teeth gritted audibly. His tone and words trembled slightly due to his rising anger. Let's see how many more times you can escape. Sensing Guy Dui 2's mood was deteriorating severely, which could adversely affect the battle, Pham Tran thought to himself, it's best to change tactics. In his previous life on the forum, he had summarized a way for a team to prolong the battle, but that clearly wouldn't work now. Understanding the dire situation, Pham Tran chose to use Holy Light to turn Guy Dui 2's illusory shield into his own. It seemed Guy Dui 2 hadn't anticipated Pham Tran would make such a move. His eyes widened, and he froze for a few seconds. When his mind settled, he realized his illusory shield was in the enemy's hands. Guy Dui 2 flew into a rage and took to the skies, his fury blinding his reason. He began attacking Pham Tran with all his might. Enraged beyond coherent thought, he unleashed a barrage of attacks on Pham Tran. Twisting lightning bolts flickered in and out of existence, filling the sky with their frenzy. Each bolt took on a different shape, no two were alike, yet they all shared a single purpose, the mission to kill Pham Tran. After a struggle, Guy Dui 2 was ultimately defeated. Unable even to stand, he could only crouch, nearly kneeling. His health had dropped significantly from 89% to just 8%. Exhausted, he could barely breathe. His body trembled, on the verge of collapse. Though his body was broken, lacking even the strength to raise his head, Guy Dui 2's mouth remained defiantly active. He continued muttering wishes for Pham Tran's death. Faced with this pitiful sight, Pham Tran spoke bluntly, "Unfortunately, you won't get that chance." He summoned the Angel Ca. When Guy Dui 2 saw the Angel Ca, with her white, crystalline wings and alluring attire, slowly approaching to attack him, his face turned pale. He let out an agonizing scream. Pham Tran looked at Guy Dui 2's corpse and said, "You're dead, huh?" System notification. You have killed the silver rank sub-boss, Dreamlord, Guy Dui 2. Completing the first achievement, opening the gate, you have received the title Pathfinder, announced server-wide. Congratulations to player Pham Tran. The Cherry Blossom Fairy has passed through the Dream Realm, and the Lord Guy Dui 2 has opened the path to the kingdoms. From now on, level 20 players can teleport to the major kingdoms. Pham Tran pondered the system's reminder. Logically, Guy Dui 2 should be dead, but this scene didn't occur in the previous life's walkthrough video. The system displayed the avatar of the demon god Lamat. Level unknown, skills unknown. The arrogant demon god Lamat sneered, showing contempt for lowly humans. You have ruined my plans of many years. I will sacrifice your flesh, blood, and soul. Pham Tran was astonished to see the boss's attributes were all displayed as question marks. The demon god's avatar. He told everyone behind him to quickly retreat. This is not something we can handle at our current stage. The Cherry Blossom Fairy immediately withdrew from the sub-realm. With an anxious voice, the demon god summoned a sphere, then grabbed Pham Tran. His hand tightly gripped the small, weak human. Death and sacrifice are your only escape. Then everyone saw Pham Tran's figure blur, and shouted in astonishment, "Pham Tran, great god!" Little did they know, it was merely an illusion created by Pham Tran, who had activated the effect of his illusion boots. He contemplated how to deal with the boss. The gods would not recreate a stage with an unmanageable demon. He had to find a way. Stay calm, I must stay calm. The demon god searched intently for Pham Tran's shadow. You think you can escape me? But before he could finish, Pham Tran used his blink technique to swiftly appear behind the demon god, finding a critical point. All the black bones were spilling out from Guy Dui 2's eye socket. This was the demon god's only connection to the present world. Right then, he attacked. The only solution was to sever the connection. But unfortunately, the demon god noticed him. The demon god dodged and said with a disdainful tone, "A weak mortal body, delusional enough to touch a god's relic." Black energy gradually approached the eye socket. From above, the demon god looked down on everyone. "The resistance of you ants should cease." Pham Tran told those behind him, "When I die, the sub-realm gate will immediately open. Leave immediately, the farther the better." He urged everyone to leave, and he would sacrifice himself to open the gate. He thought dying at the demon god's hands wasn't just a simple level downgrade. Ina was terrified. Brother is in danger from the demon god's breath. She leapt into the black smoke, searching for him, calling, "Brother." Pham Tran, to his surprise, saw a red eye appear. The little girl shouted, "Brother." The true eye can sever the illusory eye's connection with the demon god. Turns out she had gouged out her own eye to help him. The system displayed, "You have received the true eye." Pham Tran looked at the eye in his hand and said, the demon god roared, "It seems your mortal experience is about to expire." He raised the eye socket high and shouted, "Return to your seal." The demon god was re-sealed before being sucked in, but he called out, vowing revenge on Pham Tran. "You ant, Pham Tran, I'll remember you. Pham Tran glanced at the two eyes, responding calmly to the demon god, I'll remember you too. Next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you. Now get lost. After sealing the demon god, the system notified, you have received the illusory eye. The demon god La Max incarnation vanished. The system displayed a notification. You have received the golden Vu Hien Jia hat. You have received the golden Dang Van Hai sword. Delighted with the outcome, Pham Tran thought silently, how to maximize the power of the two newly acquired items, a hat enhancing intelligence, a sword enhancing strength. Just perfect for Tan An and Tu Yu. In the later stages of the deities, I can't rely solely on myself. If those two can mature, they'll be a great help to me. After considering, Pham Tran turned to check on Vio Ina's condition, being assisted by Tan An and Tu Yu. The sound of footsteps hitting the ground, creating a clearer clop-clop sound. Tan An looked up and turned his head towards Pham Tran's figure approaching them. Mr. Pham Tran, Vio Ina's condition is very bad. Following Tan An, Tu Yu also looked up, turning towards him with a worried inquiry. She'll be alright, won't she? Yet Pham Tran's expression didn't change at all. He gently told his two companions about the items. These two equipment pieces, you and Tu Yu take them. Give them to me here. The system once again displayed a mechanical voice ringing in the three players' heads. Vu Hien Jia hat and Dang Van sword transaction successful. Tan An held up the sword, examining it for a while. His face showed surprise mixed with gratitude for us. Unable to hide his joy, Tan An asked, why didn't you tell us sooner? Before Pham Tran could answer, Dao Tu Yu quickly spoke up, I will definitely not fail the great god's intentions. The three companions' joy didn't last long. Eventually, they had to return to cruel reality. Pham Tran carried Vio Ina, his heart aching at how light the little girl weighed. Her tiny, frail frame, one could hardly call frail, for Vio Ina was truly emaciated, almost skin and bones. This scrawny back had endured so much, more than an ordinary person could bear. The little girl spoke up, calling brother Pham Tran, please take me back to the sacrificial formation. My body has little strength left, even breathing is difficult. Vio Ina struggled, whispering each word with her sightless eyes, the left one still wet with tears, looking at Pham Tran, forcing a strained smile to appear strong, with the hope that it would ease everyone's worries for her. Faced with this frail yet resolute demeanor, Pham Tran couldn't hide his heartache for the child who grew up too soon. His brows furrowed. His eyes shone with pain as he replied to Vio Ina. He spoke, then began the journey back. Upon arrival, Vio Ina was laid on a bed made of bamboo stalks meticulously bound together, with a thin blanket spread over it. One didn't need to try it to know it wouldn't provide enough warmth to prevent freezing in the cold that could instantly turn boiling water into snow. Dao Tu Yu and Tan An stood beside the bed, while Pham Tran sat at its edge, inquiring about Vio Ina's future plans. Lamuk's avatar has dissipated, the demon god's power will weaken in a short time. Perhaps it won't be able to break free of the seal later. What are your plans? The girl showed an unmistakable sad expression. Without hesitation, she replied, I hope brother can take my eye and see the outside world. My parents told me many times that outside there are vast green prairies, beautiful fresh flowers, winding rivers. They used to say they'd take me there. Her voice gradually trailed off at the end of the sentence, as if she had inadvertently mentioned something she shouldn't have. Something so ordinary yet filled the girl with such longing. It pained Tan An and Dao Tu Yu to no end. Faced with the girl's plight, Pham Tran couldn't turn a blind eye either. He expressed a desire to take Vio Ina to see the beautiful sights this world offers. Like a puppy, Vio Ina's face lit up with joy as she uttered two words. Really, Pham Tran is thinking of a way to let me leave this desolate place without too many consequences. The gods established many covenants that can help players and beings in this world form connections. The Soul Covenant, where equals are friendly, is the gentlest. Nhi Thong An began to speak. If you agree to sign the Equal Covenant, I can take you away from the illusory ancient city. As he finished speaking, the girl's face, which had just lit up with joy, fell considerably, as if the last glimmer of hope in her life had vanished. She hesitated before giving Pham Tran her answer. Brother, I agreed to sign the covenant. But her voice began to trail off. You need to come with me to meet my parents. Pham Tran was startled. Your parents? Nevertheless, Pham Tran and the other two decided to accompany the girl on a snowy path to a large tombstone, the most prominent stone in a white snowy forest. Two names were carved on the tomb, Lady Yu Li, wife of the city lord, Gai Loi Ui, city lord. Vio Ina knelt before the tomb as soon as she arrived. The biting cold weather, yet not as cold as the girl's heart now. one hand caressing the lifeless stone. She calmly recounted the stories and promises she made to her parents when they passed away. After my parents died, they told me to bury them here even in death. They wanted to protect the people of the illusory city. I promised them that I would bring the person who signs the equal covenant with me before them. After speaking, the girl turned and extended her hand that was on the tombstone to begin signing the equal covenant with Pham Tran. The girl curved her lips into a smile of inner peace. Pham Tran extended his hand, but not to place it on YIN's hand. He stretched his hand towards the girl's face, where an eye had once resided, causing YIN to flinch, unable to withdraw her hand. If you want to sign the covenant, I can't let your parents see you half blind, said Pham Tran. From his hand emanated a small red magic circle. It looked like a tiny, friendly ring of fire. When the magic ended, YIN's lost eye returned to where it belonged. YIN, overwhelmed with emotion, her vision blurred. Her new eyes couldn't help but shed tears. Then, one large hand and one small were placed together, and a powerful green magic circle appeared. The equal covenant was sealed. Then the system followed. You have signed the equal covenant with YIN. Now you can communicate minds with YIN. View YIN's basic information. The covenant was sealed. The girl's face became rosier than ever before. Her strength fully returned, the vibrant look befitting a child, like one who had died and was gifted with life. The system's booming voice spoke again. YIN, level 5 weakling. Profession, mystical mage. HP, 45-200s. Mystical energy, 50. Hearing what the system said, Pham Tran couldn't help but be puzzled. Mystical mage. He had never encountered this profession before. His train of thought was interrupted when YIN summoned a wooden book with a mystical blue crystal embedded in the center of the cover. As if reading Pham Tran's mind, the girl explained, dimensional adventurers cannot become mystical mages. This profession requires inheritance. This is the weapon my parents left for me. Later, I will try to help you, brother. After speaking, the girl showed the book to Pham Tran for a better look. A beautiful ending that satisfied everyone. Thank you, brother Pham Tran, she said. Now that this is resolved, where shall we go next? Pham Tran answered without hesitation, the royal city. At the teleportation array in Snowy City, people on both sides welcomed Pham Tran's victorious return. The first team with battle achievements has arrived, Lord Tran. Congratulations on your success through the first gate. Lord Tran, was this instance difficult? Do randomly matched teams have a chance to pass? People asked one after another. Pham Tran spoke up, excuse me, everyone. I have urgent matters to attend to, let's chat later. He said, leaving while thinking to himself, it's hard to remain humble. Listen to me. There are a total of 8 major royal cities of the gods. You can only go there via teleportation array after level 20. He suddenly said, the place we will go is the Canthian Royal City. He explained further, after level 20, players can change professions through the Royal City NPCs. After changing professions, the direction and growth of a player's profession will become more detailed and clear. The top 100 players and in the Royal City can attend the Royal Academy for training. But he hesitated. The people of the Royal Academy often target outsiders. There will be a special welcoming ritual for new students. Suddenly, Kai Kwong appeared and said, the new dimensional adventurer seems to understand well. If you know the rules, then hand over the money tomorrow, he ordered. Pham Tran scoffed. I didn't expect Canthian Academy students to have a penchant for robbery. Kai Kwong angrily said loudly, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm just teaching you outsiders how to be human. Honestly, hand over the money, and I'll let you keep some dignity. Before he could finish, Pham Tran interrupted. What fool is this? Where did this idiot come from? This is not how the new student welcoming ritual should be done. Or perhaps you should look back before speaking. Kai Kwong turned around and saw his teacher standing right behind him, who then said in surprise, Teacher Liu, why are you here? The teacher said, I came to wait for you, as I'll have to go to the Royal City's prison later to pick you up. Then he said, quickly give them the academy badges. Wait until you're at the academy, then you can do the new student welcoming ritual however you want. After speaking, Kai Kwong handed the academy badges to Pham Tran's group, then said indifferently, well, I shouldn't have taken this new student welcoming task. Pham Tran boringly accepted the badge and asked, only 3 badges. She is my contract beast. Can she enroll? He said, pointing at Dao Tiu. In the previous life, very few people had contract beasts. There was no information about contract beasts on the forums either. Kai Kwong standing behind Teacher Liu scoffed disdainfully. What level is this little sprout? She's probably qualified to enter the academy. After Kai Kwong spoke, Teacher Lu responded, "The little girl is not from another world. She needs a recommendation letter from a prominent figure to enter the academy." Hearing this, Pham Tran asked, "Does the city lord count as a prominent figure?" While in office, yes. If you obtain a recommendation letter from the city lord, this little girl can enroll. Teacher Lu answered. Well then, Kai Kwong slung his weapon over his shoulder and said as he turned to leave, "Let's go, one more time." How could someone from another world know the city lord? Stop pretending. I'll wait for you at the academy, but don't make me wait long. And don't let me see this little sprout again. Hearing this, Tan An became angry. What kind of ridiculous academy is this? You're being excessively arrogant, Pham Tran. Can't we just not go? Pham Tran replied, the training rooms, the battle arenas of Canthian Academy, we can learn so many skills there, it would be a huge loss not to go. Moreover, don't you think it would be fun to slap them in their own territory? You're right, Tan An said happily. Her expression was extremely sly. Dao Tiu asked cheerfully, so are we going to the academy now? Pham Tran took Ina's hand and led her forward, but said, not yet. I'll take Pu Ina to the city of flowing fire first. You two can wander around the royal city. I'll come back, and we'll go together. At the Long Wan Villa in the imperial capital, a beautiful girl was massaging the temples of a blonde-haired young man sitting on a chair. He then spoke to his subordinate below, Lu Jingshen. What's the situation now? The subordinate replied immediately, Tan family. Earlier, you ordered me to block the battle merit squad, but I failed. Now they have completed the side quest, opening the gate to the royal city. At this stage, no one is their match. Do you still need me to take action? He then said, if we can't beat them in the game, then we'll find another way. Right. If the celestial realm is no longer just a game, then our approach doesn't need to be restrained. We should investigate his identity thoroughly, find him and talk. If he doesn't comply, we'll deal with him decisively. The subordinate responded clearly, Tan family. If Pham Tran wants to blame someone, blame him for being too talented. Pham Tran called out loudly, Elder Diem, I have a task for you. Trong Fong asked Pham Tran in confusion. Why are you coming to me instead of going to the royal city? Pham Tran smiled. To introduce my contract beast to you. Vio Ina, call Elder Diem. Vio Ina politely bowed to Elder Diem. Trong Fong forced a smile. Pham Tran, you can't be serious. Although this little girl is quite cute, she's too young. You can't keep her as a pet like that. Pham Tran felt at a loss for words. He frowned. Hey, what kind of talk is that? Don't corrupt the child. Innocent Vio Ina didn't understand what they were saying. She asked Elder Diem, what are you two talking about? Pham Tran looked away. Elder, we're talking about what gift Elder Diem is preparing for the meeting. Elder Diem, Vio Ina is my first contract beast. You're her senior, yet you can't show any respect. Hearing this, Trong Fong raised his eyebrows in confusion. What's going on here? Didn't you mention that day, Pham Tran? Like a recommendation letter to the Canthian Academy. Trong Fong understood. So that's why you came here. You really know how to give me work. But Trong Fong is also helpless. Although I'm the city lord, I can't casually issue recommendation letters. Unless this little girl truly has potential. Otherwise, if I recommend her, won't it damage the reputation of the city of flowing fire? Vio Ina affirmed, Elder Diem, I'm a mystical mage. With my heritage, I won't bring you any disgrace. Trong Fong asked, somewhat doubtful, the aura of mystical magic. You're from the bloodline of the city lord of Illusory City. If so, then this recommendation letter should be given. The city lord brought the recommendation letter before them. System notification. You have received Diem Trong Fong's resonance talisman. Diem Trong Fong's resonance talisman takes effect. When in danger, you can use this talisman. Diem Trong Fong will come to help you. It can be used once. Pham Tran held up the letter and asked Elder Diem, this is just a recommendation letter, right? The city lord replied, after entering the royal city, you'll officially be part of this world. Strive to survive, and I'll wait for you to kill the demon god. I'll escort you to the Canthian royal city. Pham Tran turned to Elder Diem. Vio Ina looked up and asked, Big brother, does this mean I can go with you now? Pham Tran smiled. Yes, I'll take you to the Canthian Academy. Before the academy, a voice spoke, so even dimensional adventurers are just cowards. Pham Tran stepped forward. What's going on here? Pham Tran. The girl explained, when Xiao Yao and I received your message, we were nearby, so we waited here with Vio Ina for you. But they caught us and made a fuss, forcing us to join the freshman celebration. A blonde-haired man holding a spear spoke in a provocative tone. If you don't dare join, hand over your badges, you bunch of freeloaders. Pham Tran ignored his taunts and said, instead, show me this so-called freshman celebration. The blonde replied, You're the one asking for trouble in the arena. Pham Tran looked at the arena, thinking, the content is the same, freshmen need to defeat the senior students in the arena. And the lowest level of senior students in major academies is level 24. He said to everyone, wait for me in the stands. Seeing Pham Tran step forward, the blonde man still looked disdainful and said, you're going up to kneel and admit defeat. Kneel and call me, Grandpa, and I'll let you surrender. Pham Tran confidently replied, you misunderstood. Defeating you all is enough for me. Kai Kwong said, a skinny brat dares to be so arrogant. You must be very strong. Pham Tran laughed, don't taunt me too much. Before he could finish, the man jumped up and swung his staff, saying, you think I'll give you a chance to use spells? Let me see what you're capable of. Pham Tran thought, with Dragon King's shattering, I can nimbly avoid his attack. Your spear is fast, but still a bit lacking. Above the man's head, his health was shown decreasing by 2,275. He gritted his teeth and said, your movement technique is not bad. Pham Tran looked at him, you're also decently strong, but I don't think a level 24 player's health bar would be that thick. You must be a Kantian Academy student with some ability. The man stood up, leaning on his staff. But you dare challenge 5 of us alone. Aren't we being a bit too arrogant? He called out with his hand. Pham Tran was surprised to see others appear. The blue-haired man said, Kai Kwong's team has always been unscrupulous, coordinating tacitly and thoroughly, bullying students here. You're in for a beating. The newcomer will definitely lose. The short-haired girl outside also chimed in, he's too reckless. If it wasn't 1 against 5, he might have a chance. The blue-haired old man said, he's the outsider I mentioned to you. I thought he could be useful, but he's so arrogant. No need to think about this fight. He'll definitely lose. But the white-haired old man beside him didn't think so. He said, it's not certain yet. An image of Pham Tran losing appeared. The blue-haired old man continued, Kai Kwong's team's damage is enough to slaughter a skinny priest like him. Even if he's a stealth class, he can't turn it around. The other man said, look again. The blue-haired old man continued, he's already a dead man walking. Seeing Pham Tran's illusory image, the blue-haired old man shouted, an illusion. He used an illusion to lure the real one behind Kai Kwong's back, then captured the king with a fatal move first. The healing light blasted Kai Kwong away, declaring Pham Tran's victory. Pham Tran said after finishing the fight, looks like I can wrap up the job now. Kai Kwong stood up, leaning on his staff, hold on. Even if you passed the freshman welcome ritual, you brought an outsider into the academy, violating the rules. The disciplinary squad won't let you off. The Kantian Academy disciplinary squad's voice rang out. Kai Kwong is right. Kantian Academy forbids outsiders. You can stay, but the kid has to leave. Pham Tran angrily said, if you can't accept defeat, say so. Don't bully a little girl. Pham Tran took out a letter, continuing, who says she's an outsider? She has a recommendation letter from the city lord. Sheng Li Huo is also a new student this year. The disciplinary squad leader frowned. What recommendation letter? Don't try to threaten me. How could an outsider like you have a recommendation from the city lord? Impossible. The white-haired old man was the dean of Kantian Academy. He silenced the disciplinary squad leader Kai Loi. Kai Loi was surprised. Dean, a red-haired man with an angry face, firmly opposed Pham Tran entering the academy. Dean, this man violated the school rules. He brought an outsider into the academy. Before he could finish, the dean reprimanded him. That's enough from you. Are you not embarrassed enough? From when they started performing on stage, I was here. I saw everything clearly. He started to reply fearfully, but Dean, he's an outsider from another realm. How could he be the city lord's friend? He gritted his teeth, glaring at the letter, shouting, that recommendation letter must be fake. The brown-haired, gelled boy angrily continued, that's right, Dean. You can't let them off just because he's the first from another realm. It's unacceptable. The dean approached and took the letter from Pham Tran, saying, normally, I let you students do the freshman welcome rituals within the academy. I consider it training among students, but I didn't expect you to learn bullying your peers. You're as stupid as pigs. The dean held up the letter as proof, continuing, open your dog-like eyes wide, and let me see what this letter says. The red-haired man read the trembling letter. To the esteemed Dean Bak Min, recommending Vo Ina, City Lord of Sheng Li Huo, Diem Trong Fong. The gelled boy, looking at the letter, also became afraid. It really is the city lord's personal seal, impossible to forge. The dean angrily looked at the two students, saying, since you've seen it clearly, go accept your punishment. You didn't learn anything good. Pham Tran raised his hand, speaking directly. If there are no more issues, can we get settled in now? The dean clasped his hand joyfully, saying, of course, of course. That kid Diem specially asked me to take good care of you. I'll make sure you're well taken care of. The dean took Pham Tran's outstretched hand, continuing, "You're the good kid who suffered injustice, right?" Pham Tran looked at the eager dean, unsure of what to say. The other two looked at their dean, thinking, "It says who suffered injustice from the dean." Pham Tran smiled cheerfully like a child, replying, "Yes, I did suffer some injustice. If there's any compensation, that'd be great." The dean avoided the topic, sweating as he said, "Student Pham Tran, Kantian Academy has a strict system of rules. Any behavior for personal gain is unacceptable." He looked at the other two, saying, "You two haven't changed professions yet, have you? You can go to the palace first to change professions, then come study at the academy. Your fake covenants allow you to study here. As for you, I heard from the city lord that you possess the most mysterious profession, the radiant emissary." The dean looked at Pham Tran judgmentally. Pham Tran looked at the dean quizzically, asking, "Is there something wrong with this profession?" The dean seriously informed him, "The radiant church is not. This hidden profession of yours should avoid interacting with people from that church." But those people. Before he could finish, someone interrupted their conversation. "Kid, don't listen to that old man's nonsense. The radiant church, we welcome all those with radiant hearts. The radiant is the purest place." Pham Tran was startled, looking at the mage behind him, thinking, an independent space. He is the Crimson Lord. Kim Dao Fu seemed to read Pham Tran's thoughts. He smiled, correct. Creating an independent space is the church's exclusive ability. Do you want to learn it? Pham Tran frowned at the red-robed man, thinking, the Crimson Lord. Kim Dao Fu then asked him, "Why did you suddenly pull me into this independent space? What do you want?" Kim Dao Fu still smiled, but his sharp gaze fixed on Pham Tran as he asked, "Do you know me?" Pham Tran explained, "The Crimson Lord's mind-reading technique is indeed formidable. With just a glance, he can read what I'm thinking." He humbly replied, "You don't need to be afraid. Following the Great Lord's will, I've come to invite those with radiant hearts to join the church." The radiant church. Magic appeared in his hands to recruit Pham Tran. "I assume you won't refuse." Pham Tran took a combat stance, replying, "What if I refuse?" He brought the magic closer, forcing Pham Tran to comply. "Then I'll help refine your mind. Help you join the church." Before he could finish, a part of his robe was torn, startling him as a hand touched his shoulder. It was the Dean of Kantian Academy. The Dean also used magic, saying to him, "Crimson Lord, coming to Kantian Academy, yet you didn't greet me at all. That's quite rude." He looked at the Dean with disdain, saying, "It's the Northern Dean. So you're still alive. It's been a long time since we last met." The Northern Dean spoke sternly to Kim Dao Fu, "Since you're not dead, of course I'm still alive." Seeing this, he waved his hand dismissively and explained, "Northern Dean, I'm just concerned about you. Why are you so hot-tempered?" The two seemed at odds with each other, continuing to argue. Kim Dao Fu frowned, his face darkening as he said, "Today, the Pope sent me to inquire about your well-being. If your health is poor, Dean, you can visit the church." The Northern Dean replied, "No need for your inquiries, old bones. I'm content staying at the academy. As for you, go back from where you came." Kim Dao Fu turned and walked towards the flickering yellow formation, raising his hand in farewell. "Consider my offer carefully, emissary." After he left, the dean turned to Pham Tran. He asked, "Do you know your identity has attracted the Supreme Church's attention?" Pham Tran sighed and replied, "I can guess. If not, the Crimson Lord wouldn't have sought me out." The Northern Dean cautioned him carefully, "If you join the Radiant Church for a short time, they won't trouble you. But if you refuse, your life may become restless. However, as long as you stay in the academy, I won't let that old man lay a hand on you. Consider carefully, no need to rush." The curious little Dao Xiao Yao asked Pham Tran, "Will you join the church, sir?" Pham Tran scratched his face and said, "Joining is inevitable, but I still need to consider carefully." He thought to himself, after all, the church knows mind-reading techniques. Carelessly joining may not bring any benefits and could even cause trouble. Tan An beside him asked blankly, "So what do we do next?" Pham Tran smiled and replied, "At the academy, you can learn skills, but I suggest you and Xiao Yao go to the manor to complete your tasks first. Vo Ina can get acquainted with the academy first." The scene shifts as the male lead returns to the real world. In the middle of the night, he hears a knock on the door outside. He thinks to himself, "Who could be looking for me at this hour?" He steps out and opens the door. The first thing he sees are three tall, burly men, dressed in black from head to toe, with a powerful presence. One of them, with reddish-brown hair, shows his ID and introduces himself as Truan Kwok, from the Supernatural Scene Safety Bureau. He can't help but feel uneasy. He ponders to himself, The Supernatural Safety Bureau is looking for me this early in this life. Then he carefully asks, what do you need me for? They casually enter his house. True and Kwok speaks reassuringly, relax, kid. We're from the official department, responsible for maintaining order between deities and reality. They sit on the sofa. The man continues, I believe you've noticed changes within yourself. Realizing the severity of the situation, Jiang Chen remains silent, deep in thought. The increase in the 4 basic attributes will manifest physically. The player's appearance in reality will gradually resemble their in-game appearance. Eventually, they will completely transform into their in-game look. True and Kwok smiles. He takes out a lighter and lights a cigarette. Calmly, he tells him, you don't need to be tense. Your transformation is very normal. He continues, this time, we're here for something else. His expression and tone become increasingly serious. You've been targeted. Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, can't help but feel anxious and afraid. What do you mean by that? Taking a long drag of his cigarette, True and Kwok explains, now, all the major forces know that deities can influence reality. And you, as the top-ranked deity player, have naturally become a thorn in their side. He smiles and asks back, it seems quite a few people are keeping an eye on me, huh? True and Kwok chuckles ominously, it seems you're not afraid at all. Jiang Chen shows no sign of fear whatsoever. He does not reveal any vulnerability. Responding to True and Kwok, if fear had any effect, then you, Mr. True, wouldn't have come to find me, right? So tell me, what's your real purpose? Ha ha, indeed, the top deity is different. You guessed correctly. Our actions this time have 2 purposes. 1 is to advise you to move. 2 is to invite you to join the Supernatural Phenomenon Bureau, invading reality. Law-breaking elements are sprouting like mushrooms. We need you, the top-ranked, to lead. True and Kwok places his business card on the table and says solemnly, Pham Tran ponders. Join the Supernatural Safety Bureau, huh? I need some time to think about it, if you don't mind. He agrees cheerfully, sure. Just call me when you've decided. In the meantime, I suggest you move first. This place is no longer safe. Pham Tran suddenly frowns, so that's it. You haven't told me who these lurking forces are yet. He pauses upon hearing this. That group hides very well. Even the Supernatural Safety Bureau has trouble tracking them. We still haven't obtained accurate information. Otherwise, I wouldn't have intentionally surfaced to warn you. Pham Tran says with some embarrassment. Then I have one last question. What if I don't have money to move? Ha ha, that's a bit unexpected, says True and Kwok. Then welcome to the Supernatural Safety Bureau's free dormitory at any time. Pham Tran declines with a shiver. No thanks, I'll think about it. He thinks to himself, although the bureau is trustworthy, it's male-dominated. I don't want to be surrounded by men all day. But for the move, I still need to ask NHI to come along. Thinking this, Pham Tran hurries over to NHI's house. She looks at him questioningly. Pham Tran, what brings you here in such a hurry? Asks NHI. I'm preparing to move. Would you like to come with me? NHI is puzzled. Everything's fine as it is. Why the sudden desire to move? Pham Tran sighs. It's a long story. I was planning to ask you to help me make clothes. A monthly salary of 20,000, plus a 10% commission on each item sold. I'll take care of the capital. It's best for a smooth cooperation if we live together. NHI laughs. Your intentions are written all over your face, Pham Tran. But oh well, who am I to deny my little brother? Let's pack up and move then. The next morning at Vin Trang number 1, Pham Tran lies exhausted on the couch, groaning. This move has drained all my savings. NHI says lightly, for someone without savings like me, I just want to work. See you at Chu Than. Jiang Tran responds, then see you at Chu Than. System notification. Identity verification successful. Welcome back to the Chu Than world, great deity. My sister Tan An and I will take on job change quests first. The guide says, you're well suited for the ancient draconic summoner job. But I hear the job change quest is very difficult. Should you accept it? Pham Tran is startled. Draconic Summoner, the future's strongest summoner class. The master of the last dragon has arrived. He replies excitedly, I'll take it. Summoners have a total of 2 job change paths. 1 is the Spatial Summoner, 2 is the Covenant Summoner. The former requires drawing magic circles to summon and teleport armies, summoning beasts from other dimensions. Strength depends on the number of summoned beasts. They usually rely on numbers to determine victory. Draconic summoners belong to the latter type. They can form covenants with summoned beasts. And the Draconic Summoner pauses for a moment. Pham Tran continues. It's the king of summoners in the prince's city. Tan An, standing on the upper floor, calls down, Brother Pham Tran, you're finally online. You went offline suddenly yesterday, we were so worried. Hearing this, Pham Tran quickly responds that he went offline due to some matters. I've taken care of it. How's your job change going? Tan An doesn't hide anything. She comes straight down and replies in a leisurely tone. Knights have 2 job change paths. One is the Holy Shield Knight, specializing in defense. 2 is the Vanguard Knight, specializing in offense. My talent is defensive skills, 30% cooldown reduction. So I chose the Holy Shield Knight. Leave the anti-monster combat to me in the future. Pham Tran then asks, have you completed the job change quest? Tan An replies, my job change quest was simple. It's Dao Tiu Yu's quest that's difficult. Suddenly, Dao Tiu Yu runs down from upstairs, interrupting their conversation. She runs over excitedly, great deity Tan An. The guide gave me a summoning covenant. I had to go to the chaotic wilderness and form a covenant with a juvenile flame wyvern. As soon as she finishes speaking, Pham Tran deduces, so you have your own summoning covenant. It seems the covenant isn't the difficult part of the quest. The problem now is how to safely enter the chaotic wilderness. Hearing this, Tan An immediately asks, is the chaotic wilderness that dangerous? Dao Tiu Yu doesn't hesitate to explain, yes, according to the map provided by the game developers, the chaotic wilderness is an area with supernatural powers existing. The monsters there are at least level 10, the highest being level 100. The random guide said, this quest has no time limit. You can go anytime, but wait until I'm stronger before going. However, Pham Tran doesn't agree with that. He simply turns and reassures her, it doesn't matter when you go. Either way, it relies on luck. Don't worry too much. In the end, if you encounter a chaotic primordial dragon or something, being level 100 would be useless. Then he leaves the prince's city. Seeing this, Tan An and Dao Tiu Yu quickly follow him, and as they walk, Tan An gently says, oh right, I haven't checked on YIN since logging in. The headmaster said there's a way to help her level up. She's probably at the academy now. Hearing this, Pham Tran also responds, that old man is truly kind. Hopefully when we return, YIN will have become a high-level marquis. But Dao Tiu Yu doesn't hesitate to blurt out, causing Pham Tran to change his attitude. Great deity, wake up. Stop daydreaming. Seeing this, Pham Tran smiles faintly and cheerfully responds, one must have dreams. However, before he could finish his sentence, a piercing sound suddenly rings out. Hold on, it seems. That was the voice of a brown-haired man, who just called out, I am the captain of the 8th Inquisition Squad, from the Judgment Sector of the Radiant Church's Kantian branch. Under the Patriarch's orders, I have come to escort you back to the church. Beside him is a giant lion, surrounded by guards and other lions. As soon as he appeared, Pham Tran silently thinks, the Radiant Church's people came quickly. He quickly responds with a solemn expression, I won't go. Hearing this, the Inquisitor foolishly asks, you won't go? The church's Inquisitor then asks again in a stupid tone, you mean? Does this mean you agreed to join the church? Pham Tran then shows a pensive expression and thinks to himself, his comprehension ability is truly top-notch. However, he doesn't hesitate long before thumping his chest and declaring in a spirited tone, of course. I'm very willing to join the Radiant Church. It's just that I have an important matter to attend to first. I can't go to the church with you for the time being. Hearing this, the Inquisitor can't hide his bewilderment as he hesitantly responds, if Pham Tran is willing, this matter becomes much easier to resolve. We can escort you to handle your business first, then go to the church after. As he finishes speaking, Pham Tran quickly runs over, pats his shoulder, and cheerfully says, that would be great. I didn't know how to get into the chaotic wilderness. With your help, I'll definitely be able to venture deep inside. The Inquisitor is also pleased to respond, it is an honor to lend my strength to Pham Tran. However, before he could finish his sentence, he realized Pham Tran's intention. He tremblingly responds, wait, where did you just say you wanted to go? The chaotic wilderness. After that, the Inquisitor doesn't hesitate, and turns around, implying he wants to leave. Before leaving, he doesn't forget to say in a polite tone, I suddenly remembered we have something to attend to. It's better if we wait for you in the city upon your return. Seeing his prey about to escape, Pham Tran shows a distressed expression and shouts, Inquisitor Captain, you truly disappoint me. How can you choose to deceive someone about to join the church like me just because of the danger? The Radiant God will also be ashamed of this. Hearing this, the Inquisitor can't help but feel awkward as he hesitantly responds, well, but before he could finish speaking, Pham Tran interjects to negotiate. I know the chaotic wilderness is dangerous, but for the Radiant God, I have a good idea. Just lend me 2 mounts, he says with an extremely trustworthy expression, causing the Inquisitor to waver. So Pham Tran's team of 3 was led 2 lion mounts. Pham Tran happily leads the way, while continuously saying, "The church people are so gullible. Thanks to the brainwashing from above. Thanks to the radiant god." Tan An also happily exclaims, "Awesome." Not long after, Pham Tran quickly signals for the team to set off towards their destination. A while later, in the chaotic wilderness, Pham Tran leads the team, while reading a system notification. "Warning. Dangerous area ahead. Supernatural forces exist. Proceed with caution." Seeing this, Pham Tran calls out, thinking to himself, "I hope our luck isn't too bad this time." Pham Tran's team rides their large pet mounts into the chaotic wilderness. The purple forest is full of mystique and eeriness. The 2 pet mounts are slowly walking. Suddenly, Pham Tran raises his hand to signal. "Stop for a bit." Tan An asks confusedly, "What's wrong?" "Look ahead." In the chaotic wilderness, ghostly sounds can be heard. A voice comes from the bushes. "Exiled, forgotten, lost." Then, a creature with a human body and animal legs appears. It carries a coffin on its back, slowly walking. An info panel shows up. It's the fallen coffin bearer, Dao Luosi. But its level, rank, and tier information are all hidden. In Pham Tran's mind, he thinks of the diamond rank level 50 boss. The coffin bearer has the ability to banish human senses. It can make players lost in endless darkness without sound, sight, or feeling. Those afflicted cannot perceive the passage of time. Some players have encountered this boss before, resulting in neurological damage, only able to live with medication. This is a supernatural boss. Luck is not on our side. Pham Tran, contemplating the diamond rank boss, hears a roaring sound. Pham Tran's eyes widen. Is it game over already? Another boss appears now. The demonic tiger Yan Wen, a gold rank boss. Level 32. The 2 bosses face off against each other. Pham Tran orders, "Let's go, Tan." As they leave, Tan turns back and says, "The aura of that coffin bearer was terrifying." Pham Tran reassures him, "Don't overthink it. As our levels increase, our strength will gradually grow too. Then we'll see if it crushes us or we annihilate it." "Where are the coordinates for the imp quest?" "Right ahead, let's go." The imp is excited for this quest. Upon reaching the coordinates, a red dragon is lying on a cliff. An info panel shows up. Blazing Dragon Yan Huo. Its tier and rank still unclear. Tan An asks the imp, "Little imp, is this your quest target?" The imp frowns, "I told you before. It's not my quest target. Behind it, in that mountain cave, there's its child. That's the target, big sister." Tan An excitedly cheers the imp on, a true warrior, daring to face the Dragon King. "Go forth." Pika tells Pham Tran, "Enough chatter, you two. Tan An, you and her go find the dragonling. Be careful, don't disturb the big one." The imp seems a bit worried, asking Pham Tran, "What about you, great sage?" "I'll keep watch here. If the blazing dragon Yan Huo wakes, I'll lead it away." Pham Tran replies. Pham Tran continues contemplating. "Though I don't know what the little imp did in her past life, in this life, I'm here for her. I cannot let her fail." So, the imp and Tan An slowly enter the cave. Right in front of them is an adorable little dragon. The imp gently pats its head. "Aren't you cute? Come with big sister, I'll show you the scenery outside." The little dragon lets out a cry. Immediately after, the imp starts casting a spell. The contract ritual begins. Gao Gao Tiu Ro. Damn it, the blazing dragon Yan Huo is awake. The imp hasn't finished. We can't prolong this any further. Pham Tran worries. He quickly uses a healing spell to deal with the blazing dragon Tan An. "I'm worried about you, Pham Tran." Pham Tran calculates, he must protect the imp. The contract ritual cannot be interrupted. "I must lure the blazing dragon Yan Huo away." Immediately, the enraged dragon attacks, forcing him to run with bent legs. He worries, its speed is too fast, like a flash. He grows increasingly worried. His agility is too low. He can't evade it by just moving. That's it, he suddenly thinks. "I must use the numbing effect of lightning flash to slow it down." He quickly responds. With the petty saint light heaven formation, the level gap can't be too great. He struggles to resist, activating the illusory boot skill. He ponders swiftly. His counterattack needs just a few more seconds. There may be dangers inside the cave, unknown. He takes a gamble, telling himself, the dangers inside are better than facing the blazing dragon Yan Huo. He quickly steps inside, but Pham Tran exclaims, "WTF is this formation? It's a teleportation formation. This must be the legendary Voodooch tribe's domain." Pham Tran recalls the information from before. According to the forum about his past life, the Voodooch tribe is one of the most mysterious races. Their traits are unknown. Their abilities are unknown. almost no one has ever encountered them. Only a few players were lucky enough to see some voodooch equipment, especially the voodooch wings. That's how their existence became known. As he ponders deeply, a voice cuts through his recollection. Who are you, trespassing into the voodooch domain like this? Before Pham Tran is a beautiful girl with white hair and radiant wings. She is Ruka Te, of the Vurik tribe. Pham Tran hurriedly replies, it seems I accidentally came here through a formation. The girl ponders, Vuvuk has a great ceiling formation. Outsiders cannot enter, unless you are the one who can save our tribe. As foretold in the prophecy, Pham Tran is dumbfounded. His confused face shows in the voodooch palace. The voodooch chief, Duk Kinvan, says to Pham Tran, I hear from Te that you are an outsider who passed through the ceiling formation. Pham Tran replies, I am an adventurer from another world, Duk Kinvan says. But on you, I sense the aura of the luminous church. Hearing this, Pham Tran thinks, this old man can even sense my identity as an emissary of light. He continues, although you are the first to pass through the barrier into Vuvuk, and should be the savior in Te's prophecy, you carry the aura of the luminous church. I cannot trust you. Te, escort this adventurer out of Vuvuk. The girl beside him says clearly, but Chief, Pham Tran suddenly says, wait, Chief, just because I carry the luminous church's aura doesn't mean I'm one of them. In fact, before I barged into Vuvuk, I had a conflict with members of the luminous church. I think their aura rubbed off on me then. The voodooch chief turns, oh, just a conflict. Pham Tran continues, not only that, I also stole a mount from their Inquisition squad. The chief turns and asks, are you that poor, adventurer? Pham Tran scratches his face, being poor is one thing, but more importantly, the luminous church always pretends to be righteous. They act pious, but are truly vicious and cruel. There's no way I'd ever side with the luminous church. He frowns as he speaks. In his mind, he thinks it's indeed true. The luminous church is not as the books portray. There's too much blood on their hands. The voodooch chief roars, you speak the truth. Well said. Years ago, those hypocritical luminous church people pretending to be righteous massacred our tribe. He grits his teeth and continues. Back then, our tribe had tens of thousands of members. We minded our own business, never caused trouble for others. Now, only a few hundred remain. Even our queen was severely wounded by the Pope. She still hasn't woken up. After hearing this, Pham Tran says as if struck by lightning, this is truly outrageous. He thinks, what a pity. My destiny as an emissary of light has predetermined that I must join the church. But I must find a way to get through this situation first. The chief worries, our queen lies wounded in a coma. The voodooch tribe has lost its source of life. Now we cannot produce offspring. We can only gradually go extinct. Adventurer, I want to ask you to save our queen. Our tribe activates the special mission, awaken the warrior queen. Will you accept it or not? Mission details. Warrior Queen, the voodooch tribe has been severely wounded, falling into a deep slumber. The Life Resonance Pact will resonate your life with the warrior queens. Help the warrior queen awaken. Pham Tran thinks, the Life Resonance Pact. The host will always lose half their basic stat points, but I can rely on mana to make up for it. In reality, it won't affect me too much. The chief clenches his fist and says, if you can awaken our queen, the entire voodooch tribe will consider you an ally. We will help you wholeheartedly. After the queen awakens, I will gift you our tribe's ancestral wings. The form of the ancestral wings is unpredictable, a precious relic of our tribe. It can grant you the ability to fly. Pham Tran says, I was just thinking. The Life Resonance Pact requires consent from both parties to be formed, but the queen is in a deep sleep now. Hearing this, the chief says, the queen is only forced into slumber, her soul has not dissipated. As long as you can commune with her soul, you can form the pact. We will help you prolong the queen's wounded state. We have established an ice and snow boundary behind the queen's throne. The voodooch tribe's queen, the warrior queen, appears. Seeing this, Pham Tran thinks, in my previous life, the voodooch tribe didn't appear outside either. But the entrance wasn't completely concealed. Many players have activated this quest before, but none have completed it. It seems this quest is not as simple as it appears. Thinking this, he asks, what do I need to do? The chief says, approach the throne and contact the queen. Awaken the queen's soul with the spirit jade. Hearing this, Pham Tran takes out the spirit jade and looks at it, thinking, So this is the difficult part of the quest. The system notifies him about the green jade, spirit jade, quest item. The owner can sense the existence of souls. Duck Kin Van respectfully continues. The spirit jade can help you enter the queen's soul world. The soul world is mysterious and unpredictable. If your power is not enough, just think in your mind, the spirit jade will help you leave. Now we must rely on you. Magic envelops him on that snowy path. He walks and thinks, under the influence of supernatural power. Any action related to souls in the realm of gods will directly impact the player's own soul. Although the game system exists to reduce damage, it won't cause player death, but the price of a wounded soul is unacceptable for many players. Few players would recklessly enter the martial realm, which is already rare, let alone risk their souls. He slowly approaches, holding the magic orb in his hand, continuing to think, that's why the warrior queen remained in deep sleep in my previous life. The Voodoo tribe never left the martial realm, but I'm someone willing to ascend to the realm of gods. The green orb floats above his head. The queen is in deep sleep. She has long, bright golden hair and a blue mark on her forehead. The orb begins to unleash its magic power. Countless ice shards attack Pham Tran. The system warns, you have been attacked by ice shards. Your action speed will be slowed. Your soul has entered a dangerous area. Staying too long will cause irreparable damage. Proceed with caution. He raises his hand to shield himself from the ice shard attacks. Pham Tran frowns, thinking, this must be the final challenge. Get through this ice and snow to awaken her. He tries to walk through the thick snowstorm. His face turns completely red. Frowning, he looks at the queen, barely able to speak. I'm shivering. The path didn't seem that long, but getting here, I can feel the ice and snow seeping deeper. The system warns, warning, warning. Player Pham Tran, quickly leave this place, or you will suffer irreparable damage. He looks at the queen wearily, panting from the cold, thinking, there's not enough time to gamble. Maybe I need to kiss her to wake her up. He purses his lips and moves to kiss her, but she wakes up just in time. Before she can say a word, he kisses her. They stare at each other in shock. The queen kicks him away. He quickly raises his hand to block in front of his chest. She coldly looks at him and asks, who are you? How dare you act so improperly? He shivers, telling her, I came to save you. She glares at him displeased, saying, you're an outsider. Is this how you outsiders awaken souls so shamelessly? He sweats, replying as he looks at the queen resolutely. Why, you ask? My power is no match for yours. I couldn't stay long in your soul's realm. I had to awaken you to forge a life resonance pact. That's why I resorted to this. He evaluates the earlier kiss in his mind, but says nothing more. The queen's lips were also very soft. She smiled happily and said to him, you have done our race a great favor. If you have any desires, it's not like they can't be fulfilled. He asked in surprise, really? The queen, her cheeks flushed, kept that smile and continued, tell me. Her fingers traced a red magic spell, enveloping her. She closed her eyes and began forging a covenant with him. More words are useless now. I still need you to make a covenant with me. A red magic symbol appeared, signifying the covenant between him and her. The life resonance covenant was formed. An orb of light along with countless feathers rained down. A regal queen sat on a golden throne, with wings of black and white. Her robe flowed around her. A perfect queen had awakened. The system announced, Feather Queen class, feathered race, current state weakened, rank unclear. You have completed the quest to awaken the feathered queen. The martial elder pays respect to the martial queen, dispensing with formalities. How have things been in the tribe these years? The elder replies, Your Majesty. After the Great War, our tribe has been resting and recovering in the martial realm. But with you in deep sleep, the source of life lost its vitality. For many years, no new tribe members were born. But after you awoke, the source of life has regained its vitality once more. The martial queen smiles. You've worked hard these years. The elder feels it was nothing. As long as your majesty could awaken, it wasn't hard. Then he asks about the one who awoke her. Your majesty, do you know where the adventurer who awoke you is now? Pham Tran pokes the tribe chief. I'm right here, tribe chief. The tribe chief is embarrassed. Oh, the adventurer. He smiles awkwardly. Thank you for awakening Her Majesty. Now I'll take you to the ancestral rock to retrieve your ancestral wings. At this, the martial queen steps forward, saying, I will lead him. You handle the tribe's affairs. The elder then leaves. Yes, Your Majesty, at the ancestral rock of the martial tribe. The martial queen says, this is our tribe's ancestral rock. Stand still here and wait a moment. The ancestral rock will grant you the most suitable wings. Pham Tran asks, once I receive the wings, can I fly and soar like you? The martial queen smiles lightly. You'll see. System notification. You have received the yin-yang wings. The yin-yang wings are a personal item. They have two forms, white wings and black wings. A pair of wings appears on Pham Tran's back. System notification continues, black wing form. A pair of black wings materializes on your back, allows extremely fast flight. Flight speed is 10 times faster than the white wing form. Can be used for 2 minutes per day. Minutes equal level divided by 10. For the white wing form, a pair of white wings materializes on your back, allows swift and agile flight, speed increased by 100%, can be used for 20 minutes per day. Minutes equal your level. The Martial Queen is surprised. This is the first time I've seen wings with two forms. It seems the ancestral rock really likes you. Pham Tran uses the white wings to fly up, so this is what it feels like to soar through the air. The Martial Queen, standing below, says, "It seems these wings suit you well." Pham Tran feels, "Not bad, I'll try the black wings." He immediately switches wings and darts down. Landing, the Martial Queen teases, "If you were of the Martial tribe, you'd definitely be a young man that all the girls would fight over. Stay in the martial realm." Pham Tran thinks, "You have the guts to think it but not do it," but respectfully responds with a slight blush, "Unfortunately, my goal is to become a deity." The Martial Queen takes out a stone, saying, "It seems you wish to bid me farewell. A parting gift." System notification. The heart-concealing stone is a special item that can hide your voice and heartbeat, preventing others from detecting you. It can be placed in the special item slot. The Martial Queen flies up, saying with a gentle gaze, "Farewell, Pham Tran." He replies, "Farewell, Martial Queen." Bidding farewell at the chaotic dense forest, Pham Tran ventures deeper into the woods, walking and thinking, "Ah, the flame python is no longer here. It seems to have returned to its nest. I should ask about the situation with the imps." As he was about to contact the imp diggers, Tan An's message was sent to him. Pham Tran saw the message and replied, "The imp's job-changing mission is complete. However, all the mounts were scared away. Now we can only hide on the left side of the flame python's territory." A chat message appeared. Additionally, you have over 99 unread messages. After reading Tan An's message, he thought silently, "Unexpectedly, I couldn't receive messages in the martial realm." Fortunately, it didn't last too long. If Tan An's group is safe now, I can go look for that unicorn first. He spread his wings wide, flying toward the unicorn's direction. As he flew, he replied to Tan An's message, "I see you two have found a temporary hiding spot. I'll come right away at Big U Lake." As he was flying, he spotted the unicorn from above, near a stream. The game's information panel appeared, displaying the unicorn's details. Information about the unicorn: a primary level creature, rank 35. Diamond essence quality, main attribute. After mounting, movement speed increased by 200%, with dashing and bursting abilities. He carefully considered, recalling how to capture this creature. In the previous life's guide on the forum, the unicorn was mentioned the most. A mount only found in the chaotic dense forest. For early travel, it's essential. It seems he's been quite fortunate today. He had figured out how to tame this creature. For this type of non-combat pet mount, the quickest way to tame it is by attacking. Thinking this, he raised his staff, unleashing its power toward the creature. It was a healing attack. As long as he could keep up with the unicorn and deal damage to it, in half an hour, he could reduce the unicorn's health to 10%, then proceed with the capture. He thought while flying above, following the creature. Suddenly, a golden-furred beast roared loudly, approaching, and the game panel displayed its information as the Golden Lion King. Its rank and quality were unclear. He was annoyed. Why did this uninvited guest suddenly appear? He landed on the ground, and from behind, Kim Dao Fu appeared, asking him, "Need any help?" He turned around and recognized Kim Gao Chu, the sect leader in Crimson, saying, "Saint Pham Tran, we meet again. I heard from the judicial team leader that the saint wished to enter the chaotic dense forest, so I deliberately came to protect the saint." Unexpectedly, the saint has ties with the martial tribe. As he said this, his expression changed to one of hatred. Pham Tran was surprised. This old man is quite perceptive. The martial tribe and the sect have a feud. I can't reveal any weaknesses. So Pham Tran pretended to be oblivious, questioning Kim Gao Chu. "What's this martial tribe?" Kim Dao Chu replied, "Centuries ago, the martial tribe offended the sect and received divine punishment, then vanished without a trace. The most distinct feature of the martial tribe was their divinely bestowed wings." Pham Tran turned around in surprise, looking at his own large wings. He thought of a way to free himself. "Without concrete evidence, he won't dare touch me. But I still need to borrow some awe." So he denied it, saying, "How is this related to me? These wings of mine were bestowed by the enlightened one who guided me to become a saint." Kim Dao Fu asked in shock, "How could it be that one?" Pham Tran sternly warned Kim Dao Fu, "You're being disrespectful. Can't you sense the aura on these wings? Are you now doubting the enlightened Radiance Palace?" At this, Kim Dao Fu became apprehensive. "How dare you doubt me, a saint?" Kim Dao Fu frowned and explained, "Of course, I didn't mean any disrespect. But previously, the saint didn't have these wings. Moreover, now I cannot read the saint's aura." Saying this, Kim Dao Fu sternly stared at Pham Tran. Pham Tran pretended to be naive and grinned, replying, "I think it's because that one knew I was being watched, so guided me into the chaotic dense forest, granting me these wings, a new power." Pham Tran thought, "As long as I dare say it." Then he seriously said, "Kim Dao Chu, I am the enlightened saint. Do you think the divine would allow your excessive behavior?" The crimson-robed sect leader waved his hand, "That one's divine powers are indeed vast. I was disrespectful earlier. I wonder what the saint's plans are next." He asked Pham Tran. Kim Gao Chu had good intentions, offering to help. Pham Tran also replied without hesitation, "Since Kim Gao Chu has asked, if I don't tell, wouldn't that be ungrateful? In fact, there is a favor I need to ask." He smiled, "It's nothing big, really. Just catch the unicorn and present it to me, very simple." "Ah yes, that unicorn is approaching. The two of you from the dark forest. It's radiating an extraordinary brilliance." Hearing Pham Tran's words, Kim Gao Chu frowned reluctantly, "My gracious saint, you really are quite inconsiderate." Seeing the other's hostile aura, Pham Tran casually put his arm around him and whispered intimately, "My dear sect leader, we're like family, no need for formalities. What's the problem?" Then he jokingly added, "Your mount depends on Kim Gao Chu too." Kim Gao Chu had no desire for this troublesome task, so he stammered an excuse that he had urgent matters to attend to. Pham Tran appeared very generous, not insisting he complete the task. If the sect leader is busy, then forget it. Yet he pretended to sigh after, saying, "But I worry if other sect leaders learn the enlightened saint joined the branch sect in Cantian City, yet has no mount." Kim Gao Chu did not expect Pham Tran to use such a shameful tactic. He sweated and reluctantly agreed with a sigh. "Actually, catching the mount won't take long. Saint, please wait." After saying that, Kim Gao Chu closed his eyes, casting a spell on his staff. Magic runes converged from all directions, forming a circle around the wizard's hand. Immediately, the magic solidified into a cage, trapping the beast. It cried out in terror. Having completed the task, the kind Kim sect leader only needed to transfer the spirit beast to Pham Tran. "Saint, make a contract directly and it won't resist." This made Pham Tran happy as he received his new mount. The unicorn did not struggle. Not forgetting to thank Kim sect leader, Pham Tran said, "Kim Gao Chu, you're truly a good person." The system displayed a message, "Congratulations on taming the unicorn mount." Thus, the white Kirin officially belonged to Pham Tran. He then sat on its back, looking majestic, and told Kim Gao Chu, "I'll see you in the city later." Seeing Pham Tran leave, Kim Gao Chu couldn't help but voice his thoughts. The enlightened Saint Pham Tran is truly skilled. He grumbled to himself, "If not for the sect's orders to welcome him, I would have." He didn't dare finish that thought, his anger reaching its peak. Kim Gao Chu unleashed a fatal strike on the beast before him out of nowhere. A whip of light descended from the sky, striking the beast with such force that it was sent flying into the air. Behind Kim Gao Chu, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared. "Sect leader, shall I teach him some manners?" he asked. Although Kim Gao Chu's thoughts were quite audacious, he didn't dare act on them. "No need," he replied with a wave of his hand. But ultimately, he didn't dare act recklessly. All the red-robed sect leaders knew the enlightened saint was in his territory. "If anything happens to that brat, I will surely be punished." Moreover, within the sect, there are many who want him dead. Pham Tran's fate is heaven's will. I need not soil my territory with his affairs. Kim Gao Chu then retreated with his subordinates. After they left, Pham Tran looked back, pondering Kim Gao Chu's attitude. It's fortunate Kim Dao Fu was so cautious. Otherwise, I might not have gotten away this time. It seems after joining the sect, I must act more carefully, and avoid using my black-winged form. Pham Tran led his unicorn mount to meet his two teammates. Upon their first meeting, Dao Tiu marveled at the beautiful steed, exclaiming, "Pham Tran, can we ride it too?" "Of course," he replied. Indeed, the two girls climbed onto Pham Tran's unicorn mount, and he called out, "Let's head to the city." Tan An and Dao Tiu cheerfully responded in unison to Pham Tran, "Okay." At the north gate of Cantian City, it was daytime there. A middle-aged man, who seemed to have been waiting for Pham Tran's group for a while, saw them approaching on the mount. He swiftly came to welcome them, greeting them joyfully. This man was the white-robed sect leader named Bai Dingyang. Seeing Bai Dingyang, Pham Tran, Tan An, and Tiu dismounted and paid their respects. Immediately, Pham Tran instructed the two girls, "You two report the mission first, I'll handle some other matters." Hearing this, Tan An and Tiu agreed and left to carry out his orders. As for Pham Tran, he approached and faced the white-robed sect leader. Before he could say anything, the other party introduced himself first. "Greetings to the enlightened Saint Pham Tran. I am Bai Dingyang, the deputy sect leader of the Kantian Guangming Church. The sect leader often resides in Kondia City. I am in charge of this place." Pham Tran, hearing this, wondered, "Why were you looking for me?" The majestic Kantian Guangming Church came into view before their eyes. The sunlight shone brilliantly, truly befitting its reputation as one of the most revered sacred halls. The white-robed sect leader Bai Dingyang, clad in white robes, personally came to reverently welcome Pham Tran and began to explain, "The Venerable Kim Dao Fu instructed me to receive you, the enlightened saint. Unfortunately, the Venerable Kim Dao Fu often resides in Kondia City. Otherwise, you would have joined the church under his leadership. In that case, your future prospects would be boundless." Pham Tran followed Bai Dingyang and politely responded, "I see the Guangming church you manage is quite well run, Bai Gao Chu." Hearing Pham Tran's pleasant words, Bai Dingyang warmly replied, "I will certainly not disappoint the enlightened saint." The white-robed affirmed resolutely, "The Guangming sect has a total of 8 churches, spanning the 8 major cities, managed by the 4 great red-robed sect leaders. Among them, Kantian and Kondia cities are under the jurisdiction of Venerable Kim Dao Fu." Bai Dingyang continued the conversation, "In fact, if it weren't for the Venerable Kim Dao Fu and the city lord of Kantian City being at odds, unwilling to station me here, how could I have the qualification to preside over this church? Now, if the enlightened saint agrees to join our sect and reside at this church, I will need the enlightened saint's guidance in the future." Bai Dingyang sincerely expressed his goodwill. "The white-robed sect leader earnestly seeks your assistance." Understanding the implication of assisting each other, Pham Tran responded tactfully, "Is the baptism ceremony ready?" "It has been prepared for a long time, enlightened saint. Please follow me, enlightened Saint Pham Tran." After saying this, he led Pham Tran towards the divine messenger hall. The baptism ceremony for the enlightened Saint Pham Tran began. Bai Dingyang started the ritual. "Let us pray for the enlightened saint." "Yes, sect leader." The officiating priests on both sides responded. Bai Dingyang bowed, inviting Pham Tran, "Please stand before the statue, enlightened Saint Pham Tran." Pham Tran stepped forward, facing the majestic white statue of the great celestial messenger. Resplendent and pure, he felt the radiant halo shimmering, a pristine aura permeating the air, gently enveloping his body. The white-robed sect leader continued guiding the ritual. "Please kneel and bow to receive baptism, enlightened Saint Pham Tran. To accept the divine baptism, one must kneel." Pham Tran thought reluctantly to himself, "Well, I suppose I must go through the motions." Though unwilling, Pham Tran still complied with Bai Dingyang's instructions. As he knelt before the statue, cracks suddenly appeared, spreading from the shoulders down to the chest, emitting a loud, grating sound. Out of deference to hierarchy, he dared not bestow blessings or bear witness. Pham Tran turned with a bewildered expression and asked the white-robed sect leader Bai Dingyang, "Must I still kneel now?" He replied apologetically, "Enlightened Saint Pham Tran, the baptism ritual has always required kneeling and bowing 3 times. I must trouble you to kneel." As he finished speaking, the statue of the celestial messenger seen the ominous crack on the shoulder. Not wanting to take chances, it quickly developed cracks across the entire front surface, originating from the top of the head down to the face. The white-robed sect leader panicked. No need to kneel anymore. If you continue kneeling, this divine statue may not withstand it." In the end, he was worried about not having a divine statue to worship anymore. He hurriedly said, "Let me kneel on your behalf." Fearing the divine statue couldn't support his weight, Bai repeatedly bowed his head, to the point of revealing 3 bumps on his forehead. "I truly apologize for troubling the white-robed sect leader to kneel for me." Not at all," he quickly responded. After the baptism ritual was complete, Bai Dingyang smiled broadly, revealing all his teeth. "As long as the enlightened Saint Pham Tran completes the baptism and joins our sect, it is my honor." Outwardly, Bai Dingyang appeared humble and delighted, but inwardly, he was anxious, thinking to himself, "Don't torment me anymore, old man." The priests respectfully bowed, congratulating Pham Tran. "Welcome the enlightened Saint Pham Tran into our sect. May the light of enlightenment shine upon the human realm." With kind words and having achieved his goal, Pham Tran was visibly pleased. Now that the baptism ritual is complete, white-robed sect leader, I have officially joined your sect, you understand, right? Bai Dingyang's expression briefly darkened, then he replied, rest assured, enlightened saint, I understand. I have already prepared for your status as an enlightened saint. How could I not have handmaidens to attend to the enlightened saint properly? He turned around and assigned a task to one of the sect's handmaidens. Handmaiden was her title, but to be frank, she was a beauty. From her face to her figure, she was graceful and lovely. Moreover, she had an innocent, bashful demeanor, blushing as she glanced at the enlightened saint, having just completed the baptism ritual. Pham Tran gaped in surprise, his eyes widening at the unexpected blessing that Bai Dingyang had in mind. When I spoke of enlightenment's blessings, I meant spiritual guidance, not this. Her role as a handmaiden, a beautiful young woman, gentle and pleasant to look upon. Her attire was dominated by a single primary color, that being the blue color of the ocean. Her hair was neatly trimmed short. Her scant clothing enhanced her allure and harmonious features. Overall, she could captivate any man. She bowed, then gently raised her left hand in front of her chest, her honeyed voice uttering pleasant words. I humbly greet the enlightened saint. I offer myself to serve the enlightened saint. Seeing the girl's demeanor, Pham Tran couldn't help but be curious. I recall your sect only has nuns, not handmaidens. He asked naively, for the answer was already clear in his mind. Inwardly cursing Bai Dingyang as a despicable scoundrel, yet Bai shamelessly replied, his expression utterly vile. These young women wholeheartedly wished to serve the divine light. I could not refuse them, so I made an exception for them to serve as handmaidens in our sect. If the enlightened saint is unsatisfied, we have many other handmaidens to choose from. Pham Tran was speechless at the white-robed sect leader's depravity. Pham Tran politely declined the white-robed sect leader's offer, but with tact, partly because he knew he would eventually have to confront this sect. Accepting this handmaiden might prove advantageous, killing two birds with one stone, rescuing her and gaining an inside ally. Bai Dingyang's shallowness prevented him from detecting the reluctance in Pham Tran's acceptance. He spoke with feigned flattery. The enlightened saint has excellent taste. Guy Lily is the most beautiful, pure, and virtuous handmaiden among all those remaining in my service. I shall have her attend to the enlightened saint's chambers now. Other sects do not have such indulgences, especially that of the overly strict Elder Kim. He is far too serious. Guy Lily's face began to redden, unsure whether it was due to serving the enlightened saint personally, or being praised as the most beautiful and pure handmaiden. This vile conversation was interrupted by a sudden commotion, which made Pham Tran think of Elder Kim. Though Elder Kim and he often disagreed, or rather, almost always disagreed, it was still better than this despicable old man. At this point, Pham Tran realized his initial doubts had not been explained. He went straight to the point, but the white-robed sect leader misunderstood. What I wanted to know is, when can the exclusive reward of the enlightened sect, the enlightened power, be received? It is also known as the enlightened blessing to the world. The white-robed sect leader began to sense Pham Tran's impatience. He found it amusing. Without haste or delay, he replied, the enlightened blessing has great power, but not all sect members can receive it. This incomplete answer only piqued Pham Tran's curiosity further. I am the enlightened saint, yet I have no share. Pham Tran asked in astonishment, pointing at himself. Hearing this, Bai Pingyang also felt helpless in his response. According to tradition, shares are evaluated based on contribution points. This means, whether you are the enlightened saint or not, if you want a share, you must submit an application and wait for the Holy Palace's approval. Upon this convoluted answer, Pham Tran, out of habit, began contemplating a plan. Elder Kim is already a tough nut to crack. If I provoke the enlightened Holy Palace elders as well, it will only become more difficult to handle. I might as well follow their rules for now. Having decided, Pham Tran immediately asked how to earn contribution points, for truthfully, he had never heard of such a thing before. I thought it would be something grandiose, but who would have thought that these contribution points are so mundanely attainable? You can earn contribution points simply by completing sect missions well, fulfilling your daily sect duties. All earn contribution points. Furthermore, by joining the religious tribunal, you can directly earn blessing shares through combat. As if scratching where it itched, Pham Tran quickly asked if he could join the religious tribunal. Hearing the question, the white-robed sect leader's face stiffened, with a hint of disdain. He asked Pham Tran again to be sure. Saint, are you certain you want to join the religious tribunal? It is the epitome of danger, with constant bloodshed. Moreover, the management is very strict. Despite the old man's change in attitude, Pham Tran remained unfazed, keeping a bright smile and a cordial tone. I insist. Please arrange it for me, white-robed sect leader. The white-robed sect leader could say no more. How could he dissuade the saint and ask him to reconsider? He reminded him instead, "Saint, there is something I must remind you of. The religious tribunal, nominally under my management, is practically managed by the tribunal master Yuy, who oversees the members within, and is very exclusive." At this point, the sect leader's tone sounded like a worried father seeing his child off on a journey. Pham Tran replied with just 2 words, "No problem." The two walked side by side towards the religious tribunal. Upon arrival, a large gate stood open. They encountered 2 guards at the entrance, both wearing the same azure uniform. Each held a large sword of the same make. "Greetings, white-robed sect leader." The white-robed sect leader spoke coldly, ordering them to summon Tribunal Master Yuy. One of the guards responded, "Sect leader, sir, Tribunal Master Yuy is not at the religious tribunal. If there is anything, we can relay the message on your behalf first." The guard's response clearly displeased the white-robed sect leader. "I wish to arrange for someone to join the tribunal. How can you respond?" The guard replied, "This is beyond our authority. Joining the religious tribunal requires passing an examination. This is something we dare not convey on your behalf." The other guard also chimed in, "That's right. Many of our operations are extremely dangerous. We need trustworthy comrades. Allowing someone to join without passing the examination would be a severe oversight, wouldn't it?" Standing beside them, Pham Tran couldn't help but feel sorry for the sect leader. He thought to himself, the white-robed sect leader, unpopular even in his own Tonthin sect, is being disrespected. Hearing this, the sect leader frowned and hissed, "Have you eaten tiger's gallbladder to dare think you can decide who joins the tribunal? Get out of my sight, now, and summon Yuy to see me." The daring guard retorted, "The weak are unfit for the tribunal. Even if you're the sect leader, you cannot arbitrarily assign the weak to join." At this, the white-robed sect leader felt a bit embarrassed. Turning to Pham Tran, he said softly, "Saint, do not worry. Rest assured, today I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." Pham Tran also lowered his voice and replied with 2 words, "No problem." But suddenly, his voice deepened. His eyes narrowed into a sharp gaze as he looked straight at the 2 guards. His face was displeased, yet a smile remained on his lips. But this smile lacked any friendliness. He spoke in a low, measured tone. "I find it quite amusing that based on a single meeting, you deem me weak, yet act so arrogant and overbearing, vehemently refusing my entry into the religious tribunal. This insolent attitude is truly an eyesore." The 2 guards outside the religious tribunal deliberately caused trouble for Pham Tran and the white-robed sect leader, Bok Din Duong. The black-haired guard said, "This is no place for you to talk." The blonde guard added, "The weak should act weak. If you dare speak rudely again, don't blame us for being disrespectful." Bok Din Duong angrily spoke up, "Such insolence. I see you no longer respect my sect leader." Then Pham Tran stepped forward, summoning a sphere of energy, and said, "White-robed sect leader, don't be angry." Turning to the 2 gatekeepers, he smiled and asked, "You think I'm weak? These 2 have yet to realize how formidable my strength is." The black-haired guard scoffed disdainfully, still talking big, "Huh? With that scrawny frame of yours." The blonde guard chimed in, "You probably can't even break through our defenses." But before he could finish, Pham Tran struck, teaching these ignorant fools a lesson so powerful they couldn't withstand it, forcing them to exclaim, "The energy shockwave is too strong." Yet they still refused to let the 2 enter. "Even so, you cannot join the tribunal as you please." Just then, a voice cut them off, "Yuy has arrived. If he wants to injure you, there's nothing you can do about it. You could have been killed." The subordinate spoke up in support of Yuy, saying, "You 2, stand down." The white-robed sect leader Bok Din Duong grumbled at Yuy, those 2 refused to obey the sect leader's orders. "Are you going to let them off like that?" Yuy calmly explained, "Those fools don't understand. Sect leader, you are magnanimous. Forgive them this once. Lately, the tribunal has been understaffed. We really need more people, so this is a good opportunity." Bok Din Duong seized the chance and said, "If you lack manpower, I can provide you with someone." He glanced at Pham Tran and continued, "You may not punish him, but you cannot refuse the Saint Messenger Pham Tran's entry." Yuy had no reason to refuse, so he said Pham Tran could join the tribunal. Of course, it only took his word, no objections. The knight captain, the Westerner standing beside him, felt displeased. The Westerner exclaimed in surprise, "But Lord Yuy." But Yuy raised his hand, signaling him to be silent, and continued, "The Saint Messenger Pham Tran will now be a member of the tribunal. The church bestows upon him the title of judge. No one is permitted to question this." Pham Tran looked puzzled and asked, "No need for an examination. Cash Uy cheerfully replied, of course not. But as a new saint messenger in the tribunal, you don't have a suitable partner yet, so you can't participate in combat missions for now. Pham Tran didn't seem too concerned, replying, that's fine, I just need a place to receive blessings. Hearing this, Cash Ui's expression turned serious. This time, the tribunal only has 4 blessing spots. The knights, judges, and mages already have dozens of people. If you want a spot, you can only compete fairly in the castle. Even if the sect leader recommends you, I cannot simply give you that spot. Bok Din Duong also said to the saint messenger, what Cash Uy says is true. Pham Tran confidently replied without objection, Cash Uy speaks the truth. I have no issues with that. If that's the case, for a fair competition, Cash Uy asked, do you want to participate in the Lightning Castle battle? The Westerner beside him laughed derisively, you really don't know life from death. The Lightning Castle battle is organized in squads. What basis do you have to participate as a newcomer? He turned to the white-robed sect leader in puzzlement, can a single person participate? Cash Uy smiled slyly. Well, it is possible, he explained further. But I'm afraid the saint messenger won't be able to withstand it by that time. Without hesitation, Pham Tran made his decision, then it's decided. When does the Lightning Castle battle begin? Cash Uy replied, 3 days from now. Pham Tran had no intention of staying longer. Then I'll see you again in 3 days. He made the appointment. He turned and walked away. The white-robed sect leader felt slightly worried and reminded him, Saint Messenger, if you can't withstand the physical strain on the Lightning Castle, withdraw immediately. The people of the tribunal are cruel and ruthless. Don't recklessly endanger yourself against them. Pham Tran asked him, the sect leader doesn't seem to believe I can win either. He hesitated, if you believe, then believe. But Pham Tran didn't let him say anything more, that's how it will be then. I'll go see Lord Li Li first and bid farewell at the church, where Jiang Chen resides. The scenery was exceptionally peaceful as he walked, gently thinking to himself, the place prepared by Bok Din Duong isn't bad. After a while, Jiang Chen finally arrived. As soon as she saw him appear, a blue-haired maid cheerfully called out, the saint messenger has returned. Then, without hesitation, she pulled down her chest covering, and shyly exclaimed, I offer my body to the saint messenger. This maid's action caused Jiang Tran to become aroused, and shout in shock, what are you doing? Hearing this, the maid shyly replied, my lord, don't you like it? The sect leader taught us to offer our bodies for the light. Isn't that right? We offer our bodies to the great ones, so that the light may shine upon us. Seeing this, Jiang Tran couldn't help but ask back, is this what he means by offering our bodies? Although he appeared calm on the outside, his heart was in utter turmoil. That old beast Bok Din Duong, he's only good at doing evil deeds. Sooner or later, I must deal with him. Thinking this, he gently called out, put your clothes back on. I have something to instruct you. Hearing this, the maid quickly dressed herself and followed him into the room, gently sitting on a chair. Then, she politely spoke up, please instruct me, Saint Messenger. Pham Tran didn't hesitate to speak directly, I won't be at the church often. When I'm away, anything related to me here must be reported to me. Also, help me keep an eye on the white-robed sect leader. Everything he says about me must be recorded. Hearing this, the maid shyly replied, why must we do that? The sect leader is a follower of the God of Light. He won't betray the light. However, Pham Tran didn't explain further, but simply gestured. Gai Li Li, I am the Saint Messenger of Light, the spokesperson of the God. You only need to follow my instructions, and you'll soon be able to join the true faith, offering your body to the light. Hearing this, Gai Li Li gently placed her hand on her chest and replied, you are the Saint Messenger of Light. I will forever be loyal to you. After finishing his instructions, Pham Tran leaned on his hand, silently thinking to himself, I want to ascend to godhood. Certainly, I cannot avoid cooperating with the Church of Light. Now with Gai Li Li as my eyes and ears, I can know the Church's movements at any time, an extra layer of assurance. Now I should visit the Kantian Academy. Thinking this, he messaged Tan An, I want to visit the skills department at the academy. Have you and Xiao Yao finished changing professions? After changing, you can come find me. Students all get one chance to choose a free skill. Seeing this, Tan An didn't hesitate to reply, it's done. Xiao Yao and I bought some more medicine, we'll be right over. After sending the message, she and Dao Xiao Yao happily walked. While going, Tan An said, Pham Tran is done with his business. On the other side, after reading the message, Pham Tran quickly replied, "Okay, I'm at the skills department, waiting for you too," standing by the gate. Suddenly, someone approached and unexpectedly asked Pham Tran. Hearing this, he turned to look for a while before asking back, "Why are you all here?" As he said this, he thought to himself, in this life, a team of 5 players entered so quickly. It seems the butterfly wing still has some influence on the game. So facing me are 4 people: Jian Chi Hoang II, the unmoving mountain; Xiao En, reborn from the dead; and Xiao Zhan, the broken string. Has anyone heard of Jian Chi Hoang II? Seeing that Pham Tran finally noticed him, he immediately responded with a smirk. "We're preparing to attend the Kantian Academy's welcoming ceremony for the new students. You arrived earlier. Do you know what rewards and prizes are offered at the ceremony?" Hearing this, Pham Tran unhesitatingly answered with a mocking expression, "You'll know once you all participate. Right, Hai Kwang." It was this remark from him that made Hai Kwang, who was walking ahead, start in surprise, turn around, scratch his head, and speak with a sincere expression, "Hello, junior brother Pham Tran." Hai Kwang then didn't hesitate to assert his authority over Jian Chi Hoang Thu's group. "Junior brother Pham Tran is right. You all will have to attend the welcoming ceremony soon. No need to ask so many questions." As he finished speaking, Hai Kwang hurriedly went over to Pham Tran and politely said with a smile, "Junior brother, from our last meeting, I still haven't made amends for my transgression. If junior brother is free, you can come watch the ceremony with me." Seeing this senior, who just moments ago was asserting his authority over them, now being so enthusiastic and cordial towards Pham Tran, Jian Chi Hoang II was left speechless. As for Pham Tran, he was silently thinking, after our last encounter, Hai Kwang must have been disciplined, hence this new good attitude. But I don't have time for gossip. Then Pham Tran replied with a smile, "I want to go to another skill area, no need to bother." Hearing this, Hai Kwang cheerfully waved and called out, "You want to go choose a skill? After the ceremony ends, I'll take you to cheer on the juniors." Seeing Hai Kwang's favoritism, Xiao Zhan, reborn from the dead, angrily shouted, "Why does he treat us so poorly but is so good to Pham Tran? Do NPCs also judge people?" Hoang Tu tried to calm him down, saying, "Perhaps it's because we haven't completed the welcoming ceremony yet. After that, the treatment may change." But Xiao Zhan was unconvinced. "It's likely they're still favoring Pham Tran. We haven't been officially accepted as Academy members yet. After the welcoming ceremony, things may improve." Xiao Zhan's irritation subsided as he said, "You're right. Once I pass this ceremony, I'll definitely file a complaint about Hai Kwang." Seeing them engrossed in conversation, Hai Kwang reminded them, "Hurry up, don't be late. I need to see my junior brother Pham Tran choose his skill." He thought to himself, "Pham Tran is so talented, I wonder what skill he'll get. I must hurry and see, to broaden my horizons." At the Kantian skill area, the blonde manager with folded arms instructed, "New student Pham Tran, you have one chance to choose a skill. Make use of this time." As he approached the selection area, the system notified him, "You've entered the skill space. In front of you is a towering stone pillar, the skill pillar." The system explained, "Place your hand on the pillar. It will assess your strength and abilities, then grant you a suitable skill." Pham Tran followed the instructions, placing his hand on the pillar. The system continued, "The pillar is evaluating your potential, and grant you a corresponding skill. The stronger your abilities, the higher the skill rank, up to 5 stars maximum. If you disagree with the pillar's decision, you can choose to challenge your abilities. Failing the challenge will grant a random 1-star skill." Pham Tran looked at the pillar, thinking to himself, "It's probably judging based on basic attributes. If it's beyond my expectations, I may be able to reach a higher rank." As he placed his hand on the pillar, it emitted a green glow, evaluating his abilities. Meanwhile, 2 people were running towards the tower, announcing to everyone, "Hurry, hurry. The disciple Pham Tran has begun his skill assessment." As the skill area lit up, Xiao Zhan spoke up, "Those people just mistreated us, yet worship Pham Tran like that. It's really strange." Hoang Tu wiped blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, "I thought we had caught up to him, but it seems we're still far behind." Outside the tower, 3 green circles appeared, indicating a 3-star skill rank for Pham Tran. The system announced, "Pham Tran has been assessed as having 3-star abilities. Pham Tran has been assessed as having 3-star abilities." Seeing this, Kai Kwang smiled smugly. He managed to light up 3 skill tiers. The headmaster was right. He is quite something. The person following him, with light blue hair, was also sweating. "That's right," he said. "When I first entered the skill area, they said I didn't deserve even a 1-star skill. Suddenly, Kai Kwang became flustered. No, the Pilar's light has disappeared. Is my junior brother Pham Tran going to challenge his abilities? Inside the pillar, the system notified Pham Tran. The pillar has assessed that you can currently receive a 3-star skill. Do you accept this, or challenge your abilities? Pham Tran felt a bit disappointed. A 3-star skill is enough for me. Rather than risk getting a useless skill, I'll be greedy this time. He thought seriously for a moment, then said to the pillar, I believe in my abilities. Open the ability challenge. The system responded, very well, initiating the ability challenge. Pham Tran steeled himself, thinking, I have faith in my capabilities. Let's do this. The pillar prompted Pham Tran to choose between a damage skill and a healing skill. The system notified him, unique class detected. Please select the ability challenge you wish to initiate. Upon passing, you will receive the corresponding skill. Seeing a beneficial skill for himself, Pham Tran immediately chose it. I have an affinity for this. I'll choose the healing skill. The system announced the start of the challenge. You have chosen the healing skill challenge. Pham Tran was placed in a simulation with a party of 4, a level 20 mage clone, a level 20 warrior clone, and a level 20 knight clone. The system gave the objective, ensure your teammates survive until the enemy is defeated. Pham Tran assessed the situation, holding his staff and readying his magic. A healing ability challenge, Then the opponent must be. His opponent was a massive, dark red dragon named Crimson Draconic Blaze, a level 20 boss clone. Gripping his staff tightly, Pham Tran focused his magic and declared, healing alone won't save my teammates. In that case, I'll just defeat the opponent. Countless people had gathered to watch Pham Tran's battle. Seeing the excitement, Kai Kwang remarked, no wonder he was the first to enter the skill area. My junior brother Pham Tran's popularity is truly unmatched. Another person chimed in, I've spotted a few instructors arriving as well. 3 instructors have come to watch. One is a tall, muscular man with onion-like hair, named Jiang. Another is an elderly, stern-looking man with ocean blue hair, named Lu Bo. The shortest of the 3 has a side-swept, green hairstyle and is called Fapala. Lu Bo observed Pham Tran's choice and commented, our esteemed holy sage chose the ability challenge. It seems he has great confidence in his own abilities. Fapala looked towards the pillar and said, rather than confidence, I'd say he has a great deal of ambition. Unfortunately, he underestimates the other skill challenges. Jiang looked on, feeling regretful for the student's choice. The battle was about to begin. Jiang commented further, it's still good for the youth to have an adventurous spirit. Failure is not a problem. Seeing this, Tan An could only smile wryly and say, there goes Pham Tran, acting tough again. Tu Yu responded to Tan, that's just how he normally operates. But who said he's not famous? Ina smiled in amusement and replied, regardless, I believe in my senior brother. He can definitely overcome this challenge. He. A sinister-looking person approached the 3 and said, not necessarily. I, Van Nam, have long admired the legendary Do Chin Kong. He was accompanied by a boy and a girl. The girl with brown hair is called Tiu Tien Nu Thao Dem, and the slightly plump boy is Tai Ha Fab Jia. Eyeing Ina, he said lustfully, I never expected to find such a lowly NPC in this game. How about you all sell her to me? Tan An glared coldly and said one sentence. What idiot crawled out from where? Tan An had sent a message to Pham Tran, saying, Pham Tran, someone wants to bully Ina during your battle. Pham Tran received the message from Tan An, which read, Pham Tran, someone is bullying Ina. Pham Tran instructed her to temporarily find the Academy's enforcement team. Wait for me to resolve this. Tan An replied, okay. Pham Tran looked at the target before him, thinking silently, it seems I need to speed things up. Then he unleashed his lightning strike skill, followed by the angel's Arya skill. Tan An stood in front, shielding Ina, instructing Tiu Yu, protect the girl. I'll go find the Academy's enforcement team. Tiu Yu acknowledged. Tai Ha Fab Jia smiled perversely and said, let's just have a friendly exchange. Why get hostile over an NPC? He even boasted shamelessly, I'm a top 5 ranked mage. I won't let you get hurt. A voice interrupted. Who wants to be friends with an idiot like you? A sword was held against his neck. Tai Ha Fab Jia was terrified. Who are you? He asked. This is the Academy's enforcement team. You little puppy, still reeking of milk, were you trying to harass my sister-in-law? He said in an unpleasant tone, with Tiu Yu backing him up. It was Van Nam who had stepped forward to explain. It's just a misunderstanding. I only wanted to befriend her, nothing more. Tai Ha Fab Jia also nodded in agreement. That's right, team leader. The angry enforcement team leader immediately apprehended them. Get out of here. If I see you harassing others again, you'll be expelled from the academy. Van Nam and Tai Ha Fab Gia left. Van Nam was displeased, thinking, if not for this NPC meddling, that lecherous guy could have tested the strength of the others in the Do Do Chin Kong team. What a shame. Then the enforcement team leader turned and smiled, saying, Sister-in-law Tan An. After that day, the principal strictly disciplined us. We all admired and respected elder brother Pham Tran. From then on at the academy, I was ready to contribute to everyone at any time. Tan An blushed shyly. Really, there's no need to call me sister-in-law. Beside them, Tu and Vio Ina laughed. We know, sister-in-law. At that moment, someone said, drawing everyone's attention, look, the 4th tier skill has been unlocked. Lu Bo was astonished. I can't believe it, he actually unlocked the 4th tier skill. The mages found it very interesting. How interesting. A 4-star ability challenge is a complete transformation. This Pham Tran is stronger than expected, Qian Niem said. Even Thien Da and Viem Trong Fong, the current top 2 city leaders, only received their 5-star skills from the skill cards before leaving the academy. But he unlocked the 4-star skill on his first try. Not bad at all. Lu Bo called out, you two, let's go. Hurry, before he reports this good news to the headmaster. The mages still didn't want to leave, asking further, why don't we wait for him to challenge the 5-star level? Lu Bo affirmed, since the founding of the Kantian Academy, no one has ever received a 5-star skill on their first try. He won't be an exception either. The mages found his reasoning sound. Even Thien Da and Viem Trong Fong had to continuously grow before receiving their 5-star skills. Let's go. The system announced. Player Pham Tran has completed the 4-star challenge. Do you accept the 5-star challenge? If you decline, you will immediately exit the challenge. Receive the 4-star skill. Pham Tran thought. It seems the 4-star challenge under the condition of ensuring team survival was to reduce the boss's HP to 30%. Then the next challenge may be to kill the flame worm. He replied to the system, my choice is to accept. Then quickly, he cast Meteor Swarm, calculating to draw the boss's aggro. After that, he cast a stabilizing spell. About 10 minutes later, Academy instructor Lu Bo said in surprise, he actually passed the 5-star ability challenge. Academy instructor Fabla added, I'm not mistaken, am I after so many years? The skill carts have been fully lit up again. Academy instructor Thiat Chien also clapped his hands and said, this kid Pham Tran is quite something. Everyone was both surprised and excitedly said, the skills have been unlocked. Kai Kwong happily laughed, I told you, junior brother Pham Tran is truly exceptional. I don't feel bad losing to him, ha 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 ha. Tai Ha Tien, the almighty primordial, said, a 5-star skill is awesome, but is there a need to brag so much? Tai Ha Fap Ra also chimed in, these academy students are just country bumpkin NPCs. They have no knowledge. Tien, wait for Pham Tran to come out, then you go in. Let that thunder guy see how powerful you are. Tai Ha Tien, the almighty primordial, frowned and said, hey now, don't say that. The top priest on the domestic server, that Pham Tran is just a little behind me. Earlier, that guy Thunder was too arrogant. Wait a bit, I'll broaden his perspective. Seeing this, the little fairy Thou Dem thought, Pham Tran even obtained a 5-star skill. As a top 10 priest like me, I should at least get a 4-star skill. Tien, the almighty primordial, wondered, I don't know when Pham Tran will come out. Pham Tran, you have passed the 5-star challenge. You can receive the 5-star skill. Place your hand on the skill stone to receive the skill. Seeing this, Pham Tran went over to see what good skill he would get, and placed his hand on the precious stone. You have received the 5-star skill. Life Offering, a 5-star priest sacrificial skill. When the target's HP drops to 70%, you can use this skill. Reduce your own total HP by 10%, instantly restoring 10% of the target's total HP. No cooldown. Pham Tran said in surprise, wow. The next skill was Yin Yang Reversal. Life Offering, 5-star Yin Yang Reversal, a priest sacrificial skill. When the target's HP drops to 70%, you can use this skill. Restore 25% of your own total HP and reduce the target's total HP by 25%. No cooldown, 30-second global cooldown. Pham Tran laughed, combined with my talent, this skill is truly heaven-defying. Indeed, the truth of life offering is offering others lives for yourself. Tan An said happily. The skills have been unlocked. Pham Tran stepped out and asked, why is everyone here? Vio Ina ran over and hugged him, calling Big Brother. Pham Tran frowned. What happened just now? The red-haired man said, earlier, someone tried to bully the ladies, but we chased them away. Pham Tran was angry. Tai Ha Fap Ra laughed. They're just NPCs, what's the big deal? If they don't want to give way, so be it. No need to make a fuss, it's just a game. You think you're so mighty. Pham Tran looked at him. Were you the one bullying Fuina? So what if I did? Tien, the almighty primordial, said arrogantly. Pham Tran threatened him angrily. You should know. It's fortunate the city lord doesn't allow fighting here. You'd better behave yourself from now on. Otherwise, that lamp will be your fate. Tien, the almighty primordial, hearing this, felt afraid, shrank back, and replied. Pham Tran, you only got one 5-star skill. What's so great about being arrogant? I, Tien, can also be the almighty primordial, he said smugly. Be more humble. Wait until I unlock the skill cap. The mage replied, okay, Tien. Then I wish you get a 5-star skill, Tien. Pham Tran scoffed, asking the mage, you think he's a match for me? You think he can protect you? I'm warning you, remember my words. If you dare lay a hand on my people again, not even God can protect you. Frowning, I'll pass your words to Tien. Pham Tran called out, everyone, let's go. Tan asked Pham Tran, brother, just let it go. He replied calmly, he'll eventually leave the city anyway. Only a fatal blow will make him remember for a long time. He thought, after level 20, the punishment from the divine realm won't be just a level drop anymore. Vio Ina said, big brother, don't worry about me. I'm fine, Vio Ina. Don't trouble yourself. He smiled at the diligent little girl. Focus on your studies, don't mind other things. The little girl smiled and nodded. He recalled his previous life. In his previous life, after Tai Ha Fap Ra gained the power of the divine realm, his thoughts became depraved. Many innocent children died tragically. His eyes showed determination and hatred toward that scum. The headmaster stepped out, slightly hesitant, and said, Pham Tran, I heard you got a 5-star skill. Congratulations. But, he asked, have you joined the glorious church yet? Pham Tran didn't understand and asked back, Headmaster, do you think I shouldn't join the church? Why did you call me and Vio Ina to follow you? With a serious expression, the headmaster said, you and Vio Ina, follow me for a moment. On the way, the headmaster said to Pham Tran, being a glorious messenger and joining the church is not something to criticize. But this child, Vio Ina, has greater talent than others. I have accepted her as my final disciple. The church's internal affairs are complicated. Even if you and her have an equal covenant, I will not allow my disciple to join the church. Pham Tran replied seriously, although I joined the church, I have no ill intentions toward it. What you're worried about won't happen. The headmaster reminded him, I know the church's tactics well. If you harbor defiance, it will be difficult to pass the baptism ritual. Pham Tran spread his white wings and said, about that. The headmaster looked and understood. He was astonished at the divine wings of the Vu Duck race. He couldn't believe his eyes. In that battle years ago, the church nearly wiped out the Vu Duck race. The two sides are mortal enemies. How can this be? Pham Tran then revealed his true thoughts. So my joining the church is just a temporary plan. Seeing that Pham Tran had other intentions, the headmaster felt more relieved. If you have your own calculations, I won't say much more. He took out a stone. Out of respect for Fu Ina, I'll give you a good item. The system displayed. Illusion Stone is a special talisman that can conceal one's aura. It can change the skill's manifestation. Pham Tran accepted the gift and thanked him. Thank you, headmaster. He replied, thank Vio Ina if you want to thank someone. Vio Ina smiled. Vio Ina thanks the teacher. Hearing this, the headmaster looked at the little girl and smiled, seeing how well behaved she was. Such a good child. Then he turned to Pham Tran and Vio Ina. Mike will stay at the academy to train, waiting for the girl to catch up with your progress. I'll let her go out then. Pham Tran placed his hand on his chest, bowed, and saw the headmaster and Vio Ina off. Headmaster, be careful. Vio Ina asked, please take care of big brother, calling out to him from afar. Pham Tran. He looked closely at his skill. He turned back to examine his skill, the result coming out quickly. So it's already over at level 1. Only the team leader, the academy's enforcement team, and Kai Kwang Shi. Kai Kwang's words were shallow. How dare he compare himself to the junior Pham Tran? The team leader's words were also shallow and boring. A waste of my 2 minutes. Tien Le Van Nong shouted at the villagers. What do you all know? How could Pham Tran's level surpass the challenge? That guy must have cheated. Pham Tran mocked. Clap, 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 can't beat me. Which made Tan Kwa Wa angry. It seems the troublemaker has appeared. Who said I cheated? Clearly, I relied on this top-tier equipment. Tien Le Van Nong doubtfully asked, you're comparing equipment with him. He arrogantly said, my whole body is top-tier equipment from the auction house. He patted his chest, including a rare golden equipment in the market. Pham Tran disdainfully thought, That's why he could only get a 1-star skill. Not bad, but still fitting for someone who relies solely on equipment. You really are a fool, Qian Fa Kua, the top ranked in the previous life, thought and then spoke honestly. I won't hide it. My entire body is golden equipment. That Tian Levan Nong asked shamelessly, where did you get it from? Pham Tran whispered in his ear. That guy robs the shops in Fu De Tan Siu Lock. There, all the equipment is silver and gold. I'm telling you this because I like you. He smiled and said, this is good information, I'll share it with you. Pham Tran replied, you're a good person too. But there's one condition. Kick that guy out of the team. He thought about it. For giving me this information, I have one condition. Kick that guy out of the team. He pondered. Tian Levan Nong is the top-ranked god of wealth, average morality, but has never broken any laws. As for this scum, he deserves to die. He thought while looking at the law enforcement officer. The officer frowned and cursed at Pham Tran. You have a petty mind. He turned to Tian Levan Nong and said, Tian, I invited you here for a mission. Do you want to cancel our agreement? Tian Levan Nong waved his hand and said with an awkward smile, calm down, officer. He turned to Pham Tran and tried to stop him. Don't be angry either. I have a mission related to a treasure map. The officer next to him blurted out loudly, Tian. Tian Levan Nong turned and glared at him. Our strength cannot handle this treasure map. This is a gold-level treasure map, located in the Ki Yu Tin area, a level 25 zone, very close to Kanthin City. Tian Levan Nong explained and then asked, are you interested? Pham Tran said seriously, possibly. I think Tian Levan Nong wants to borrow my strength to complete the mission, but also sees it as an opportunity to kill the officer. He carefully considered, Tian Levan Nong, it's settled then. Let's go with more friends. Alright, we depart at 6 p.m. Pham Tran agreed, okay. He thought, it's a good time to visit the Divine Equipment Shop. At the Divine Equipment Shop, which sells special items, in the realm of the gods, every half-month, the item list is updated once. Each time, 6 items are sold. High-grade teleportation device, can teleport to designated safe zones and marked outdoor areas. Disappears after 1 round trip. Selling price, 500 gold. Mid-grade divine skill expansion stone, can open the 6th skill slot. Selling price, 1000 gold. High-grade divine skill expansion stone, can open the 7th skill slot. Selling price, 10,000 gold. Mid-grade bag, can expand bag space to 200 slots. Selling price, 500 gold. Divine pet stone, can upgrade the rank of a basic pet. Selling price, 100 gold. Divine pet stone, mid-grade, can upgrade the rank of a mid-grade pet. Selling price, 500 gold. Pham Tran calculated. The player's initial 50-slot bag is no longer enough for him. The other items are also things he needs to buy. System notification. You have used the mid-grade bag. Bag space has been expanded to 200 slots. You have used the mid-grade divine skill expansion stone. It opened the 6th and 7th skill slots at the high grade. Then he thought about the previous lack of skill slots. This skill book had been left unused. Now is the perfect time to unleash more talent. After that, he said happily, finally, it's here. The first healing skill of the priest. That is the Holy Judgment power. 3-star offensive skill. Fires a holy beam at a friendly target, restoring 250% of their health points. 20 meters range, 10-second cooldown, consumes 100 mana points. Pham Tran touched the power and thought, there's also the hidden reincarnation update mechanism discovered by players in the later stages. Basic teleportation stone, can teleport to the nearest safe zone. Disappears after 1 round trip. Selling price, 100 gold. Mid-grade teleportation stone, can teleport to designated safe zones. Disappears after 1 round trip. Selling price, 200 gold. 1-star divine skill stone, can upgrade the rank of a 1-star skill. Selling price, 500 gold. Can be combined into a higher grade divine skill stone. 1-star divine forget stone. Selling price, 100 gold. Can forget a learned 1-star skill. Can be combined into a higher grade divine forget stone. Divine stat reset stone. Can reset 1 free stat point. The number of resets cannot exceed the owned free stat points. Selling price, 500 gold. High-grade divine pet stone, can upgrade the rank of a high-grade pet. Selling price, 1000 gold. Pham Tran said happily. Not bad, there are 3 things I need. He decided to buy them. Moreover, the dream elf is due for a rank up as well. System notification. You have consumed the Divine Basic Pet Stone, the Divine Mid-Grade Pet Stone, and the Divine High-Grade Pet Stone. At the Celestial Port Academy's training area, it was a royally decorated zone, looking magnificently grand. At night, the palace was illuminated by crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, allowing visibility everywhere yet maintaining an aura of mystery. Although Pham Tran and the group gathered in the hall, it still felt solemn and sacred. At the center stood a giant statue of a goddess. Pham Tran entered the palace. Then he firmly assigned tasks to Dao, Tiu Yu, and Tan An. Today's training at the academy is for 6 hours. I'll go do quests with Tien Le Van Nam. We'll meet again tomorrow. Tan An and Tiu Yu received the information and confirmed in unison, okay. The system displayed a message. You have entered the Celestial Port Academy's training room. Student Pham Tran. Current training room rental time is 3 hours. Pham Tran stepped through the training room door. Inside was a starry sky, as if the spatial boundaries had expanded across the universe, perfectly suited to stimulate Pham Tran's magical senses. Before Pham Tran could get mentally prepared for the training session, wooden soldier troops suddenly appeared, simulating level 20 monsters. Pham Tran glanced at them and thought silently. It's a pity the continuous rental fee for the training room will accumulate. Otherwise, his leveling speed could have been even faster. The simulated battle didn't give him time to think about other matters. Pham Tran quickly regained his focus, concentrating on the training. He strategized before taking action. It's still early before attacking, so there's time to prepare. Let me test the effect of the illusion stone, he thought. Pham Tran raised his scepter, casting the Petite Saint Celestial Revelation spell formation. A ruby-colored aura enveloped him. Its powerful unleashing even created a reverse gust of wind, causing his robe to flutter. Testing this new function, Pham Tran couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The skill's visual effect has completely changed. Truly top-notch. From now on, I can rest assured when dealing with those old geezers from the church. Suddenly, the system displayed, Pham Tran has gained 37,000 additional game gold. At the same time, he received a notification from the shop manager. Someone named Tien Le Van Nam has bought 2 gold equipment items. The gold has been transferred to you. Good little brother, you've struck it rich. Don't forget me, okay? Overjoyed at gaining more assets, Pham Tran felt delighted, yet surprised. He really is the #1 fortune god, actually listening to my advice. He then quickly responded with the good news. Tonight, I'll treat you. Everything is proceeding as Pham Tran had expected. Only 20% experience left. 3 hours in the training room is enough. After 2 hours in the training room, Pham Tran's system notified him. You have reached level 21. 4 base attribute points, plus 6 free attribute points gained. Around him were piles of shattered wooden corpses. Reading the level up privileges, Pham Tran pondered where to assign the 4 attribute points. Could this be the effect of the illusion eye? The illusion eye, looking exactly like a human iris but blood red in color. Moreover, this is a special item. Effect 1. Upon leveling up, gain an additional 4 attribute points multiplied by compatibility x 100. Effect 2. All damage dealt is increased by 4% multiplied by compatibility. Compatibility multiplier for effect 3, can actively hide in the void, lasting 2.4 seconds. 1 minute multiplied by compatibility. Fixed 25-minute cooldown. 1 minute per compatibility. Furthermore, compatibility is increased by 4% from the initial value. Truly a one-of-a-kind item. It's time to gather for the server-wide event. Hence, he immediately left the training room. Right at the city gates, Tien Le Van Nam had been waiting for his friend for a long time. Seeing Pham Tran, he immediately waved his hand enthusiastically, signaling Pham Tran Pro to come over to Pham Tran. He quickly accepted the invitation to join Tien Le Van Nam's team. Tien Le Van Nam introduced Pham Tran to those who would accompany them. Siu Dem had just switched to the Archpriest class. The girl named Siu Dem waved hello in return. There was also Lao Fap who had switched to the Elemental Mage class. He had some misunderstanding with Pham Tran before, but ultimately, Tien Le Van Nam still wanted the two to reconcile. He said, but hoped it wouldn't affect the mission. After the task is completed, the two can settle things between themselves. For this mission, Tien Le Van Nam will be the leader of the group. He signaled everyone to depart. On the way, they arrived at the Silent Ravine by nightfall, where a pack of frenzied level 24 rabbit fiends awaited them. They had the Bloody Bite skill, dashing in front of their target and biting, dealing 200% damage, with a 10-second bleeding effect. The rabbit fiends gradually appeared from the misty ravine. Their bodies were muscular with sharp fangs, dark fur, and crazed red eyes revealing their viciousness. Tien Le Van Nam began discussing the strategy. The silent ravine has only this one path, and the rabbit fiends are 3 to 4 levels higher than us. They will appear in groups. If we insist on forcing our way through, the losses will be immense. Pham Tran thought there must be a path that doesn't provoke hostility. Then he led Tien Le Van Nam along with him. Pham Tran led the group to a narrow path, where the monsters would have difficulty moving, so it should be safer for traveling. Lao Phap thought to himself, the top priest in the country is still a threat. He must be eliminated before Pham Tran finds the treasure. He finished speaking, and raised his hand, casting a spell to lure a fiend towards the group's location. Animals hate most being invaded by trespassers in their territory. These were frenzied fiends, and they grew even more frenzied upon detecting Pham Tran's group's intrusion. Pham Tran was ambushed by the rabbit fiends from above. The mage laughed contentedly. Just kill him. Pham Tran dodged and shouted loudly. Tien Le Van Nam lured the fiends, listening to his orders, then immediately launched an assault. Vu M, watch your health. Keep it above 80%. Vu M responded resolutely, then deployed a healing spell, instructing the mage to find a good position, to cast damage control spells moderately without provoking hostility. The mage dismissively said, "You worry about yourself first, don't lure the fiends." Pham Tran heard and glared at him, thinking, now is not the best time to turn against him yet, let him live a bit longer. The rabbit fiends had some intelligence, forming an encirclement, attacking relentlessly with overwhelming force. Seeing the danger, Pham Tran quickly broke the encirclement. Tien Le Van Nam fell back, then unleashed the celestial light formation, decimating the rabbit fiends. The overwhelming attack surprised Vu M and Tien Le Van Nam. One side swore vulgarly, the other praised the high damage. If I'd known, I would have become a paladin too. So powerful, Pham Tran said sternly, no more chatter. I'll continue leading us through the pass. Tien Le Van Nam continued successfully luring the fiends, attracting another group of large and ferocious rabbit fiends. Tien Le Van Nam felt uneasy, biting his lips. Too many, I can't hold them off. Seeing the crisis, Pham Tran's angel's cantata communicated with him spiritually. Hold on for 30 more seconds, then immediately fall back behind Vu M's healing. Pham Tran calculated. Angel's cantata for 30 seconds would accumulate 200,000 damage. The rest could be covered by the celestial light formation. With the plan set, Pham Tran only needed to wait for the right moment. Meanwhile, Tien Le Van Nam was still fiercely battling, his health dropping to only 50%, but he stubbornly held his ground. Unable to persist further, as he thought he was about to die, Vu M lent her strength. As long as you still have a breath left, I won't let you die. Determined, she used all her healing skills to restore him, optimizing for him. Healing spell plus 1020. Holy word spell plus 2000 health. Healing beam plus 3030. Simultaneously, Pham Tran also cast the celestial light formation with immense power and range. This battle was undoubtedly Pham Tran's victory. Looking at the scattered swords on the ground, Vu M asked, clearing those minor fiends in less than 10 minutes. The top paladin in the country truly lives up to his reputation. System notification. Ancient white jade magic crystal acquired, 4,640 out of 300,000. Pham Tran spoke up, I've got the gear I need, you all can split the rest. Suddenly, his eyes filled with killing intent. But since we're done fighting, we should settle the score. The mage stubbornly retorted, settle what? You lured the fiends, I didn't want to fight them. That's a problem. Seeing he was both foolish and dangerous, Pham Tran lectured him. What you used to lure them was a basic curse spell, without any skill effects. It made no sound. You thought we were all idiots. That guy is no better than an old mage. He nearly got us all killed. You owe us an explanation. If not, I couldn't have helped you either. Tien Le Van Nam snapped at the mage, who hurriedly explained. Enough, I just wanted to get it over with, but his intentions were malicious, that bastard. Later, when we do the quest, I'll play and kill you all. Pham Tran, the short one, replied, your face shows you've made satisfactory preparations. The hidden treasure quest, the mysteries from past lives haven't been discussed on forums. We still need a pathfinder. I'll spare your dog's life for now. Guide us, then die. Pham Tran had clearly made up his mind. Deep in the silent crevice, Pham Tran's group advanced, constantly checking the map. Suddenly, Tien Le Van Nam spoke up with a notification. The location on the hidden treasure map is strange. Here. but there's a dead end ahead. Hearing this, Pham Tran quickly responded, that's a seal mark. But as soon as he saw the azure frame in the air, he immediately signaled to place the hidden treasure map on it to test. Immediately, Tien Le Van Nam placed the map onto that frame, and replied, this size doesn't seem to fit. However, before Tien could finish his sentence, an azure halo appeared. The rock wall vanished in an instant. Seeing this, the group couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. As the rock wall disappeared, simultaneously, a peculiar fragrance wafted out. Unable to bear it, Tien Le Van Nam spoke up. With a disgusted look on his face, it stinks of rot. Pham Tran gently added, and the stench of old, decaying blood. Finding this smell hard to bear, the young fairy quickly cried out, do we really have to go down there? Sensing an ominous feeling, she quickly exclaimed. Suddenly, Pham Tran turned to the mage and said, you go down and check it out first. Hearing this, Lin hurriedly replied, everyone was invited by Sir Tien. What makes you think you can order me around? Pham Tran was not one to back down easily. He slowly responded with a threatening look, if not for this task, you'd be dead long ago. Seeing him so stubborn, the slick-haired guy exclaimed, you. However, he had no other choice but to endure. He reluctantly entered that passage, thinking to himself, if we really fought, who knows who would kill whom? Out of respect for Sir Tien, I won't settle scores with you. Thinking this, the slick-haired guy boldly proceeded further, under the scrutinizing gaze of the others. A while later, Pham Tran suddenly spoke up, wondering, is it going smoothly? Tien Le Van Nam didn't hesitate to respond, could we have guessed wrong? As soon as Tien finished speaking, the mage came running back in a panic, shouting loudly, no, we can't go on. There are corpses inside, and the system warns of supernatural power. Hearing this, Tien Le Van Nam immediately responded with a pensive look. Ever since the divine developers acknowledged supernatural power, they've stopped hiding it. Except for major cities, 80% of the map has supernatural power warnings. The young fairy pondered for a moment, then spoke up worriedly, Sir Tien, let's not go any further. Dying from supernatural power will affect our real lives. There have been brain-dead cases on foreign servers due to the divine. After that, Tien Le Van Nam turned to ask Pham Tran Pro, what do you think? He then expressed his view. That was just an exception. According to forum statistics for now, deaths in safe zones are 1 to 3 days of incompatibility. Dangerous zones cause a month-long coma. High risk, high reward. Being strong in-game means improvements in reality. I don't want to fall behind. After speaking, Pham Tran Pro unhesitatingly headed straight for the entrance, to everyone's astonishment. Seeing his boldness, Tien Le Van Nam suddenly said to the remaining teammates, times have changed. I want to take a gamble. Hearing this, the young fairy let out a soft gasp. The era has changed. I want to take a gamble. Then she fell into deep thought again. The mage also agreed with Pham Tran's view, saying, he's not wrong. Seeing they had taken the bait, Pham Tran thought gleefully, indeed, we're proceeding. Excellent, only death in dangerous zones can punish these scum. He then stepped through the entrance of this instance. A system notification was sent, you have entered a dangerous zone. Realm of the Undying. Immediately, a horde of headless undead advanced toward him. A slow voice spoke, otherworldly adventurers, welcome to the tribe of the Undying. Tien Le Van Nam looked rather uneasy. We've encountered ghosts, he blurted out. Hearing this, Pham Tran's confidence vanished as he said, ghosts aren't as tough as the Undying tribe. He turned to Tien and asked, your equipment is gold ranked, right? Tien Le Van Nam looked surprised, asking, how did you know? Common Undying can't speak or think, only special ones can. To speak that sentence, it must at least be a gold-ranked boss. However, the serious atmosphere didn't last long. Pham Tran replied to him jokingly, Tien, you hit the jackpot this time. His words contradicted his thoughts. The Undying tribe is known as the toughest monster. The small ones are already troublesome, not to mention this is a realm. Tien Le Van Nam's expression turned puzzled. Then he said, ah, never mind. Suddenly, the girl noticed the danger, exclaiming, small ones incoming, everyone. Before them were level 25 headless undead corpses. These were typically low-level unlocked forms of the Undying after death, existing in an altered state, awaiting revival. They were lingering beings. When they attacked, each strike would reduce the target's maximum health by an equivalent amount. The effect lasted 30 seconds. Pham Tran reacted swiftly, activating a skill, Whirling Blades, slashing through several undead in one go. But more kept coming from the depths of the realm. Lure them, Pham Tran urged Tien Le Van Nam. Hearing this, Tien Le Van Nam charged into battle with great vigor, shouting, I'm going in. Pham Tran looked at him confidently and said, leave it to me. Go for it, pro. The girl couldn't help but worry, asking Pham Tran, will he be okay going in alone? Meanwhile, Tien Le Van Nam began his attack, shouting, don't underestimate me. These are just small fries. He unleashed his skill, Night Strike. But the undead retaliated, striking Tien Le Van Nam. Luckily, he managed to block the attack in time. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. You've been afflicted with lingering life. Maximum health reduced by 115. Tien Le Van Nam panicked. I can't take this. Each attack reduces my max health. He was utterly terrified, screaming at Pham Tran, Pro, save me. Both Pham Tran and the girl stood dumbfounded. Tien Le Van Nam was in hysterics. Pro, help me. Pham Tran and the girl could only stare in disbelief. Not understanding why Tien Le Van Nam became so cowardly, Pham Tran collected himself and shouted loudly, let's go, Pro. Then Tien Le Van Nam used his crescent blade skill. Right after, Pham Tran cast Healing Beam. The undead were quickly incinerated. Tien Le Van Nam exclaimed excitedly, burn, baby. But the battle was not over. As Pham Tran patiently explained, don't get distracted, it's not finished yet. The Undying Tribe's small ones may seem easy to kill, but their vitality is practically endless. As long as a shred of flesh remains, they can continuously revive. At that moment, the leftover pieces of the slain undead began twitching and regenerating into complete bodies. The mage panicked, screaming, why didn't you tell us earlier, Pham Tran? Don't lead us to our deaths. Hearing this, Pham Tran felt displeased. The mage's legs trembled as he said, you should have warned us about this enemy, Pham Tran. Pham Tran swiftly used his flash step skill to approach the mage menacingly. The mage sensed danger, but before he could react, Pham Tran teleported behind the mage and said mockingly, I've been too nice to you. He then kicked the mage, sending him flying towards the undead horde. The mage screamed angrily, Pham Tran, you jerk. Two headless undead brutally assaulted the mage. Furious, the mage said, Tien, little girl, why are you just standing there watching Pham Tran bully me like this? Now that he's attacked me, he could take my loot or come after you two next. Tien helplessly said, Pham Tran, Pro, isn't this a bit too much for the mage? Cu Dem asked curiously, should I heal him a bit? Seeing the mage's pitiful state, Pham Tran grinned and said, back at the Silent Chicken Valley entrance, he used magic to attack me. So this payback isn't excessive, is it? Tien reluctantly agreed. No, I guess not. Cu Dem innocently asked, so I don't need to heal him anymore. Pham Tran replied, no, you still need to heal him a little. Tien said helplessly, okay, not excessive then. Cu Dem naively asked again, so I should heal him a bit. Pham Tran answered, yes, just a little. Before my skill wears off, don't let him die. At least he can still pull aggro. Meanwhile, the mage, battered and furious, yelled, you jerk. Is this how you treat people, little girl? You're not going to listen to him, are you? At that moment, Cu Dem raised her staff, preparing to cast a healing spell. The healing magic seeped into the mage's body, causing him excruciating pain. He screamed, you monster. Tien tried to defend the mage, saying, Pham Tran, Pro, there's too much flesh on the ground. An area of effect damage skill won't be enough. Why don't you give the mage a chance to attack? Before he finished, Tien recalled when Pham Tran used his Angel's Aria, Petite Holy Light Heaven's Array formation. It was terrifying back then. No one could defeat him. Hearing Tien's words, Pham Tran turned around and said in an overly friendly tone, so you want to give this mage a chance to attack me? Tien laughed dryly, waving his hand. Never mind, just continue. We'll handle this ourselves. The mage, seething with anger he couldn't vent, thought to himself, this guy. He has 2 area of effect damage skills, and the damage is over 4 digits. They must both be 5-star skills. Who's the real mage here? Tien couldn't help but worry for the mage, saying, in less than 10 minutes, all the rotten flesh and skin have been cleared out. His attacks are more brutal than a boss monster's. Cu Dem, witnessing the mage's torture, was utterly amazed and in awe of Pham Tran's power. It seemed the torture had ended. The mage, exhausted, approached Pham Tran and said, Pham Tran, I almost died to those small monsters earlier. You didn't lose a single drop of blood. Let's end our grudge here. Pham Tran scoffed. End it. I never agreed to that. For bullying my teammates, I still need to settle the score properly. Tien wanted Pham Tran to give the mage a chance, so he tried to speak up. Pham Tran, Pro. But before he could finish, Pham Tran cut him off. Pham Tran, Pro. Since we've dealt with the monsters, don't you think? Before Tien could finish, Pham Tran interrupted, who said we're done. At that moment, something appeared behind Tien and the mage, startling them both. They asked in surprise, what is this demon? That's a Blood Corpse Revenant, a gold rank elite at level 25. Its Blood Seal ability releases a large amount of bloody bones. Targets hit by it will be silenced, unable to cast skills. As for Blood Drain, all damage taken by the target becomes nourishment, restoring the Blood Corpse Revenant's health. Pham Tran, standing behind the mage, said, "Looks like you'll need my help again this time, old friend. Come on, no need to wait." Pham Tran immediately kicked the mage hard, sending him tumbling towards the deadly creature. Before entering that fatal battle, the mage didn't forget to curse, "You monster. Just you wait, Pham Tran." Seeing it was settled, Pham Tran turned around, laughing. "Now we can consider the score settled. Now we can fight monsters without worry." With those words, the three continued on their way to battle. Pham Tran raised his staff with a solemn expression, saying, "Open the monster gate." In his heart, he thought, "Time to try out my new skill." Then he raised his staff high. Sacrifice life force. Attacking the monster before him, it instantly lost 20,000 health points. Tien was stunned, his face frozen, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. He exclaimed, 20,000 damage. Cu Dem was also terrified, thinking to himself, "Thank goodness I didn't cross him." Pham Tran turned around sternly and shouted, "Tien, don't just stand there. Quickly pull aggro." Tien responded, "Got it." Then he used the taunt skill. Drawing the monster's attention, Pham Tran thought, one more hit should finish it off. Seizing the opportunity, he cast Angel's Ray of Light, healing with minor holy radiance. This caught the monster completely off guard. Before it could react, it finally exploded, causing a massive blast in midair. Tien felt relieved, asking, "Is it over?" Cu Dem replied. Pham Tran chuckled and turned to the two. They were just elite monsters. No need to waste time. He continued, "I think we've reached the boss now." He looked down the wide hallway leading to a room. Through the doorway, they saw a bright red coffin in the center of the room. The three approached cautiously. Tien asked, puzzled, "Why would the undead need a coffin?" Pham Tran examined the coffin and told them, "The boss is likely inside." Tien boldly volunteered, "Let me open it." He carefully pried open the red coffin lid. Inside was a pale-skinned girl with long brown hair, lying peacefully on pale gold cloth. Tien was perplexed. "A loli. This can't be the boss," he said in disbelief. Behind them, Pham Tran guessed, a servant of the undead race. The system then displayed information about the girl in the coffin, named Dai Ni. She is the vampire queen of the undead race. It also provided them with some other useful information. Vampire queen, necromancer, and powerful vampire. Through the necromancy spell, she transformed into a servant of the undead race. She possesses immense magical talent and can use necromancy, granting her an undying body. After the vampire queen's transformation, her soul enters a soul trap. Wayano will pass the soul trap to the first person she sees, considering them her master. By touching this Wayano, one can infuse her with life force, awakening her. After understanding, Tien turned to discuss with Pham Tran. "Pham Tran, pro player. I'll pay you 30,000 gold as a reward for this exploration. Let me have this vampire queen, alright?" Without hesitation, Pham Tran agreed. "Okay." Tien smiled and said, "Thank you, uncle." But Pham Tran told him, "Don't thank me. Take my advice," Pham Tran cautioned. The vampire queen could be a trap. After all, the main boss hasn't shown up yet. Tien replied, "Thanks for the reminder, but fortune favors the bold in danger. Even if it's a trap, I want to try. This is the first vampire queen in the game, after all." Tien waved his hand in front of the vampire queen, saying, "If I can get her, my strength will definitely increase significantly." Seeing this, Pham Tran thought, good advice can't sway the stubborn. The initial vampire queen conversion must have had her soul trap taken. How could she wait for someone else to touch Tien's hand? His hand gradually turned black. Tien exclaimed in panic, "What is this? It's draining my blood." The blackness spread up his arm. He shouted, "Cu Dem, pump blood into me." Seeing this, Cu Dem rushed over, saying, "Got it." Pump blood into him. But Tien became even more frightened, saying, "It's not enough. The blood loss is too rapid." Pham Tran then pointed his staff and used the holy light punishment spell. The blackness had spread to Tien's face, but his blood level had also increased slightly. He asked in surprise, "Pham Tran, pro player, can you pump more blood?" Pham Tran replied, "The cooldown is long. If it's still not enough, I'm out of options." He thought, but no matter what, the cooldown won't be enough. Anyway, there might be undead legacies here. I can't give this up. Sorry, Tien. Tien smiled, "It should be enough now." Your blood level is stabilizing at 20%. Let's continue awakening the vampire queen. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Tian exclaimed joyfully. Success. Pham Tran was also surprised. Success. The vampire queen lay with open eyes, hands clasped on her chest, saying, Adventurer who awakened me, come, offer your body to me. Tian was startled. This voice. I asked the boss. Tian was engulfed by black miasma entering his mouth, angrily saying, I said I would soul trap the first target I saw, but you gods deceived me. I am the undead vampire emperor, Deka. Gold boss level 25, possessed state. Possessing the body of Tian. Tian struggled to stand up, his face full of murderous deathly black miasma. All of Deka's attacks were imbued with deathly black miasma. Deathly charge. Quickly charge towards targets within 10 meters and deal 150% increased damage. Slam weapon down, cracking the ground, dealing 115 damage to all targets in a 5 meters frontal cone. Deathly crescent slash. Swing weapon firing a black crescent deathly beam. Deal 200% damage to all targets in a 10 meters frontal cone. Possessing Tian, Deka laughed. Unfortunately, this is just a warrior's body, unsuitable for me. If I could take your body, everything would be perfect. Pham Tran frowned, thinking, as expected of the undead race, able to control a player's corpse. It seems Tian's death experience is more intense than expected. Cu Dem turned and asked Pham Tran, wasn't the vampire queen's name Dani? Why has she become Deka? Pham Tran replied, the vampire queen was likely a lure controlled by Deka. The life essence Tian poured in was absorbed by Deka. Hearing this, Deka laughed. You're very smart, worthy to be my next vessel, and this girl is perfect for practice. He swung his staff at Cu Dem. Deathly mountain slash. Cu Dem reacted too late, and was struck. Pham Tran regretfully exclaimed, squeezing my love goddess figurine, reducing cooldowns, reducing consumption with enchants, my drop rates are gone. How could I forget? Supernatural bosses aren't affected by hatred rules. They can choose targets. That vampire. He was currently possessing Tian's body. His eyes had turned a burning red, no one knew since when. He smugly said, if you're afraid, you're not stupid. Now surrender and become my vessel. I won't let you suffer. Pham Tran was furious, rejecting his words. Who said I was afraid? He suddenly shouted loudly. I'm enraged. He then raised his staff high, casting life sacrifice towards his opponent. The boss dodged the spell, quickly leaving Tian's host body. Tian. Pham Tran did not anticipate the enemy's power. He exclaimed, you can even leave the body to avoid damage. He thought to himself, no wonder the forums said the undead race is hard to kill. Running is the best option. The boss then possessed Tian's body again. Confident in his power, he said, give up. You can't kill me. Pham Tran remained steadfast. He calmly replied, but you can't stay out of the body for too long, right? Hitting his weakness, the boss roared loudly. He then cast Deathly Moon Slash, a high damage attack. Unfortunately, Pham Tran couldn't dodge it. He thought, can't avoid this wide area damage. He quickly regained his footing and cast Holy Judgment. Good thing I have blood pump now, he thought. The enraged boss cast 4 Spirit Charge, yelling, die, filthy inferior human. This boss is tough, Pham Tran thought. He activated Blink, summoning Angel Singer. I'm curious how you'll avoid wide area damage, he said. Pham Tran set up the Petty Holy Light formation. Caught in the formation, the boss left Tian's body, angrily yelling, you deserve to die. How dare you harm my origin? Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. I'll create a surrounding dark aura. Pham Tran said in surprise. That's how you dealt with Tian earlier, draining his life force. Unavoidable damage. With my skill's damage, Deka would die in 3 seconds at most. But I can't last 3 seconds. Pham Tran immediately activated the Illusory Eyes effect to see hidden spaces. He thought, first time using the Illusory Eyes active skill. Indeed, it nullifies damage, but only for a few seconds initially. But it's enough. The boss was gradually dissipating, angrily yelling, how? How could you nullify the damage? The system announced, you have killed the gold boss Vampire Lord Deka. First battle accomplished. After completing the quest, Pham Tran received a special item, Dani's Destiny Seal. The system announced, Dani's Destiny Seal. It contains the soul of the vampire servant Dani. Her soul is sealed within. After acquiring it, you can make Dani your servant. Pham Tran thought, to truly revive Vueono, I still need to sacrifice life force. Only then can I awaken her hope. I hope this isn't a trap. He then brought the seal close to Dany's face and cast holy punishing light. Good thing I acquired the healing skill beforehand. Dany opened her eyes. The system announced. Dany, vampire servant, undead race, is a special pet, level 20, silver essence quality. Deathly energy less than 200. Dany meekly said to Pham Tran, "Greetings, my lord," in a feeble voice. The system explained, the undead body can manipulate a host after death using deathly energy. Each point of deathly energy spent sustains it for 1 second. When depleted, it falls into a deep slumber. Deathly Aura Strike fires a deathly aura beam at the target, within a 200 meters range, dealing 100% damage, without consuming remaining deathly energy. Cooldown, 2 seconds. Life drain. Each point of deathly energy spent drains 2 HP from the target, ignoring defense. Dany is a special pet, whose level and quality can be upgraded with special items. As Dany's level increases, her HP and deathly energy also increase. Quality upgrades mature her, boosting deathly energy and skill effects, with a chance to gain new skills. Pham Tran thought happily, a special pet can enter the pet space. After battles, enemies won't have a chance to react. He called out, "Dany, follow me." "Yes, master," Dany obediently replied. The narrator said, he entered the pet space, visible only to the player and their pets. Dany said to him, "Master, if you have any instructions, master, you can convey orders through the soul seal. I'm in the pet space. My deathly energy will gradually recover. I can serve you at any time." Pham Tran wanted to know what could upgrade her level and quality. "Tell me what you need to upgrade your level and quality." Dany replied, "Dark crystals. The flesh and blood of dark attuned monsters can help crystallize my soul for level ups, or enhance the soul seal. Bathing my soul in them can increase my quality rank." Pham Tran asked, "Do you know where DK's soul seal is?" "Tell me." "DK's soul seal is in my coffin, but it was damaged by the Church of Light, leaving it in a defective state. It can no longer bathe souls." The system announced, "The soul seal has been damaged. It once contained the soul of a demon lord. Now it is tattered and torn. No soul can reside within." Pham Tran picked up the soul seal and asked, "If this is repaired, would it be better than yours?" She replied, "This is a high-rank soul seal. If it could be repaired, it would certainly be better than my low-rank one. It could nurture my soul, helping me increase in quality rank." Pham Tran smiled, "Then I'll think of a way to repair it. You go recover first. I'll head to the north gate of Cantian City." A scarred man stood blocking the way, asking Pham Tran, "Little brother, you're Pham Tran." Pham Tran recognized him and was somewhat surprised. The nameless sword saint, one of the NPCs with unlimited power. Why was he here? Moreover, he knew him. The sword saint looked at him. "You seem to know me." Pham Tran cautiously said, "Yes, I've heard of the sword saint's name. Why have you come for me?" The sword saint reached behind, slowly drawing the sword from his back. "I've also heard of your great name for a long time, little brother. This time, I want to try killing you." Pham Tran was shocked. "Kill me?" After hearing the nameless sword saint's bold words, Pham Tran was about to fall back in disbelief at this absurdity, but immediately snapped back. "What the hell, you one-handed guy? A top-tier NPC like you wants to kill a player like me? Is that something you can even say?" Though he said that, Pham Tran was half believing, half doubting. He really thought this guy would just say such things as a joke. He assumed it would be simple strangers exchanging a few words, then going their separate ways. But the sword saint instead curled his lips into a smile, then stared intently at Pham Tran with eyes that seemed to want to bore through his stomach. His deep, warm tone carried a mocking edge. "Enough nonsense." Those final words were the moment the nameless sword saint lunged forward, sword tip aimed straight at Pham Tran's stomach. One moment's lapse and his guts would no longer be attached. Faced with the nameless sword saint's sudden attack, Pham Tran was 7 parts angry, 3 parts disbelieving, yelling hoarsely, "Damn it, you really mean to go through with this?" Fully understanding his current predicament, and how dire the situation was, Pham Tran didn't hesitate to activate Blink. But he didn't attack, instead activating it first to intimidate his opponent. But combos ran away, unfortunately. That nameless sword saint wasn't an easy one, either. Pham Tran had only run a few steps when the other noticed. His sharp eyes turned back, a hint of anger at Pham Tran's refusal to fight. Blink had caught up with Pham Tran's retreating speed. As they ran past each other, he mocked, "Little brother, your speed is still too slow." The guy actually used his own power to move and catch up to Pham Tran. His success made Pham Tran a little admiring, but mostly alarmed at his opponent's strength, about which he had little information. Pham Tran's pupils constricted, sweat pouring down. The nameless sword saint's blade flashed, aimed straight at Pham Tran. A large number of powerful green lightning bolts aimed at him. He saw he couldn't dodge or outrun them. Pham Tran had to use void concealment. His eyes suddenly seemed charged with magic, beginning to glow an ethereal sky blue. He flew up into the air smoothly, constantly feeling fortunate that his illusory eyes compatibility had increased, reducing the skill's cooldown. Against this top-tier skill, the nameless sword saint remained unmoved. A gentle smile, yet not lacking in mockery, his opponent looked truly annoying, never leaving his lips. His voice, neither high nor low, spoke a few words praising Pham Tran's skill. Complimenting his ability to preserve his life wasn't bad. His mouth spoke pleasing words, but his hands never stopped summoning lightning bolts to shatter the void. Pham Tran saw the power of these strikes and couldn't help but shudder. Utterly astonished when the nameless sword saint's sword chi could shatter the void, he hurriedly tried to mobilize his body, adjusting each muscle to increase his speed, reassuring himself that as long as he could enter the city, he'd be fine. As if reading Pham Tran's thoughts, the nameless sword saint mocked him incessantly, saying he rushed into the city like that, implying he was afraid of him, like a tailless dog running from his terrifying power. After those mocking words, it was thought the nameless sword saint would stop trying to take Pham Tran's life, but his sword hand kept rising, slashing down from above to create a sword chi field. Less than 10 meters from the city gate, Pham Tran spread his wings and flew with all his might. But no matter how fast, the man's sword chi could still catch up. Malicious green sword chi struck Pham Tran's back directly. The pain made his head spin, leaving him struggling to even breathe. Pham Tran had to clench his teeth tightly to avoid crying out. The green sword chi striking his back repeatedly seemed to rob him of all hope. He thought for the first time, his death would come here, but that thought was dispelled when he saw he only lost 7 blood. After checking his remaining blood amount, Pham Tran couldn't help but doubt and wonder how this could be possible. Seeing this, Pham Tran was less panicked. Mustering courage, he turned to face the nameless sword saint and asked him directly what his intentions were. The man still had a cheerful expression, answering in a friendly tone. Someone posted a quest to temper steel at the Adventurers Guild, an organization in the realm of deities. Both natives and players can accept quests there. Quests issued here range from difficulty E to SSS. To put it bluntly, I'm just here to test the difficulty level of the quest target a bit. And this quest target happens to be Pham Tran here. Who knows he's a quest target? Pham Tran truly reflected on the troubles he had caused over the past period of time. In the beginning, some deities had used the Adventurers Guild to take action against him. It seems he had affected the interests of quite a few people. Yet Pham Tran's next words showed no remorse whatsoever. He simply asked what his difficulty level was. The nameless sword saint didn't hesitate to reply. If you can withstand over 10 seconds against me, you'll be rated an S-rank target by me. Surprised at his own daring, Pham Tran asked again. An unknown nobody like me is worthy of the guild leader himself coming to test me in person. The nameless sword saint's expression didn't change, quickly giving Pham Tran the answer. I've heard the Celestial Emperor and my teacher Back Min mention you, saying an otherworldly adventurer with limitless potential has appeared in the mortal realm. Meeting you today, the reputation is well deserved. Understanding the matter, Pham Tran said, no wonder you locked your attributes to come find me. After a while, the nameless sword saint felt he had been a bit rude. He admitted his actions this time were a bit abrupt. As compensation, he would prepare for Pham Tran an S-rank adventurer's badge. Of course, to get good stuff, you had to get it yourself. He waved goodbye and turned to leave. But before leaving, he told Pham Tran, to get the badge, you must come get it yourself at the guild, little brother. I'll see you again. He turned and walked away as if nothing had happened. Pham Tran was dazed by the enticing reward before him, only able to stand frozen, muttering to himself, an S-rank adventurer's badge, in the realm of deities, which takes everyone over half a year to get without tirelessly doing quests. Just giving it to me like that, doesn't it mean I've already gained the privileges of an S-rank adventurer? In his mind appeared an iron metal badge with intricate patterns carefully engraved. The special privileges of this badge excited him, making him grin, including buying S-rank gear, accessing S-rank confidential materials, not just limited to the guild. Those things further motivated each step he took towards the city to reach the guild's meeting place before him. He silently resolved, it seems fixing my fate will have to wait. Now I must go to the Adventurers Guild to get that badge. Entering the Adventurers Guild's meeting room, the walls were hung with flags. bearing the eagle wing emblem. In the top corner was an altar fully stocked with offerings of fruit and flowers. Beside it were long tables and chairs for the guild's council members. The central aisle was always bustling with people coming and going, causing Pham Tran to recall old memories of this place. It had been a long time since he'd been here, but it remained as lively as before. As he was observing everything around him, a familiar voice suddenly pulled him back to reality. Pham Tran Pro. You got killed and sent back to the city too, huh? Pham Tran's eyes widened as he turned to see two familiar figures. One gray, one pink, Lao Tian and Tiu Tian Nu. Tiu Tian Nu. The current situation left him stunned. He fell into contemplation for a moment. From levels 20 to 30, players killed in dangerous areas get a penalty, unable to log in for half a day. What's the situation with you two? Lao Tian, seeing Pham Tran's expression, as if reading his suspicion, said, I happened to get some mysterious items that can nullify the early death penalty. Don't tell me you didn't use items to nullify the penalty to get online. Pham Tran couldn't help but feel envious. Looking at his comrades, he almost forgot. Before level 50, players with money and power could obtain items to nullify the death penalty through various means. Especially with his resurrection hack and talents, their reality hacks were incomparable. But to compare, he currently still held the ring containing the soul of Dai Ni. With just that, he could secure victory in both system quests and personal combat. It's just a pity that currently it's malfunctioning. He used his mind to try calling the soul in the ring. Dai Ni, can your soul return to a body? Dai Ni, from the ring, as if hearing Pham Tran's call, replied to her master, I can, but I have no fate. After I died, I cannot be revived. Pham Tran smiled wryly, as long as I temporarily don't use Dai Ni's power, everything will be fine. He telepathically instructed Dai Ni, I will repair your damaged fate. Temporarily return to a body first. Dai Ni quickly understood what he said and immediately obeyed her master. Then she gradually dispersed her soul essence into the red crystal gem embedded in the ring he was wearing. Lao Tian interrupted his train of thought. Pham Tran Pro. Pham Tran Pro. He snapped out of his thoughts, flustered. Yeah. Pham Tran smiled awkwardly, took off the ring he was wearing, and held it up, saying to Lao Tian, I couldn't complete the task you entrusted me with. I felt very ashamed after Tiu Tian Nu died. I thought I couldn't let you lose all your investment. So he hesitated before continuing. I defeated the boss and obtained the dropped item. Lao Tian looked at the ring in Pham Tran's hand. He hid his suspicion about the things left unsaid behind Pham Tran's words, and generously said, Pham Tran Pro. You're too kind to me. I'm ready to add 50,000 gold, along with the initial 30,000 gold discussed, to pay for your efforts. A line of text appeared on the system. Player Tien Lao Van Nong invites Pham Tran to trade. Pham Tran, trying to hide the secret contained within the ring, as well as his unease, smiled and said, the dropped item isn't anything good, Lao Tian. If you need it, 10,000 gold is enough. He himself was swallowing his saliva, thinking, asking for too much would make me uneasy. As if betraying its master, the system continued to send a notification to the two, fate-binding ring. Once an item containing the soul of the so-called Yuno, it can be used to contain souls. Lao Tian took the ring in his hand, carefully appraising it. Items that increase physical attack are truly effective, but for him, this ring is worthless. Lao Tian smiled wryly, what a pity. YIN is gone now, but the price I mentioned won't change. This additional amount, consider it a fee for you to befriend Pham Tran. Pham Tran smiled, alright. In his heart, he couldn't help but admire Lao Tian. No wonder you're the richest among all the deities. Pham Tran thought, I can't prolong my stay here any longer. I still have to accept another mission. He turned to bid farewell to Lao Tian. I have something to attend to, Lao Tian. No need to see me off. As if remembering why he came here, Lao Tian said, speaking of which, I also came here to handle a matter. The Fa Jaw accepted your commission, but stood idly in the underworld. Without killing him a few times, it's hard for me to let go of my anger. Lao Tian's face darkened as he quickly operated the system. Issuing a personal mission, he frowned and continued, you must post an anonymous bounty. Kill the Fa Jaw, 10,000 gold per kill. Pham Tran, standing beside him, sweated profusely at Lao Tian's ruthlessness. No wonder Tian was Van Nong in his previous life, able to become the richest, the #1 wealthy deity, with cruel tactics, yet fond of doing good deeds. Who dares offend him? Suddenly, a clear voice interrupted the conversation between the two. From afar, a female player appeared, clad in azure blue, named Nyat Tien Quin Tam. She shouted loudly, as if meeting someone she admired, You're the leading priest in the deity realm, Pham Tran. I've watched many of your videos. Finally, I get to meet you in person. And beside you is a burly brother, clad in a golden earth-colored armor, with spiky hair, looking quite rugged. This is the player with the power of life and death. The newly appeared male player also addressed Pham Tran. I've admired your great name for a long time. Pham Tran recognized this male player. At first glance, the #1 warrior in the realm. In his previous life, he once hunted down a certain player for months, forcing the opponent to leave the game. The one with the power of life and death was extremely arrogant. I've never met this person before. Pham Tran was displeased as the newcomer spoke up. What brings you two here? Nyat Tien Quin Tam said coyly, great deity, I'm your fan. Can we take a picture together? Pham Tran smiled. Thank you for your support, but let's skip the picture. The one with the power of life and death looked displeased. Pham Tran frowned as he mocked. Oh, indeed the #1 priest in the realm. My cousin admires you, so she invited you for a picture. But you're being arrogant. Nyat Tien Quin Tam turned to the man. Brother, don't say that. I admire Tran Than. I wouldn't want to trouble Tran Than, just because of my admiration. Not taking a picture isn't a big deal. The one with the power of life and death frowned. He's looking down on you. I should teach him a lesson in humility, shouldn't I? She called him brother, but it seemed he didn't like her referring to him as such. Let's go. He angrily shouted, don't call me brother. We're not blood related. From a young age, I've given you everything you wanted. It's not because I'm your brother. Do you understand? It's not because I'm your brother that you have all this. Understand? Hearing his scolding, Nyat Tien Quin Tam felt utterly wronged and ran outside. Seeing her leave, the one with the power of life and death turned to blame Pham Tran. This is your fault, don't act like you're not involved. Pham Tran turned and cursed, you son of a. Pham Tran felt wrongly accused, thinking, I only refused to avoid trouble. This guy can't take no for an answer, and he's shifting the blame onto me. The wealthy elder beside him was also outraged, saying, how dare you speak to my nephew like that? You have no ability, yet you blame my nephew. The arrogant one with the power of life and death said to Pham Tran, money is power. Aren't you just an uneducated rich guy? Stop worrying about hoarding wealth. The deities have changed the rules. Beings like you have been predetermined. You'll be crushed under my feet. Hearing this, the wealthy elder grew even angrier, saying, who do you think you are, to threaten and lecture my wealthy nephew? Seeing the tense atmosphere, Pham Tran feared trouble. He put his hand on the elder's shoulder, saying, elder, this is a safe zone. Don't bother with the ignorant. Moreover, though arrogant, his skills are not bad. He's on the warrior ranking board. The one with the power of life and death, hearing this, said arrogantly, now you're afraid. Unfortunately, our enmity is sealed. This isn't over. If we meet in the Outlands later, I'll kill you rich, uncultured fools one by one. Uneducated, vulgar, you only know how to flaunt wealth, yet dare provoke me. The elder slammed the reception counter, saying, I'm adding a bounty mission. Everyone turned to look at him. The receptionist saw this and said, sir, to add a mission, you'll need to process it with us. You just posted a bounty on the outlaw Fab Gia. The total reward is 50,000 gold, 1,000 gold each. Mission difficulty is B rank. May I ask who your other target is? The elder's face darkened as he said, the one with the power of life and death. The receptionist continued, for a B rank target, the minimum reward cannot be less than 1,500 gold, plus a 150 gold posting fee. Currently, not many are qualified to take this mission. Will you post the bounty? The elder firmly said, 10,000 gold to kill him 5 times. Let him remember the one with the power of life and death. Hearing this, he remained arrogant, saying, I want to see who dares accept this. Pham Tran calmly said, I'll take it. He laughed at this. You want to kill me? Look at what level you're at. A newly registered adventurer is only E rank. It took me over half a month to reach C rank. I'm a B rank mission. You're not even worth fighting. After he finished, the receptionist said, respected Sir Pham Tran, this mission now belongs to you. Here is the badge of an S-rank adventurer. Please accept it, the one with the power of life and death. His mouth agape, he said, you must be joking. Pham Tran calmly accepted, saying, it seems you didn't hear clearly. Then open your eyes wide and look closely. The one with the power of life and death angrily said, a newcomer can't possibly obtain an S-rank badge. You must have used some underhanded means. But you think having that badge represents true power. Really? Pham Tran, if you've accepted the bounty, dare you leave the city for a life and death battle with me? Pham Tran replied, you're quite interesting. More playful than I thought. The helpless elder said, Realm of the Gods is no longer just a game. The price of death now affects reality. You don't need to be so competitive. Hearing this, Pham Tran replied, Elder, no need to advise me. Realm of the Gods is no longer just a game. If I remain cowardly, it won't do. The elder waved his hand dismissively at Pham Tran, saying he couldn't. As he finished speaking, the system displayed a new mission: kill Pham Tran. Mission reward: 10,000 gold. Mission time limit: 70 hours 25 minutes. Message from the client: whether you accept the mission or not, as long as you kill Pham Tran and record it, uploading to the forum, I will contact you and send 10,000 gold. No limit on attempts. No time limit. Pham Tran chuckled. Quite interesting, but you can never reach the pinnacle. Moreover, you've provoked me repeatedly. I should teach you a lesson. He recalled his encounter with the one with power over life and death, who had taunted him, saying, "Meet me at the north gate of the city. I'll show you the true gap in our power." Seeing Pham Tran preparing to leave, the elder said, "You all go with him outside the north gate." The one with power over life and death confidently declared, "I'll show you that Pham Tran is just a well-known charlatan." Nyat Tien advised with concern, "Is this why you called me back? I've watched many of Tran's videos," she said. "Out of respect for our past friendship, let me advise you one last time, don't provoke him." Hearing this, the one with power over life and death angrily said, "It hasn't even started yet. Don't stand here boosting others' morale." He thought to himself, "Moreover, I want to kill him." He wasn't alone when Pham Tran's group arrived. Before he could say anything, Pham Tran struck first, opening with the formless strike technique. Seeing this, Pham Tran said, "Not to mention anything else, the visual effects are still decent." Then he used the flickering technique to evade the attack, and said, "But there's one problem. Your skill doesn't look cool enough. Check this out." The previous attack from the one with power over life and death did no harm to Pham Tran. Then Pham Tran extended his staff and used his immortal angel song technique. The one with power over life and death said in surprise, "Such damage. Nyat Dao, don't hide, attack him." At that moment, a brown-haired man suddenly charged and attacked Pham Tran. But Pham Tran showed no fear. Pham Tran smirked, finding it amusing. He quickly evaded that attack and said, "An assassin's work, I see. You need more practice with stealth. Remember, don't just run into area of effect damage skills like that." The one with power over life and death, seeing the sneak attack fail, grew worried. He raised his sword high, when suddenly a blue ring approached to attack. This made him exclaim in surprise, "No, this can't be happening." Pham Tran said mockingly, "As expected of a ranked warrior, your health and magic resistance are decent. But don't worry, I'll collect your bounty." Pham Tran turned to Nyat Tien Quin Tam and said, "The one with power over life and death is finished. You don't need to know what I'm saying. Your gaze is like you want to devour me alive. Tran, you're even more handsome than in the videos. Can't we take a picture together?" Her tone was extremely childish, as if begging Pham Tran, who was over 20 years old. "This is really the first time I've encountered such a situation," he said. Not knowing what else to say, he politely declined, feeling awkward. But she resorted to her ultimate solution: 1,000 gold coins. "It would be even better if we could become friends," she said, partly for the money, partly due to her pleading. Reluctantly, he agreed, but only to take a few pictures. After achieving her wish, Nyat Tien Quin Tam left happily. It was then that Lao Tien turned around, his face full of disdain, and asked Pham Tran, "Yo, Pham Tran Pro, to kill the one with power over life and death, did you really need to use an area of effect damage skill?" Now Pham Tran's face also showed the same disdain as he replied to Lao Tien, "You know too much." The two shameless ones were standing there, laughing and talking, when suddenly a voice came from behind. "Excuse me, are you Pham Tran?" From the attire, Pham Tran immediately recognized this person was from the church. "What's the matter?" he asked. "The selection contest for the glorious reward position will begin at 8 a.m. tomorrow. You should go and register, otherwise you won't be able to participate in the contest." Pham Tran agreed. Waving goodbye to Lao Tien and the little fairy, he left with the person from the church. At the judgment hall, as soon as Tong Gao entered through the door, he boldly shouted, "The Lord of the Path, I'm here to register." Those around were displeased. Shouting like that, does he not understand the rules at all? How did someone like this join the church? He's making us lose face. The Lord of the Path sternly warned him. After calming everyone down, he announced, "The contest time is 8 a.m. tomorrow. 14 teams have registered, plus us, making a total of 15 teams. The rules are squad elimination battles, opponents decided by drawing lots. Each round, one team gets a bye. The final winning team will receive the glorious reward blessing." Pham Tran excitedly asked, "So if I win, I'll get all 4 slots, right?" Hearing his naive question, the Lord of the Path burst out laughing. Each person can only receive the glorious reward blessing once. You can distribute the remaining slots as you wish, but you do want to register, right? Pham Tran affirmed with certainty. As he turned to leave, nearing the door, he came across Guy Li. "What are you doing here?" She replied, "Greetings, Your Eminence, I'm cleaning the Great Hall." New members of the church had to do these tasks. Hearing her answer, Pham Tran, without changing his cold expression, said, "You don't need to do that anymore. Come with me to have the White Pope check your magic talent and provide guidance. You are the primary path for advancement in the church. The glorious is proficient in theology and magic." She replied in surprise, "They say only geniuses have magic talent. Common folk like us need to work for a year before receiving the god's attention." Pham Tran paid no heed to her outdated notion. He simply instructed her to study theology and magic diligently. The higher position you reach, the better. Only when you become strong enough, will the glorious be closer to you. Hearing this, Guy Li was stunned. "The glorious will be closer to me." Later, at White Peak Yang's residence, Pham Tran narrowed his eyes, saying to the White Pope, "I didn't invite myself like this. I hope I'm not bothering you, White Pope." White Peak Yang smiled in response, "Your Eminence, you're too polite." Then he grinned slyly, "What brings Your Eminence here unexpectedly? How can I be of service? Could it be that Your Eminence is unsatisfied with Guy Li? I can immediately arrange another for you." Before he could finish, Pham Tran cut him off. No, you misunderstand, Your Holiness. I want Guy Li to study theology and cultivate magic. My maid should be worthy of me, after all. Hearing this, White Peak Yang chuckled in amusement. "I see. If Your Eminence insists, then I will certainly make you satisfied." Then he took out a crystal ball, calling Guy Li over. "Coincidentally, I have this crystal ball to measure magic potential. Guy Li, place your hands on it." She nodded in response. "Yes, Your Holiness." She then placed her hands on the ball. When Guy Li placed her hands on it, a powerful azure glow radiated outwards. White Peak Yang was overjoyed to see this. Not bad. Her talent is excellent. She can take up a position in the church soon. Hearing this, Pham Tran maintained his smile, saying, "Thank you, White Pope. White Pope, there's one more thing I'd like to inquire about." At this, he leaned in, patting the Pope's shoulder with a threatening smile. "I've heard the church has many common magic spells. Could I learn them?" The White Pope grew anxious when asked this, his face visibly paling. He replied apprehensively, "I'm afraid that's not possible. The Golden Path Pope has instructed me not to impart the church's magic to the emissaries without his permission." Hearing this, Pham Tran frowned and thought, "Indeed, the Golden Path Pope is still wary of me." Seeing him frown, White Peak Yang quickly explained, "Perhaps the Golden Pope fears you'll take a roundabout path, so he personally oversees your growth process. Your Eminence, please don't think too much into it." Pham Tran leaned in again, a sly look on his face as he whispered, "So if I want to learn the grand invocation, I need the Golden Pope's approval too." Hearing this, the White Pope panicked, waving his hands frantically. "Your Eminence, be careful with your words. Only the Pope and those serving the church are qualified to learn the grand invocation. Others cannot discuss it casually." Faced with White Peak Yang's panic, Pham Tran merely grinned, turning to leave with a wave. "Don't be so tense. I was just asking. It's getting late. I have other matters to attend to. I won't bother you further." While saying this outwardly, Pham Tran had other thoughts. The ranks within the glorious church are strictly defined. Hierarchies are enforced rigorously. It seems I'm still far from learning the grand invocation. Guy Li bowed to him, and the two left. Afterwards, they went to the royal city and entered the blacksmith's guild. At the time, there was a blacksmith on duty there. He was ready. Pham Tran entered the guild hesitantly and asked, but before he could speak, the blacksmith cut him off. Adventurers come to the blacksmith's shop to purchase equipment or commission tasks to the guild. Pham Tran felt awkward. "The soul binding bracelet is damaged. I have an item that needs repair." The blacksmith took the bracelet, examined it, and quoted a price. "The soul binding item is damaged. To repair it requires soul wood. The soul cannot be fully restored. Repair fee is 1,000 gold. As he finished, the trade notification system sounded. "You have traded 1,000 gold. After paying, Pham Tran forced a smile. "No problem." The blacksmith turned around, working on the bracelet. "Come back tomorrow to collect it." Pham Tran watched his back, deep in thought. The blacksmith's guild in the royal Kantian city is indeed cold and indifferent, just as the forums from my past life said. But who says they're not skilled? After logging out and returning home, Shao-Er-Ni asked with concern, "Did you finish today's tasks?" Instead of answering, Pham Tran asked back, "You're off so early today, Sister Ernie. Is the treasure vault not doing business? Hearing this, she laughed. All 6 golden equipment pieces sold out, with no stock left in the shop. How can you say we're not doing business? Pham Tran was pleasantly surprised, asking, how much did we earn? Sha Ernie calculated, in total, 112,400 gold. Are you satisfied with that amount? She asked. Pham Tran's jaw dropped, as expected of Sister Ernie. I'll log in tomorrow and pay your end-of-month salary. Sha Ernie closed her eyes calmly. To be honest, I still can't believe these in-game gold coins can actually be exchanged for real money. It's too easy to earn this money. Pham Tran raised his hand. Easy. How so? This money is far too easy to make. Pham Tran raised his hand in disagreement. Easy. How can you say that? Do you think anyone can obtain so many golden equipment pieces, like your little brother? Sha Ernie bit her lip. You make a fair point. Even the big guild masters at the auction don't have many golden equipment pieces. Pham Tran said, let's get back to the main topic. I'll log in later and send you a fashion design draft. Please prioritize working on that for me first. Tomorrow morning, transfer it along with the gold to me. She nodded. Okay. Then her expression turned sly. Overtime pay is expected, right? Or should I take meat as payment instead? You've always wanted to pay with meat, haven't you? Seeing her dangerous look, Pham Tran immediately backed away, shouting, that area is off limits. The next day, Pham Tran held up a bracelet, saying, the blacksmith's guild is indeed the strongest. They repaired this in just one night. This is the life-binding bracelet, once a soul-binding item for a demon. After being damaged, it has been repaired and can now store souls again. A high-grade soul-binding item. Sha Ernie examined it closely. Impressive. Then the system notification appeared. You have a package from Ernie. You received the elegant grapesword. In addition to its ordinary appearance, you received 112,400 gold. Seeing he received everything, Pham Tran said, Sister Ernie has fulfilled her duty. Sister Ernie has sent the outfit and gold as well. Everything is ready. I should participate in the sect's tournament. At the Thunder Sect's arena, sect leader Kai Wei, standing with the White Robe Elder, began the announcement. This time, a total of 15 teams will compete in the tournament. I invite the 15 team leaders to come up to the stage and draw lots to select their opponents. Pham Tran thought to himself, it seems I'm not late. Just in time for my turn to draw the lot. Those around started gossiping about him. That guy actually dared to show up. Is he looking to get beaten up? 4 against 1. I wouldn't even bother fighting him. I heard that guy is extremely arrogant. He's definitely going to take those few spots. Pham Tran paid no attention to their words. He went to draw the lot and pulled number 15. Bai Dingyang approached from behind. Congratulations, emissary Pham Tran. You get a bye this round. Please prepare for the next round's match. Pham Tran forced a smile, thinking to himself, don't say that, Bai Dingyang. Are you afraid I'll lose badly, so you're giving me a bye? How ridiculous. Bai Dingyang then announced loudly, the drawing is complete. All teams, please get ready. The matches will begin. At this moment, Kim Dao Fu arrived. It seems we made it just in time, he said. Behind him was the Pope, Kwang Min Odin. Everyone respectfully bowed to him. Greetings, Your Holiness. Greetings, sect leader Kim. Pham Tran thought to himself, Kim Dao Fu's arrival is fine, but why is the Pope Kwang Min here? Never mind, it's none of my business. It probably doesn't concern me. As he was looking for a spot to stand, the Pope Kwang Min spoke up. I heard the Thunder Sect's Judgment Hall is hosting a tournament at the arena today, so I came to take a look and meet this emissary Pham Tran. Hearing himself being addressed, Pham Tran was puzzled but still showed respect. I am deeply honored to receive this special privilege. He wondered to himself what these two elders intended. The Pope Kwang Min, fearing his presence would distract everyone from the tournament, said, no need for formalities. Please continue the tournament. Upon hearing this, everyone obeyed. Pham Tran approached to greet the Pope. Seeing him, the Pope asked, sect leader Kim mentioned you. It's been a while, but today we finally meet, emissary. Your prowess is indeed extraordinary. However, I wonder, will you always devote yourself to the light? Pham Tran respectfully replied, my heart is devoted to the light, and I hope for its protection. Hearing this answer, the Pope joyfully said, with the emissary's words, I am reassured. May the light bless us all. The Pope then departed, and everyone bowed to bid farewell to His Holiness. Seeing the Pope had left but Kim Dao Fu hadn't, Pham Tran asked curiously, sect leader Kim, why aren't you leaving with His Holiness? Kim Dao Fu replied, This place is also under my jurisdiction. Since I've come here, I must, of course, watch this entire tournament. Why doesn't the emissary welcome me?" Hearing this, Famtran laughed and said, "I was just asking casually." He smiled, but thought to himself, this guy is indeed hard to approach. Hopefully, he won't cause me any trouble. Famtran said, "I must go now to prepare for the match." Kim Dao-fu cheerfully replied, "I'll see you later then, emissary. I hope you'll be victorious in the match." With that, Famtran left for Team 13's position. At Arena 4, Team 15. He Luan Kyo In Gao said, "Team 15 used to be priests. Even if the Pope came for him, we can't change the situation. In reality, he's alone." A red-haired person in the team said, "It seems we can easily win this match. Let's conserve our strength." Before he could finish, Famtran approached, holding a black staff, with a dangerous smile on his face. "Don't be so sure about that," Famtran said. Hearing this, He Luan angrily said, "Don't let him unleash his skills. Attack him before he can make a move." With that said, his team combined their holy light punishment skill. Seeing this, Famtran thought to himself, "The wind sect's power is quite strong. My second wing form can no longer be concealed. I might as well reveal it openly." He then flew into the sky, using the lesser holy light heaven opening formation. At this point, everyone around was very confused. When he used this skill, someone said, "The lesser holy light heaven opening formation. Is he forfeiting the match?" He Luan initially didn't understand Famtran's intention, saying unclearly, "No, wait, this isn't right." Before he could finish his sentence, he panicked and said, "This isn't a healing skill." But before they could react, Famtran's team had already left the arena. In the lightning arena, when a combatant's health drops to 0, they are automatically teleported out. Having dealt with them, Famtran turned and said, "Everyone, thank you for witnessing what just happened." Everyone was stunned, eyes and mouths wide open. Bai Dingyang said, "The emissary Famtran is so powerful." Even Duamchu Cash Ui was completely dumbfounded. He Luan's team is one of the top teams in the Judgment Hall, yet he annihilated them. Watching what happened, Kim Dao-fu thought to himself, people from other realms are truly unpredictable. Ordinarily, for him to reach this level at only level 21 is unheard of. Moreover, he dared to reveal that other wing form inside the church. Could he really be unrelated to the martial race? He then said, "Emissary Famtran, you don't need to participate in the next match." Hearing this, everyone was astonished, not knowing the reason behind it. Famtran looked at him questioningly and asked, "What do you mean, Kim Gao-chu? He must be suspicious of my wings now." Famtran thought seriously. He said firmly, "Kim Gao-chu, you have no reason to strip me of my right to compete. Then you should at least give me a reason." Kim Dao-fu, holding a piece of paper, smiled and said, "Don't misunderstand, emissary. Your strength surpasses all the teams here. Continuing the competition would only waste time. I have requested a Guangming quota specifically for you." Before he could finish, Famtran said, "Only one quota. I should continue the competition then." He thought to himself, so he wants to give me only one of the 4 quotas, huh? Hitting the mark, Kim Dao-fu reluctantly said, "Each person can only receive 1 Guangming blessing. Taking multiple quotas would be useless." Famtran calmly said, "Even if it's useless, I need to be at ease. I don't want to have to go through the back door. I'll take first place myself." Hearing this, he conceded, "I can only grant 1 more blessing quota. Additionally, you can go to the ancient Saint Guangming Hall's skill library and choose 1 skill book. How's that?" He spoke cheerfully, but in his heart, he thought to himself, this kid is really difficult to deal with. It seems 1 quota is not enough to get rid of him. System notification. You have received 2 Guangming blessing certificates. You have received a handwritten letter allowing you to take a skill book from the scripture hall. Seeing that he received them, Famtran said happily, "Thank you, Kim Gao-chu. I'll take my leave now." Before he could leave, Kim Dao-fu called out, "Wait a moment. Why did you dare reveal another form of your wings right inside the church?" Famtran knew he would ask about that. He calmly replied, "I never intended to hide it." Realizing he overthought it, Kim Dao-fu forced a laugh and said, "Ha ha, I thought too much. Your wings are a gift from the deities. Of course, you don't need to hide them." While they pretended to be friendly, the two actually thought poorly of each other. Famtran thought, "The old fox is probing me again." Kim Dao-fu thought, "This brat is really a slippery eel." Famtran went to another place ahead, feeling uneasy. He then called out to her. Hearing someone call her, Guy Li turned around and saw Famtran. He said, "Take this letter to the sacred hall. It can help you receive the Guangming blessing." Seeing this, Guy Li waved her hand in refusal. "My lord, I cannot. I have just joined the church and am not qualified to receive the blessing." He said in a low voice, "This is my order. You must receive the Guangming blessing. Then he thought, only then can she become my loyal eyes and ears within the church as quickly as possible. Since Pham Tran had said so, she could not refuse and said, I will not disappoint my lord's expectations. The trial tower at Kantian Academy has opened. Please rank within the top 100 on the leaderboard. The trial tower, which was not available before, is now open. If you don't enter, you won't be able to join Kantian Academy, Pham Tran said upon arrival. Finally, it's time to gather. Inside the trial tower, magic divided it into 9 independent floors, each a separate space. From the outside, it stood 40 to 50 meters tall. Next to it was a massive 10-meter tall curtain of light. After 100 people arrived in the city, the Academy's trial tower was activated. Only the players who ranked in the top 100 on the leaderboard of the trial tower within the given time could officially become students of the Academy. The other players would permanently lose their chance to enter the Academy. In the message section, Tan An messaged Pham Tran, meeting you at the trial tower will make me roll my eyes. Then Dao Tiu messaged, Great Immortal, wait a bit and look at the leaderboard. I guarantee it will make you extremely surprised. Reading this, Pham Tran thought, these two girls have finally grown up. At Kantian Academy's trial tower, everyone started murmuring, look, the leaderboard has updated again. It changed completely in an instant. The mysterious person in first place before has changed to Great Immortal. On Kantian Academy's trial tower leaderboard, the longer the perseverance time on each floor, the higher the rank. Top 1 is Great Immortal, an archer, persevered on 4th floor for 4 minutes and 5 seconds. Top 2 is an anonymous ID, 1 minute and 12 seconds on 3rd floor. Top 3 is Dao Tiu, a summoner, 2 minutes and 19 seconds on 2nd floor. Top 10, Tan An, a warrior, 5 minutes and 18 seconds on 1st floor. And finally, top 100 is Van Nong, a warrior, 10 minutes and 12 seconds on the 1st floor. Pham Tran looked at the leaderboard, very pleased, and said, Top 3 and Top 10 have made great progress. As Pham Tran arrived, everyone recognized him and their hearts were filled with admiration. Seeing him, they said in awe, the immortal lord is about to enter the trial tower. Finally, I get to witness the birth of a miracle. Pham Tran, we meet again at last. A powerful man stepped out and announced his ID. Great Immortal, Archer. Another player exclaimed, the number 1 on the leaderboard has appeared. Seeing this, Pham Tran thought, ah, it's him. One of the few archers from the previous life who always stably ranked among the top powers in the divine realm. Ever since the game started in this life, and he ascended to the divine realm, if it weren't for me, the number 1 spot in the trial tower would undoubtedly have been his. What a pity. Great Immortal Archer walked past Pham Tran for a bit, then turned back and asked, how did a mere priest like you become the server's number 1, Pham Tran? Pham Tran turned back and snorted. Another player commented, the number 1 of the trial tower and the number 1 of the ranking battles are clashing. This time, we'll have an interesting show. A player standing beside added, if Great Immortal leaves now, it means he admits that no one can surpass him. Great Immortal Archer said, let me give you a sincere advice. Don't fantasize about reaching the 3rd floor. That's not a place a priest should go. Hearing this, Ling Xiao pointed at Great Immortal and said, who do you think you are to lecture the immortal lord? Waving his hand dismissively at Pham Tran. Hearing this, Great Immortal seemed helpless. Pham Tran thought, isn't this the blonde brat I saved in the northern rainforest? Ling Xiao said bluntly, Immortal Lord, later on, I'll post on the forum, watch your videos, and recognize your skills. Thank you for saving my life in-game. The ID is tagged as Ling Xiao, warrior. The dazed Ling Xiao turned and said, Pham Tran, being in the top 100 of the leaderboard is enough to enter the academy. Why do you have to risk your life for the number 1 title? Those who know humility and heed advice will benefit. Pham Tran turned and replied, what you said is true. Hearing this, Ling Xiao angrily said, Immortal Lord, how can what he said be right? Pham Tran didn't respond. He entered the opening circle. Ling Xiao suddenly called out loudly, Immortal Lord, Immortal Lord, wait, Immortal Lord, Immortal Lord. As Pham Tran entered, he thought, why did I save that unlucky brat in the first place? No different from a husky dog, barking non-stop. What's the point of arguing with someone like Great Immortal? Let him face reality. The trial tower has a total of 9 floors. The first 3 floors have 100 monsters each. From the 4th floor onwards, the number of monsters decreases to 10. Level cap is 1090. Either kill all monsters or endure for 10 minutes or more to advance to the next floor. The higher the floor, the higher the ranking. If the floor is the same, the one who endures longer will rank higher. Is there a warm-up practice? Pham Tran replied. A warm-up with level 10 armored soldiers appeared. Pham Tran held his staff and said, I like group battles the most. After saying that, he raised his staff and cast the Petite Saint Radiance formation. Having killed all monsters, he was invited to proceed to the second floor. Ling Xiao excitedly said, the Immortal Lord has moved up. He's on the leaderboard now. His ranking kept soaring continuously. As expected of the Immortal Lord, not even a minute and he's already on the third floor. So awesome. The leaderboard appeared. Top 1 Great Immortal Archer, 4th floor, 0 minutes 05 seconds. Top 2 Anonymous ID, 3rd floor, 3 minutes 12 seconds. Top 3 Pham Tran the Priest, 3rd floor, 0 minutes 01 second. Top 4 Dao Xiao Yao, Summoner, 2nd floor, 4 minutes 19 seconds. The man with a ponytail suddenly said, Great Immortal Pham Tran, indeed, he's someone we can't compare to. Another person said, didn't Great Immortal just say earlier that the Immortal Lord couldn't reach the 3rd floor? That's a slap in the face. Ling Xiao turned and said, you see, his true self is incomparable. Seeing this, Great Immortal was annoyed, thinking it couldn't be. The 2nd floor has 100 level 20 monsters. Even with area of effect damage skills, he couldn't have passed through that quickly. Thinking this, Great Immortal smiled smugly and said, young ones, don't be too arrogant too soon. The 3rd floor is no place for a mere priest to be at. Just wait, he'll be kicked out immediately. The monsters began attacking him with fireballs. They were level 30 elite lava beasts. This floor had small ranged attack monsters. He looked at the fireballs piercing through. A few hit his wings but didn't cause any stuns. High damage. The relentless attacks were hard to dodge. He raised his staff, looked at the group of monsters, and cast a spell. I must attack quickly. A swift victory will resolve part of the issue. Otherwise, I'll be beaten to death. A magic circle appeared. His ultimate move was the Petite Saint Radiance formation, the formation he often used. It dealt over 5,000 damage. A large monster created a fireball to continue attacking him. He used the blink skill to evade the enemy and avoid this attack. Then he raised his staff and used another skill to finish off the monsters he was looking at, thinking, fortunately, the elite monsters on the 3rd floor aren't densely distributed. Now I can deal with them group by group. The leaderboard for this round appeared. He had risen to the 2nd place on the 3rd floor, with a completion time of 4 minutes and 33 seconds. The Great Immortal Archer frowned at the gate, annoyed, saying, how is he still not out? Ling Xiao refuted him jokingly, he's the Immortal Lord, you know. Don't use your narrow view to judge the Immortal Lord's ability. He angrily looked at him, annoyed and thinking, this brat, a pink-haired girl, crossed her arms, looked at him and snarkily replied, in return, what qualifies your loudmouth to judge the Great Immortal? She went over to the person called the Great Immortal and continued, I've explored the 3rd floor. The elite monsters aren't too densely distributed. Perhaps Pham Tran just hid somewhere to prolong his time. The Great Immortal looked at her confidently and replied, that's the point. Pham Tran reaching the 3rd floor shows some ability, but that kind of petty trick to rank up is not exactly honorable in the end. Ling Xiao looked at him disdainfully, pointed to the leaderboard, and asked him back, are you sure, old man? The leaderboard showed his name at the top of the 4th floor with 0 minutes and 6 seconds. The Great Immortal Archer looked at the leaderboard and got annoyed. His face turned beet red with anger. He clenched his fists, trying to find an excuse. It can't be. It must be a bug. The 3rd floor had 100 elite level 30 monsters. No matter how powerful Pham Tran is, he couldn't have withstood such overwhelming skills, raining down like the sky falling. The girl from earlier spoke up for the Great Immortal, looking at him. You're being too harsh. Ling Xiao looked at him, amused to provoke further. Calm down, calm down. The truth proves my Immortal Lord is still my Immortal Lord. The Great Immortal angrily shouted back at him, I don't believe it. The trial tower must have an issue. I need to go in and check again. At that moment, Pham Tran came out from the tower area. He looked at him angrily and said, I don't know what bug you exploited, but I will definitely surpass you. Pham Tran looked at the Great Immortal, not understanding what was happening. He wiped his sweat and said, why are you calling me in this lifetime? You're known as the most hot-tempered archer. This terrible temper of yours is true. He then looked at Ling Xiao and asked, why haven't you gone yet? He replied confidently, of course I haven't gone yet. I'm staying to witness the miracle the Immortal Lord will create. Moreover, there's something I thought about for a long time. Let me repay you for initially saving my life. He blushed and looked at him. With his hand on his chest, he affirmed to him, I'll repay you with my body. Pham Tran bid farewell to Ling Xiao. No need to meet again, bye. He called out to him, Immortal Lord, don't go. I have a secret I want to tell you. He waved his hand, uninterested. With your blabbering mouth, even if it's a secret, you'll probably just spill it. I'm really not lying to you. I received the hidden class sword demon. The old man who changed my class said it's very powerful. I want to become a supreme expert like you. I want to follow you and learn. Pham Tran turned back in surprise. In his mind, he couldn't believe it. Sword demon, the hidden class recognized as the hardest to obtain in the previous life. Extremely high requirements, needing inexplicable mystical attributes like sword comprehension intelligence, only obtainable with a sword yearning heart. He looked at the foolish version of him and thought, this guy actually got it. Ling Xiao looked at Pham Tran seriously. Immortal Lord, if I follow you, I absolutely won't embarrass you. Pham Tran was puzzled. Following me is not impossible. The system displayed, player Pham Tran wants to add you as a good friend. Do you agree? Seeing the notification, Ling Xiao smiled brightly and agreed. He didn't know what to say. You've seen how capable I am. The first step to becoming a supreme sword immortal. Success. Pham Tran gave him time to practice and level up. Take half a day. Climb the rankings, then contact me again. Ling Xiao obediently followed Pham Tran's orders in silence. Then he sent a message to Tan An. Tan An, you and Tu come out of the trial tower. Meet me outside the south gate. The system displayed. Current intimacy with Tan An is 9,999 out of 10,000. Intimacy with Dao Tu is 9,980 out of 10,000. He walked and pondered. It's also time to gain maximum intimacy value. At the south gate, Tan An and Tu approached. Tan An greeted him. Lord Pham Tran, we're here. Tu, following behind, asked if there was any task to be done. System reminder. Players Tan An and Dao Tu have joined the team. He looked ahead and said to the two of them, let me see the results of your recent training. When they saw the venomous green leaf snakes level 20, Tan An started the battle immediately. She charged forward and Tu attacked as well. Great Immortal, it's been days since you gave us a task. Now you suddenly want to see our progress. Pham Tran watched with a smile. Even without him, they could coordinate perfectly. It seems this time, the number 1 summoner will no longer be alone on that path. System notification. Your intimacy with Tan An has reached the maximum. You can remove 1 team buff requirement. System notification. Your intimacy with Dao Tu has also reached the maximum intimacy. You can remove 1 team buff requirement. Pham Tran thought. Remove the 50% cooldown reduction for skill recharge time, and add 1 attribute to dropped items. Tu regretfully asked, so we have to separate. Tan An was also reluctant. Why so sudden? Pham Tran explained. No feast lasts forever in this world. The path I'll take will become more dangerous. I can't guarantee I can protect you both. You two must mature on your own. Tu said sadly, I understand. I'll try my best to level up and catch up to you. Tan An blushed and said, Pham Tran, if you've decided to leave, at least let me confess before we separate. Then she kissed him on the cheek. Otherwise, it would be a pity. Dao Tu mischievously asked Tan An, do you still feel it's a pity now? Pham Tran stood helplessly behind the two. Tan An, embarrassed, covered her face with her hands and said loudly to Tu, you two are really hateful. I won't talk to you two anymore. She said, I'll go call Violina, and Tan An ran off. Dao Tu turned to Pham Tran and said, Great Immortal, you must remember me too. She smiled brightly, revealing her delicate fangs. Pham Tran replied, definitely. At the foot of Vuina Tower, she asked Pham Tran, Big brother, do we have to leave Cantian City? He answered, yes, you're my contract spirit. I can't just leave you here forever. She was delighted, that's great. Master Back Min has something to do, so he can't teach me to go with Big Brother. I'm sure I can get stronger quickly. Pham Tran turned around and joked with her, I'll wait for you to protect me. Just then, a message from Lan Thu came to Tran Tran. I've reached the top 70 on the ranking board. Can I come find you now? Pham Tran thought it was perfect timing. He replied, meet me at Vong Tan Tran Loi. A notification popped up. You have been teleported to Vong Tan Tran Loi. Pham Tran and Valina followed behind. Pham Tran was wearing a mask because when he wore it, all information was hidden. Then Lan Thu called out to Pham Tran from behind. Before he could finish his sentence, Pham Tran had already taken off his mask and turned to look at him. Lan Thu let out a surprised sound. With a surprised look, he said, no wonder when you saved me, I couldn't see your ID at all. Even the impression you left was very ordinary. You have a great item there, Tran. Pham Tran glanced at him and ordered him to change how he addressed him. Lan Thu had to call him Big Brother, Big Brother. Vuina continued, I also want to conceal my identity. She tossed up a book as she spoke. It was the illusory heavenly dance spell. Suddenly, there was a thunderous rumble. Lightning flashed brightly. Lan Thu exclaimed in surprise. Vong Ton Tran Loi is on fire. The city's protective formation is open all day, Big Brother. Big Brother, look, there's even lightning in the sky. Pham Tran explained, Vong Ton Tran Loi is famous for that. Although the environment here is harsh, but the magic energy crystals produced underground are enough to maintain the protective formation. The city operates continuously. And, he turned to Lan Thu with an annoyed look. Be quiet. Despite the noise, he cheerfully patted Vuina's head and replied, okay, Big Brother. Then he asked, Big Brother, who is this little sister? I've never seen her in your videos before, but I saw her use illusion magic earlier. She's really skilled, he said to Vuina. After Lan Thu finished speaking, Pham Tran pulled Vuina away at light speed, and shouted back, I'll send you the location. Meet at the illusory ruins. See you later. Lan Thu frustratedly called out, Big Brother, but helplessly watched them fly away. At the illusory ruins, Vuina curiously asked Pham Tran, Big Brother, you don't seem to like him. Why do you still want to act with him? Pham Tran smiled, he has talent, but he needs more training. He's not a bad person either. Just a bit talkative, but it's acceptable. Vuina still didn't understand adult matters. It's confusing. Pham Tran smiled lightly. Anyway, after waiting for about 20 minutes, Pham Tran heard a sound from afar. I hear some noise. Is the playboy Lan Thu here? He guessed there were 3 girls in the distance. They were the Rose Warrior, the Purple Archer, and the White Fruit Knight. The Rose Warrior asked the other 2. It seems there are NPCs up ahead. The Purple Archer, wearing purple, replied, I see them too. It's a young man and a little girl. They appeared in the outdoor area. There must be a hidden quest. The girl with blonde hair urged, let's go, go, go. Pham Tran saw the 3 of them and thought they were the Iron Triangle Rose, female players who often topped the rankings in the previous life. Then he suddenly thought, based on their words, they seemed to think he was an NPC. The 3 rose colors approached Pham Tran. The Rose Warrior spoke up. Hello, sir. Are you in some trouble? We'd be happy to help you resolve it. Pham Tran then acted like an NPC. Honorable dimensional adventurers, a fallen wizard has appeared in the dark ruins. Please lead this fallen wizard to the abandoned altar. This matter is of utmost importance. Great adventurers, please depart swiftly. After hearing the quest from Pham Tran, the Rose Warrior accepted the monster luring quest. This is the first time I've heard of this. The White Fruit Knight wondered upon hearing this. Why didn't it prompt the quest? The Purple Archer replied, the NPC is urging us. Could this be a hidden quest? Immediately, the Rose Warrior quickly urged, let's go, go, go. Hurry and do the quest before others take it. Seeing this, Pham Tran broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, I was just joking. But they actually believed it. The playboy Lan Thu appeared, watching the 3 girls quickly leave, then asked Pham Tran, Big Brother, what's going on? Did you meet someone you know? With a forced smile, Pham Tran replied, those 3 ladies have some mental issues. Don't mind them. Since you're here, I have a quest for you. Lure at least 10 monsters from the dark ruins to the center of the abandoned altar. Lan Thu cheerfully replied, understood. I'll complete the quest. Assigning such a quest to the playboy Lan Thu, Pham Tran had it all figured out. He thought to himself, the fallen wizards are level 25 small monsters. With strong stealth and low attack power, they're suitable for training. More importantly, they're small dark attribute monsters. Just perfect to help Vu Yono Dai Ni level up. Afterwards, he and Vuina went to the abandoned altar to await the playboy's accomplishment. As they arrived at the towering altar, Vuina pointed ahead and said, Big Brother, there are people loitering up ahead. Those are copper rank wizard mobs. Level 25, Pham Tran was surprised by his little sister's ability. He then asked, can you see through the blur here? Pham Tran was thinking to himself, dark attribute monsters are naturally good at hiding. Normal players need to be very close to detect them. Vuina excitedly replied, it allows me to see through. I also see a spirit near the collapsed wall. The spirit race is a legendary race, living in remote ancient forests, rarely seen by humans. They are further divided into spirits and dark spirits. Pham Tran had a pensive look. How did the spirit race appear here? He said, Vuina, can you help me see him? Vuina cheerfully replied, I can, and immediately dispelled the concealment. That's the dark spirit and lack too. Though disturbed, he remained calm, saying he meant no trouble with us, and asking why we broke his silent concealment. Hearing this, Famtran replied, "We didn't mean to target you. We were just wary of enemies." The other continued, "The dark ruins haven't had visitors for a long time. Only outsiders come here. Could you two be the otherworldly adventurers foretold by the god's prophecy?" Hearing this, Famtran suddenly realized something. He wondered if players visiting was indeed part of the god's data. Famtran replied, "Your guess is correct. At this very moment, the playboy is requesting power." He said, "Adventurer, I need the bodies of some fallen wizards. This girl's ability should be able to help me." System notification. Special quest triggered. Request from the dark spirit and lack 2. Accept. Famtran closed his eyes and willingly replied, "Yes." System notification. Request accepted. Request from the dark spirit and lack 2. Quest details. Help the dark spirit and lack 2 find fallen wizards. No more than 10. Quest reward. Goodwill of the dark spirit and lack 2.